While beating up Zhao Tianlei, the detractors said that Shan Xinyu was considered the beauty of their university, and he was so poor and yet dared to think about talking to her. Perhaps the boys would have continued to mock the young man, but at that moment someone raised their hand and ordered them to stop. It was Lin Mu, a business college student and a guy from a rich family, who pointed out that everything that happens is only for the sake of his classmates and there is nothing personal about it. And so that the young man understood everything for himself once and for all, the villain also kicked him in the chest, after which, in an evil voice, he said that if he heard rumors that the beggar still dared to approach the beauty, then he would take and break his legs. Lin Mu turned around and ordered his men to follow him, leaving the unfortunate man lying on the ground. Trying to pull himself together, our hero reassured himself that the war was not lost yet, and there would still be a way to take revenge on these people. Scratching his head, the guy said out loud that if he was late, the tuition fee for this semester would be lost. And just as Zhao Tianlei was trying to get up, he felt something lying next to his shoe, and it felt like a rock. However, the young man was beaten so badly that he lay still for some time and could not get up, reflecting that some people are beaten much harder than him. Suddenly, the young man heard a voice that said that the host number 0 was activated and a scan was expected in the future. After a moment, the young man turned around and saw a glow coming from the ring. And after a minute, the voice said that he could be called a virtual god, and communication would take place through the ring. It turned out that the young man was chosen as a virtual god, and his code name is number 0, and in 16 hours a virus will spread across the earth, and the student's mission is to kill zombies and save humanity. Holding the jewelry in his hands, Zhao Tianlei spoke skeptically about wanting to know which company these guys belonged to, and then he added that there was no point in making fun of it, because it wouldn't help anyway, although the voice kept insinuating that until the young man put on the ring, they wouldn't be able to show him any proof. The student decided that he still had nothing to lose, which is why he put the ring on his finger to make sure that his guesses were correct. Suddenly, the voice announced that the initial scan would be performed immediately, and as for the young man himself, he didn't understand what was happening to him. After a short period of time, the scan was completed, but the young man couldn't even move. The reason was that a horrifying picture of the apocalypse appeared in front of his eyes, as well as people who looked like zombies. It felt like the most terrifying footage from a horror movie that couldn't even be described in words. One of the residents of the city, lying on the ground, tried to do something and somehow escape, but was unable to do anything. In fact, it turned out that the zombies literally captured not only the city but the entire planet, while feeling completely calm and confident. For a few more minutes, our hero stared in surprise, unable to comprehend what had happened to him. Glancing down at his ring, he still dared to ask what had just happened to him. The system immediately responded that what the student saw was information about the end of the world, and the computer stored this data in Zhao Tianlei's memory. Grabbing the ring, the young man shouted angrily that he did not believe in any zombies and considered everything that was happening a cruel joke. But in the next instant, the system sent a notification that once the ring found the owner, he would not be able to remove it himself. Otherwise, there would be a danger to his life. And then the computer sent the following message. After putting on the ring, it connects to the person, so the owner should not try to remove it again, as this is tantamount to suicide. Since our hero was chosen by the system, of course, he cannot be left with anything. So you should carefully wipe the ring to start the storage space inside the decoration. Closing his eyes, the young man began to do as he was told, although he still didn't fully understand if he had made the right decision. Opening his eyes, Zhao Tianlei saw a container in front of him, and the system immediately explained that there was an exchange system in this space, and resources and weapons were available inside, as well as a purchase system. After learning that there is a special liquid in the vault that you need to inject yourself after a zombie bite, the guy began to worry that he might die. However, the computer sent a new alert that it was time for him to go to sleep mode, although the student did not like the fact that he still did not learn almost anything about his mission. Looking carefully in front of him, our hero noted to himself that there were 16 hours left before the outbreak began, and time was running out, and preparations must be made immediately. After a while, the young man collected a huge backpack with which he left the room. Turning to Zhao Tianlei, his friend asked if he had been to class today, and immediately added if the young man was fine because he looked worried. Putting the backpack on the table, the student told the guys that in a day the end of the world will come, which is occupied by zombies, and the dorm building at the university is the safest. The best way to avoid the first wave is to hide here and wait until the moment of the outbreak to find a chance to survive. The two young men looked at their comrade carefully, but they remained silent. It turned out that they did not fully understand what exactly our hero wants to say, but in the next instant, the classmates started laughing, as they finally realized that they were just being played. The guys talked openly about how if Zhao Tianlei didn't play computer games about zombies, then he probably had a neurosis. After that, young people began to push our hero, saying that they do not want to share a room with such a loser, and therefore it is best to go to an internet club where they will stay up late. In an instant, the door closed behind these students, and despite that, no one tried to catch up with them. Wu Bing, who treated the young man well, asked if he had a fever, since normally he wouldn't be able to say anything like that. After looking at his friend, the young man once again told him that if they were really good companions, they would definitely understand each other. Looking carefully at the guy, the classmate replied that if the case is serious, then he will definitely listen to him. Not much time had passed, and a large amount of furniture was already piled up near the door. Grabbing mops and brooms, the young men carefully looked towards the door, although they did not take any further action. Wu Bing noted with a stifled voice that it was already dawn. And were they still waiting when they heard that the enemy was approaching right at this moment? Despite this, one of the young men got up from his seat, saying that he was very tired and therefore was going to go to bed. However, before going to bed, he asked if their classmates had returned, since they had not been heard from. He immediately noted that Zhao Tianlei was probably making up his mind again, but even so, he still believed that he wasn't waiting for nothing. And while the classmate was walking towards his bed, our hero carefully and wonderingly looked at his ring. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and a voice shouted that this was madness and that he needed help. Zhao Tianlei coldly stated that he was right, and the opponents were coming. The frightened comrade tried to understand what was going on, so he asked his friend about it again and again. However, instead of answering, he could still hear the voices of the unfortunate people outside the door, still begging for help. In order to understand at least a little what had happened, the young people looked out the window. However, what they found did not please or inspire them, but rather upset them, as some of the people were lying on the ground, and the other part wandered around in unconsciousness. Falling to the floor, Wu Bing shouted that it turns out that Zhao Tianlei has been telling the truth all along, and all these people are actually going to turn into zombies soon. The young man fell into a panic, while our hero tried to calm him down, saying that now the most important thing is to hide and sit out a little, so that later he can escape to a safe place. Looking up, he noticed that their friends were still on the street, and if that was the case, they really needed help. However, Zhao Tianlei explained with a sad tone that it was difficult for them to take care of themselves right now, let alone everyone else who was outside. And then he added that fortunately all these zombies have not evolved yet and are not so ferocious, so they still have time. So first you need to find a place to hide and then escape. Suddenly, our hero's friend shouted that their friend Shen Xinyu would be at the playground in the morning. So many people went with her. Our hero did not immediately understand why this happened, but a friend explained that the flight was canceled due to bad weather, so the agreement was temporarily changed. After that, the friend continued to say that he knew that the young man had feelings for this girl, because he was sure that he was aware of the change in her plans. Seeing the young man grab the mop, Wu Bing immediately screamed, knowing that the young man was going to his doom. However, the student explained without turning around that he thought there was a fire axe in the hallway on the first floor, and after thinking about it, he continued to say that it would probably be much easier to fight zombies with him. Taking a friend by the shoulder, the guy gave him instructions that the friend should not open the door in spite of everything, but if our hero manages to survive, he will definitely return. Wu Bing, who was as scared as possible, couldn't say anything. He couldn't even blink. However, after pulling himself together, he added that his friend should be as careful as possible and return as soon as possible. But before the young man could get to the door, a classmate shouted that he also wanted to go to the battle. Zhao Tianlei stared intently in front of him for a while, as if he was assessing the possible outcome of this scenario. And before our hero could say anything, the young man shouted that they were practically like brothers. And the fact that he managed to survive this morning is also a merit of the young man, and therefore he is going to help. Looking at his friend who was shouting that he wasn't going to back down, the guy thought, although he didn't know what decision to make. Suddenly looking at the empty corridor, Zhao Tianlei shouted that since his friend had made up his mind, then they would go together. And aloud, he menacingly stated that you need to remember that fighting zombies is as dangerous as possible. Such creatures are unpredictable, so as soon as they get as close as possible, they need to be hit on the head. And in order to remember all this as well as possible, in just a few minutes the guys did all this in real life. Realizing that the score is literally seconds away, our hero shouted to his classmate to keep up and ran after him. They didn't know what lay ahead, but they moved as fast as they could. Stopping in front of a door, the student told his friend that they should go ahead. It only took a few minutes, and the friends were already on the street and ran down some alley. Suddenly, the student stopped, as if they couldn't believe their own eyes. On the street every now and then there were wounded and dead people lying on different sides, and on the other side there were creatures that resembled zombies. While one guy complained that there were too many detractors, the second said that it was difficult for him to understand who is who. However, what surprised Wu Bing the most was what he saw in front of him, so he asked our hero to look at it. Pointing at the guys, the young man said that their classmates were on the podium. The guys knew that something was wrong, but the scene was too small. At the same time, there were too many people, and therefore a stampede began to arise. Once again, our hero's friend pointed out the young people, saying that he saw the headman. Despite this, Shen Xinyu was not among all these people. Zhao Tianlei was silent, but inwardly, he kept actively thinking that he had no idea what to do next. However, after a moment, turning his head in the opposite direction, the young man found a minivan there. Turning to his classmate, he said that he would go by car and distract the zombie, and that he should take the opportunity to tell everything and hide in a safe place. But the comrade menacingly stated that the guy was going to take away so many zombies alone, and therefore it was certain death. Zhao Tianlei appreciated being worried about him, but he already had a clear plan in mind, so he said that he knew what he was doing. And running away in the direction of the car, shouted that if he suddenly does not return, the young man must find their friend and protect her. There was no response, but he didn't need to, because right now all his attention was focused on the minivan. Jumping into the car, the young man immediately started it and stepped on the gas, wanting to attract attention as soon as possible. The young man had never encountered anything like this. He understood that computer games were not at all similar to what was happening in this place. After a moment, the zombies noticed that the minivan was leaving somewhere, and therefore immediately began to run after the car. He knew this was the best time to seize the moment, so he swung the steering wheel sharply in the other direction. And at the same moment, the car turned around and went to the place where the zombies were, who did not even try to run away. At that moment, Wu Bing was telling his friends that he didn't understand what they were waiting for, because they needed to get down as soon as possible. Suddenly, the guys realized that the danger was actually real, so they immediately began to run somewhere. The happy headman saw Wu Bing and started thanking him for saving him, but he explained that he hadn't done much. It was Zhao Tianlei who had distracted the zombies. Hearing this, the beauty said that the young man will not be able to cope with such a huge number of ill-wishers. The girl was about to go to help, but the guy grabbed her hand and said that she would only create a problem. After that, he told the headman to immediately take everyone to the library, and he would look for his acquaintance personally. Seeing the young man running towards the car, the beauty told him to be as careful as possible, and joined them. At this point, the situation began to escalate to the limit, as several zombies rocked the minivan, already trying to get inside. The Inhumans were roaring and shouting, and they had a clear target as they understood that there was a human inside. Although this man, who was our hero, had already managed to hide in the park and was sitting behind one of the large trees, about to strike. A moment later, something happened that the young man did not expect. It seemed to him that someone was hiding behind the bushes, and in the next second, someone's hand appeared from behind the tree and was going to grab the young man by the hair. Zhao Tianlei's speed and reaction were lightning fast, so astonishing that he grabbed the unknown's wrist with one hand and was about to strike with the other. The terrified Wu Bing shouted that there was no need to fight him, since it was him and he was not a danger. The guy carefully looked at his companion. It seemed that he did not fully understand how he got here, so he said honestly that the young man would have scared the hell out of him if he hadn't heard a familiar voice. After recovering a little, Wu Bing explained that the headman had taken everyone to the library to take shelter. And then he went on to say that the young man is a good boy and is a real hero, because if not for him, no one would have been able to run and hide. Looking somewhere to the side, our hero declared in a hollow voice that he did not consider himself a hero because he was scared to death. After a moment, he started asking his friend if he had seen Shen Xinyu. Wu Bing explained that there were too many people on stage at that time, and the situation was an emergency, so he was unfortunately unable to find the girl. Then he immediately added that there was no need to worry. She had helpers and bodyguards, so everything should be fine. Taking the conversation in a different direction, our hero said that the library is large and well locked, and now it is the best shelter. And therefore, if there are live classmates, they also need help. That is why he said that now it is best for them to go there in order to meet with everyone and discuss important nuances. At this very time, zombies roamed everywhere on the street. Despite this, our heroes ran past them. And it seemed that everything was not going so badly, but Zhao Tianlei's friend caught his foot on the curb, and this noise was heard by ill-wishers. Realizing that they were being chased by literally a whole squad, the young man shouted to his classmate not to waste time and run after him. Standing near the door, the guy shouted to the guys who were inside the library to open the door as soon as possible. But instead of understanding, there were voices from inside. They said that they would not let anyone in, because this would attract the attention of zombies, for whom the library would become a tasty morsel. Wu Bing didn't wait for an answer, so he yelled that this was the reason he and his friend had come to this place, and they should open the door immediately. The headman, realizing who was on the street, had already ordered the two guys to immediately let the young people in. Grabbing the girl's arm, one of the guys yelled at her, saying that if they opened the door, they would immediately invite zombies. But the beauty did not let up, saying that it was these guys who saved them from death, and now they themselves are not allowed inside. Seeing that the zombies are climbing the stairs, our heroes began to knock harder on the door, declaring that the monsters are already as close as possible. The prefect, pushing aside a classmate, told him to step aside because she wanted to open the door. But instead of understanding, the young man hit the girl with all his might. The students gathered in the library saw what Qianhao was doing, and they didn't like this attitude. The students said that they had always been a team, but now there was a break. However, the young man stood his ground and explained that there are all zombies outside, and if you open the door, then all these monsters will go inside the building. Then everyone will die. My classmates didn't know what to say because they stood there and stared intently at the young man. The confused headman who had just gotten up was also silent. But suddenly, the beauty called Qianhao a man who thinks only of himself. The guy again pushed the headman and again began to insult her, adding that if she wants to die, she can do it. But there is no need to expose everyone to this danger. Standing outside the door, Wu Bing heard everything that was going on inside and said that no one dares to beat the red-haired headman. So when he goes inside, he will deal with a classmate. Zhao Tianlei, who had already started fighting the zombies, told his companion that there was no point in bickering with anyone. It was time to find another shelter because the zombies were already on the doorstep. The frightened young man did not understand what they should do next, so he asked where else they could go. Giving a hand to his friend, the guy shouted that it was best for them to follow him first. Suddenly, Wu Bing started talking about how sorry he was that things had turned out this way. And then he added that he was so stupid that he didn't notice right away that the two of them almost got eaten. After patting his friend on the back, the classmate began to calm him down, noting that there was no point in blaming himself because even if they weren't being chased by zombies, Qianhao wouldn't have allowed them to open the door anyway. The reason was that such a person was despised before, and he hated others himself now that the order collapsed. His ugliness burst out. The young man carefully looked at our hero and wanted to tell him something. Instead, he went on to say that he had always been the target of bullying, so he understood him well. But the difference is that Qianhao dared to hit the headman, so he has to pay twice for it. Listening to this, Wu Bing was lost in his own thoughts, wondering what they should do now if they couldn't get into the library anyway. But Zhao Tianlei said that if you can't get through the door, then you can climb through the window. After only a few minutes, the guy was already inside, which allowed him to open the door for his friend. Looking over his shoulder, the young man told Tom to enter, even though he could clearly see that the classmate was already in the room. At this time, students were still sitting in the main hall of the library, hoping for the best. One of the girls approached the headman and asked how she was feeling, and heard that everything was fine with her. One dark-haired girl was not going to stop. She turned to the detractor, and once again reminded him that when they were standing on the podium, they were almost eaten. But suddenly the head teacher spoke up and said that the reaction of the other classmates cooled her heart even more, because now everyone thinks only of themselves. Turning to Everton, the young man in question said that there was no need to talk like that, and if she thought she was so brave, then she should have distracted the zombie herself. And again, the brunette jumped up, who said that the classmate should apologize to the headman, and for everything that he did. But the guy icily stated that he should not be angry, otherwise he would not restrain himself and hit the girls. The prefect looked at the young man carefully, her anger boiling. But she knew that there was still nothing she could do. But there was no need to, as in the next second, someone called out to Qianhao. The student actually didn't have time to realize anything, because someone's fist hit him in the face. Our hero felt quite confident, and carefully looked at the villain who was lying on the floor in front of him. The young man, raising his head with difficulty, began to ask his classmates how it could have happened that they were inside. Wu Bing ran over and grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck and started talking about how he couldn't believe that he didn't open the door for them, because in a little while they would have become food for zombies. Stammering, the classmate began to justify himself, explaining that he did all this not for himself, but for the sake of the guys who were with him. He added that the zombies were chasing the guys, and if he opened the door, everyone in the library would die. So he did what he had to do. Suddenly, our heroes heard one of the guys express a similar idea. They stated that they needed to find a safe shelter from the zombies. Moreover, with the obstacles already all over, they went to the library themselves, and therefore do not need to shout so as not to attract zombies. Turning around, Wu Bing once again addressed Qianhao, noting that the latter was quite cunning. Having decided to use his own friends, the young man did not make excuses. He just stood and smiled, knowing that there were a lot of colleagues behind him. Unexpectedly, the headman turned to her friends, saying that she was glad to see that everything was fine with the guys because she was very worried about them. And then she added that if it wasn't for her classmates, they would all have died because the zombies would have rushed at them. Everyone was silent for a moment as the red-haired beauty stared intently at her rescuers. Zhao Tianlei didn't know what to say, especially since he hadn't finished dealing with one of the villains, so he didn't say anything either. After a few minutes, the guy came right up to Qianhao, although he didn't dare to do anything. It seemed like he was just waiting for the right moment. The next moment, the youth raised his hand and was about to swing, hearing the young man ask what allowed him to do so. However, he didn't explain anything, just slapped his classmate in the face. Clutching his cheek, the young man began to shout that no one dared to do this to him. But instead of apologizing, Qianhao felt like he was hit again. But this time on the other cheek, clutching the axe harder, our hero told the enemy that he and his friend are worthy people, unlike the villain. And therefore, if he touches the headman again, they will chop him into pieces and throw the zombies to eat. The young man looked at his classmate in fright. It turned out that for the first time the meaning of the words came to him, and these words really scared him. Taking the headman by the hand, our hero resolutely said that it was time for them to go. Everyone was silent, but they noticed with what care and tenderness the guy took the beauty by the hand. As for the girl herself, she was embarrassed, but pretended that everything that was happening was normal. Qianhao, in turn, continued to rub his cheek, which was very sore, and began to threaten our hero, saying that they would meet again. It wasn't long before the boys were sitting in the hallway against a small wall, waiting for something to happen. Zhao Tianlei knew that the zombies might come at any moment, so he wasn't about to let go of his axe. The headman was still looking at our hero carefully and confusedly, but she remained silent. Wu Bing, realizing that the pause was prolonged, still asked the girl if she still had pain from the place of the blow, noting that her whole face was red, which further confused the headman. Looking down, the beauty said that she was sorry that the children were not allowed in. Moreover, she could not open the door, and therefore because of her young people almost got hurt. Hearing such a speech, the young man has already intervened and began to calm the beauty, said that the incident was not her fault. However, the girl continued to blame herself, repeating that she was not worthy of the title of prefect, because she could not even protect her own classmates. In order to somehow calm the unfortunate woman, Our hero noted that in any case, she will always be the head of the group in his heart. These words affected the girl so much that she was already starting to cry. The guy didn't understand what was going on, so it wasn't Atarastachia's time, and he just watched the bicep races carefully because he didn't know how to behave in such a situation. Finally, he heard the girl say that she didn't know why this was happening to them. She added that she is very afraid and realizes that they will get zombies sooner or later anyway, so she has no idea how they can survive. Zhao Tianlei immediately replied that as long as he was still alive and well, he would honestly protect her. Hearing this, the beauty from the snake began to thank her savior. After that, she said that now they don't have a group, in fact, as well as a university, and therefore she feels awkward when the guys call her Old Stoim, asked to address her as Sitong. The young man who was curious about Shen Xinyu's fate immediately started asking if anyone had seen her before the zombie invasion. Inwardly, like a beauty, she thought that she had heard that a guy liked this girl, so it was true. And then I decided that this young man was a good person, and therefore he should somehow calm down and cheer up. Sitong said that she saw a classmate in the square. Moreover, the girl's assistants ran away somewhere. After that, the headman asked the children to lend her a mobile phone, said that after the appearance of the zombies, she could not contact her parents in any way and was very worried about them. However, young people said that borrowing a phone is a problem, but it does not pick up signals and suggested that communication is blocked. Hearing this, the girl was frightened of the snake. She began to say that she had no idea what was wrong with her parents. But our heroes again began to reassure their friend, explaining that they most likely, like everyone else, are hiding somewhere. So the most important thing is to save your life so that you can meet them later. At this time, the students were still in the library, despite the fact that more than 1 hour had passed. The brunette, turning to her boyfriend, began to complain to him that she was hungry and heard that she was not alone. However, the other guys were angry. They said that everyone was hungry for a long time, but they did not sit and complain. So if there are brave people, they can go upstairs and get food. The students realized that the conversation was being interrupted by people they hadn't touched at all. So they began to argue and say that they weren't going to engage in a discussion with anyone. It seemed that the heat of passion was increasing by the minute as the quarrel began out of the blue. Our heroes, who were sitting across the room, noticed the differences and came to the conclusion that all these people are not united. But most of all, this situation interested Shitong, who had been listening intently to their conversations. Zhao Tianlei knew that the headman wanted to get a little closer, but he was going to stop her. The guy said that it was useless to go there anyway. Moreover, Sitong probably forgot how recently she was hit just because she wanted to help others. Therefore, if she tries to wake up the students now, they will eventually blame her. Moreover, they can send her upstairs to get food. Realizing that most likely her classmate was right, the beauty stood still, unable to take a step forward or go back. After a few hours, the library looked like a cluttered place. Some of the guys trying to find water complained that all the bottles were empty. Several kids decided to go to the headmaster's office on the second floor because there might be some food there. It was not an easy decision, and despite this, the students decided that there was no other way out anyway, because it was worth the risk. But just as the young men started to climb the stairs, they heard someone bang loudly on the banister. One of the guys standing on the steps blocked their way, telling them to stay put. Sitting at the table was Lin Mu, who asked the students in a cold tone about where they were going and what they were going to do. The terrified Wu Bing had no idea why Lin Mu was here, as he had told his friends. Our hero's gaze became more severe than ever. Despite this, he did not say anything. The other students immediately started discussing the villain, saying that there were the least good people around him, so it was best to go back. However, at that moment, one of the guys shouted that there was no food on the first floor, so they decided to go upstairs and see if they could find anything. As Lin Mu closed the book, he said in a cold tone that he understood everything. And just a moment later, he came to the stairs and forcefully pushed the guy who dared to explain the reason for all of them appearing on the second floor. The crowd saw Xiao Hao roll down, but they were so terrified that they couldn't even move. At the same time, the detractors watched the students closely and kept silent. For a moment, everyone thought time had stopped as the guy continued to clatter down the stairs. One of the female students came up to Xiao Hao and started asking him how he was feeling, if he was okay, and if he had hit himself badly. Lin Mu was watching everything carefully, but he was in no hurry to say anything. Abruptly, he started down the stairs on his own, quipping that there was a group of nerds in the library who didn't know what the world was like or what it really looked like. After which, he told everyone that from now on, this staircase was the boundary, and the second floor, his personal territory. If anyone dared to cross that line, they would be destroyed. The frightened students looked at the young man carefully, but no one dared to contradict him. At the same time, another Yunasha was saying that there was plenty of food upstairs, and if someone was hungry, they could exchange valuables for food. In the conditions of the current apocalypse, all this sounded as wild and inhuman as possible. Despite this, for villains, this was normal. This is the reason why Wu Bing said that a classmate is especially arrogant and even domineering. Moreover, he has taken over an entire floor and is playing king, which is something outrageous. As Lin Mu held the bread up to one of the girls' faces, he calmly remarked that he didn't understand why they were being given something with some garbage when he could go with it and have as much food as he wanted. However, the beauty threw that sandwich aside in one fell swoop and said that this young man was trash. The ill-wisher looked at the bread lying on the floor, and at that very moment his eyes were filled with rage. It was for this reason that he forcefully hit and pushed the girl away, calling her the most bad words. But this was not enough for him, so he forcefully grabbed the unfortunate woman by the hair. After that, he asked his classmates how to safely do something like this with him, especially in full view of everyone. Realizing that this was all too much, Shitong shouted loudly, telling the ill-wisher to immediately release the girl who is studying with them at the university. The girl wasn't afraid of the person who was standing in front of her, so she said that when there was a mess outside, they should be united after all. She didn't understand how Lin Mu could grab the people around them and bully them at such a difficult time. Finally, the guys who were in the room stood up for the headman, saying that she was right. At the same time, Rosavitsa continued to say that the library is state property and not a personal home. Therefore, food belongs to everyone. But the haughty Lin Mu said menacingly that the headman always hindered him, but only when there were teachers who could protect her. However, right now there is no one who does this. After a moment, the young man ordered his friends to undress this girl so that everyone could look at her carefully. Just like that, yes. The young men were carefully looking at Shitong, and they were getting closer to her by the minute. The girl had no idea what was waiting for her, so she cringed and carefully looked at the detractors. But in the next instant, everyone in the audience turned their attention to the axe that flashed in the hands of our hero. After forcing the prefect to come with him, Zhao Tianlei ordered everyone to stop doing what they were doing. There was silence again, as if they were trying to process the information they'd just heard. Suddenly, everyone heard the villain's loud laughter as he continued to mock Rice. Lin Mu stated that no one would dare to contradict him. Many people understood that the young man was going to be a hero, but most likely, he had no idea what the consequences would be. The young man said that until today he was bullied, but the opponent himself noted that the world has changed, and therefore the era of the villain is also over. And he added that if someone thinks they can do something, but suddenly stopped his sentence, and in order that no one else would laugh at his words, the student slammed the axe against the wall with all his strength. It seemed that for the first time, our characters felt different. He knew that he wasn't the same boy he used to be. For a while, the opponent silently examined the guy, not understanding how to behave in this case. They started saying that the axe was a sharp and dangerous thing. It looked like the boy in front of them had gone mad, and they didn't know how to deal with it. The ill-wisher once again turned to his classmates and said that from now on, they are on the second floor, and all the others live on the first floor. And he added that if someone dares to make up for them and drag something away, then they should blame themselves and only themselves. Once again, the library was autumnal silent, and the two sides looked at each other intently. The ill-wisher turned around and menacingly turned to one of his acquaintances and told him to immediately find him something. And he added that even some beggar has a weapon, and very weak, so he needs something to protect himself. At this time, Shitong felt dizzy, and the guy standing next to her started asking how she was feeling. Lowering her head, sadly in her voice, she confessed that she did not expect anything like this, did not think that people could be so terrible. Even in the morning, everyone was ordinary people, and now they turned into monsters. Zhao Tianlei honestly replied that in reality, all people can live in harmony and peace, but facing the threat of death will get out of society's control. Some timid individuals will only live for themselves. Therefore, in order to survive, these people will do everything, and they will not easily sacrifice themselves and others. The young man noted that the headman needs to change quickly, because otherwise she will be in danger every time. Standing next to her, Wu Bing began to reassure his friend, telling her not to worry about anything, because they are close and will protect her for now. Although, looking at all the people in front of her, the girl noted that, of course, it was safe in the library, but sooner or later they might still starve to death. Our hero said that there are too many people here, so they cannot openly confront the villains. And now the most important thing is to communicate as little as possible so as not to quarrel. He is a prefect, and it is not enough that he is hinting at her, and therefore I looked at her carefully. Although in the next second she started to feel embarrassed, even though she didn't realize the real reason. When he tried to say something to his classmates, he lowered his hand, noticing that everything was fine with it. At the same time, as Zhao Tianlei was leaving somewhere, she said that her friends were probably hungry, so now was the time to go out and eat. When they heard about the food, they were very surprised, because they had no idea where they could find food. However, the young man didn't say anything. Instead, everyone headed for the back door. At this time, everyone else continued to stay in a different hiding place, each thinking about their own thoughts. Turning to Xinyu, the friend asked what was going on with him and why she was so sad. However, the brunette smiled slightly, noting that nothing terrible was happening to her, and therefore you should not worry about her. As for the three of us, they were walking slowly down the library corridor. Wu Bing didn't know where they were going, so he immediately asked the student if there might be any food in the corridor. Smiling, the young man noted that they would not find it here, but do not forget that there are also cafeterias where you can definitely find food. Realizing that the young man was going to go outside, the guys immediately began to say that this should not be done in any case. There are a lot of zombies outside, and it's dangerous there, so the girl will have to endure and wait. The guy knew that sooner or later they would still need something to eat, so he smiled and told his friends that he would be fine. Moving forward, the hero once again emphasized that he is leaving. But friends should not worry about him. Wu Bing looked at his companion and said with confidence in his voice that he knew that this person would be fine and that he would return safely. But it was fair to say that the street was indeed extremely dangerous, as zombies were roaming everywhere. He knew that he had to be as careful as possible to follow the movement of these monsters so that they wouldn't immediately realize that they were one of them. Hiding behind the wall, the student began to carefully look out from behind it, hoping to find something suitable. In one of the alleys, a young man found dead students next to whom packages were scattered. Zhao Tianlei immediately took the backpack of one of the dead and began to carefully examine its contents. Fortunately, our hero was lucky, because there was some food in the bag. The young man happily thought that this was the best thing he could find at the moment. Taking up his ring, our hero decided to test it in action and therefore turned on the storage launch. Thanks to this technique, the number of products increased slightly, which made the student even more happy. He knew that if he had been alone, he would have had enough food for a long time. But given that there were 3 of them and 2 of them were men, he would soon have to look for food somewhere. Looking at all these bags, Zhao Tianlei noticed that the more time passed, the harder it would be to find food. Picking up the cookies, the young man thought that they could be left as food in reserve. But the most difficult situation was with food, which was not so much, and it was also necessary to share it for everyone. Our heroes carefully sorted through all the boxes, knowing that some of them must be hidden and some must be taken with them. The student was so engrossed in what he was doing that he didn't hear anyone coming up behind him. The young man was sure that he had calculated everything down to the smallest detail. Despite this, he slightly turned his head. He couldn't hear the words, but he could feel the zombies growling to themselves. Suddenly, the monster turned its head in the direction where the student was sitting. The creature's eyes were wild, and it was shouting something loudly. Immediately got up from his seat. Our hero was trying to figure out what he should do best in such a situation. In the next instant, the guy grabbed his axe, which he left next to him. The zombies didn't seem to understand much. That was the reason why he headed in the direction where the student was. Zhao Tianlei was scared, but he knew that if he didn't use his weapon, there probably wouldn't be any other opportunity because there was no way to negotiate with zombies. After dealing with the enemy, the young man immediately threw a backpack on his shoulders and went to his friends, knowing that time plays a key role. However, before the girl had gone a few steps, she realized with horror that she was trapped, because monsters were coming from all directions, and it might have looked pretty bad if the young man hadn't noticed the window to his left. There was no time to wait, so the young man rushed into the escape hole as fast as he could. Once inside, our hero tried to understand what he sees, and whether there is someone else there. But what the student saw made him very happy, because there were tables and stoves right in front of him. Looking around, Zhao Tianlei hoped that he would be able to find something to eat in this kitchen as well. To the great joy and amazement of the young man, one of the pots contained rice, and it was only recently cooked. He thought that this was one of the best finds he could find. At this time, his friends were still in the hallway. It was obvious that they were nervous, which was why they didn't want to talk to each other. Suddenly, they heard a knock on the door, and a voice from outside told them to do their best. When they saw their friend on the threshold, they began to greet him joyfully, realizing that he had succeeded no matter what. In turn, our hero was happy to inform the guys that he managed to cope and returned as soon as possible. Zitong, whose nerves were on edge, threw herself into the guy's arms and shouted that she was very glad that he managed to return alive and unharmed. Wu Bing decided to explain that the head teacher was very worried about her classmate. So if he didn't come back, it wasn't clear what would have happened to her. The confused young man said that now he understood everything, but there was nothing wrong with excitement. But after a minute, the guy turned the conversation in a new direction, picking up a backpack. He said that his friends were probably hungry, but now it's not a problem, because he brought them something delicious. When they saw a large bowl of rice in the hands of a class friend, the students immediately happily said that they had food brought to them. Smiling, Zhao Tianlei talked about making sure that his friends didn't put down their food, but picked up their spoons and ate. A second later, the happy children were licking their spoons, not realizing that this was one of the most delicious things they had ever eaten. That is why the girl said that she is happy that in such a difficult time, she has the opportunity to eat a hot meal, which was confirmed by another student. Looking carefully at his friends, our hero was glad that he managed to raise the mood of the guys at least a little, and again told them to eat. Unexpectedly, Zitong asked the guy why he was sitting there looking at them instead of eating too. However, the young man explained that he decided not to postpone this important matter until later, and therefore ate in the dining room. Zhao Tianlei said that when he came out, he found that the zombies outside were much more dangerous, and it would be harder to find food later, so they should appreciate any food and water. Moreover, it is very important not to show food to other classmates, otherwise they may be attacked. However, the headman, who continued to worry about everyone, began to speak, noting that there were a lot of their friends among those people. Surprised, Wu Bing wondered if the girl still guarded her naivete and wanted to help everyone. And then he noted that in order to get this food, the young man left his life at risk, although no one cares about them. Zitong understood everything perfectly, so she said that the guys were absolutely right, and she wouldn't tell anyone about their food. One such beauty still continued to be embarrassed that there was still too much rice left in the pot, even though Wu Bing immediately suggested hiding it somewhere. Our hero said with a smile that hiding food would not be a problem. The guys saw that the student was planning to put the pot in the corridor outside the door, but they did not know why he needed it. A few seconds later, the container was standing outside the door, but Zhao Tianlei didn't care at all, unlike his colleagues. Suddenly, someone immediately said that the young man had done such a great job, and now for some reason decided to put the bowl out. Although he immediately realized that other people who saw zombies being killed wouldn't open the doors to discover the monster outside, hence they wouldn't be able to find food. Our hero smiled and nodded to let them know that this theory was correct, and immediately pointed out that they should go back before it became suspicious. After a while, the children were already in the library, where it turned out that everything remained the same. Hungry and angry people stared at each other, but they continued to guard the silence. Just then, Lin Mu, who had taken over the entire second floor, started asking if his classmates were hungry, and he added that if they really want to eat, they can always come to him for help, because he is a kind person and cannot watch someone starve. Hearing this conversation, the headman said that the ill-wisher again began to pretend to deceive people. Hearing the guy next to him say that there should not be this case yet, suddenly, one of the guys shouted that it seemed that the famous Shen Xinyu was in front of them. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei immediately turned around, because he had been trying to find her since morning. The ill-wisher at the same time approached the girl and told her that she probably heard that the second floor belongs to him, and then the brunette had to come for food and water. Wu Bing said to his friend in surprise that this was the girl they were looking for. Interestingly, she was also in the library all this time. It was just that they hadn't seen her. The prefect carefully observed Zhao Tianlei's reaction, but didn't know what she could say to him. At that moment, Shen Xinyu's friend explained that they can actually eat and drink, and if someone is against them, they won't. Turning to his friend Lin Mu, he told her to move the food and water immediately. The student, taking everything that was offered to them, smiled and thanked for such generosity. At the same time, the ill-wisher continued to tell the girl that it was not safe down there, so if she went with him, she would always be protected. The girl thanked the young man for his help and support and said that she wanted to stay with the others. However, the guy was not satisfied with such an answer, so he took the girl by the hand and once again told her to go with him. Shen Xinyu liked this kind of behavior, so she yanked her hand and shouted to be left alone. Watching everything that happened, our hero was angry. He liked this girl, and therefore he was angry that she was treated like this. At this point, the villain looked at his classmate and threatened that she should not interfere in the conversation. If she does it again, she will be beaten. Shen Xinyu could take care of herself, which was why she snatched her hand out of the opponent's grasp with lightning speed. After that, she hit him, saying that he is not a good person and uses other people's resources, adding that the guy should not think that if he gave some food and water, then they will obey him. The beauty didn't want to accept the submission, which is why everything that they were given a few minutes earlier, she returned back. With anger in his voice, the ill-wisher angrily declared that he was not so proud, and therefore would wait a few days until the hunger increased as much as possible, so that the girl crawled in front of him on her knees. After a moment, Lin Mu turned his back on his classmates and ordered his teammates to follow him. A frightened friend from the snake began to ask the brunette how she felt after this skirmish. The beauty told Hua that this was a time when you couldn't trust anyone, and that you could only rely on yourself and your strength. Astonished, Wu Bing confessed in a low voice that he thought that such a girl would be able to stand up for herself when it came to this. But he was wrong. At the same time, our heroes answered that not all representatives of the Fair Sex Act, according to unspoken laws. There are some that always speak for themselves. The headman stated the fact that their classmate is in danger. The young man calmly stated that he was just wondering if the most popular girl in the university would go with this bad man, adding that this did not happen because he began to think much better about her. Zitong explained that women are most vulnerable at this time, and if a guy went to comfort this beauty now, he would be able to touch her heart. The students humorously replied that there was a star in front of them, and he was a poor student who dared to think about anything. Although a friend immediately began to push our hero out, saying that now is his time to prove himself at his best. The young man didn't know if this was true, and then for a while he doubted it. Approaching the group mates, the guy carefully examined them, watching their reactions. Then, with an embarrassed voice, Zhao Tianlei asked if the beauties were doing well after what had happened to them. Shen Xinyu watched the young man carefully, but she was in no hurry to tell him anything. At this point, a friend intervened, who said that the friend needed to rest, and if the young man really cares about them, it is better to leave them alone. Raising his hands, Zhao Tianlei explained that he didn't want to be misunderstood. He just decided to offer some water and food. Hearing the student say that someone has food and water, the young man immediately asked her not to shout about such things. Our heroes immediately handed over some provisions to the beauties. Shen Xinyu was still silent, giving the impression that she didn't really like to talk about herself or for herself. Instead, he continued to point out that there was no need to think badly of him, since he wasn't a person like Lin Mu and was helping out just because he could do it. Finally, the students noted that it is best to save some food. Moreover, it is advisable not to talk about it, so as not to cause problems. Realizing that everything was already said, the guy turned around and walked away. Picking up a sandwich, Hua turned to her friend and offered her some food because they were very hungry. At that very moment, Lin Mu turned to his companions and said that they had come to talk to him. It was Qin Hao, who was looking at his classmate carefully while smiling. The young man, in turn, asked in a haughty tone what the students had forgotten on the second floor. However, this did not bother the guy. On the contrary, he turned to friends because they had a good relationship in such a difficult time. and it was best for them to cooperate with him. He continued that he wanted to follow his leader, but if he asked for something, Jinhao was willing to do it. And even if it was necessary to throw himself into the fire, he would do it. Lin Mu lazily said that there were people behind him who helped him do various things. So he wanted to know what the student had to offer that was difficult to refuse. After which, the young man immediately stated that he had heard that Shen Xinyu didn't want to come up here. However, he knows how to make this brunette change her mind, and therefore can offer his help in this. Shen Xinyu, who was sitting on the side, was eating a sandwich that was shared with her a few minutes ago. Ha immediately asked what was going on between her and this guy. After all, it wasn't for nothing that he helped her. The surprised brunette didn't understand what her friend wanted to say. And then she started asking. The beauty said that they practically do not know each other, just study together. Hearing a friend say that it is very sad that they cannot share food with other classmates. As for the question of why the young man had given away some of his food, Shen Xinyu had no idea what it could be related to. Hua claimed that she was the girl's manager and didn't want anything strange to happen, but it was surprising that someone would offer to help at a time like this. The brunette smiled and noted that there was nothing strange or unusual about this. The questions were quite normal. However, the manager continued to explain that now everyone understands that zombies are dangerous, but there are people who are much more dangerous than these creatures. And then she added that the brunette in the future will probably be in danger, and therefore you need to find a person on whom you can fully rely. With sadness in her voice, Shen Xinyu said that she understood everything perfectly, but she didn't know what she could do in this case. The manager screamed and said that in no way was she referring to the bad guy who first offered them food and then collected it. With a smile, she drew what she thought of her classmate Zhao Tianlei. The brunette carefully looked at her friend, had no idea what she could say about herself. The reason was that the handsome man didn't know this person, even though his fame at the university wasn't the best. It was for this reason that the girl shrank back and moved as far away as possible. In addition, she remained silent. At the same time, our hero approached his friend and asked why he had such a sad face. The young man noted that the reason was because of Zhao Tianlei, and was immediately surprised. The guy went on to explain that when it comes to pretty girls, as well as relationships, others behave as strangely as possible. As soon as the guy decided to go to the class star, the head girl was immediately upset, although Sitong immediately denied it, saying that it wasn't anything like that. But the young man was not going to stop and continued to explain for a long time that jealousy is quite a normal feeling, and you should not worry so much. This conversation might have gone on for a long time, but in the next second, everyone in the audience heard a shout. The children did not understand what it was, and stared in horror in front of them. The guys started talking about how they thought that someone jumped somewhere or jumped up to them. However, a minute later, everyone noticed a bloodied female student lying in the middle of the library. Some of her classmates said that the unfortunate girl looked like the girl Huo Qin had just killed. They had seen her on the second floor a few minutes ago, but now she was lying dead in front of her classmates. Everyone knew that this was all the work of Lin Mu, whom it was better not to communicate with and whom it was undesirable to approach. At the same time, an ill-wisher shouted from the second floor that he didn't care who thought of him or what they thought of him. They wouldn't be able to survive for long without food. With anger in his voice, Zhao Tianlei immediately started calling him the worst names he thought he deserved. However, a friend who was standing behind our hero's back told him not to be impulsive, because it wouldn't do any good anyway. He added that a couple of hours ago, the guy himself noted that the villain has a lot of people, and therefore they can't just defeat him. It is best not to conflict with him and stay as far away as possible, considering your further actions. The young man was well aware of this, but the anger that was raging inside him was overwhelming all common sense. Taking off his shirt, the guy went somewhere, although no one understood what he was going to do. The female students watched Zhao Tianlei in fascination, even though he didn't care. At the same time, our hero covered the dead girl and whispered to her to rest in peace. He added that he promises her that those people who killed the unfortunate woman will definitely be punished for what they did. Lin Mu, who was standing on the second floor, heard this and said how dare anyone curse him outright. Colleagues of the ill-wisher shouted that it was best to take revenge on this boy right away, so that he would not dare to get conceited. Qianhao, who was standing nearby, also felt the same way, saying that this was indeed a good decision. Although there were also those among the colleagues who convinced their leader that it was best not to enter into conflicts now, because before the guy was protected by his father, and now they are facing hungry and angry classmates. Naturally, the young man agreed with this decision, because he was afraid for his own life. But he wanted to have the last word, so he threatened his opponents, saying that the day would come when they would beg him on their knees for mercy. Zhao Tianlei found himself thinking that being impulsive wasn't a good trait, so he decided not to say anything. A few hours later, night fell on the city, and everyone gathered in the library settled down for the night. Among them was our hero, who could not sleep, as he listened to what was happening outside. To the young man's great astonishment, there were not only strange sounds but also shadows flitting by the door. At that moment, the zombies gathered outside started banging on the door with all their might, trying to get inside as quickly as possible. Getting up from her seat, the headman began to tease the guy, saying that he should think of something to save them. The young man immediately ordered the guys to strengthen the door so that the zombies could not break in, and best of all use bookcases and chairs. The guys understood that you need to act quickly. Moreover, they realized the importance of speed. That is why all the students worked as fast as possible, despite their fatigue. However, after a moment, Zhao Tianlei had the thought that the zombies might break in through other doors or windows. That's why he yelled that the back door was open as he headed for the back door and then fell silent. But Zhao Tianlei and his friends didn't have time to escape because they heard the cries for help. The worst part was not only this, but also the screams of the dead girl, at which the students carefully looked, not knowing how to react. The surprised headman asked what happened, because their classmate fell and crashed, and now she asks for help. After that, Shitong realized with horror that the unfortunate woman had also turned into a zombie like everyone else for some reason. Wu Bing noted that he once watched a movie where zombies first bite people, and only after a while they turn into exactly the same monsters. Despite what had happened, the boys weren't going to feel sorry for this girl. Instead, they all ran away in different directions. Students shouted that they needed to leave as soon as possible, because it was not safe to stay in this building. Due to panic and chaotic running, one of the young men fell to the ground. At this moment, the zombie, noticing the victim in front of him, immediately went to him. The guy knew that he was in danger, but all he could do in this case was just ask the former classmate not to touch him. Zhao Tianlei knew that words meant nothing in this case, so he grabbed his axe and swung it to save the life of one of the boys. The young man froze for a moment, though he didn't understand why. At that moment, the other students who were actively moving the cabinets also froze and listened. Suddenly, the doors to the library opened with a bang, and zombies began to rush in huge numbers. The guys who stood rooted to the spot knew that these monsters had entered through the back door, and they had managed to break down the other doors. It only meant that there were no more safe places to hide in the library. That's why our hero shouted at Wu Bing to make sure that he protected the headman, who could not stand up for herself. Covering the girl with himself, the guy said that his comrades should not even worry about her. After a moment, everyone in the hall started running in different directions. The scariest part was that not everyone managed to dodge in time, and some of the students were captured by zombies. Others, seeing a ladder in front of them, realized that they could get out, and then they would figure out what to do. Zhao Tianlei was angry that everyone in the crowd was jostling and insulting each other. He asked them to take turns and behave as decently as possible. However, the words still did not lead to anything because during the crush one of the students fell to the floor and already asked for help. Suddenly, the students remembered that there was a room right up ahead where they could sit for a while. The guys ran up to the right door and tried to break in, but they heard that they were not welcome there. Detractors said that this place is already occupied, and therefore classmates should look for another shelter. Lin Mu shouted the most, saying that if youths didn't want to be eaten by zombies, they should leave immediately. A stampede broke out in the corridor, leaving Hua standing behind her friends, not knowing where to go next. However, at this moment, she felt a strong hand grab her wrist. She knew that anything could be expected in this chaos, so she turned around in fright. It was Zhao Tianlei who firmly told the girl that she should follow him. The young man quickly explained that it would not be possible to hide at the top, so if the girl decided to go there, she would die, and therefore offered to trust him, saying that he knew a safe place. The frightened brunette, realizing that she had no other choice, agreed. At this time, our hero's friends were standing at the end of the corridor, showing him where to go. He knew that there wasn't much time, so he had to run as fast as he could, especially since Wu Bing had informed everyone that he could see a way out ahead. The two young men immediately ran into the room and quickly locked the door behind them. However, Zhao Tianlei carefully looked in front of him and immediately began to be perplexed, muttering to himself. After a moment, he said that he didn't understand what they were doing in the men's room because they assumed that the door leads to the street. An angry Hua started to say that they were at the university, despite having no idea where or what door was located, but the student immediately began to deny it, saying that he had not visited the university for some time. They were just about to take a break when they heard someone knocking hard on the door. The prefect didn't know what to do, while Hua shouted that she didn't want to die in the university men's bathroom because it was too embarrassing. Zhao Tianlei paused for a moment and thought, realizing that all these people were counting on him. He guessed that all the zombies had already entered the library, and there weren't many of them left outside. He immediately added that he wanted to give his friend a lift so that he could look out the window and see what was going on outside. The young man did not mind, and therefore began to carefully examine the street. Unexpectedly happy, he shouted that he didn't see any zombies. Moreover, there was someone's car on the playground. Our hero said that the guy needs to jump out of the window first, after which he will help transport the rest of the guys. After only a few minutes, the students were already standing in the courtyard of the school. As for Zhao Tianlei, he suggested that the girls follow the guy and said that he would fly out at the very end. The prefect, who was used to helping everyone, suggested sending her acquaintances first. Taking the youth's hand, Shen Xinyu immediately began thanking him for his support. He was a little ashamed to hear that because he wasn't used to being praised, but at the same time he was glad. Just a minute later, as he sat his classmate down, the young man heard her yelling at him not to spy on her, because she was wearing a skirt. Wu Bing, who was standing outside, understood that his main task was to guard the girls, and he did it carefully. The process went quickly enough, and in a few minutes the manager was also on the street. Zitong carefully looked at the student who informed her that it was now her turn to escape. However, instead of climbing out of the window, the beauty asked what the young man would do when she left. She went on to say that they needed to discuss their plan of action in advance after they left the bathroom. The young man did not want the headman to be frightened, and calmly noted that he had a plan, But the beauty did not believe the words and continued to clarify their further actions. There was a moment of silence in the room as the guy carefully looked at Si Tong, considering what to say to her. Hearing the young man say that time is short and you need to hurry, the girl began to cry, noting that she wanted to help her classmates. Zhao Tianlei knew that there was no time, so he sternly told his friend to forget about her classmates, as it wasn't safe. He added that maybe she thinks she can handle the zombies alone, but it's not like the guy himself. She can't face a whole horde of monsters alone. It seemed that this word reached the beauty's heart, so she started crying again. She said that she would do whatever the young man said, but before that, she wanted to tell him something. The young man realized that he still could not dissuade the headman and allowed her to speak. Sidong kissed our hero with all the tenderness she could muster and calmly confessed that she loved him. Starting to cry, the girl asked the guy to promise that they would all survive. The young man, although he didn't know what would happen to them, assured her that he would. After that, he quickly helped the headman through the window, realizing that time was running out and the zombies might be about to rush into the room. As soon as Zhao Tianlei moved her classmate, he turned around and saw the door open slightly, and a hand of monsters appeared. The student knew better than to let the zombies get in, so he started dealing with them at the entrance. This was the most difficult test for the young man. Hands were reaching out to him from all sides. At that moment, the headman, who had been delayed, called out to him on the bill for help. Distracted by her, the handsome man demanded angrily that she leave immediately. However, the girl stood there for a few more seconds, her eyes full of tears, watching her classmate closely. She knew she'd given her word and she had to leave. As for the hero, he remained inconspicuous, but instructed his friend to take the car standing on the site and take the girls to a safe place. The guy shouted to his friend that he should proceed cautiously. As she walked towards the car, the headman thought that Zhao Tianlei must escape at all costs. At this time, there were too many zombie hands reaching out from all directions. Inwardly, he knew that he couldn't break his word to Sitong. He fought with all his might, but the monsters were getting bigger by the minute. Suddenly, something in the young man woke up, and he shouted that he couldn't die here and would do everything that depended on him. It was extremely difficult. It seemed that the zombies would never end. However, the student had the advantage. A large axe and willpower. While one man was fighting the entire horde, others managed to run to the car and check its condition. Realizing that it was impossible to delay, the young people quickly got inside the vehicle. However, Sitong grabbed her classmate's hand and asked him to take his time. The headman said that they couldn't just leave, they should at least wait a little longer for the person who saved them. Hua was against it. She insisted on leaving immediately, because the zombies could appear at any moment. Given that all the monsters are in the library, we can assume that when they finish there, they will return to the playground, and then no one will be able to escape. She quietly added that there was no guarantee that Zhao Tianlei would make it, and what was the point of waiting? Wu Bing, with a wistful voice, said that he was worried about his friend, but it was he who ordered them to run and find a safe place. Given that all the zombies are inside the building, they have a great chance to escape. Running out of the car, the headman shouted that the guys could go and hide, but she would not go anywhere without her classmate. The young man did not like that the girl began to act independently, so he said that now he had to protect her and would not allow her to go to certain death. He went on to point out that Zhao Tianlei surely had a plan, and they just needed to be believed. Si Tong started crying again, saying that she couldn't imagine how one thin guy could handle an entire horde. Despite this, the classmate insisted that the headman believe his friend. To convince her even more strongly, Wu Bing even smiled. Si Tong didn't have the energy or desire to say anything. She just stood there and cried. The other girls in the backseat didn't see the point in interfering. A moment later, the car started up and started moving as fast as it could. The zombies were nowhere to be seen, and most likely the reason was that many of them were permanently trapped in the toilet. Taking a deep breath, our hero, tired and exhausted, wandered somewhere, feeling that every muscle in his body was tense with fatigue. The young man was holding an axe in one hand, and the other hand was holding his backpack uncertainly, as if trying to support himself physically and mentally at the same time. Despite the fact that our hero managed not only to survive, but also to win this terrible battle, he felt unwell. His body refused to obey, and his mind still could not recover from what he had experienced. After a moment, he felt his legs give out from under him and realized that he wasn't going to be able to keep his balance for even a second longer. Suddenly, the boy fell, realizing that he no longer had the strength to walk or the ability to do anything. All he could do was lie there and wait for what would happen next. At this moment, the system sent a notification. The host's life is in danger, several body parts are infected with a zombie virus, and the person needs to inject the evolution liquid as soon as possible so as not to turn into a monster himself. Lying on the ground, Zhao Tianlei told himself aloud that he had completely forgotten about the vaccine, and resolutely realized that it must be used after all. Otherwise, there would be no chance of salvation. A moment later, the young man activated his ring to open the vault and take out a test tube of liquid, holding it in his hands as if it was the last hope in a world full of death and chaos. Holding this strange but important item in his hands, he didn't know if it would work or not, which made him feel a mixture of fear and despair. He knew that it was a virus, not an immune system, and he was afraid that after using the injection, he might become a monster, just like the ones he had to fight. However, at the same time, the student knew that he had no choice. He had to take risks, otherwise there was simply no chance of survival. As time passed, our hero continued to sit in the rain, thinking about how best to act in this situation, trying to keep himself in control and maintain at least some thinking. After a moment, the young man carefully looked at the bottle containing the liquid, knowing for sure that procrastination was now like death, and that not only his life depended on his actions, but probably the lives of others as well. Zhao Tianlei knew that there was no point in procrastinating any longer, and he needed to act decisively, even though fear still gripped his heart. He stood there for a while, trying to listen to his own feelings, feeling every cell in his body tense with pain and anticipation. To his great surprise, he noticed that for some reason nothing was happening, and for a moment he thought that the injection simply did not work. But suddenly something strange and incomprehensible began to happen to him, and his body seemed to react to the liquid, awakening forces in him that he did not even know existed. Crouching in pain, our hero felt as if his whole body was about to be torn into small pieces, and the pain was such that it seemed that his mind was about to leave him. The young man didn't know what to do with it, and all he could do was endure, breathe, and wait for some result to happen. Gradually, the rain stopped and the first rays of sunlight broke through. But Zhao Tianlei still lay on the ground, feeling weak and tired, which seemed to last forever. Finally, opening his eyes, our hero was surprised to say to himself that nothing terrible had happened to him and that he was still alive, which in itself seemed a miracle after the horror he had experienced. After examining himself, the student realized that there were no mutations or injuries. He did not feel any new changes, and it seems that the ring did not deceive him. At this point, the system asked the young man to call her Venerable God, admitting that he was wrong to doubt the ring's abilities. Once again, the system reported that the evolution was not complete, but the ability levels were increased, and now he can also recover in the storage space of the third level of expansion. Zhao Tianlei was surprised, finding it hard to believe that he had become stronger and more resilient than before, and that his capabilities had now increased significantly. After that, the computer informed him of the existence of 19 classes of evolution, starting with martial and ending with soldier, and that each class has its own characteristics. In turn, it should be remembered that soldiers are still divided into subclasses, and therefore out of 19 classes, our hero is at the penultimate level, which gave a sense of dangerous but controlled power. The student was angry because it infuriated him that the system spoke in riddles without directly explaining whether he could save the world or not, and this created a mixture of irritation and anxiety in him. The computer informed him that everything that concerns the future is entirely up to him. For each zombie killed, he gets 1 point, and to upgrade the class, 150 points are required. The system is fair and reasonable, and therefore the hope of humanity is now in the hands of a young man, and the fate of many depends on his actions. When our hero heard that the system went back into sleep mode, he got angry and shouted that this always happens at the most inopportune moment. As Zhao Tianlei walked down the street, he thought about how he had been told that he had become stronger. But in reality, there was no feeling at all, and this caused a strange feeling of emptiness. Looking at the wall in front of him, he decided that now was the time to test his own powers to see if they were really effective. After a few seconds, the young man clenched his hand into a fist and prepared to hit the hard concrete. To the great surprise of our hero, a huge and powerful column immediately broke into 2 parts, as if the concrete obeyed his will. Looking at the ring, the guy was not surprised and exclaimed that really with the second class there is such power, adding that if his friend was a witness, he would be in real shock. After a while, the young man decided to visit the library to check if there were still survivors there, because this was important for further actions. Once inside, the student looked around carefully, knowing that despite the zombies' departure, it was necessary to remain vigilant, because danger could still lurk around every corner. When he reached the second floor, he looked around, realizing that it was quite clean. Inwardly, he thought that Lin Mu and his cronies probably ran away to find a safer place. The interesting thing was that this room even had a shower, which was doubly pleasing. Putting the backpack on the floor, Zhao Tianlei decided that now was the time to wash up and rest for a while, after everything that had happened. A few minutes later, the young man was already sitting on the sofa, carefully looking ahead, realizing that the main danger had passed, so it was worth thinking about further life. From the news, he learned that there was an incomprehensible outbreak in the country, as a result of which most of the people turned into zombies, and at the same time began to build military bases for survivors, urging everyone to hide and wait for help. Hearing this, the young man was not happy. His mood turned sour for a moment. But after a moment, he realized that there was someone else in the room. Standing up from his seat, Zhao Tianlei started moving towards the cabinet, not knowing what he would find there. Just in case, he took an axe with him, knowing that danger could be expected at every turn. Just a moment later, the youth forcefully opened the closet door, preparing to strike. However, there was a girl inside who was shouting not to be touched. The boy stared ahead in horror because he expected to see anything but a saved person. While the stranger continued to scream, the young man tried to calm her down, explaining that he was not a zombie, but an ordinary living person. The girl paused and opened one eye to take a closer look at who was nearby. Zhao Tianlei, in turn, showed that he wasn't a bad person and wasn't going to harm her or eat her. Despite the fact that the girl was in the living room, where she was safe, she continued to cry. Looking at her, he knew that she had probably been in a state of shock all along and still didn't know where she was. To find out a little more, he asked what the stranger's name was and why she was hiding in the closet. The girl explained that her name is Chung Yao. She is studying in the art department. Yesterday, she went to the library with a friend to buy books and did not expect that there would be an outbreak. At this time, the two of them were hiding in the corridor, feeling thirsty and hungry. Later, Chin Hao came to them and said that they could feed everyone together with Lin Mu, and that was why they went with this guy. Despite this, the student did not expect that, having gone up to the second floor, the guys would start intimidating them, as a result of which her friend could not stand it and jumped down. Hearing this story, the young man immediately remembered the dead girl, deciding that it was about her. The girl went on to explain that when the zombies were in the study, the young men found it safe outside, so they climbed down the rope and quickly found themselves in the courtyard. The problem was that the last person to leave had snapped the rope, so she hid in the closet, not daring to jump from the window. The young man thought with annoyance that these were the worst people, since they had run away, leaving the student in the lurch. After a moment, answering the girl's questions, the young man told her his name. However, the student suddenly closed her mouth in horror, realizing that this was the guy who had hit Chen Hao and decided to teach Lin Mu a lesson. The girl noted that the young man was so brave that when everyone was afraid, he bravely acted and helped others. Chung Yao explained that the guy had always been wearing clothes before, but now he was only wearing shorts, so she didn't recognize him. Covering himself with a pillow, Zhao Tianlei revealed that he had showered and didn't think to get dressed while he was alone in the room. It dawned on the young man that, most likely, the student had not eaten anything since yesterday, so he handed the girl some bread and some water so that she could eat it first. With tears in her eyes, the unfortunate woman began to thank her savior. The young man asked her not to cry, as he could not bear to look at her tears. After a moment, the girl expressed a desire to take a shower, as she had been sitting in the closet for more than a day. Given that there wasn't much time, she opened the water and enjoyed the warmth of it. After a quick wash, Chung Yao returned, realizing that the zombies were still roaming the city, which meant that the danger remained. At this time, our hero continued to sit on the couch and watch TV. Despite the girl's confident gait, the young man did not hear her, as she continued to sit with her back to him. Chung Yao paused for a moment, confused by something, though she tried not to show it. The young man came closer, wondering if the girl really took a shower so quickly. The student didn't know what to say and just stood there for a few seconds. Turning away from the girl, the young man did not want to embarrass her, so he offered to sit down and eat quietly. But instead of thanking her, Chung Yao began to cry bitterly again, remaining silent. The guy could not understand anything, so he wondered about this and noticed that he rarely met girls who cry so often. The student said that she was very sorry, but when she thought that her friend jumped from the second floor because of a piece of bread, she fell silent. The young man said that she should not blame herself, since the responsibility lies entirely with the villains. And you need to remember that your friend was already infected with the virus. The girl didn't know what to say, so she just didn't say anything for a while. The young man understood that it was difficult for everyone right now, so it was his duty not only to protect the girl, but also to instill hope in her. Unexpectedly, Chung Yao snuggled up to him, admitting that there were currently zombies everywhere and she didn't know what to do. Zhao Tianlei was embarrassed by this reaction, so he made a mental note that it was all unnecessary and not worth dwelling on. He explained to himself that the government had set up a base for survivors, and he just needed to get there. If the girl agreed, she could go with him. It turned out that the beauty hardly believed in such a proposal, so she reviewed the situation and tried to make sure that what she heard was correct. The young man calmly reflected that if she had no other plans, he would take her with him, even though she had no other plans at the moment. After a few minutes, they arrived at the backpack that Zhao Tianlei had taken out clothes from, so that the girl could change. He understood that these clothes were left over from his dorm, so he had to offer the student to wear them for safety and comfort. Feeling grateful, the beauty came closer to the young man and kissed him, expressing gratitude for saving him. The embarrassed guy turned away, trying to understand what had happened and understand what the girl was doing and why she was doing it. She mentally explained to herself that the young man had saved her life, and she didn't know how to express gratitude, so she did what she felt. Zhao Tianlei understood the subtle hint perfectly, so he looked at the new acquaintance with surprise and slight horror. Realizing the situation, he quickly realized that the girl should change as soon as possible, adding mentally that now was not the time for jokes and romantic gestures. Chung Yao noted that she was not joking and was serious about what was happening, and she was ready to repay the young man if he did not offend her. Looking at the embarrassed guy, she noticed his red face and wondered if he was hot and tired after all he'd been through. After a moment, the girl was distracted by her thoughts, but decided to ask additional questions about what was happening. She timidly asked if it was really the first kiss in his life for the guy, trying to understand his experience and feelings. Zhao Tianlei honestly admitted that as a child, he kissed relatives many times, although the girl noted that a kiss on the cheek does not count. She added that she had her first real kiss with a young man, but the young man continued to insist that this event was completely unimportant. Suddenly, they heard the voices of people calling for help from a nearby meeting room. Tired of sitting still, the guy realized that there were still people alive at the university who needed to be saved. While the girl was trying to figure out if they would help these strangers, the young man realized that saving them was important, otherwise they might bring zombies. The heroes were absolutely right, since there were indeed monsters roaming around on the other floors and they could sense living people. In just a moment, the zombies started moving towards the place where the screams were coming from, which posed a serious threat. The people pressed against the window admitted that they had no idea how to get out, but they knew that the zombies were already very close, and there was little time to think. After climbing the tree, Zhao Tianlei called out to the people, telling them that he had come to rescue them. The men, opening the window, happily realized that a guy had come for them, who plans to evacuate them to a safe place. Zhao Tianlei asked them to act quietly so as not to attract attention and avoid making too much noise that might attract zombies. As the young man tossed the rope to the prisoners, he made sure that it was tied to something strong and that it was lowered down one at a time. Moreover, he warned everyone to act as quietly and carefully as possible to minimize the risk of a zombie attack. A few minutes later, the first person started to slowly descend the rope, checking the safety and stability of the rope. The heroes carefully thought through every step of the rescue operation, so Cheng Yao met people below, providing support and assistance. The guy standing outside the building was keeping an eye on the first person, and once he was rescued, the others could safely start descending. The rescue operation progressed quickly and safely enough to maintain order and avoid panic. Only one young man, holding tightly to the rope, expressed fear, afraid of falling and losing his balance. A moment later, he was at the bottom, despite his fear, and this allowed the evacuation of the rest of the people to continue. It wasn't just the fall that was scary, but also the loud scream that attracted the zombies. Attention, creating danger for everyone. Zhao Tianlei saw the approaching monsters and realized that it was necessary to act as decisively as possible to protect the rescued ones. While he was shouting for everyone to save themselves, he noticed a car in the parking lot that can be used to evacuate the remaining people. The guys realized that they needed to escape as quickly as possible, so they quickly went to the vehicle. Everyone tried to get into the car, despite the crowd, which made it difficult to move and created a risk for all participants in the evacuation. Zhao Tianlei took one of the young men by the shoulder, explaining that the men should let the girls sit down first to ensure their safety. However, what worried the student was that he didn't want to just die screaming about it. The other men understood that one person was causing serious problems, because if he hadn't fallen and started screaming, the zombies wouldn't have followed them, and now everyone is in danger. The friend of our hero understood that he wanted to put her in the car, but it seemed that she did not want to leave him alone, despite the situation. The young man stood his ground and believed that it was too dangerous for the girl to follow him, and therefore it was best to get in a car and leave the dangerous place. Cheng Yao explained that as soon as the young man saved all these people and they were in the car, they immediately forgot about who it was all thanks to, and therefore it is dangerous for her to be with them. Therefore, rather than being among such people, it is best to follow the guy, despite the fact that it can be a little more dangerous with him. Zhao Tianlei understood perfectly what the student was saying, and he knew that she was completely right. The girl looked at the young man carefully and then turned to him again, trying to understand his decision. At this time, the car was in real chaos, as the others were not going to take the guy who caused the zombies to activate. After carefully looking at all these people, our hero angrily noted that they were ungrateful creatures whose lives he saved. The driver simply said over his shoulder that he was very sorry for what had happened. A second later, the car doors closed, and the car quickly took off, starting to move towards the safe zone. The guy told the student that now is the time to run, given the current situation, and act as carefully as possible. After a while, the children were in a safe place, and Cheng Yao said that the noodles were ready and you can have a snack. The dish looked as appetizing as possible, and it was nice that it was fresh and ready to eat. The young man was surprised to note that the food looks not only delicious, but also expensive, causing a slight admiration. The girl explained that the supermarket had frozen food, and she added fish balls and something else, although she wasn't sure how delicious it was. Putting everything on a plate, the young man was glad that in fact it turned out to be delicious and satisfying. The student explained that it is not difficult for her to prepare food because she cares about her boyfriend, and this is quite natural for her. This was new to the young man, but the girl continued to explain that she wanted to reward him for everything with her love and care. Putting the chopsticks on the table, our hero noted that everything is not so simple, and you cannot thank only for saving your life. He knew that despite the help, this was no reason to express excessive gratitude for his rescue in any way. The girl carefully looked at her rescuer, noting that she understood everything perfectly and was aware of his actions. She added that despite everything, he does everything voluntarily and sincerely, and not because of obligations. Closing her eyes, Cheng Yao confessed that she liked the guy very much, and she would like to be his girlfriend, expressing her feelings openly. Our hero saw how the student was drawn to him, but he was well aware that this was not what he needed in the current difficult situation. It was also for this reason that Zhao Tianlei pushed her slightly to the side, asking her to stop doing what she was doing for their own safety. The embarrassed girl sadly noted that perhaps he just didn't like her, and immediately asked if it was true that he hated her. Seeing that the student starts crying again, the guy honestly admitted that he does not feel anything like that for her, and this is not related to hatred. He added that there is a person in his life who is very dear to him, and his heart is busy, so he can't pay attention to other relationships right now. The student immediately assumed that we are talking about Si Tong, with whom the hero was familiar and communicated for a long time. The guy had to explain that the prefect is his best friend, and he protects her because during his student days, it was she who helped and supported him. Cheng Yao carefully looked at the savior and wasn't going to just give up, so she asked the same question again, waiting for an honest answer. The young man was confused, not knowing what to say, and noted that he was actually in love with Shen Xinyu. The student shouted in surprise, not expecting that the guy might be in love with the university star, expressing a real reaction to this news. Smiling, the young man explained that they are not a couple because he is a poor student and the heart cannot be ordered, so he likes that particular girl. Chung Yao spoke again, noting that the young man seemed to be hopelessly in love despite the circumstances. To give him some encouragement, she added that at a time like this, it didn't matter if he was rich or poor. Money still wouldn't save him from zombies. Chung Yao said that the guy is not some ordinary student. He is a real hero who selflessly helped many people, and therefore there is no need to doubt his merits and feelings. Scratching his head, Zhao Tianlei modestly noted that there was no point in calling him a hero, realizing that everything that was happening was just a duty, not a reason to praise. Watching her friend closely, the young beauty continued to note that she was actually telling the truth. After everything that had happened in the library, the student was well aware that strength was currently key. Women want to live on men alone, and I don't care what they do to them. They just want to survive at all costs. Chung Yao was silent for a moment, looking quite sad. But suddenly the girl again clung to our hero, noting that she can be a fickle friend and temporary. She can wash, cook, and stay with the young man as long as he needs. The guy also noted that regardless of whether she cooks food for him or not, he will still protect her. The beauty's eyes widened as she stared at her acquaintance in surprise. Then, I went up to him again, remarking that he was a very nice person. The boys knew that pleasantries could be exchanged for as long as possible, but they still had to act. That is why the young people went down to the ground floor in the garage. Zhao Tianlei was both surprised and amazed that the supermarket owner was so rich that he owned so many cars. The girl immediately noted that it was best for them to take an SUV, since the space in the car is large, spacious, and comfortable, and the engine has a stable power, better than other cars. It was strange to the young man that the beauty was fond of such things, but he did not want to argue with this. Although it was unnecessary, Chung Yao kept remarking that it was one of the most amazing cars she had ever driven. The young man, looking at his friend with some apprehension, noted that from her appearance you can never say that she is a person who understands cars. The student explained that her biggest dream is to drive an SUV on the highway. And finally today, this goal has become a reality. The only problem was that the young people didn't know where to go, as they weren't aware of the location of the survivor base. Looking at the map, the guy noted that at that time the TV was working poorly, and they did not specify the exact location, after which the screen completely went out. Our hero hoped that after studying the map, he would be able to at least roughly understand where this base might be. Suddenly, the boys forgot about their plans because strangers appeared on the road, waving their arms violently. The girl who was driving fast enough immediately noticed this with surprise. Due to the fact that she was braking hard, the car began to turn in different directions. Stopping, our heroes saw young guys who asked to let them inside, noting that they managed to escape from the zombies and now urgently need somewhere to hide. Chung Yao looked at the strangers in surprise and asked her acquaintance what was going on. Sitting in the car, the guys began to tell that they were scared. Moreover, the fear reached the limit, and they were glad that someone stopped them. Zhao Tianlei asked a few questions to the strangers, but they said that their main goal was to escape. Despite this, the guy did not like the answer, and he once again asked to clarify who the guys are and how it happened that they ended up on the highway. The girl began to explain that they were all family. One of the guys was her friend, the other was her brother, and they were supposed to go about their own business, but they didn't expect the zombie invasion to start. Thanks to a miraculous combination of circumstances, everyone managed to escape and find themselves on the highway. And given that there was chaos around, the guys first hid in one car and then saw the cars of our heroes. It was obvious that the stranger didn't want to talk about herself, so she immediately turned her attention to the students, asking if they were a couple. Chung Yao coquettishly noted that even strangers could see everything. Even though the guy had already asked his friend to keep an eye on the road, the red-haired beauty noted that she sees that the guys are young, which means they can't have so much money to afford such an expensive car. Suddenly, the stranger switched to our hero's backpack, noting that they had not eaten anything for a couple of days and would not mind if someone shared their food with them. She added that if anything, the young man can take her branded watches, which are considered very expensive. Zhao Tianlei pointed out that he didn't care. There was no point in looking at the time, and he would give the food just like that. A few minutes later, the young man handed the strangers 3 sausages. However, instead of gratitude, one of the guys noted that our heroes have a large backpack, and he gave only 3 modest sausages. Chung Yao approved of this treatment, noting that now food is valuable, and people should be happy with what they were given. The young man sitting at the back immediately became angry when he heard this. Although his friend immediately began to reassure him, noting that in fact everything is fine, they were given food, and this is already an excellent result. Zhao Tianlei kept a close eye on these outsiders, his gaze becoming more severe by the minute. Suddenly, Chung Yao turned her friend's attention to the window, urging him to pay attention to it. The reason was that there was an overturned car in the middle of the road, with zombies climbing on it. For a moment, the guys caught up with this car and even slightly stopped running. They knew it was as horrifying as possible, but they knew they had to keep moving. Watching what happened, the stranger expressed her thoughts, which coincided with what our hero thought a second ago. As the car moved on, the zombies noticed it and hurried in its direction. Our heroes assumed that it was a teacher's car that collided with zombies while driving and turned the vehicle over in a panic. With anger, the student noted that these people deserved what happened and were to blame themselves. At this time, the passengers in the back seat exchanged glances. The girl explained that there is a city ahead where many people have turned into zombies, so it's better to go somewhere else. Just like before, Zhao Tianlei carefully looked at these people, although he didn't notice anything remarkable. After a moment, the young man explained that it made sense, but he still needed to go there. That's why he and his partner decided to let their fellow travelers out so that they could go where they needed to go. One of the guys holding a gun to the hero's head said that if the young man did not want to die, they would have to go where they were told. The blonde calmly noted that you need to act as her friend said. Zhao Tianlei immediately realized that there was something wrong with the story, and then asked who these people were. Smiling, the girl explained that they were not bad people. They just found themselves on the streets in a difficult situation. She added that it would be better if the guys give them the car, in which case they will stay alive. The young woman clarified that her younger brother is not a very kind person and took the lives of 3. And if he intervenes now, everything can end badly. At this time, the villain again began to threaten with a gun, saying that he could shoot anyone who resists him. But the girl scolded him for this, noting that zombies can smell blood and come for them. Chungyao watched the scene carefully, but she couldn't say a word. A minute later, the blonde said that if the student does not want her friend to be in danger, she should stop the car and give them the keys. The hero's friend was at a loss. She understood that losing the car would lead to a zombie attack, but at the same time, if she obeyed, she would lose the protection of her savior. That was why at this moment the beauty pondered, deciding to make the right decision. At that moment, Zhao Tianlei raised his hands and explained that they were getting out of the car, but they needed security guarantees. The blonde smiled, noting that there was no point in lying to the guys. The young man immediately ordered Cheng Yao to immediately park the car at the side of the road. The girl completely trusted the guy, so she did what he asked. The young man did not want to test the nerves of ill-wishers and began to slowly open the door. At this point, one of the opponents told the guys to step away from the car step by step. After a moment, he changed his mind and said that the boy could go with them. And as for the girl, she should stay with them. The terrified student stared wide-eyed because she didn't understand why she was being threatened. The other young man did not understand why they would create problems and why they should take a girl, because they already have enough of everything. But the opponent stated that Cheng Yao is quite attractive, so he wants her to ride with them. With tears in her eyes, the student turned to her friend, who had been walking ahead of her all this time. Zhao Tianlei didn't seem to have heard the entire conversation as he held his familiar's hand and walked forward. When he got out of the car, the ill-wisher gave his name and angrily stated that no one has the right to just take him away and ignore him. The ill-wisher immediately pointed his weapon at the hero and shouted that it was high time to punish the impudent boy. Zhao Tianlei wasn't going to put up with anything like this. He understood that his life was on the line, as well as the student's life, which was why he decisively slapped the villain's hand. Snatching the gun from him, the young man pointed it at the bandit while remaining silent. The guy's gaze was as stern as ever. He knew that from the very beginning these people were up to something bad, and therefore they couldn't just let them go. At the same time, the villain was complaining that he was hurt badly enough, considering it unfair. Having plucked up the courage, our hero focused on the opponents, assessing whether someone was going to shoot and for what exactly. At the same time, one of the henchmen, realizing that his comrade was wounded, went to the guys, shouting that now they will take revenge, although they initially did not want to cause harm. Cheng Yao was terrified, shouting at the young man to be as careful as possible, knowing that these people would stop at nothing. A second later, the blonde realized that her boyfriend was incapacitated. As he was struck by a lightning strike, our hero was responsible not only for himself, but also for his friend, and therefore understood that it was necessary to act decisively. That is why after a moment the young man fired. But the bullet only knocked the weapon out of the hands of one of the opponents. For a moment, the stranger froze, realizing that the man standing across from them was not going to joke with them. The young man carefully watched as tears flowed down the beauty's cheeks, even though she was silent. Inwardly, he thought that since leading the virus evolution fluid, his reactions and speed had become much faster. Unexpectedly, the stranger explained that they were mistaken, asked not to kill them, and added that they had no other choice, so they agreed to follow the guys to the car. Zhao Tianlei mockingly pointed out that if the villains wanted women, then it was reasonable for someone else to send them to their deaths. The blonde again hinted that she was a weak woman and did not know what to do best in this situation. She added that she and her brother have always been really good people, just forced by that guy. But now it's all over with him, and they're free. Hugging our hero's leg, the girl said that if the young man forgives her and her brother, she will do anything for him that he wants. A student standing nearby remarked that she had never met such a shameless woman in her life. These words did not affect our hero in any way. The blonde, hearing Zhao Tianlei once again say that they could do anything for him, was overjoyed. She began to explain that an experienced woman is always more interesting for a man, and therefore she will make sure that the guy does not need anything. Smiling, our hero promised that he would not touch them, and even more so would not kill them. Hearing the conversation, Cheng Yao became indignant, not understanding what was going on with her comrade. However, the guy calmly noted that he would not kill anyone, but he would no longer provide assistance. He held the student's hand and explained that the sound of the gunshot must have attracted a lot of zombies to this place. Probably all of them are already on their way, so it's better for the villains to stay here and wait for the monsters to come. You can also watch what happens. Hearing this, the blonde carefully looked after the guys who were walking without turning around. Only a few minutes passed, and our heroes were already in the car and heading towards the city. The stranger felt that she had been deceived, but at the same time, she could not influence the situation in any way. The worst part was that the zombies were already gathering behind them. It was difficult to calculate the number of them, but they all looked dangerous and really posed a threat. Realizing that the monsters were close, the girl began to scream and call for help. At the same time, the zombies were happy that a new batch of humans was nearby. The boys kept moving, none of them daring to break the tense silence. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei asked the female student if he really scared her. He explained that he had planned to kill these people only because there was no other way out at that moment, and if he hadn't done so, they would most likely have died. The young man said that he understands that the girl is afraid, but now she will face this every day, so she needs to be brave. The beauty explained that she does not blame the young man, just not used to the horror that zombies create, and people are even more disgusting. She added with a smile that the guy should know that she will become strong and will not become a burden for him. He knew it would be like this, so he just smiled softly. The beauty thought to herself that our hero does not know that she was not afraid because she saw how the guy deals with those villains. It was just that back then, she was all alone in the library, everyone had turned their backs on her, and her biggest fear was not to die in the night or become a victim of zombies. After that incident, the girl met Zhao Tianlei, so she wants to be useful, wants to be needed, and just wants to live a peaceful and happy life. Suddenly, the beauty's thoughts went in a different direction, and so she hit the brake and abruptly turned to her passenger. The reason was that right in front of the guys, there were a large number of cars that were randomly parked. The young man suggested that traffic in the city is paralyzed, and this is due to the fact that people for some reason abandoned their own cars. The center of the metropolis was very close, and therefore it was possible to reach it on foot. There wasn't a soul around, but that was what scared the girl the most, who thought that maybe ghosts were starting to appear in this city. Smiling, the guy began to joke, and then noted that he would not mind meeting at least someone new. He added that the student seemed to think ghosts were a little cuter than zombies, although Cheng Yao said it was probably the opposite. After a moment, the beauty's eyes widened at what she saw in front of her. Clinging to her companion, the girl screamed that she was literally scared when she saw the ghosts. As for our hero, there was actually a creature right in front of him, but this creature turned out to be a black cat. Realizing that nothing terrible had happened, the girl began to justify herself, saying that she had misunderstood everything. In turn, the guy noted that he was afraid because she was afraid. But after a moment, Zhao Tianlei also became alert, although this time it wasn't because of the cat. The young man explained that he thought it was the sound of zombies in the alley. To check, the young people hid behind the car and carefully peeked out from behind it. While the young man was explaining his theory, his friend said that if it was a group of zombies, they should be visible. But the city was unusually quiet. Suddenly jumping up from his seat, our hero grabbed the girl by the hand and told her to follow him. Inwardly, he thought that his ears were now more sensitive, and if he wasn't mistaken, then the monsters should be ahead. The only thing that could attract such a huge number of zombies was the presence of humans or other creatures in this place. Zhao Tianlei's instincts didn't fail him, as there was actually a large group of zombies gathered in front of one of the creatures. All of them were as angry and furious as possible and were trying to break in. The guys inside shouted that they could no longer hold the doors, and at the same time reported that it was necessary to fix not only the doors, but also the windows as best as possible. Our heroes tried to keep as safe a distance as possible, and therefore only looked around the corner. The girl said with horror that she could not imagine that somewhere she would meet such a large number of monsters. There was a window not far from them, and from there you could see what was going on inside. At that moment, a stranger was telling her brother that she was very ill, and therefore she wanted to know what would happen to her next. The young man tried to cheer up the girl somehow, saying that everything is not so bad. Moreover, when they leave the building, he will call a doctor, and she will definitely be cured. However, the people inside said that this girl was bitten by zombies, and therefore it is best to take her outside. Otherwise, others will suffer. And they added that if a guy doesn't want to die with his sister, he should make the right choice, because they are all connected. Our heroes were closely watching what was happening, but they were not going to interfere. A minute later, the girl approached the young man and noted that his sister was infected, and therefore she would soon turn into a zombie herself. The young man said that no one has the right to say such a thing. This is his sister, and he cannot leave her. The men who were in the audience insisted on their own, explaining that everyone faced an unpleasant story. They saw their relatives kill their relatives and then turn into zombies. The girl noted that the young man should decide to kill his sister, as she is about to turn into a zombie and destroy everyone. The young man said that it was dishonorable to say such a thing after his sister saved a girl who was almost bitten by a monster. And he added that she had always liked the girl, so she didn't dare say anything like that. But the girl persisted, thinking only of herself. She noted that she didn't owe anyone anything because she didn't force anyone to save her, and it had already happened as it happened. Leaving, the beauty added that from now on she has nothing to do with either the young man or his sister, and it is not necessary to involve her in this story. The unfortunate woman, hearing this conversation, turned to her brother and said that they do not need to argue with people, let them do what they see fit. The girl explained that she did not want to become an ugly zombie, and therefore let everything be as it was decided, People around them began to gossip that the wounded woman herself was asking for help to free herself, and therefore they should fulfill her request. The men who heard the whole story said that if the young man didn't give up his sister, they would destroy him. The guy who was calm and peaceful before now switched to shouting, continuing to defend his rights. Suddenly, a big man walked over to the young man, saying that he would definitely not be happy there. After that, a fight broke out, although it was difficult to say who could win the championship in it. Many who were there were afraid of the whole situation, realizing that conflicts will not lead to anything good. Lian Lan, in turn, said that you should be as careful as possible, since the guy does not have martial arts skills, and therefore it is not so easy to defeat him. Other strangers said that in this case, it is best to tie the guy altogether, so as not to create unnecessary problems for yourself. Cheng Yao, seeing what was going on inside, said with sadness in her voice that that girl was saved at the cost of her own life. And now she is acting as if it wasn't her who was saved, but as if it was her who saved someone. And then she told her companion that for the sake of such people, you can never risk anything. Smiling, our hero noted that the student is absolutely right. None of them deserves to be saved, except for one single person. However, the beauty still didn't understand who she was talking about, saying that she understood her brother's feelings. But his sister was bitten, and if she dragged on, she would turn into a zombie and destroy everyone. The young man noted that the others are selfish and think only of themselves, while that guy protects his loved ones. Such people, although stubborn but very emotional and ready to save a dear person at any cost, are the best of those who can become a reliable companion for them. The girl looked at her friend carefully, not understanding what he had just said. Zhao Tianlei explained that the world has changed, and in such troubled times they will have to face more than just zombies. In order to protect dear people from other people, the young man alone will not be able to cope, so he actively searches for survivors, hoping to find useful talents among them, gather his team, and fight together with this world in its last days. It was only now that she realized why her friend had been trying to help someone all along the way, even though up until that moment she had thought it was all out of kindness. At the same time, as he continued to fight his opponents, the young man in the hall shouted that if anyone touched his sister, he would kill them all. One of the guys running towards the young man said that it was time for him to close his mouth a long time ago. Grabbing the axe, the ill-wisher said that he would first deal with his sister, and only then return to his brother. There wasn't a single person in the crowd who stood up for the girl lying on the ground. In turn, the unfortunate woman was crying and looking intently at her brother, who was at the opposite end of the room. Ill-wishers carefully examined the girl and menacingly told the people standing next to her to kill her. The crowd immediately picked up the phrase and started chanting it, calling on the men to commit a crime. At this moment, the young man himself began to cry, shouting that his sister should not be touched. However, the criminal didn't seem to care, because he knew what he wanted and was going to do it at all costs. Suddenly, everyone in the audience heard the sound of broken glass, and then turned their heads in the direction where the window was located. While holding the axe, Zhao Tianlei calmly noted that this place was the most disgusting place he had ever seen. At that moment, the people inside turned their attention to the guy and started shouting that someone had heard them and had come to rescue them. It turned out that everyone in the audience had quickly forgotten what they had been planning to do a few minutes ago, and now they were holding out their hands, begging again and again to be dragged out of here. Watching all these people, our heroes realized that there were too many of them, and he could only save one. The crowd raised their heads and looked carefully at the children, not understanding why they were going to save only one. The elderly man immediately began to say that he was the president of a well-known company, and that if he was saved, he would pay back handsomely. The girl standing next to him claimed that she was young and it was necessary to save her. A moment later, the two who had seemed at one until recently were already arguing over which of them had the right to be saved. The young people watching from the window were just waiting for everyone to calm down and stop their arguments. Suddenly, the young man turned to the unfortunate guy and asked if it was true that the guy's name was Li Xiaoyang. The young man, who had already raised his sister, admitted that this was indeed the case. The disputants, hearing that no one was showing any interest in them, immediately fell silent and turned their eyes to the children, wanting to hear more about what was going to be discussed next. Li Xiaoyang looked at the student carefully and asked why the student had asked for his name. Suddenly, one of the captives started shouting that Zhao Tianlei was probably crazy, because he didn't understand that the man's sister had been bitten by a zombie and would soon turn into a monster herself. However, the young man calmly replied that he knew about it, but he wasn't afraid, because those monsters that are outside are much more dangerous. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the young man, asking if he would go with them. Taking his sister in his arms, the boy firmly said that there was nothing to even think about, because he was definitely getting out of here. As for our hero, he told the audience that as soon as he pulled out the guy and his sister, he would not cut the rope so that everyone could try to get out. But at the same time, he warned that if anyone dared to grab it ahead of time, he would immediately cut the rope, and then no one would have a chance to even try to escape. At that moment, Lian Lan approached the guy and started apologizing to him, explaining that she was very scared and therefore did not understand what she was saying and how it sounded from the outside. She immediately added that the young man probably knows how important his younger sister is to her, which is why she was so worried about her. But at the same time, she could not calmly watch how the girl gradually turns into a zombie. The beauty told him again and again that she loved him very much, and that it had always been so, from the very beginning. However, Li Xiaoyang said in a cold and detached tone that from now on, they were complete strangers to each other, and there was nothing in common between them anymore. After a moment, he added that she had made her own choice, and therefore there was simply no one to blame for what had happened. Very little time has passed, and our heroes have already managed to pull the unfortunate girl up, away from the dangerous place. After that, Zhao Tianlei raised his hand and shouted to his acquaintance that it was now his turn to get out. The young man wanted to help the young man, but he noted that he could get out on his own and did not need support. Smiling, the student noticed that the person standing in front of him really has a very strong character, and at the same time stressed that there is nothing wrong with this. Suddenly, the children noticed the infected girl, who was sitting on the ground and looked increasingly weak and exhausted. Li Xiaoyang immediately rushed to her side, trying to figure out how to help her and if there was any way to save her. Our hero, in a quiet and restrained tone, told his friends that all signs indicate that this girl will turn into a zombie in the very near future. The terrified Cheng Yao immediately started asking what they could do in such a situation, and if there was any way out. The siblings heard this conversation, so they turned their heads in their direction but chose not to say anything. Li Xiaoyang, taking his sister in his arms, said that he was not going to make her a burden for anyone, and therefore he would carry the girl himself. Our hero explained that he spent a lot of effort to save these people, but never heard a single word of gratitude, which made them look heartless in his eyes. He also added that there are too many zombies around, so young people will still not be able to go far, even if they really want to. The boy stared straight ahead, his eyes filled with both sadness and the realization that he couldn't handle this alone. After a moment, Zhao Tianlei offered to go with them, saying that he knew of a relatively safe place. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately agreed, as there was simply nowhere for him to go. Sitting in the barn, the brunette quietly told her brother that she was feeling worse and worse by the minute. Hugging her, the young man promised that very soon he would take her to the doctor, where they would definitely be able to help her. After hearing this, Cheng Yao turned to the guy and said that all this is not true and there is no point in deceiving ourselves, since there is no medicine that can return a zombie back to a person. Li Xiaoyang didn't want to hear anything like this, so he continued to press his point, claiming that everything would be fine anyway. As for our hero, he also realized the complexity of what was happening and understood that the girl looks extremely weak, and even with the help of medication, it is not a fact that she could become a normal person again. At the same time, he didn't want to ruin the hopes of the person in front of him. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tianlei stated that if the young man still wanted to end his sister's suffering, there was only one way. With hopeful eyes, Li Xiaoyang looked at his new acquaintance, asking what exactly this method was. Zhao Tianlei walked over and passed the axe to the guy, explaining that this method is to kill the girl. The unfortunate man looked at the axe with horror and did not believe until the last moment that the person standing in front of him could offer something like this. That's why he said that these people are just like everyone else and just want his sister to disappear. Immediately, he shouted that even if his sister became a zombie, he still wouldn't let anyone hurt her and wouldn't give her up to anyone to be killed. Cheng Yao knew that everything that was happening was absurd, so she loudly said that the young man should finally face the truth. At this point, the brunette herself began to address her brother. In a low voice, she said that these people were actually very nice, and there was no point in arguing with them. The young man himself knew in his heart that his sister was about to turn into a zombie. The girl said that she did not want to become one of these ugly monsters and therefore asked to kill her before she hurt anyone. Starting to cry, the unfortunate woman admitted that this is her biggest request, and her brother must fulfill it. After these words, the guy literally got hysterical. He kept repeating that he couldn't let his sister just leave like that. Turning to our hero, the sister of his new friend asked the young man about something. She said that her brother looks a little fierce, but he is a good person. He is a little stupid and impulsive, often inexplicably fights with people, for which he was injured a lot. She had stopped him before, but now that she was gone, she wanted Zhao Tianlei to take care of him. The student smiled slightly and said in a soft tone that the girl might not care at all about this because he wouldn't let the guy do anything stupid. After that, the brunette turned to her brother again and said that he simply had to find a normal girl with whom he could go through life and travel the world, as they had planned. Despite the fact that the young man promised all this in words, his sister wanted everything to be fixed with her little fingers. The young girl continued to cry despite this, and said that he does everything as she wants. That was why, after a moment, their fingers intertwined, which looked naive enough. After which, the beauty smiled, closed her eyes, and bowed her head. These gestures moved Li Xiaoyang so much that he started crying again. The boys watched the whole scene carefully, but decided that it was best for them not to interfere. Although in the next instant, something terrible and amiss began to happen to the brunette. The young man grabbed his sister and started shaking her, asking what had happened to her. Opening her eyes wide in surprise, Cheng Yao shouted that the girl was either turning into a zombie or had already turned into one. Passing the axe to the guy, our hero said that the young man already understood what this would all lead to, and therefore right now he must make his choice. After a moment, everyone in the audience noticed that the girl who had been a stranger's sister until recently now looked as terrifying and scary as possible. As for Li Xiaoyang, he had picked up an axe, but he was looking in front of him with a sad expression. Suddenly, the young man threw the gun on the ground and drove off in the other direction. Covering his head with his hands, he shouted that he simply could not raise his hand to his sister. This is a native person for him. Zhao Tianlei, realizing that the situation was taking a dangerous turn, immediately rushed towards the monster. The student ran up to the zombie with lightning speed and hit it hard. My brother looked on in horror, staying where he was. Our hero understood that what he did was a necessary measure, although not the most pleasant, and therefore asked for forgiveness from his friend. It was a good thing that there was already a lot of time, and the young people were already standing, carefully watching the bonfire, which was a tribute to the deceased girl. Li Xiaoyang carefully looked around, as if he couldn't see anything around him at that moment. Suddenly, he raised his hand and told his sister not to worry, because his brother would do everything possible to live. And as long as he lives, he will go and march through the world to fulfill his sister's wish. Suddenly, the young man asked if he could do it. He turned his head and asked if he could follow the boys. Zhao Tianlei replied in a soft tone that this decision was not even up for discussion. It was the wish of the young man's sister. Reaching out to him, our hero added that he was still glad to see them, no matter what. The boy was staring intently in front of him, but it was hard to tell from the expression on his face. Despite this, he not only extended his hand, but also shook it firmly. Entering the apartment, our hero said that in fact this is a very good place, and therefore for tonight they will stay here. And he added that the room has all the amenities, including a toilet and even a shower. After which, Li Xiaoyang carefully looked around and told him to take things and not stand in the aisle, but go into the room. Sitting down on the couch, the guy timidly noted that they had already been together for several hours, and he still did not know the guys. Our hero explained in detail that they were students of the Chinese Business College, and immediately gave his name and the name of his friend. The young man smiled and added that he was older than their new acquaintance, so you can just call him by his first name. Suddenly, Cheng Yao also spoke up and asked the young man to tell her a little bit about himself so that they would understand who he was. She wondered how the young man could have met Li Lan, who just used her and betrayed her at the first opportunity. Li Xiaoyang said that he was born in a rural family. His parents died early, so he only had brothers and sisters. And because he studied martial arts, he decided to become stronger, to be a master, to feed his younger brother and sister. As for his girlfriend, she was introduced by relatives, and the strange thing was that the beauty was from a well-off family. Despite this, she was hanging out with a man like him. That day, the three of them went to the park for a walk, but the zombie outbreak started. While running away, Li Lan fell down, and his little sister protected her with her body, resulting in her being bitten by the zombie. With anger in her voice, the girl shouted that Lan deserved to be bitten by zombies, and then she added that a young man should not doubt himself, because sooner or later in his life there will be a girl who will love him for all the good qualities that he has. It turned out that the guy was not used to such communication, and therefore he looked at the student in surprise. Suddenly, the beauty clung to our hero, saying that the young man should not allow himself anything since she already has her cute Zhao Tianlei. Perhaps this conversation would have continued for a long time, but after a minute he told his companions that he heard some sounds. The girl noted that this is strange because it seems to her that there is complete silence around. The student came as close as possible to one of the doors, but was silent. He did not know how to explain to his friends that his hearing was sharpened. At this time, zombies roamed the building in search of new victims. The guys were scared, but they were struck by where the monsters could come from in this place because they checked the hotel several times. Moreover, the iron gate was closed, and therefore these entities could not break through. But Zhao Tianlei explained that the zombies probably came earlier and hid in one of the rooms where they were simply not noticed. And then, emphatically, he said that they needed to deal with these entities. The young man carefully looked at his new acquaintance and did not believe that it was possible to cope with the zombies somehow. Going out to hunt, the young man did not forget to take his axe, noting that they are men, and therefore must deal with this small group of monsters. At the same time, the zombies heard that someone was in front of them, so they stopped. Our heroes also stopped and told each other that the enemies were right in front of them. Zhao Tianlei wasn't going to wait to be attacked, and he was the first to strike. Suddenly, the young man noticed that he had been given one experience point. Inwardly, he thought that somehow he could see an increase in experience, as if he was living and playing an online game. Moreover, it felt like he could destroy zombies, of course, knowing that the power of evolution had given him a lot. It turned out that Li Xiaoyang, who was swinging the bat as hard as he could, had also joined in. In the next second, the guy saw a girl in front of him who was carefully looking at him. This greatly frightened the young man, who shouted that he was seeing his dead sister. Despite this, the brunette was no longer human, so she quickly ran up to the unfortunate woman and tried to bite her. Grabbing the monster by the neck, the young man tried to pull it back, but it was as difficult as possible. The young man lay on the floor and screamed. Realizing that the zombie was about to bite him, realizing that the guy was standing on the edge of danger, our hero shouted at him to attack the zombies and not hesitate. The difficulty lay in the fact that other relatives were already running to help the monster. Cheng Yao watched from the side and screamed in horror at the guys to be as careful as possible. As for Zhao Tianlei, he was doing an excellent job, not to mention a friend. In turn, the zombies were not going to give up, and therefore carefully looked at the girl. The beauty realized that she was in the field of view, and therefore she was terrified of what to do next. And as soon as the door slammed behind her, zombies were already running towards her, shouting for her to open the way immediately. At that moment, the students shouted to their comrade to immediately kill the creature that was threatening his life. Closing his eyes, the guy did not explain that it was very difficult for him to do this. Zhao Tianlei knew that if he didn't do something right now, his friend would die on the spot. So he began to fight off the attack more actively. And this had an effect, because in a minute almost all the zombies were lying on the floor. However, this didn't apply to the zombie girl, who kept inconveniencing Li Xiaoyang and was about to bite him. However, our hero, standing on the sidelines, said that his friend knows that he has someone to rely on, and therefore nothing is done with this zombie. And if so, what is the use of it at all? After looking at the young man again, Cheng Yao said that they had had a rough day, so it was time to go and get some sleep. The beauty was worried about Li Xiaoyang, but our hero noted that there is no point in worrying apparently. Their new acquaintance wants to meet his sister and will just do it. Most likely, she is not waiting for her brother, since he managed to make her many promises. In the next instant, Li Xiaoyang found the strength to hit the zombie. Moreover, the impact was so strong that the monster flew to the side for several meters. The guys who hadn't left yet were carefully watching everything that was happening in the corridor. However, the battle wasn't as simple as many might think, because the entity wasn't going to give up. So it seemed to the young man, who knew that he had to finish the job. That is why the young man found the strength and once again struck a crushing blow. Then he turned around and ran back towards the zombies, realizing that they needed to be dealt with once and for all. The guy looked at what was happening, and he did not like it all. Despite this, he was not able to stop. There was a rage in the young man's eyes that had never been there before. The guys saw what was happening, but as before, they were not going to do anything. Zhao Tianlei only thought that the man's strength was so great that he could easily smash the zombie's head apart. The young man approached his companion and told him to end the battle because the monster had already been destroyed. And in the next second, the young man turned around and was about to hit our hero. Thanks to his lightning-fast reactions, the student managed to intercept his fist. With anger in his voice, Zhao Tianlei asked what was going on with his comrade. Was he already attacking people? But the guy shouted that he needed help. Despite this, the guys just stood there and looked at him in silence. Our hero did not like this behavior, so he said in a cold tone that if he had not helped the guy earlier, he would have died in the supermarket. There was a moment's silence, though the young man was glaring at his friend rather viciously. The latter, in turn, said that he risked his life and saved a stranger to help him fight, and he is not even able to protect himself. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyang immediately began to justify herself, saying that she could not say anything like a wolf. That is why our hero interrupted her again and said that it was about the fact that once a person has become a zombie, it is no longer a person, and if you do not kill him, he will bite you. The only reason there was no help was that the young man wanted the new acquaintances to change themselves. If his sister died, nothing could be done about it. Everyone else would just become zombies. At the same time, a girl joined in, who noted that the young man's sister did not want him to waste his life and, moreover, worry about monsters. Looking down, Li Xiaoyang admitted that he was too impulsive, and therefore misunderstood the guys. He bowed and said that the students had saved his life today, so he should be grateful for that. And he added that from today on, he would like our hero to be like an older brother to him. He paused for a moment, then remarked that he needed to make sure that he would follow them in the future and get a little tougher so that they wouldn't be in danger. Putting his hand on the student's shoulder, he told his friend that this was the most important thing, not to disappoint his sister. For the first time in the whole evening, the young man felt calm and said that the guys had done a lot for him. The next day, it was reported on all channels that bases for survivors had already been set up, each of which was protected by the army and provided with sufficient food. Moreover, one base could accommodate at least 100,000 people. Leaping up from his seat, Li Xiaoyang happily declared that the bases were already established, the location was known, and therefore it was possible to immediately go there. The girl confirmed this, saying that one of the directions was indicated by her friend, and asked why he looked upset. Zhao Tianlei said in a cold tone that he thought it was a good idea before, but he didn't think about the potential danger back then. The beauty had no idea what the young man meant by this, so she asked again. The young man replied that there are about 100 million people living in Yuzhou, and even if a tenth of them survived and there is only one base in the entire region, this is not a solution for so many people. You need to understand that this place cannot accommodate even 1 million people. So what should they do? These bases looked like a rescue platform for survivors. But once the population exceeded the limit, there would be serious problems. Those who came first have already formed their own groups and forces, and other people will not be allowed to go anywhere just like that. Because of this, chaos will begin. And what is even more important, the more people there are, the more material resources will be lacking, and then people will start to starve, and the army will not be able to cope with this. Listening to this story with horror, Li Xiaoyang recalled how his grandfather had told him that, in his time, the village was flooded, the safe road was destroyed, and then everyone was trapped. People didn't have anything to eat, and they started eating each other. The girl didn't know what the best course of action was, so she asked if they would go to the base. Our hero said that he didn't think it was a good idea, but he had to go, because Wu Bing probably heard the news and would hurry there. At the same time, you should not go to the base. You need to rely only on yourself and not trust everyone in a row. The companions of our hero listened attentively to him and did not even think to contradict him. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyang saw a ray of light that appeared right in front of him. The guys had no idea where this laser came from. After a moment, they decided that the light was coming from the creature opposite them. In order to make sure of this, the young people went to the window and began to look carefully inside. At this time, in the opposite building, a group of people shouted that someone was looking at them, so someone was there. Strangers again talked about how they were stuck and needed someone's help. Zhao Tianlei wanted to know what had happened to these people, but his acquaintance pointed out that the buildings were too far apart and they wouldn't be heard. At this moment, Li Xiaoyang decided to try to talk to them with gestures. No one argued with the young man, and he began to show something with his hands. From the outside, it looked rather strange, although the guys tried not to interfere. They just stood there, watching, hoping that they would be understood. At this time, those asking for help were trying to understand what the people opposite were doing and what was happening to them. Answering questions from friends about where the guy learned to wave his hands like that, he said that, most likely, on TV. Going to the back of the room, our hero summed up that it looks like the survivors were in that building, and therefore they all need to go there and see what is happening there. At that moment, someone came up to the guys who were standing at the window and waiting for help and asked what they were doing. It was Gu Weiping, who was the CEO of one of the largest companies. Happy young people explained that there is another building opposite the hotel, and they saw their guys who will definitely come and save them. The man also wanted to examine these strangers, so he took binoculars and began to focus. A minute later, Gu Weiping noticed that he didn't see anyone in the room, even though the guys kept insisting that there were teenagers in the room. Returning the binoculars, the disgruntled leader said that he was sure that someone from the army was there, and not ordinary students. 3 teenagers can't even protect themselves, let alone adults. A minute later, at the entrance, a girl said that she still believed that they could be saved. After that, she timidly called out the name of the boss, although she was in no hurry to say anything else. It was Zhen Binyan, who was one of the company's chairman. Everyone in the audience noticed the girl and immediately called her by her first name. Gu Weiping, who had been acting freely until recently, now bowed his head to the chairman, realizing that he was too impatient. The young man didn't want to apologize, but he had to. He added that they have not had food for 2 days. They are too hungry, and therefore not sure that someone will come to help. After that, Tong Shi spoke up, asking if it was true that the man was hungry. The secretary explained that after the chairman distributed the food evenly, she urged everyone to save money, and if someone finished all their food, you cannot risk other people to get more. Gu Weiping did not approve of such a statement and said that the secretary could not be so arrogant. After a moment, Zhen Binyan herself intervened, noting that the assistant was right. Moreover, it was currently unclear what was happening on the street, and therefore it was impossible to risk people. However, the man stood his ground and said that they still cannot sit still. The girl replied that if everything goes well, she believes that the state will act and send a rescue team to search for survivors. Moreover, addressing all those gathered, the chairman asked everyone who will have a mobile connection to contact the military and ask for help. The leader explained that they must have faith in the government and in no case should they lose hope that they will be saved. Employees said among themselves that they believe their boss, and therefore would do whatever he or she said. Gu Weiping's angry expression showed that he didn't like the way people supported a woman at all. As he walked away, he kept hearing that the staff members were celebrating the chairman's excellent speech over and over again. After a moment, Zhen Binyan saw Mr. Yamada in front of her, so she called out his name. But the R&D director bluntly stated that he still wanted to give his opinion. The man came here at the invitation of the company to talk about cooperation, and therefore he wants to know how he can safely leave this place. Otherwise, he will file a lawsuit in court. Bowing, the boss said that she sincerely hoped to cooperate with the specialist, but no one expected such an unexpected outcome. She immediately added that she couldn't see Yamada off because it was extremely dangerous to go outside. Moreover, we are working on this issue, so we need to calm down, and the company will fully compensate for all losses due to this incident. Approaching the girl, Yamada expressed the hope that he would not be deceived after all. After contacting Gu Weiping, the supervisor asked him to take Mr. back to the office to rest. Not much time had passed, and the man was already asking the director to follow him. From the way the boss closed her eyes, it was clear that she didn't know what this was going to lead to. As she moved down the corridor, she considered her next move. In turn, the secretary asked if it was true that the chairman believes that the military will actually send someone here to save them. Closing her eyes, Zhen Binyan honestly admitted that she wasn't sure about this, but she didn't want to cause unnecessary panic among people either. Tong Shai immediately felt sad and noted that their food would only last for 2 days. The boss knew this herself, which is why she said that if this happens, she will have no other choice anyway. At this time, Yamada was sitting in the office, eating absolutely everything that came to hand. At the other end of the room, the CEO was standing there, just silent. He complained that he shouldn't have come to this place whenever he was in such trouble. Having broken away from food for a while, the man turned to the employee and asked why he still hadn't left yet. Gu Weiping timidly asked if he could take some of the food, and added that he hadn't eaten anything yet for several days. However, the director said that he had brought this food with him, and therefore he would eat it until the rescuers came for them. The man noted that the day before Yamada said that he had no food, so they shared the food with them. But now he has too much food. The fat man's eyes were burning. He was greedy, and therefore said that he did not understand the logic in this conversation. Moreover, he told the CEO to leave this place immediately, otherwise he would be thrown out by force. Lowering his head, the man slowly walked to the exit, realizing that there was no other option anyway. Suddenly, Gu Weiping was called out and stopped in his seat. Yamada brazenly said that if a man still wanted to eat some food, then he had to fulfill one small request. The employee smiled and said that he could do almost anything. Continuing to eat his food supplies, the director admitted that he was not up to this company at all. He came for the sake of the chairman. The fact is that he had never met such a beautiful and attractive woman before, so if the CEO can bring her here to the office, then the trouble will be his. However, when the man heard about this, he was afraid and said that Jen Binyan was his boss. So if he lured her into a trap, then his career would be in jeopardy. When the director heard about this, he started laughing and said that the end of their country had already come, so there was nothing to be afraid of. And he added that this woman does not consider a man at all. Moreover, even her secretary talks to him like garbage. Is it possible that a person who values himself is going to continue working in such a company? Yamada smiled and added that he gave his word of honor that if the employee did not fulfill his part of the deal, he would take him to his company and appoint him as a director there. And again, after a little hesitation, she said that their girls were also very beautiful. With calmness in his voice, Gu Weiping timidly said that he agreed. He went on to say that he really hoped that Mr. Yamada would not deceive or let him down after all. The fat man didn't say anything. He just sat there and smiled. Although after a moment he threw a piece of loaf to the man and said that he always keeps his word. The employee was looking at the bread carefully, but he also decided not to say anything. At this time, our heroes were walking along the hall, and they did it so that no one would see or hear them. Li Xiaoyang suggested that most likely all the zombies have left this building, but people still continue to be afraid to come out of it. But in the next instant, as before, our hero stopped for a moment. Turning his head, he said that they shouldn't worry because there are at least 20 zombies on this floor, and there are significantly more on the floor above. Hearing about this, the girl immediately began to compliment her friend about the fact that he has excellent hearing. Turning his head, he saw the statues holding swords in their hands. Taking one of them, Zhao Tianlei told his companion to catch the weapon. The startled young man noticed that the sword was practically in his hand. The student explained that even though his friend is engaged in martial arts, but it is dangerous to fight zombies with bare hands, and such a blade will be just in time. The guy wasn't going to contradict him, and he liked the weapon. It was for this reason that within a second, he started twisting the sword in his own hands. Li Xiaoyang smiled and sincerely thanked his friend for the discovery. Suddenly, the girl shouted to the young people that the danger was very close. Looking ahead, she could see the monsters coming down the corridor, just like everyone else. Stepping forward, Zhao Tianlei loudly said that he would deal with this batch of zombies, while at the same time, the youth should protect their acquaintance. At the same time, Gu Weiping, who had no idea what was going on in the hall, knocked on the chairman's office. Surprised and a little scared at the same time, the girl also started asking about what had happened. The man did not immediately find an excuse because he said that there was some conversation. The secretary didn't like the man very much, so she openly asked what the director wanted to discuss with her boss. The man was looking at her intently, anger in his eyes, and he was trying to control himself. And within a minute, she told him that they didn't have enough food, so he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold out until the rescuers arrived. That's why he and Mr. Yamada worked out a rescue plan, but he didn't discuss it. Once again, the secretary intervened, explaining that the man was rather strange, and therefore it was best not to be alone with him. Gu Weiping was getting angrier by the minute, and he knew that his plan was in question. Jen Binyan, despite her assistant's words, stood up and asked about the plan that had been created. The CEO started to get out of it and came up with the idea that they didn't know if this plan would be a good one, but they still didn't have another one. But it was worth discussing. He immediately added that if Tongxi was worried about his supervisor, then the two of them could go to the esteemed Mister's office together. The secretary was looking at her boss carefully, her eyes filled with concern, but she was in no hurry to talk about it. Although in the next instant, the chairwoman said that in a matter of such importance, they would agree to everything. At this very moment, our heroes, in order to get to the upper floors, were coping with zombies. The most interesting thing is that this time, Li Xiaoyang put in the most effort, who mercilessly dealt with everyone who was in his way. The guys happily noted that if you compare this person now and the day before, you get the impression that he seemed to have been reborn. However, the guy with a smile on his face said that the whole reason is not in him, but in the weapon that he had. As Cheng Yao walked down the corridor, she told the kids that there was an elevator as well as a staircase. Although Zhao Tianlei explained that the electricity is currently unstable, so no one knows if the elevator will be able to reach the top floor. Hearing about this, the girl nervously said that if they did, they would have to go up the stairs, which is no less dangerous, considering that there might be even more zombies. Looking at the ventilation shaft, the guy happily stated that they had better start with it, since it was the easiest and safest way. Time was running out, so there was a need to hurry, which was why the chairman and her secretary went to Yamada's office. After opening the doors, the CEO announced that they had already arrived. There was joy in the man's eyes, but at the same time, it seemed that he didn't believe that such a thing was even possible. In turn, the women were watching this mister closely. Sitting in his chair, Yamada greeted the guests in his office, saying that he was glad to see them. But instead of answering, the two girls looked at each other suspiciously. Jen Binyan was used to being friendly, so she turned to her guest and asked if it was true that he had a plan to save them. The director did not immediately understand what was being said, but after a few minutes he realized that he had to play along. But Tongxi didn't listen to the man's speech. instead carefully looking at the table where the food bags were piled up in large numbers. The outraged secretary turned to the man and said that he had not previously told anyone that he had such a large amount of food. Scratching his head, Yamada said that he hadn't thought about it at all before, but he accidentally steamed in the suitcase and found food there. The girl did not like this treatment, and therefore she began to shout, saying that there were hungry people below and their guest was just overeating and was not even going to share bread. The supervisor has already crossed eyes with her assistant and said that there is no point in talking about what happened earlier. At this time, Mr. himself spoke up and asked if it was true that girls eat a small piece of bread. And, hugging the head, he added that he would be happy to share the food with the chairman. The secretary saw what was going on, but she didn't like their guest's behavior. Now Zhen Bingyan didn't like it either, as she asked the man what he was doing. However, Yamada could see that he just wanted to get paid for the food he was going to give the girls. Falling on the couches, the chairwoman had already begun to scream, realizing that there was little she could do in this situation. Yamada talked about how he had been thinking about the girl for too long, and was also waiting for the right moment. However, the difficulty was that there was a secretary nearby, who immediately went to the ill-wisher and shouted that he immediately let go of her friend. But Tongxi wasn't able to run far as she was met by the CEO, who hit her hard. Looking at her colleague, the girl could not understand how he could decide to do such a thing. And the man, with anger in his voice, continued to say that everything was only the secretary's fault. And if it wasn't for her, everything would have been completely different. It was the women who referred to Gu Weiping as some trash. However, she claimed that their dominance would end because they would pay for everything. Yamada watched the CEO leave, followed by the CEO saying that he had done a great job. At this time, the fat man's acquaintances were standing in a corner and just laughing at everything that was happening. In turn, Zhen Binyan shouted as loudly as she could and asked for at least someone to hear her. Although the villain said that he ordered all employees to gather in the conference room, which is located at the other end of the corridor, and therefore no one will hear her anyway, at that moment our heroes fell out of the ventilation shaft with a crash, blaming each other for barely being able to fit in there. Xiao Tianlei, lying on the floor, tried to figure out where he was after all. A moment later, he saw a strange man about to hit the girl. There was an awkward pause in the room for a moment, as everyone tried to figure out who these teenagers were. The two guys immediately understood what was going on there, and therefore began to apologize, saying that they did not want to interfere at all. Our heroes guessed everything, and therefore declared that this is not at all what it might seem at first glance. The secretary immediately confirmed this, and therefore turning to the guys, asked them to help them with at least something. Yamada was angry at the boys for showing up at the wrong time, and started yelling at them to leave not only the office but the building as well. The young man, looking at the fat man, said in an icy tone that, judging by the city, he didn't live in China at all. Cheng Yao, who was angry, shouted that the world was in chaos, even though people could still think of the worst things. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaoyang snatched up his sword and threatened that he would destroy both men for such actions. The terrified CEO, as well as the fat man's assistants, watched what was going to happen next. Even so, the young man had already started swinging his sword, showing that it wasn't all a joke to him. Yamada immediately took up a defensive stance, even though it was clear that he wouldn't be able to withstand the sharp blade. As for the guy, he noted to himself that this fat man probably studied martial arts because he is very agile. Without wasting any time, the secretary immediately ran to her boss and started asking her how she was feeling. At the same time, the director said that it seems that before him they know what Kung Fu is, and therefore they want to check what makes the martial art seem better. And he added that if a real warrior is in front of him, then he will throw away his weapon and fight with his bare hands. Li Xiaoyang told his opponent that his bare hands were enough to defeat such a bad person. The ill-wisher shouted that he was not afraid of anything anyway, because he was confident in his own abilities. The guy also felt confident, although he knew that he might have to tinker a little. The fat man didn't want to wait to be attacked, so he started attacking first. The young man knew what he was up to, so he immediately intercepted the blow. Worried about her friend, Cheng Yao asked our hero if he needed help there, but he replied that he could do it perfectly well on his own. And then he added that the most important thing is to believe in him and not belittle his merits. And in fact, it turned out that the young man knows perfectly well what to do in the future. He carried himself confidently and defended, and was also able to attack. Yamada, whose eyes were full of anger, also knew this, but he couldn't manage to land even one serious blow. Whatever the opponent did, the young man parried at the highest level. The audience saw that the fight was not easy, but none of the opponents were going to give up the slack. At some point, Li Xiaoyang realized that he was tired of everything, and therefore decided to defeat the opponent in order to finish it. It was already clear that the young man was somewhat stronger, because he managed not only to knock down the director but also to do it as quickly as possible. Yamada realized that everything wasn't going the way he imagined, and then he screamed loudly. Just a few minutes later, the ill-wisher was already lying on the ground, which indicated that he had lost. The guy arrogantly said that he boasted too much, but in fact his strength was just empty words. Crying, the man said that he gave up and accepted his defeat. A delighted Cheng Yao immediately started shouting to her friend that he did a great job, and did a great job. Although the young man wasn't in a hurry to relax, it turned out that he was still keeping his guard up. And it was the right thing to do because the next thing he knew, he was standing up and glaring at his opponent. Zhao Tianlei had no intention of joining the battle, although he wanted to help his comrade, so he shouted that he had to be extremely careful. Suddenly, the fat man pounced on the guy. In his hands was a knife, and therefore the situation did not bode well. The man was aggressive, clearly wanted to take revenge and show who he really is. Li Xiaoyang didn't think twice about what was happening. He just automatically defended himself. In the next moment, everyone in the audience noticed how the young man slapped his opponent across the face with all his might. The guy wanted to prove not so much to others as to himself that he was able to protect not only himself, but also other people. Suddenly, the young man threw Yamada with all his strength to the opposite end of the room. And it had an effect, because the fat man landed with a crash not far from where he got up from. With disdain in his voice, Cheng Yao noted that the fat man himself spoke of a fair fight, despite the fact that he hid a knife in his pocket so that he could use it in the most difficult moment. But it turned out that Li Xiaoyang was not bothered by all this. He just turned to our hero and thanked him for helping him find the right path. In turn, Zhao Tianlei calmly replied that it's not that, but the opponent himself. When it comes to a duel, you need to be as careful as possible. Employees ran into the room and started asking in fright what had happened there and if they needed any help. Gu Weiping, who was standing off to the side, was well aware that he would be next in line to pay the price. So he didn't wait to be noticed, and as he fell to his knees, he began to apologize to the chairman. The man said that it was not his fault, just the fat man forced him, and he did not dare to contradict. But it happened once and will not happen again. Tong Shi, who was standing as close to the CEO as possible, slapped him with all her might. The enraged girl angrily shouted at the employee, saying that he did the wrong thing. She noted that all this time the chairman trusted his subordinate and knew that he does everything not only for himself, but also for other people. However, in a critical situation, he completely forgot that they were a team and sold out for a piece of bread. The people working in the company, realizing what had happened, immediately approached the man and started shaking him by the shoulders, saying that he didn't dare to even be in this office, let alone something more serious. After that, the guys switched to the visiting director and started kicking him, noting that he could not even look at the chairman and behave with dignity. After a few minutes, when things had calmed down a bit, the secretary asked Zhen Binyan what she planned to do with these men. The boss immediately ordered them both to be tied up and locked in the back room. And when the rescuers came, they would hand these people over to the authorities. The fat man, realizing that he was going to be sent to a dark room, immediately began to apologize, saying that he just did something wrong. Zhao Tianlei, hearing that the ill-wisher was asking for forgiveness, said that now zombies rule the whole world, and the man simply has nowhere to go back. The young man wanted to say something else, but at that moment, two of the fat man's assistants came up to him and started to say something. This time, a friend of our hero could not stand it, who loudly shouted that one man was taken away from them, and therefore they immediately began to arrest another. Surprised, Li Xiaoyang immediately asked if this was true and how to deal with it. The leaders did not answer this question, but ordered the girls to be tied up and then locked in the conference room. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei turned to the principal, called her big sister, and added that they would decide what they should do next. When the secretary heard the name of the boss, she was immediately surprised and indignant at the same time. After a moment, Zhen Binyan herself got up from her seat and started asking who allowed the young man to call her big sister. The guys who were standing as close as possible were immediately confused, although they didn't say anything. After a while, sitting at the table and calming down, the secretary suggested that the young people drink at least some water. The staff standing in the hall were laughing and discussing that no one had the right to call Zhen Binyan big sister, because after doing so, one could immediately become this girl's enemies. However, our heroes honestly admitted that if not for them, the meeting with the fat man could have ended very badly. And therefore, instead of beating them, you could just say words of gratitude. But the girl had a completely different opinion, and she continued to insist that if the secretary had called for help in time, nothing would have happened to them. The guys agreed and said that they were not the saviors. They were left to blame and most likely should not have helped at all. With a smile on her face, Tong Xi noted that the chairman was furious, but she was still grateful for the rescue. Therefore, I noted that it is best to formally introduce ourselves to each other. Then she told them what their boss's name was, who she was, and what her personal name was. Suddenly, Cheng Yao asked if it was true that Zhen Binyan was a graduate of the Chinese Business Academy. Looking at the girl, she asked fearfully if it was true that they knew each other. A happy friend of our hero shouted that the director is famous, and everyone knows that within a year after graduating from the Business Academy, she created her own company, and now many students can train with her. Cheng Yao then shouted that she was a real fan of this girl. Zhao Tianlei also confidently said that it is not surprising that the company is developing, and noted the merits of its creator. And he said that last summer he came to their company for an interview and met all the requirements, but his application was rejected because he was wearing an old shirt. Everyone laughed at the fact that he was poor, and immediately after that they sent him home. After that, the girl said that maybe the interviewers were bad, but the guy already realized that the image of the employee is the face of the company. And if you want to apply, you need to come in decent clothes. The young man noted that, as it turned out, the most ordinary students studied with him, but only rich people were allowed, despite the fact that he had a high academic performance. The secretary admitted that Gu Weiping was in charge of the job openings, and it was rumored that he only selected well-to-do students. The young man, hearing this, added that if vacancies are only for the rich and not for the diligent, then you should not give false hopes to everyone else. Jen Binyan lowered her gaze, apologized for the misunderstanding, and assured that things would change in the future. Employees standing at the end of the hall began to shout that all this was in the past, and now the main thing is to survive. One of the men said that the signal in the building was turned off, and they could not contact the military, so they do not know what is happening outside and when help will come. Hearing this, our heroes looked at each other, although they didn't say anything. A moment later, Zhao Tianlei explained to the audience that there were zombies all over the world, so if anyone hoped to be saved by the military, it was better to give up on this idea. Although it was said that the government had sent rescue teams, they had been walking the streets for several days and had not seen a single team. Employees again actively discussed among themselves, saying that they still need to somehow get out and act. Our heroes admitted that there are many dangers in this building, and even if someone gets to the first floor, there is no guarantee that it will be safe on the street. The manager herself asked what to do in this case. The guy, after a little thought, noted that there is one way out. He added that they spent too much energy and now they want to eat and find a place to rest, because after eating, the brain works better. The young man seemed to have some sort of plan, so he honestly noted that now was the time for the chairman to show some sincerity. The boss carefully looked at the guests, although she did not understand what they wanted from her. Employees discussed among themselves that the guys who came can not only be brave, but also be able to really save everyone. Jen Binyan continued to insist that she only needed to rely on herself and asked the secretary to find other exits from the building. At this point, one of the employees asked if there was any food, as many people had not eaten for several days. The frightened girl stared at him intently and didn't know what to offer. Lowering her head, she tried to find the words, but she couldn't. The secretary quickly replied that all the food had been distributed, and the chair didn't want to create a panic, so she didn't tell anyone about it. Surprised employees looked at the girls carefully, realizing that they didn't know what to say. Another employee entered the room and said that he had brought food. All the food was on the table, and the guys noted that it looks quite appetizing. However, everything was not so simple, because the boss immediately realized that the backpack in the hands of a person belongs to the guests, and asked where he got it. The man happily said that he found the backpack when 3 people went to another room, took it, and brought it here. Jen Bingyan was displeased that someone was taking other people's things and ordered the bag to be returned immediately. Wang Zhen had a different opinion and stated that everyone is hungry, so they have the right to eat some food, especially since there is a lot of it. The girls objected that they should not do this, because the guys came to help. The employee explained that he had investigated the building and knew that the only way to get out was through the mines. After that, the girl asked why the chairman trusts these people so much. The young man added that if 3 teenagers can easily deal with zombies, why can't they do the same? The girls looked at each other, knowing that he was right about something. The guy went on to explain that when they went downstairs with their colleagues, they would meet up with everyone else if there was no problem. Colleagues immediately said that they were ready to go exploring, even if they were hungry, if it would help get out of the building. After that, the secretary told her boss that Wang Zhen was right, and it was worth trying this method, and if it didn't work out, then rely on new acquaintances. The girl looked carefully in front of her, as if she was considering her own decision. Unexpectedly, the manager noted that she was giving the go-ahead for such an operation, but warned that the guys should be extremely careful. Not much time had passed, and a group of young men were already opening the door leading to the ventilation shaft. Wang Jin knew that there might be zombies around, so he carefully looked around. The man was in no hurry to call the guys to get out as well, until he was sure that there was no one in the hall. Finally, the employee told his colleagues that he did not see any danger, and therefore they can now get out. The boys were pushing and shoving, angry at each other because they were barely able to fit in the narrow ventilation duct. Although in the next moment, the young people decided that it was best for them not to shout, because zombies always go to a loud sound, so they can be noticed. Wang Zhen smiled and said that most likely those intruders had deceived the chairman by saying that it was scary down there, even though there was really no one there. As he moved down the corridor, he reflected that they had no idea how long they were going to be in this building, so they needed some sort of plan. However, after a moment, everyone's nerves began to fail, because suddenly their feet were sticking to the floor. They looked around again, trying to figure out what kind of liquid was on the floor. The men knew that it was better to examine everything carefully than to regret later that they had been so inconsiderate. Looking around one of the corners, the company's employees found a zombie lying motionless on the ground. After a moment, the crowd immediately began to scream, although the elder tried to calm them down, suggesting that the creature might not be alive. Wang Zhen got as close to this entity as possible. Hearing the guys telling him to be careful, the man immediately said that the zombie has a crack on its head, and most likely it was killed by the 3 of them, with their swords that they swung everywhere. The guys thought a little and began to discuss that they had already seen this in films, and therefore most likely the zombie really died. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhen started smiling and shouting that he had found something interesting and valuable. Picking up a weighty bunch of keys, the employee told everyone that this bunch has keys to all the doors. But the joy was short-lived, because in the next instant, the zombie that everyone thought was dead grabbed the older man by the arm. The monster screamed angrily and loudly, wanting to show everyone that this was its territory. The man abruptly jumped to the side, shouted to his colleagues that they were wrong, so now they have to run for their lives. Although in the next moment, he said that they wouldn't run far anyway. It was best to hide and then deal with this entity and show such creatures that humans were much stronger than them. Wang Zhen immediately handed the keys to his colleague, who didn't immediately understand what it was for. At that moment, the monster was already heading in the direction of the guys, wanting to grab at least someone. Grabbing the first thing that came to hand, the man decided to hit the entity with this object. There was a rage in the employee's eyes that hadn't been there before, and it was clear that he was determined as much as possible. And it actually paid off because in a few seconds the zombie was lying on the ground. In turn, the children shouted, although they themselves did not understand why they were so scared. But they were amazed at what had happened. Even so, Wang Zhen knew that he had to destroy the enemy in order to be able to move freely around the building. Frightened young people asked if their colleague really managed to deal with this monster so easily and quickly. And in the next minute, realizing that this was true, they began to praise the man, saying that they always thought he was calm and timid. But it seemed that this was not the case at all. After that, the employee explained that young people themselves have seen that it is not so difficult to cope with zombies, especially when there are several people. And therefore, from now on, you can be confident in yourself. At this moment, our heroes carefully explored the building. They did not understand why no one thought to lock the entrance to the stairs so that the monsters could not move freely through it. Although our hero immediately suggested that the management of this company is quite stupid, but the simplest people suffer from this. Cheng Yao smiled and said that she understood that the guy was rejected during the interview, but now it doesn't matter at all. Moreover, the company's management understands many things perfectly, but she can't control absolutely everything. But the young man continued to insist that it was very important. At that time, he gave up 2 part-time jobs in order to fully concentrate on preparing for the interview. The one who went with him was even poorer. He had to work on a construction site because he was suspended from the university because of debts. As a result of working overtime, a young man tripped, fell from the top floor and became crippled. And now no one cares about this poor guy, and it is not clear who will help him for the rest of his life. The higher your position, the more responsibility you have, and therefore every word, every decision can affect someone else. The guys who listened to their friend said that he was really cool. The girl explained that the history teacher said that the difference between a hero and a leader is great. The hero fights and only unites people, convinces them to admire him and wish loyalty to the leader. As for our hero, she knew from the day they met that he had leadership qualities and could lead people in the right direction. However, at the same time, the beauty did not know whether this young man would stay with her in the future or not. Zhao Tianlei carefully looked at his acquaintances, even though he was in no hurry to answer her question. But the next minute he was patting her tail and telling her that she didn't know what she was saying. Then he added that both the guy and the girl are his teammates, and therefore they will always be together. Cheng Yao was pleased to hear all these words, but she noted that she would be even more pleased if the guy stopped fighting with the chairman and could find a common language with her. When they got back to their office, they immediately looked around and asked in unison where their backpack was. At this time, the boss was worried about her subordinates, who went to investigate, although the secretary said that they were smart people and therefore would not take any risks. Suddenly, the doors to the office opened, and young people entered the conference, who immediately asked where their backpack was located. The girl immediately drew the attention of her companions to the bags of food that were lying on the floor. The guys were immediately outraged, noting that no one told them that there was no food in the company. Instead, the employees viciously robbed the guests. Zhao Tianlei, who had been biased against his boss before, now wanted to find out from her why their bag was stolen and everything in it was taken away. The woman stared intently at the young man, not knowing what to say or how to explain. But Li Xiaoyang wasn't going to stay silent. Instead, he also started blaming everyone present for the meanness they had done in exchange for their help. At that moment, the receptionist intervened, explaining that she understood what they had done was wrong, but it was just a few packages of food. Moreover, they did not steal it, but simply took it. And again, the young man shouted that he was not an excellent student at school. But in every book it is written that you cannot take other people's things without asking, because it is theft. Tong Sai wanted to say something, but the chairman forbade her to answer. Instead, Zhen Binyan stood up from her seat and confessed that they were actually wrong, but their people had already set out, so it was possible that they would find supplies, and then there would be enough food for everyone. Zhao Tianlei asked in a cold tone, "Does the boss really think that these people will come?" He explained that they had spent less than half an hour on the first floor, and it had taken them an hour to get to the floor above, so he wanted to know how long the employees were out. However, the secretary herself noted that the men left more than 2 hours ago. At this time, the employees enjoyed eating hot noodles and did not worry about anything. They said that it was all delicious, and that it was all possible thanks to their friend Wang Zhen. Although the guys did not understand how the man knew that there were so many food stocks in this room, he explained that on the second floor there is a modeling agency. During the shows, the girls are forbidden to eat a lot, and therefore they hide the stove and food in this room and secretly eat from everyone. He had witnessed it himself several times when he passed by, but when he saw the bunch of keys, he remembered it. The colleague said that now the most important thing for them is to finish everything as quickly as possible and return to the others so that they do not worry. Although others did not quite understand why this should be done, because everyone can guess everything. But in this regard, opinions differed, because there were guys who believed that the chairman could not come up with a rescue plan. and therefore she would not understand that someone could find food. The men knew that it was best for them to follow Wang Zhen because he knew exactly what to do. And this man had helped them find food, so he could help them with the rest of it too. Realizing that this was actually a great idea, the young man quickly hurried to finish his portion. After a few minutes, everyone in the audience noted that they now had their own leader with whom they would act together. Wang Zhen proudly said that they had been colleagues for a long time, but now they were also good friends. So as long as they trusted him, he would treat everyone as brothers. Previously, everyone was just a worker, so they listened to the chairman, but now times have changed, so as long as they are together, they will be able to create their own personal business. But the conversation wasn't over, because the next minute someone started banging on the door. The team leader immediately reassured everyone, assuring that the zombies only look terrible. In fact, they are stupid, and therefore it will be very easy to deal with them. And, getting up from his seat, he asked everyone to take up weapons, saying that it was best to strike blows to the head. The men heard that the sounds coming from the other side of the door were getting stronger, so they prepared to defend themselves. They didn't have to wait long, because in the next instant, the monster easily knocked down the door. The zombie was in no hurry, so he carefully observed everyone gathered in the room. If up to this point, the company's employees considered themselves strong and capable of many things, then, at the sight of this monster, their determination greatly decreased. Talking to her boss, Tongxi assumed that their employees hadn't returned precisely because they still hadn't been able to find a way out. The chairman immediately replied that most likely the path is quite difficult, and therefore the guys did not stay long. But our heroes calmly stated that it is not so difficult to pass through the ventilation system, and therefore most likely the employees have already met zombies somewhere on their way. Hearing this, the secretary immediately shouted that in this case, the young people should save their people. Li Xiaoyang didn't like this attitude. He didn't understand why these people would first steal their food and now send them to rescue someone. But the girl said that if the guys consider themselves real men, then they must go to the rescue, although instead, they continue to remember what happened to their food. At the same time, our heroes realized that it was probably not possible for them to save the company's employees. Zhen Bingyan didn't know what they were talking about, so she asked if the guy was willing to help them or not. Folding his arms across his chest, the young man said in an arrogant tone that the manager should ask him to do this. Tongxi, who had always been on the side of her boss, angrily shouted about how the chairman shouldn't ask anyone. Spreading out his hands, the young man continued to note that the head of the company should understand that any service should be paid for. The secretary looked at Zhen Binyan carefully, even though she didn't know what she could advise her in this situation. At that moment, the supervisor asked if she personally requested it. Would Zhao Tianlei be able to find the missing people and help them if they were suddenly in trouble? The smiling guy was silent for a while, and then said that he wouldn't do it. The girl knew perfectly well that the guy wasn't playing a game with her, so she glared at him angrily. She went on to explain that he had previously said that humans weren't the enemy of zombies, but now he was forcing them to go out and fight them. The boss did not like this tone, and she said that the young man was just deceiving her and using her. Although the young man icily replied that he really just wants the supervisor to learn how to be a very ordinary person, Zhen Bingyan has always thought of herself as the best. So ordinary people don't mean anything to her. So she likes to order them around without thinking about what is behind all these orders. Now the world has become different, and therefore pride alone will not be able to save the current situation. A few minutes later, the guys were already leaving, and at the same time they heard the enraged head shouting something after them. Moving down the corridor, Cheng Yao suggested that they should help the company's employees who went out to look for groceries. However, our hero has said time and time again that he wants to teach the haughty girl a lesson, so that she will finally understand that if she continues to do this, her aura will never change. And then he added that the search took only a few people, and therefore it will not be difficult for them to help these people. Hearing these beautiful words, the student immediately threw herself on the neck of her friend and began to kiss him. Confused, Zhao Tianlei said that now was not the best time for such a thing. However, the beauty said that the guy should not think anything like that. This is the most common gratitude, and added that she loves him. Once again, the young man asked his friend not to talk about such serious things so easily and simply. Cheng Yao explained that this was the first time a student had agreed to her decision so quickly, so she would always remember it. Our hero carefully looked at the beauty, but decided that it would be best to keep silent. Li Xiaoyang said that he also wanted to help all these people, and therefore was going to go to the first floor. But the guy stopped him, saying that there are other girls in the building, and therefore they will remain under his care. And before he left, he added that, you need to remember that if the zombies get here, you should hide in some room and wait for him to return. The girl said that the young man should not worry about anything, because it is he who is going on a more dangerous mission. The young man knew he had to hurry, so he didn't waste any time talking. Looking into the lobby, Zhao Tianlei saw that there were ventilation grills everywhere and decided that the company's employees were definitely here. However, the problem was that the first floor was very large, so it was not clear where the men could go first. Although in the next instant the boy smelled a sharp smell of blood, although he didn't know who it might belong to. Despite the fact that the student's nose was excellent, he decided to start with the pantry, which was closest to the corridor. When he opened the door, he didn't notice anything strange, although he immediately started looking around. Moving forward, the young man was as careful as possible, knowing how treacherous the zombies were. There were too many boxes ahead that needed to be put aside. However, what Zhao Tianlei saw was far from the most pleasant, because there were people who had died there. The student had no idea how they ended up in this place, nor what they had come here for. But at this moment, it didn't matter at all. Moreover, the young man heard a strange sound, so he was wary. Knowing that his own life was so much more important right now, the young man spun around, grabbing for his axe. And it was the right decision, because in the next instant, the guy saw a strange creature in front of him. But the problem wasn't so much that as the speed of this zombie. Zhao Tianlei had only encountered stupid entities that moved as slowly as possible. But there was something clearly wrong with this. Among other things, the young man was confused by the eyes of zombies. They were red, although in all the others they resembled the eyes of ordinary people. Suddenly, the guy remembered that the system initially sent him an alert that some zombies might mutate over time. Their bodies become more sensitive, stronger and faster compared to the most common monsters. Among other things, they are the ones who pose the greatest danger to humans. The young man knew that it was most likely a similar entity that he had encountered, and therefore he had to be more careful. He had no idea how strong these zombies were, but he was confident, so he wasn't afraid at all. Although Zhao Tianlei wasn't in a hurry to attack first either, he stood at the door and watched his opponent. In the next instant, the zombie took off from its seat and ran towards the youth. Even though it was actually lightning fast, the student was able to dodge with ease, thus saving himself. The zombie immediately started shouting, showing with all its appearance that it didn't like the first loss. In the next instant, the entity once again carefully looked at the person, wanting to strike the next blow. Zhao Tianlei once again thought to himself that this mutant was actually strong and would be difficult to parry. Despite this, there was still no other way out, and therefore the guy did everything possible in order to win. The young man decided for himself that where possible he would dodge. In addition, he decided to connect the trick. Suddenly, the student rushed in the direction where his opponent was. The zombie was clearly surprised by the fact that the human decided to attack first. For a moment, the mutant moved to the other side, seeing how well the young man handled his axe. At this moment, the young man decided to himself that this entity avoids the axe. So the mutated zombies are not only strong, but also have some intelligence. Zhao Tianlei didn't even have time to rest and catch his breath when he noticed that the creature was heading in his direction again. However, this time our hero managed to dodge. Moreover, he decided to run to the opposite end of the room. A moment later, when the mutant turned around, to his great surprise, he noticed that the room was completely empty. Tossing the boxes aside, the zombie tried to figure out where the person who didn't go outside had gone. He carefully looked around, trying to see where the youth who was nowhere to be seen could be hiding. The monster's eyes flashed with rage, not liking being tricked by an ordinary person, so it started shouting as loudly as it could. As the mutant raised his head, he saw the dark hair that was visible from the shelf above the cabinet, so he immediately understood everything. But it wasn't just him who understood. It was the guy who decided that now was the time to take the plunge. The young man, jumping down from the furniture, immediately began to swing his axe, realizing that now was the best time to do so. The zombie didn't immediately understand, so it turned around and carefully looked at the person who was right in front of it. But it was already too late, and Zhao Tianlei was happily talking about the use of such speed if he couldn't even notice the student right away. The young man was about to leave when he noticed something like a crystal, which he took in his hand. At that moment, the system sent a notification that it wanted to congratulate its owner who found the core. The young man was afraid of the new sound, and therefore immediately asked the computer why it appears only in such situations. The system did not answer the question, but said that the core is a crystal formed in the brain of a mutant. There is nothing like this in ordinary zombies, and therefore the young man sees this for the first time. You need to know that the cores come in a wide variety of colors, and you can use them to improve your own stats, buy experience, and buy various items in the store. After hearing the hints, our hero decided that since the core is white, it means that there is an ordinary mutant zombie in front of him. Suddenly, the young man shouted and started getting angry at the system. He was saying that if mutants are much stronger, it means that all zombies will evolve to the highest level and humanity will not have a chance to win. But the system explained that this is not the case at all. In order for a mutation to occur, the zombie must be replenished with a large amount of energy, and the more energy, the more it is needed. This means that in the end, very few people can start a rapid evolution and reach the 4th level, so there will not be more than a dozen such mutants in the whole world, which immediately reassured the young man. Suddenly, the guy decided that he wanted to know how to use the crystal, which was the most important thing for him right now. And then he said that after meeting with a mutated zombie, he understands that he will not need stat points yet, and experience points for killing entities can accumulate. Although after a minute, I decided that it would be best to exchange this experience for some item from the store. Seeing that the system immediately started activating the store, the young man was slightly surprised. It looked really strange, and besides, he had no idea how he was going to get the right item in his hands. But what was more interesting was that you could buy weapons, food, and many other useful items in the store. Once again, the system began to talk about how crystals are best exchanged for food, otherwise you will still need to collect some points and increase your class, and only then you can buy something. Although a minute later, the computer repeated what it had previously said, that it was necessary to exchange not only resources but also the fact that one stone would not be enough. The young man did not want to be told the same thing several times, so he said that he already understood everything. And the guy saw that food appeared in front of him, which he was able to exchange, although he still had a lot of questions about the system. But at that moment, only products caught the eye, as well as a hot dish that attracted with its appearance. The young man was glad that he was so lucky to be in this place, thanks to which he earned points. Zhao Tianlei knew perfectly well that all these products were extremely valuable, so he decided to take them all to his friends in order to have a delicious dinner. After loading everything into his backpack, the young man happily returned to his friends in order to please them all. However, when he entered the office where they were staying, he was surprised to see that his companions weren't there. In the next minute, our hero heard screams for help, which made him as alert as possible. The young man believed that the zombies had somehow broken through to this floor as well, so he ran as fast as he could. Our hero literally opened the doors on the move, realizing that he might have to join the fight right now. However, a terrifying picture appeared in front of him. Li Xiaoyang was sitting on the floor, holding Cheng Yao on his lap and asking her not to leave them so early. The problem was also that the secretary asked Yamada and Gu Weiping to let the chairman go, because otherwise they would regret it. A friend of our hero was crying, but at the same time shouted to men that they have no right to use women as human shields. The villains said that they were tired of being constantly yelled at by someone, and therefore threatened that if they did not stop talking, they would very quickly deal with the manager. Only Zhao Tianlei didn't care. Right now he was most concerned about the injured girl. The young man cried and told our hero that it was entirely his fault for what happened, because he could not protect his friend. Tong Shi explained that the criminals were able to cut the rope, evaded capture, and even took Zhen Binyan hostage. As for the unfortunate injured girl, she wanted to save the chairman, so she put herself under the knife. At that moment, the guy heard the girl in a weak voice begin to ask him for forgiveness. She said that she promised to wait obediently for the young man to come, but she couldn't keep her own promise. The young man's heart was torn with despair, as well as the fact that there was nothing he could do in this case. The boss, who was standing nearby, was also crying and tossing around, thinking that if it wasn't for her, none of this would have happened. Zhen Binyan, who had always tried to be calm, now yelled like he had never yelled before. The young man began to accuse the manager, saying that she was stupid and that so many people were suffering because of her, that it was her fault that she did not send anyone to check how the criminals were behaving. The girl looked down and said that there was no point in apologizing anymore. After a minute, Cheng Yao also spoke up, asking her friend not to get angry and saying that these vile men had cornered their comrades. As for the older sister and the boss, she had to protect the other employees. Therefore, it cannot be called bad, because she still thinks a lot about the people who work for her. Li Xiaoyang knew that it was extremely difficult for the girl to speak, but he didn't know how to help her. Our hero, sitting down on the floor, asked the beauty to be silent, assuring that they would definitely stop her bleeding. However, Cheng Yao didn't listen and stood her ground, insisting that she should tell the whole truth. The beauty noted that on the day they met, she told the guy that she wanted to be his girlfriend and that she fell in love with him. But then it was a lie. It was just that she was very scared and wanted someone to come to her aid, and she felt completely safe next to the young man. Cheng Yao knew that she had never been a favorite girl, so she decided to become a teammate so that she could always be around a good person. The weakened and injured student kept adding that she wouldn't be able to be around anymore. The girl said that after her death, she hopes that the young man will find a good friend who will wash his clothes and cook delicious noodles. Then she added that she wanted Zhao Tianlei to promise her that he would always remember her and leave her not all the place in his heart, but at least a small piece. Crying, the guy shouted that his friend was saying something stupid, because he could not forget her, and even more so would not let her die. Holding the young man's hand, the beauty said that she had been through a lot in this world, but the best thing in her life was meeting him. And closing her eyes, the girl added in a weak voice that she was very happy about it. Zhao Tianlei carefully looked at his acquaintance and shouted her name. Li Xiaoyang didn't know what to say, so he just cried bitterly. Hugging the student, our hero also shed a tear and said that all this is unfair. The secretary, who was watching the whole thing, didn't seem to fully believe it, so she couldn't say a word. The same applied to the manager, who at that moment was not thinking about herself. Yamada angrily asked our hero why he suddenly began to look so sad and where all his courage went, adding that after all, the director is much more beautiful than the deceased girl. He immediately noted that he was offering a deal. If the young man would let him leave safely, then he would give him the captive. The young man was silent, but there was a rage in his eyes that he had never seen in his entire life. Despite the pain in his heart, Zhao Tianlei found the strength to move the dead girl to the floor. After that, he and his friend stood and stared at her for a few more minutes. Suddenly, the young man started to turn his head, already having a clear knowledge of what he would do. This was perfectly understood by the ill-wishers, who looked at this young man with horror. Zhao Tianlei quickly walked towards the direction where the enemies were standing. There was an awkward silence in the room for a moment, because everyone knew how this was going to end, but everyone was wary of it. Yamada was afraid, but despite this, he tried to show that he was the boss, so he asked the young man what he was planning to do. And then he added that if the guy took even one step towards him, he would immediately kill the chairman. The student didn't care anymore. He was so tired of saving other people and sacrificing loved ones at the same time that he calmly said that an ill-wisher could kill the supervisor. And while the women looked at the guy in horror, He added that if it wasn't for Zhen Binyan, his friend would be alive now, and so she paid with her own life for nothing. The fat man, as before, continued to stand his ground and said that he was not going to joke, and therefore wanted to kill the beauty. Our hero also seemed to be seriously stating that he didn't care because the villain might kill a young woman. Yamada froze for a moment, seeing the determination in his opponent's eyes and knowing that there was nothing else he could do against him. Zhao Tianlei smiled and said that the man just couldn't do it. And then, raising his hand, he added that if it came to that, he would release everyone from this fat man and do what he planned to do himself. A moment later, the young man caught the hand of his opponent, who was tightly clutching the knife in it. Everyone present saw that a fight had broken out, but no one dared to interfere. Realizing that the chairwoman was at a safe distance from the villain, the secretary immediately began asking how she was feeling. At this moment, Gu Weiping grabbed the pot, swung it, and was about to hit our hero on the head with it. However, the guy's agility was something to be envied, and so somehow he got out of it, and he almost managed to dodge the fat man's knife. Thanks to this, the young man quickly turned around and hit the vase with his fist, catching the detractor. He fell to the ground with a crash, and the student switched to another man who also needed to finish the battle. Zhao Tianlei carefully looked into the eyes of his opponent, even though he remained silent. Suddenly, the young man knocked the knife out of his hands and put his hands behind his back. The young man knew that he had to take revenge, so he took the knife in his hand and brought it as high as possible. Looking at the criminals, the young man asked in a hard tone, which of these two dared to kill his acquaintance. The young man waited for a few seconds, realizing that the men were silent and covering for each other, and therefore shouted even louder to be told the truth. Gu Weiping, wanting to save herself, immediately said that she personally saw Yamada grab this very knife and stab the girl with it, and she did it in cold blood. It turned out that the guy does not plan to deal with small things, so he stabbed the fat man in the arm with this knife. He screamed in pain, but despite that, he didn't really say anything about his crime. Yamada finally found the strength, so she yelled at the CEO that he was the most disgusting person he had ever known since he had passed it on. And he added that as soon as the manager jumped in the other direction, he was supposed to grab the guy and start threatening him, but instead just stood there and watched carefully. Zhen Binyan did not remain silent, and therefore said that the unfortunate woman was not killed by Yamada, but by her employee. And this is true, because she saw her witness such a thing. Hearing the new information on this subject, our hero's eyes became fierce. He carefully examined the assassin, who in turn opened his eyes wide, because he knew that now he would not be able to hide from retribution. Falling to his knees, the man started shouting that he didn't really plan anything like this. He just wanted to scare the girl who was hindering him, and therefore didn't even think that she would dare to rush at him. Gu Weiping was banging his head on the floor and crying, noting that he had a mother and son who were still waiting for him to come back. So he asked the young man to forgive him. After hearing this, Zhao Tianlei said that the deceased also had a family waiting for her, and despite this, no one thought of sparing her. And then he added that the man cannot worry because no one plans to kill him. Moreover, even if the young man does it many times, he still will not return her friend. Taking the man by the scruff of the neck, the young man said that there is a completely different way to get even with him. And all the while our heroes were leading Gu Weiping down the corridor, Gu Weiping was shouting to be released slowly, because he had already repented of everything. Suddenly, the guy pressed the siren, which was located near the entrance to the building. Immediately after, a squeak that was impossible to hide from was heard all over the city. Frightened girls asked the young man why he needed to turn on the siren, because there is no need to save anyone. There is still no one in the city. The guy was in no hurry to tell them the truth, and therefore repeated the question asked to him. And then he said that right now the ill-wisher will see for himself why he did it, adding that there are too many zombies outside. Not much time passed, and the monster already began to growl and move in the direction where the ill-wisher was. The people gathered inside saw the troublesome entities coming in ever-increasing numbers. The fat man who was closest to the door started calling our hero a fool, saying that now all these zombies will break into the building, and then they will come to an end. All of a sudden, the receptionist asked if it was true that she was seeing the men who worked with them right in front of her and who were out looking for food. And that was true, but they had been ordinary colleagues since morning, and now they were monsters. The boss wanted to say something, but couldn't say a word, so she just stood there and watched. At the same time, the young man brought Gu Weilin to the door, who couldn't quite figure out what they were going to do to him. The students didn't want to spend much time on such things, so they immediately pushed the man out. After that, they immediately closed the door so that the zombies could not get inside the building. The CEO, on his knees, asked the young man to open the door, saying that he did not want to be eaten by these monsters. In a cold tone, the guy stated that Chen Yao was injured before her death. Moreover, she was killed in cold blood, and then no one came to her aid. And then he went on to say that some people do not immediately become zombies after being bitten and continue to be people for a while. Therefore, before a man turns into a zombie, he will remain conscious and even suffer. That's why the guy wished the CEO to enjoy the feeling of being bitten by these creepy monsters. Everyone in the audience was watching, but no one could say a word. They knew that this man deserved this, although they would hardly have dared to do it themselves. As for the pole, he was sitting on his knees in front of our hero and wanted to say something. However, the guy didn't even look in his direction. Despite this, with a cold look, he could see that the fat man wasn't a human. He was a devil in the flesh. At this time, his friend said that Tianlei is not a bad person, but no one knows how he felt after the death of his friend, who never wished anyone harm. Suddenly, the fat man shouted that if there were real men in the company, then they should come out and kill him. But that didn't mean that he was the same as Gu Weilin because he didn't kill anyone. The young man asked him if he really wanted an answer and explained that it was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Then he ordered his friend to tie up the man in one of the rooms. After a minute, the student carefully examined the chair that was standing right in front of him. The girl timidly lowered her gaze and lowered her head. Moreover, she even wanted to say something. The boss was aware of her guilt and responsibility, but there was nothing she could do about it, so she just stood there and said nothing. The same went for the secretary. She always knew what to say, but now it wasn't as easy as it always was. Zhao Tianlei seemed to be planning to celebrate something, even though he knew that his girlfriend would never be brought back anyway, and no words could help. That was why, in the next second, the young man started walking back towards the corridor. Suddenly, the startled boss turned around, but as before, she didn't say a word. After a while, the young woman sat in her office with her head lowered, as if she was about to make a statement. At this time, the employee turned to the chairman and said that the men who went to investigate did not return. Moreover, they did not see anyone in the lobby, and therefore they have no idea what to do next. Her colleague confirmed this, but added that now there are too many zombies in the building, and therefore it is dangerous to walk on it. Finally, the manager found the strength to admit that she doesn't want to be addressed as the chairman, because she doesn't have the right to do so. And while the girl blamed herself, others said that it made no sense because they are one team and made this decision together, and therefore the responsibility lies with them. But the manager again said that she was too excited and wanted to find a way out of the current situation as soon as possible. So she simply hurried to make the wrong decision. Suddenly, Jen Binyan stood up from her chair and stated that from now on, she would try even harder to protect all of her employees. And then she added threateningly that no other survivors would die in this building. At this time, our hero was sitting in one of the offices, with his head down and not having the slightest idea what to do next. Looking at his dead friend, the guy complained that she did not think about herself and did not protect herself. When there is some danger, you need to think first of yourself. But instead, the beauty acted impulsively, protecting another person. Zhao Tianlei didn't understand why it was necessary to risk your own life for a driver that you practically didn't know. But after a moment, the young man suddenly stopped talking, because he heard some footsteps in the corridor. He heard the door open and the boss of the company walk in. The guy didn't plan to talk to her, so he asked her sharply what she was doing here. With a rueful tone, the girl said that his friend saved her at the cost of her own life, and therefore she came here to say goodbye to her for the last time. Clenching his fist, the student said that he did not want to see anyone, and even more so such a person as the chairman. But she stood her ground and noted that she knew perfectly well that she was hated. Moreover, she was to blame for everything that happened. However, Tong Si and the other employees are not responsible for the incident, so she asked the guy to help and protect them all. He had heard what Zhen Bingyan was saying and said that no amount of insulting words about her would be able to bring a beautiful girl back to life anyway. The boss knew this herself, so she just stood there in silence for a while. And then she said that the young man can do whatever he wants with her, but she still won't resist. Zhao Tianlei said that Cheng Yao always wanted branded clothes but could never afford to buy them. She said that she worked and saved money to buy a dress. But after the outbreak began, the dream was no longer fated to come true. He added that if he wasn't mistaken, this was the dress Zhen Binyan was wearing. The guy honestly said that now that his friend is gone, he thinks it would be nice to put on the dress that she always wanted. The boss looked at the young man carefully and did not know what she could say in this case. The young man continued to note that the student sacrificed her life for the sake of the chairman and that she would not even give her a dress. Finally, the girl calmly stated that she would fix this situation. Zhen Binyan was about to leave, but our hero immediately told her to undress here. Turning around, the supervisor stated that she would not allow any person to humiliate her right here. But Zhao Tianlei reminded him that just a moment ago, the beauty herself had said that you can do whatever you want with him. But it seemed that now she was going back on her own words. The guy went on to explain that he hates such people. They are sure that they are successful, that they thrive in society and enjoy the fact that they truly consider themselves omnipotent. In fact, such people are selfish and mean. When it comes to their lives and personal interests, their real face is hidden, no one is responsible, and those who used to be employees are now considered real garbage. And only this stupid dead girl called the chairman a responsible and good person, even though in reality Zhen Binyan is worthless. After a little thought, the manager admitted that the young man is right. She considers herself the best of all. In this rotten society, the girl does not want to bow down to men. She wants to make her career on her own and did it, never giving in to anyone and respecting other people at the same time. However, even so, there is something more important in her heart than that. Zhen Binyan has never experienced such humiliation since she was a child. But today, she is willing to accept it because she wants to prove that she is not the person that the young man thinks she is. Suddenly, the beauty turned to the student and said that he should remember what promise he made to her. The girl knew for sure that she didn't want to explain anymore, so she slowly started to take off her dress. The boy knew this, but he didn't dare say anything, even though he didn't really need to. The boss was feeling awkward, in a way she'd never felt before, but she knew she'd go all the way anyway. A moment later, the young man who still had his back to her shouted for her to leave immediately. Jen Bingyan's eyes were filled with tears, even though she was unwilling to say anything. The young man, in turn, remarked that if this humiliation could bring Chung Yao back to life, he would do it a lot of times. But since it's impossible, because no matter what he does, his friend is no longer alive. He added that the chairwoman should tell all her people that he would be arriving in the conference room in half an hour to help them. The young man said that the girl should not be deceived by him because he does not help her, but does it in memory of his deceased girlfriend. Despite what had happened to her, Chung Yao always cared about other people, so she wished them all the best. Zhao Tianlei had already told the girl to leave in a lower tone before he finally changed his mind. Left alone, the guy still looked at his friend carefully, as if in the depths of his soul he hoped for something. In the next instant, he walked over to the sofa and got down on one knee. Our hero said that if he does not help all these people, then the girl will be upset. But he does not know if such help will be a waste of time for him. The guy knew that his girlfriend meant a lot to him, although he never admitted it. Despite the fact that the young man was chosen as a virtual god, he was still afraid of this outbreak and the zombies themselves, often experiencing fear and anxiety, not knowing what awaits tomorrow. As for Chung Yao, she was always there for him, always encouraging him, giving him courage and making him believe in himself. So he sincerely thanked her for everything and apologized for not being able to save her. Finally, the young man came close and held the deceased in his arms. Zhao Tianlei headed towards the balcony, knowing that he had to pay his last respects. Putting his friend on the floor, our hero could not move away from her for some time. After that, the young man honestly said that he would continue on his way, and Chung Yao shouldn't worry about him, because he would do his best to survive. After a moment, the student was ready to light the lighter and throw it. It was a difficult decision, but he knew there was no other way out, especially with the zombies roaming around. The young man watched as the body of the deceased was gradually engulfed in fire. The same fire raged in the young man's heart, but it was a fire of powerlessness, anger, and annoyance. Leaving, the guy said for the last time that his friend will always live in his heart and he will never be able to forget her. After a while, the people gathered in the conference room began to ask if it was true that Zhao Tianlei knew of some safe way to get out of this structure. Without waiting for a response, Li Xiaoyang noted with concern that after the alarm went off, there were even more zombies in the building, and therefore it was dangerous to stay here. Just like before, the young man didn't answer the questions. Instead, he carefully looked at Yamada and addressed him. The man didn't know what was waiting for him, so he anxiously asked about it. The fat man shouted that the best solution is to let him go. He is a famous person, and therefore his acquaintances will not leave it just like that. To our great surprise, our hero said that he was not going to kill him. Moreover, they would take him with them. However, there is one condition, and it is that Yamada must move, behave well and calmly without attracting problems to himself. There wasn't much time, so it was necessary to hurry, which is why very soon all the employees were already moving along the ventilation shaft. Zhao Tianlei was the first to go, even though he wasn't a person who had managed to explore this place. As for the fat man, he was tied up with ropes so that he couldn't escape. Turning to his friend, Li Xiaoyang said that he did not understand why they needed to take so many people with them, because they would not be able to protect them. And moreover, they also took 2 foreign girls with them for some reason. However, the young man said that these people did not do anything wrong, and therefore have the right to go along with them. Leaving them there would be unfair, because they would immediately be attacked by zombies. And this was true, because through the openings you could see how these entities moved in large numbers on the floors. Watching this, the frightened secretary said that she did not fully believe that they would be able to get out alive and unharmed. Suddenly, the guy wished Yamada luck, although no one knew what he meant. The frightened man immediately began to ask what they wanted to do with him, adding that it was best to let him go. However, in the next second, the young man opened the lid and began to push the fat man out through it. The zombies below immediately heard the presence of humans, so they froze. In turn, the ill-wisher, who was hanging on a rope, shouted and tried to climb back. The man shouted with all his might that at least someone would come to his aid. With every passing minute, the zombies that were below were getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, Zhao Tianlei told his companions that while Fatty was distracting these creepy creatures, they should immediately hurry up. The plan was for people to pass through the opening as quickly as possible, where they could be seen. But the most difficult part was getting out and into the lobby without being noticed. Young people jumped out very quickly, knowing that at any second everything could change dramatically. However, when they reached the door, the employees realized with horror that they were closed. Everyone had expected that there would be no problems, but they didn't understand what had gone wrong. Zhao Tianlei, looking at the current situation, also couldn't understand how it was that the doors were locked. Suddenly, the chairman said that there was another exit in this building, so everyone should go after her. At this time, the zombies gathered in the hall started to reach out their hands towards the fat man. He, in turn, shouted louder and louder. He asked not to be left here alone and help him get out. Yamada's acquaintances sitting in the tube told him that all was not lost yet. The man, seeing the beauties, said that they are obliged to help him and get out of here. Despite the fact that the girls did not like this man, they still decided to help him and save him. It wasn't long before Yamada was back in the ventilation duct. Crying, the man thanked the beauties for saving him and said that he owed them a great debt. After that, he noted that when he returns home, he will definitely take care of their families. But in the next second, the ill-wisher threw the girls down, realizing that this was the only way he could distract the zombies' attention from his own person. Yamada happily talked about how these entities needed bait, and he needed a chance, and besides, it would be a great honor for beauties to sacrifice themselves for someone like him. Within a minute, the fat man was heading towards the exit, knowing that all the team members were probably already on the street. Zhao Tianlei ran first, informing everyone that the exit was ahead. But suddenly, everyone in the audience heard a strange sound that resembled explosions or machine gun fire. Looking outside, they saw Yamada sitting in a car in the parking lot, a shotgun in his hand. The man laughed and happily informed everyone that they had left him to be eaten. But he not only got out but also managed to take possession of such a beautiful car. Moreover, it so happened that in the underground parking lot and in the storage room next to him there were guns, which now he will be very useful. And he added that until recently the rules of the game were the same, but now they have changed dramatically. It was clear to everyone that Yamada used to be a bad person, but now he has turned into a real madman who can kill absolutely everyone. Realizing that the enemy was shooting indiscriminately, our hero shouted to all employees to immediately duck. The difficulty was that the audience was starting to panic, not only because they were being shot at, but also because there were zombies very close by. In turn, the fat man shouted that he did not want the guys to be eaten by zombies, and therefore would not leave a trace of them. The situation was getting worse by the minute. It seemed that this fatty would never stop. The confused people had no idea which way to run or how to escape. Zhao Tianlei and the boss managed to hide behind one of the walls and carefully observed what was happening in the hall. And the hall was in complete chaos, as a result of which Tongxi fell to the floor and was unable to do anything about it. Zhen Bingyan was worried about her assistant, even though she didn't know how to drag her into hiding. At the same time, Yamada was growling that there was no point in being afraid because he would shoot everyone anyway. Clutching her head, Tongxi begged for at least someone to save her and drag her into hiding. Sitting outside the door, Li Xiaoyang noted that, as it turned out, there were only problems with this girl. Although he knew that he could not just leave her. Grabbing a chair, the young man ran out of his hiding place to help the unfortunate woman who was lying in the middle of the hall. He wasn't sure if the chair would be able to protect him from anything at all, but he knew he had no other choice. Suddenly, the guy grabbed the employee and carried her to the far end of the room where the guys were sitting. Li Xiaoyang didn't know what condition the girl was in, so he put her on the floor first. Then, in a worried tone, he asked her how she was feeling and if she was hurt. A tearful Tongxi carefully looked at her rescuer, but she was so stressed that she couldn't say a word. Suddenly, the secretary threw herself into the young man's arms and shouted that she was grateful to him more than ever, because she was very scared and did not know what to expect. The young man was not used to such revelations, and therefore immediately became confused, not knowing how to react. At this moment, the other two girls who were in the hall were also trying to move to the shelter. The boss saw that they were pinned down, but did not know what condition they were in. Realizing that Zhen Binyan was about to leave the shelter, our hero shouted that she should not do it in any case. Yamada kept shouting that the guys probably didn't have a plan this time, so they looked as funny as possible. Sitting in the corner, people knew they should do something, but they couldn't think of anything. Li Xiaoyang, who had planned to keep his cool, was now talking about how they were actually cornered. He thought that the sound of gunfire and the smell of blood would probably attract zombies here, so he couldn't hide anymore. Suddenly, the young man came out of hiding and headed somewhere. After looking at his ring, Zhao Tianlei decided that it was a good time to use the store, so he started the system. Looking at the screen, the young man decided that he would choose something inexpensive, but as suitable as possible. But the difficulty was that the class of our hero was as small as possible, and therefore the computer constantly refused to buy it. The guy was angry and said that he was in an emergency situation and therefore wants to be given something in debt. But the computer said that it is not allowed to lend things from the store. Rules are rules. And even for a virtual god, there are no exceptions. The children who watched the student did not understand what was happening to him. It seemed to them that he was talking to himself. The young man knew that he had to think of something and choose something, and the way out was found because he saw a can of gasoline. Returning to his companions, the young man said that he had a plan, but they should continue to sit in hiding. After a moment, Zhao Tianlei turned towards his companion and began to speak to him in a low voice. The young man immediately understood his friend, and therefore said that there would be no problems. The fat man sitting in the car was still shouting that no one would be able to hide from him anyway. He would get his way at any cost, so I decided that the weapon is no longer something effective, and it is best to use the car in order to defeat everything. Li Xiaoyang, who suddenly appeared from behind the counter, shouted to the ill-wisher that he couldn't do anything to them because they were smarter. Moreover, the fat man hid in the car and thinks of himself as cool, although in fact he is afraid of everything. Yamada, having heard such a phrase, told the young man that he would deal with him first. Therefore, he believes that a young man's kung fu will not save him in any way because iron is much stronger. Everyone gathered in horror watched as the car accelerates and goes in the direction where the guy was standing. Throwing back his head, the villain decided that the guys came up with a plan, but he was able to predict it. And again he said that he knew everything very well, and therefore he would be able to get ahead of the young man. Snatching out a weapon, the ill-wisher said that our hero would be next, and therefore he might not hide much. In the next minute, Zhao Tianlei, who was standing on the opposite side of the car, spoke up. In a low tone, the young man apologized and added that the fat man would not work. All his plans were lost. The man looked at his main rival with horror, realizing that he had a serious trump card, and this is a canister of gasoline. That was why he didn't even have time to blink an eye, and the car was already engulfed in powerful flames. The fire was so strong that our hero even had to cover his face. Even so, he still wanted to understand what was going on out there. The flames were getting hotter by the minute, so I had to cover myself up more and more. The girls were standing a little further away, but they were careful not to look in the direction where the fire was burning. Li Xiaoyang opened one eye and still wanted to see what was going on. Finally, the young people came to the center of the hall, because they wanted to make sure that everything was really finished and that there were no more dangers. In a low voice, our hero said that Yamada deserved just such a death after all that he had done. All of a sudden, Li Xiaoyang praised his comrade, saying that he had acted cunningly but also wisely, and the only thing that was unclear to the young man was where the gasoline canister came from. Although the young man explained that he found it completely by accident. A few minutes later, the boss approached the employees who were lying on the ground. Crying, the secretary asked Zhen Bingyan if there would only be 2 of them left in the future. Although in the next second, the beauties carefully looked in front of them. The terrified employee sat in the corner and didn't seem to fully understand what exactly had just happened. So she immediately threw herself into the arms of the girls, who said that they were very happy that everything was fine with her. During the shooting, many people ran away, and therefore believed that they would never meet again. At this time, our heroes understood that they had no time to lose and needed to move on. The zombies were going to appear in the hall very soon, so they had to leave this place immediately. Sitting in the car, Zhao Tianlei was glad that the car was running, which meant that it was safe to drive. At this time, the employee asked the boss what they should do next, given that they had already left the building. The girl immediately replied that from that moment on, she was no longer the chairman, and therefore she could be addressed simply by her first name. Hearing the conversation, Li Xiaoyang suggested that his new acquaintances go with him in case they didn't have any plans of their own. However, the young man sitting in the cab told his friend not to decide for the 2 of them who to take with them and who not to. The young man immediately began to contradict, saying that zombies should appear any minute, and asking if they would leave the unfortunate ones to be torn to pieces by these creatures. And he added that if their friend was still alive, she would never have left these people. And the girls and our hero immediately became sad and looked somewhere in front of them. The beauties, led by the former chairman, also looked at the guy, realizing that their lives depended on him. Zhao Tianlei took a deep breath and said that he agreed, so he wouldn't contradict him. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaoyang shouted at the women to go and get in the car immediately. Knowing that there was no time to lose, the beauties immediately hurried to the back of the truck. And only a friend of our hero stood still, thinking about something. The same was true for Tong Shi, who was smiling but didn't say anything. Not much time had passed, and the truck was already speeding along the empty highways of the country. The guys in the back of the truck didn't know what lay ahead, but they were glad that they had at least managed to get out. Given that everyone was very tired and stressed, no one wanted to talk. The first person to break the silence was the receptionist, who asked if she could find out something from the young man sitting across from her. The girl wanted to know how the 3 were connected, adding that she had heard that the guys were university students. Li Xiaoyang admitted that he didn't study together with his comrades because he was engaged in martial arts, and in turn, he wanted to know if he was despised for it. Sitting down closer, Xitong confessed that she thought a guy who knew martial arts was stronger and more reliable than the average college weakling. Hearing this, the guy was immediately embarrassed, noting that, most likely, his new friend was just exaggerating. And to change the subject, he said that he met Zhao Tianlei when he and his younger sister were trapped by zombies in a supermarket. After that, the young man saved him and helped bury his younger sister. So they decided that from then on, they would become real brothers. Smiling, the girl said that she sees that in front of her is actually a very good person who is ready to do anything for the sake of others. After that, the secretary wanted to know who the deceased was for their leader. The young man explained that he had heard the boys say that Zhao Tianlei liked a university star named Shen Xinyu. Unexpectedly, Xitong pointed out that if it was as this guy said, then the former chairman didn't stand a chance because she was constantly blushing and embarrassed. But at this point, the girl was in no hurry to end the conversation, and then openly asked the young man if he had someone with whom he was in love, or someone with whom he was dating. After a little thought, the young man admitted that he had a favorite. But not so long ago, he broke up with her. After hugging Li Xiaoyang, the secretary calmly said that she planned to be the guy's girlfriend from now on. The young man looked at his friend in horror, nervously asking what exactly she meant. However, Xitong immediately stated that she had already told everything earlier, namely that she had fallen in love with the young man and wanted to be his girlfriend. And she added, "Doesn't he know that all girls love strong and tough guys because he saved her, and now she should be there for him?" And while the young man explained that he saved her only because he was a good person, the beauty asked if he really didn't want to meet her. She wondered if she was so ugly that he wasn't attracted to her at all and didn't want her. Li Xiaoyang was embarrassed and wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the right words. As for the secretary, she said in a matter-of-fact and intelligent tone that since the young man couldn't make up his mind right away, she was giving him some time to think. After that, I turned to my boss and told her to confirm that the guys are a couple. And then she added that if suddenly in the future a young man decides to offend her, Then the girls, as her best friends, will have to punish him for it. The beauties carefully watched what was happening, but they themselves did not fully understand what was happening, but obediently said that everything was clear and they were doing what was necessary. Suddenly the door opened and Zhao Tianlei appeared. He explained to everyone that it was best to spend the night today, and tomorrow they should move on. That is why the guys began to slowly get out of the truck. Looking around, the girls tried to figure out where they were, assuming that they had reached the suburbs. Despite this, high-rise buildings were not far away, and an active construction project was being carried out directly opposite. Zhao Tianlei immediately explained that this is a research and development area built with public investment, and last year many institutions were moved to the suburbs due to the high cost of land in the city. While the girl continued to tell something, our hero said that he saw the completed dining room ahead, and therefore decided that they would spend the night there. And then he added that the most important thing is that no one contradicts his decision. The chairman knew exactly who he was talking about, but still decided not to contradict the guy and keep silent. The girl said in a low voice that you shouldn't underestimate people, because there's nothing she can't handle. Opening the refrigerator chest, Li Xiaoyang happily shouted that there were fresh vegetables, which meant that they would have a good meal. And then he asked which of the girls was planning to cook, because it was dinner for everyone. Her colleagues stared ahead, but none of them volunteered. The red-haired beauty wanted to do it in the next minute. Timidly said that she could cook something, but she didn't know if anyone would like it. Zhao Tianlei, in turn, remarked that it doesn't matter if you like it or not. The most important thing is not to die from the cold. Therefore, he happily said that they didn't have much time. They needed to rest a little more, and then the girl could start cooking. It seemed that she did not fully believe that she was entrusted with such a task, and therefore, with some horror, she said that she would do everything. And since they were in the dining room, there must have been canned food or something. The girls carefully watched their colleague, realizing that she must cope with the task at hand. At the same time, Li Xiaoyang suggested that his friend drink some beer, saying that so many things had happened in such a short time, and therefore it was necessary to at least relax a little. Our hero timidly explained that he doesn't usually drink, and added that it's probably best not to relax, since no one knows if there are zombies in this place. But the young man said that if they didn't drink together, he would just drink all those bottles on his own. And I started doing it right now, knocking over the tin can and taking one sip. After a moment, the happy guy shouted that this was the most delicious beer he had tasted in a while. Even so, Zhao Tianlei was watching his companion closely, even though he wasn't sure if he should drink or not. In the next second, the young man pulled up behind the jar and said that if a friend asks, he can't refuse. And the guy's clinking glasses said that from time to time you can just sit, relax, and have a little rest. At this time, Sitong suggested that her boss, now just a friend, wash the vegetables and prepare for dinner. The beauty didn't mind, so the girl filled the sink with water and began rinsing the vegetables found in the pantry. Taking the opportunity, Zhen Bingyan asked her friend if she was really going to become the girlfriend of the guy who saved her. And it was true. However, the boss noted that the guys had just met and practically did not know each other. Despite the fact that the secretary had already begun to declare her love, Zidong honestly said that it wasn't wealth or fame that mattered to her, but a person's kindness, and that was enough for her. The chairman didn't understand this and was watching her former subordinate closely. At this moment, the secretary looks like she wants to admit that she's always been looking for a man who can protect her. The reason was that she couldn't forget the moment when Yamada and Gu Weiping grabbed them, and they couldn't do anything. It was very scary. It was then that she realized that women are the weaker sex, and in such situations without laws and social rules, a man can do anything with you. She doesn't want to be in this situation anymore. As for Li Xiaoyang, he is a very kind and strong person, so she confessed to him. He is someone who will not harm, and you can always be completely safe with him. It may seem strange to some people, but this is not surprising. After pausing for a while, the secretary said that Zhen Bingyan should also act so as not to miss her chance. Everyone knows that Zhao Tianlei was a lowly and poor student, but on days like this, after an outbreak, this young man is very much in demand in the eyes of women. Therefore, there is no need to waste time while there is an opportunity. If the girl does not take it for herself, someone else will have an eye on it. The boss did not like this comparison, and she noted that it was like hunting a zombie. And in this case, it was she who was being offered to hunt a man. Sai Tong explained that she was looking at a business girl who had made it to the top. But you need to remember that a woman will never be able to compete with a man and be on an equal footing with him. If you can't believe it, you can look at Xiaohei. She is usually quite reserved, but today she feels as relaxed as possible. Of course, she cannot be put on the same level as the chairman, since she is much more beautiful. And our hero has not yet paid due attention to Zhao Tianlei. At this moment, Zhen Bingyan confessed that after everything that had happened, the young man didn't even look in her direction. But the secretary did not want to listen to this and left her explanation. If a man pretends to hate a woman, he simply ignores her. But this does not mean that he does not like her. And then she asked him if it was true that he thought about his boss and had thought about him himself. However, the confused girl shouted that all this was nonsense because she simply could not think of such a person. But Sitong didn't believe it, saying that over the years of working with the manager, she had already realized that he was carefully hiding his emotions. Therefore, she recommended that Zhao Tianlei think carefully before taking action. The secretary, going to the young people, immediately turned to her new boyfriend as her husband and asked him to help her. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei started laughing at his startled friend, saying that he didn't expect him to be able to find a mate so quickly. But they didn't finish because the next second they heard a strange sound. They knew that one of the rooms must be occupied by Xiaohei, whom they hadn't seen for quite a while, so they headed towards her. Opening the door, our hero froze, carefully watching what was happening. There was indeed a girl in the room, but there was also an animal in the room. The injured Xiaohei immediately told her friends to run immediately, because it was too dangerous here. The boss knew that it was necessary to save the employee at any cost, and turned to her. But it was extremely difficult to do this, as they were closely watched by a predator, ready to attack at any moment. Turning to his friend, our heroes ordered him to take the girls and hide. The young man grabbed their hands and dragged them towards the exit, even though they resisted, saying that they had to save Yi Xiaohei. The boy knew that any delay was dangerous, so he grabbed his axe and started swinging it. The beast didn't like it, and it tried to dodge in every possible way. But the young man was much stronger. After a few minutes, the predator finally managed to escape, and he stood opposite, carefully watching them. There was something in the animal's eyes that was difficult to explain in words, and the young man understood it perfectly. That was why he thought to himself that this dog was moving much faster than the most ordinary zombie. Moreover, the predator's teeth and claws were as sharp as possible, and therefore the danger was doubly great. Just as Zhao Tianlei was pondering his next move, the creature began to run towards him. The young man wasn't going to wait, so he went somewhere himself. The student knew that his speed was lightning fast, but he didn't understand how fast this predator could run. The most important thing was to save the rest of the guys who were already moving along the corridor. Li Xiaoyang told everyone that there was a staff room up ahead, and the girls should hide there, and he would go and help his friend. But they couldn't find their way to their destination, because a figure appeared right in front of them. They knew that the girl looked a lot like their friend, but at the same time she looked quite strange. Looking at her, the beauties couldn't believe that it was actually Xiaohei, so they started calling out her name. Zhen Bingyan immediately asked if the girl was actually alive and able to get out. However, the red-haired beauty lowered her head and remained silent. The now terrified Si Tong asked her friend if she was all right and needed some help. Suddenly, Xiaohei started to grin and started walking towards the guys. The young man, having covered the acquaintances with himself, shouted to them not to go anywhere and not to move, saying that he would sort it out himself. Automatically, Li Xiaoyang reached for his sword, but sadly noticed that he had left it in the hall. The guy understood that he could only rely on himself, and that he needed to fight as carefully as possible so that the zombie would not catch him. The young man was angry at the circumstances, but he understood that there was no other way out. He had to protect those who remained alive. That was why the young man thought to himself that he had never offended girls before. But now there were zombies standing in front of him. Accelerating, the guy struck the dangerous entity with lightning speed. It was obvious that the zombie didn't like this, and it screamed as loudly as it could. Suddenly, the student started running, not knowing exactly where he was going, but knowing that he had to get the monster away as quickly as possible. However, after a while, the young man slowed down a bit. This was despite the fact that he knew the monster was still chasing him. Just like last time, Zhao Tianlei decided that it was best to fight this zombie subspecies just by tricking it. The creature, unable to see the man, screamed as fiercely as it could. Moreover, after a moment, the predator began to break into the door, which was very close. It didn't take long, and it also took a lot of effort for the zombie to fall to the ground. Coming out of his hiding place, the guy laughed and said that this entity is still much more stupid than humans, because it didn't even guess that he was hiding behind the counter. Suddenly, the predator jumped up from its seat and was about to jump on the student who was just waiting for the right moment. The young man jumped as high as he could, knowing that certain actions would follow in the future. Zhao Tianlei was smiling, even though he was in no hurry to do anything, waiting for the right moment. The guy had an axe in his hands, and he knew that the advantage was on his side, and therefore the main thing was to wait and strike. In the next second, our hero said that he got the most stupid opponent. When he heard that the system notified him of the victory, he was indignant, because for destroying zombies, he was awarded only 2 points, although the guy expected at least 10. The young man didn't like it, but the system said there was no point in haggling with it. After a few minutes, the young man began to inspect all sorts of containers, telling the computer that he was trying to find the mutant core. He explained that this zombie dog is stronger than a normal mutant zombie, and therefore the core should be better. But the system replied that the zombie dog does not have cores, although it is faster and stronger. Once again, Zhao Tianlei was angry at the computer, saying that he had spent too much time searching, even though it was completely unnecessary. Li Xiaoyang at that moment shouted to his friend, "Did he really talk to someone again?" And the guy honestly noted that he talks to himself and does this from time to time. The guy did not believe that our hero could single-handedly destroy a zombie dog, but he said that next time he would show a friend how to do it. After a moment, they changed the subject because Li Xiaoyang explained that 2 of them had gotten zombie blood on them, and he was worried that they might get infected, so he sent them to the shower to wash up. Our hero noted with surprise that although Xiaohei was not saved, the zombies are no longer in danger, but there may be other dangers, and you need to be on your guard. Inwardly, he thought that he had encountered mutants twice before, and although he didn't know anything about them, his abilities were limited to normal zombies. At this point, a friend said that, unfortunately, Xiaohei could not be saved, and therefore it is not known who will prepare the food. The young man looked at his companion carefully, but did not know what to say. After a while, the girls saw a large pot of food that looked quite appetizing. The secretary enthusiastically said that she had no idea that Zhao Tianlei could cook. The young man honestly admitted that he didn't know how to cook. He just threw all the food into the instant noodles like they always did in the dorm. Si Tong continued to point out that it was wonderful, and if someone married a guy, they would be very happy. In the next minute, the beauty switched to another young man, noting that he also had to learn how to cook. The guy did not understand why this was necessary for him, but the girl said that this was a woman's part of responsibility. Si Tong explained that girls work on creating branded clothing, and cooking food is a job for men. After that, everyone was silent for a while. Suddenly, our hero spoke up, saying that he didn't care who was the boss before and who was the subordinate. Those days were over. His team does not leave anyone who causes problems, and therefore no one here will spoil the weak. The secretary realized that the leader was not himself and said that she was just joking. At this moment, Zhen Binyan was indignant, saying that she didn't understand who told them to follow the guy. Sidong tried to calm her friend down by saying that she was affected by alcohol, but the supervisor shouted that she didn't understand anything, and she added that they will allow our hero to mock her. Of course, the guys helped them, but this does not give him the right to behave like this. The girl shouted that she did not plan to cook food. Despite this, she is not a subordinate. Zhen Binyan explained that being the chairman is not as easy as it might seem at first glance. When she started her business, she worked late into the night, didn't get much sleep, and spent all day in the office trying to win cases with clients. The boss put in as much effort as anyone else, but the young man doesn't know any of this and says all sorts of stupid things. She added that she struggled for so long, worked hard, and was finally able to enter the market. In the evenings, I worked hard to create an enterprise because there were no workers, and I had to do everything alone. The young people sat in silence and our hero lowered his head. Tongse helped her friend, saying that she had drunk too much and should rest, even though she heard that the beauty had only taken a few sips. At this time, Li Xiaoyang asked his companion if he was tired. The young man took a deep breath and said that he was a little tired. Once in the bedroom, Zhen Binyan asked her secretary not to leave because she didn't want to be alone. Unexpectedly, the girl said that he can also fight against zombies and does not believe that they cannot survive without men. She had made up her mind that tomorrow, the two of them would leave this place, and she would take on all the responsibilities of ensuring the safety of her acquaintance. After that, she said that Zhao Tianlei was really nasty, brash, arrogant, and she couldn't figure out how anyone could think of him. Realizing that the girl wasn't feeling very well, Tongxi explained that she could rest for a while she looked for a change of clothes for them. Sitting on the floor, the beauty held her head, realizing that she had drunk quite a bit, but she did not feel very well. Looking around, the girl couldn't understand how she got into the room, because only recently she had been sitting in the dining room. She clearly remembered the fight that had happened, and she didn't know how she could afford to lose her temper. Closing her eyes, Zhen Binyan thought about how she had always been able to control herself, but this time, something went wrong. Moreover, the secretary didn't stop her even though she could have. Moving along the corridor, Li Xiaoyang asked her friend about how he was feeling, but our hero noted that everything was fine with him, and therefore he could walk to the room on his own, although he immediately noticed that his head was spinning, not knowing that the beer could affect him so much. Of course, he drank very little, but before that he ate a lot, and in recent days there were big problems with food. Among other things, there was stress. In the next moment, the young man thought of his university friends, realizing that he had no idea what was happening to them right now. Most of all, he was concerned about the brunette, who he never stopped thinking about for a minute. The guy was so lost in thought that he no longer knew where he was going or where his room was. Seeing an open door ahead, Zhao Tianlei decided to look inside, knowing that there was no one else in the building. He turned his attention to the girl who was standing with her back to him and was looking intently at the window. Zhen Binyan took off her soiled shirt, but she was in no hurry to change and go to bed. At the same time, the confused student stared at the beauty, unable to tear his gaze away from her. Zhao Tianlei was definitely sure that this was the girl he liked so much. So the next minute, the young man called her name softly. The startled chairwoman didn't know who was in the hallway, so she loudly asked who wanted what from her. However, when she looked closer, she saw that our hero was standing there, so she said his name. Having opened the doors, the joyful guy began to talk about the fact that the same girl was standing in front of him, still being embarrassed. Even so, Zhen Binyan was shouting and indignant, saying that she had found a room for herself and now wanted to change her clothes to go to bed. And a guy came in and interrupted her. But instead of explaining, the student simply took and hugged the supervisor, being sure that his friend was standing in front of him. Confused, the girl had no idea what all this meant, so she didn't say anything. And only the young man with tears in his eyes explained that the beauty probably did not even know how much he was worried about her, adding that he did not want her to leave again, because he was afraid that he would never see her again. The astonished manager heard the young man speak words of love, but did not know what it all meant. It was then, after a moment, that she asked him again, her eyes wide. Moreover, after pushing the guy away from her, Zhen Binyan said that the man should not joke like that, since he had said that he hated her a while ago. Still confused, the student asked how she could talk about something like this. Moreover, how he could not love her. However, the girl was already interested in the fact that he, being near, still continues to look at her with some sadness and confusion. Lowering his gaze, the young man confessed that the reason was that he still couldn't dare. The fact was that in front of him was a goddess who was always like a star, and there were so many different people around her that he couldn't do anything and couldn't afford to be near her. Our hero said that he always loved her, but did not dare to say it, because he thought that he was not worthy of her. But now everything is different, and he is no longer the same as before. Therefore, he would use his own power and spare no effort to protect her. The surprised beauty, looking at her friend, asked if all this was really true. But instead of answering, she saw the boy put his hand to her face, and then he went on, asking her if she would stay with him and let him prove it to her. After a moment, the young man pulled the girl to him as if he was going to kiss her. She, in turn, flattered by all that was said, could not resist, and therefore simply remained silent. The next morning, when the student jumped out of bed, he thought that zombies had broken into the room, and therefore he was wondering what to do. The guys who were standing in the door and were embarrassed tried to say something sensible, but they couldn't do anything. At this time, when getting out of bed, Jen Bingyan wrapped herself in a blanket and wanted to leave as early as possible. Our hero carefully looked at his clothes, which were lying on the floor, but could not understand anything. That was why, in his fright, he asked again and again what was going on here. With anger in her voice, Tongxi shouted that the guy had brazenly taken advantage of the fact that her friend had entered the room to change her clothes. Li Xiaoyang, who had always treated his friend well and always supported him, now couldn't understand how it had come to this in the first place. With sadness in his voice, the young man admitted that all he remembers is a strong dizziness after a beer. Then he tried to find a spare room for himself. However, then something happened that he couldn't describe in words, as it was more like a mirage. Covering his face with his hand, our hero again said that he did not understand how it came to this. The secretary could not calm down, and therefore stated that the young man was drunk, and therefore now says that he had nothing to do with it. Moreover, he cannot remember anything. Chen Binyan, who was already dressed, told her friend that she misunderstood everything, and she added that the young man should not feel guilty because they are adults and are responsible for themselves, and therefore she does not plan to blame him for anything. Li Xiaoyang, coming close to his friend, noted that even if girls say such things, then he, as a man, should take responsibility. However, the student did not like this statement, and therefore, defending himself, he said that if he had not been persuaded to drink beer, none of this would have happened, and he would not have confessed his love. The girls, listening to this explanation, immediately began to ask what the young man had just said. The hero's friend looked at him in surprise, but couldn't find the right words to describe his emotions. Closing his eyes, Zhao Tianlei immediately started apologizing for all of this. The guy did not want to look stupid, so he admitted that it was all his fault, no matter what. Moreover, the beauty should not worry, because he will be responsible for all this. With tears in her eyes, the chairman said that the young man so beautifully confessed his love for her. But it turned out that all these were words intended for another. In the next second, she slapped the young man across the face, shouting that he was the most terrible person she had ever known. Zhao Tianlei didn't plan on saying anything, especially since he had repeatedly said that he was wrong, so he just didn't say anything. At that moment, when the young man left the room, all those gathered noted that they heard a shootout that was taking place on the street. Surprised, Tongxi suddenly said that it was most likely the rescue team that had arrived, and they were the ones who were currently shooting back at someone. Going out into the corridor, our hero told his friend that now is the time to go outside and explore the situation. Seeing that Zhao Tianlei was also being followed by the girls, he was silent for a moment, but then he started to say something. Again, the young man paused, as if debating what the best thing to say would be. As he moved toward the door, he made sure that the girls immediately hid in a safe place and did not come out. At the same time, the street around the second landing was still the same as in other places, as there were zombies everywhere. Frightened people kept trying to hide somewhere, even though they didn't know where to find the best shelter. One of the young men, supporting his friend, shot at the monsters. At the same time, another person said that the guy was badly hurt, and therefore they urgently need to decide what to do with him. The unfortunate man asked his friend to leave him and run, because in this case the chance of salvation will be much greater. Even so, Swan stated that she didn't want to hear anything like this. Moreover, they could all get out of this place together. The young man could not be distracted by his friend for a long time, because the zombies continued to follow them, and someone kept shooting at them. It was obvious that the young man was a professional in this business, and he was also nervous, knowing that not only his life was at stake, but also the lives of his colleagues. Of course, weapons were necessary in the current situation, although they were not enough, because there were too many zombies and they constantly appeared. The guys were hiding behind a rock and cheering on Wu Xuan, saying that the young man was a real sniper, who sometimes managed to do something incredible. However, in the next instant, the man noticed with horror that the pistol was out of bullets. Suddenly, the monsters that were standing right in front of him pounced on the guy. Wu Xuan struggled with all his might, knowing that he had to win this fight, even though he was clearly aware that the odds were still unequal. The guys who were in the shelter screamed in horror and turned to the young man. However, Tom didn't have time to pay attention to anyone because he knew that he was about to be bitten. All the young man managed to do was address Xiao Chao, although he didn't say anything else other than his name. The frightened guy did not realize that one of the monsters was next to him, so his friend hurried to warn him about it. But in the next instant, the young people noticed how someone hit the zombie with all their strength. The people gathered in the courtyard had no idea where the help had come from, but they were incredibly happy about it. Li Xiaoyang shouted to his companion that he could figure out this side on his own, so he didn't need any help. Holding his axe in his hands, Zhao Tianlei calmly stated that he understood everything, and therefore he would not interfere, especially since he had already successfully coped with many of them. But the difficulty was that in the next instant a new batch of zombies came to the site, and therefore the battle began again. Looking out from his hiding place, one of the guys said with horror that he did not understand how all these people could not be afraid of zombies and fight them so bravely. Wu Xuan, who was quite strong, didn't understand anything and just stared intently in front of him. Turning to those who were standing on the street, our hero said that a little further away there is a cafeteria, and therefore they should hide there. Surprised young people thanked the guy and noted that they understood everything. Everyone knew that there was no need to delay, so they immediately headed for the shelter. As for the guys, they, as before, coped with the zombies, realizing that it was necessary to clear the territory at least a little. Suddenly, the system notified the youth that he had gained the required amount of experience to upgrade his class. Zhao Tianlei was so engrossed in fighting that he had completely forgotten that such a thing was possible, even though he was pleased that his class had finally increased. And the system at the same time congratulated the owner on switching to a new class and getting new features. But it was impossible to be happy for too long, because at the same moment a new batch of zombies was already running at the young people. Li Xiaoyang saw that his comrades were busy with something else, so he decided to warn them of the impending danger. Smiling, the young man noted that he was even glad that new predators were running at him, because this was a new opportunity to test his own strength. The young man, clutching his axe in his hands, shouted at the zombies to get as close as possible, saying that his weapon would be the last thing they could see. And it was true, because the guy was fighting like he had never fought before, and his speed had increased significantly. Not only that, Zhao Tianlei knew that he was completely different, but also that his fear was completely gone. The student noted to himself that he never thought that he would have such speed. Moreover, he felt infinite power, airflow, direction of movement, and all the sounds, and all this improved tenfold. And then he was glad that it was at such a moment that the transition to a higher level became available to him. Li Xiaoyang, watching his friend, was surprised to ask where the other's strength came from, even though he felt unwell in the morning. At this time, the survivors were banging on the doors and asking to be opened, saying that they were being chased by monsters. Once inside, people rejoiced that by some miracle they still managed to escape. A tired stranger told the young man that he was strong, but at the same time he scared her very much, because she already believed that this was the end. Wu Xian, in turn, asked his companion if he was okay and told him that they were safe now. However, it turned out that the young man did not hear this, because he continued to sit with his eyes closed. The young man slowly closed his eyes, which were immediately filled with tears. Zhen Bingyan wanted to approach these strangers, but the secretary abruptly stopped her, telling her to be as careful as possible. At this moment, Wu Xuan slowly covered his companion's eyes with his hand, and then, with sadness in his voice, he said that this person should be buried, explaining that he was not bitten by a zombie. He was wounded by a crowd of people who attacked them. At that moment, another young man shouted furiously that this was secondary right now. The most important thing was to barricade the door so that no monsters would break in. The manager calmly noted that this should not be done, because their people are still outside. But the stranger wasn't going to listen to her, so he immediately started grabbing chairs, propping up the door, saying that these two relievers were probably already dead. He immediately began ordering everyone to bring chairs and other furniture immediately, adding that if anything happened to him, his father would kill them all. But the guy did not have time to finish the sentence to the end, because at that moment our heroes opened the door and automatically hit this man, who fell to the floor. The crowd was watching closely, but they weren't going to interfere. Zhao Tianlei immediately asked in a haughty tone who the dead person was. Haltingly, the young man asked how they managed to fight those monsters and still stay alive. Rushing to Li Xiaoyang, the secretary began to wail, explaining that she was very worried about him, but the guy didn't like it, and then he asked to let him go. Tang Shai nervously stated that they were dating. Despite this, the person was acting as timid as possible, and then she added that she saw a brave young man immediately fight a zombie. But he explained that it was not him, but our hero, who destroyed more than 20 zombies. Turning to an acquaintance, Zhen Bingyan asked her to go upstairs together to rest for a while. The surprised girl looked at the two young men carefully, but didn't say anything. Turning to Li Xiaoyang, she explained that she would go with the chairman for now, but she would still be coming back soon. And as she was leaving, she started telling her friend not to get angry. After that, the beauties began to slowly walk away, talking about something of their own. The stranger, who had been watching the girls closely, smiled as he watched them go. Turning to Khan, his girlfriend said that only recently he had planned to barricade the doors. The startled guy was already shouting that, in fact, now all the forces should be thrown at this very thing. And so after a moment he shouted that everyone should not just stand there, but immediately help him with this. Li Xiaoyang calmly explained that there was no need to be so nervous because the zombies outside had already been destroyed, hence they were completely safe. However, the man continued to claim that he was being deceived, because he was on the street and did not see how many monsters were there, and therefore they could not just disappear. Zhao Tianlei didn't plan to argue with anyone, so he asked if the stranger didn't believe what he had just been told. Then he went on to say that if that was the case, they'd better go outside together to make sure. Not much time had passed, and the guy was already lying on the ground, looking inattentively in front of him. When he saw that the doors were closed in front of him, he immediately began to ask to open them, fearing for his own life. Banging on the door, the young man shouted to be let in immediately and not to be left to be devoured by zombies. Suddenly, our heroes opened the doors, and it was so sudden that the young man, who was on the other side, again stretched out on the floor. The restless companions immediately started asking Li Yichuan how he was feeling. The narcissistic youth didn't say anything, instead starting to say bad words towards Zhao Tianlei. Approaching the student, he started shouting that the guy was playing with fire because he had no idea who he was going to pick a fight with, claiming that his father would deal with such garbage easily and quickly. At that moment, the girl turned to the young man and said that there was a problem with his pants. Our heroes have already begun to laugh at the unfamiliar person, realizing that he, like a small child, peed in his pants. Li Yichuan was extremely angry, so he looked at everyone with hatred. In the next second, he hit the girl and shouted that she didn't dare laugh at him, because his fear was so strong that words couldn't express it. He immediately asked Wu Xuan why he was standing there and just keeping a close eye on everything that was going on, instead of dealing with the detractors who were standing in front of him. At that moment, the beauty told the guy that it would be best if he took off his pants and gave them to her. As for the bodyguard, he explained that he was only responsible for security and not for solving problems with diapers. Once again, the young man began to shout and get angry, threatening that at the end of the month his security guard would not receive a penny, and therefore he could not complain later. Turning to the girl, Li Yichuan ordered her to remove these pants from the bodyguard and hand it over to him. However, Wu Xuan didn't plan on being humiliated, so he told his employer not to overdo it. But the young man again did not plan to listen to anyone. Instead, he continued his threats, calling everyone around garbage and saying that his father would complain about the security company, which sooner or later will close. The guy defended himself and noted that if the young man had obeyed the commands and did not get out of the car to buy a beer, they would not have been attacked. People would not have stolen the car, not to mention that 3 people would still be alive. All this led to the fact that they did not have time for their flight. Despite this, the guy does not remember anything at all and still dares to threaten someone else. Li Yichuan continued to push his line, saying that as long as someone worked for his family, everyone should do as they were told. It was obvious that the bodyguard's eyes were angry. Despite this, he could not afford to do anything extra. However, this could have been done by our hero, who immediately approached the ill-wisher and kicked him. With anger in his voice, the unknown man shouted again that no one dared to beat him. But, Zhao Tianlei asked in a calm tone, "Does the ill-wisher really think that everyone will tolerate him and not throw him out on the street to be eaten by monsters?" And then he added that, at a time like this, remembering your father is just stupid, if he wants to see him, then let him come and watch his son being eaten by zombies. Turning his gaze to Wu Xuan, the young man asked if it was true that this was his name. The frightened young man looked at our hero and honestly said that he correctly called his name. In the next second, the guy introduced himself and then pointed at Li Xiaoyang and said that this person is his brother. The student insisted that there is no point in protecting the person who is standing next to them and trying to protect himself in every possible way. Even in a difficult situation, the bodyguard still did not abandon the person he was protecting. And therefore, this is very much appreciated at the present time. So he would like to invite this guy to join their team. The guard was flattered by what he heard, because he didn't even believe that strangers could speak so highly of him. At the same time, Li Yichuan was watching the man closely, wondering in horror what was in store for them. However, Wu Xuan thanked our hero for such an offer, as well as for the fact that the guys came to their rescue, saying that if not for them, everyone would have died long ago. But unfortunately, he will still not be able to join the new group. Li Xiaoyang couldn't understand the reason behind the refusal, saying that the youth was risking his life for such trash that he wouldn't even pay. But the guard modestly admitted that it's not about money, just his mission must be completed to the end, regardless of who is on the opposite side. After hearing this explanation, Zhao Tianlei happily said that after hearing everything, he began to respect this person even more. And after a little thought, he asked if the employer suddenly died, whether the contract between them would be terminated from the moment of his death. Wu Xuan stared intently in front of him, though he didn't immediately give an answer. Li Qiaoyang knew that such a response would be a real challenge for the bodyguard, but he didn't want to interfere. Li Yichuan didn't know what to do in this situation, so he just stood there and stared in front of him. The young man shouted at them not to approach him, once again reminding everyone that if something happened to him, then everyone else would also be finished. In the next minute, pointing to his sword, a friend of our hero noted that he was saved, and as a sign of gratitude, he planned to barricade the doors and leave his rescuers to be devoured by zombies. And, brandishing his weapon, he added that he did not like such people and would never tolerate them. Li Xiaoyang took a decisive step towards the ill-wisher and even swung his blade. But suddenly the guard shouted for the young man to stop and take no further action. Moreover, everyone in the audience noticed the man running to intercept the guy's arm. Wu Xuan honestly said that he couldn't allow anyone to harm his employer, no matter how bad the person was. The young man said that it was almost the first time he had encountered such a capture, suggesting that his opponent not only knows how to shoot well, but also has martial arts skills. And he added that sooner or later, a bad person who stands next to them will sacrifice other people, and therefore he is not worth protecting. At the same time, Zhen Bingyan, who had no idea what was going on below, was slowly packing up her things. The secretary said that there was no way the boss could survive alone at such a time, and therefore she would not let her go anywhere. However, the girl made a firm decision, and therefore said that she really did not want to stay in this place any longer. It turned out that Zhao Tianlei didn't like her, and to him, she was just a substitute for the girl he loved. So she felt a humiliation that she had never even thought about before. Right now, her only desire was to take revenge on this man, so it seemed to her that if she stayed, she would sooner or later decide to do it. That's why it's best if she leaves here. Turning around, the beauty said that there was no need to worry about her, because it was quite possible that she would meet survivors and be able to take care of herself. Tongsai noted that this shouldn't be the case because the chairman still continues to love this young man. Hearing this, the girl resolutely shouted that all this was not true, but the secretary did not plan to stop, adding that she saw the director's reaction, and therefore this is true. Tangxi explained that he might have liked Shen Xinyu before, but now there was another girl in his life, so there was no point in thinking about the past. Among other things, no one knows what happened to the guy's classmate. It is quite possible that she has been gone for a long time, because zombies are roaming around. The secretary insisted that her boss was attractive and always believed in herself, but now something has happened to her. In the workplace, the young woman always made firm decisions and never wavered, and these decisions brought the company huge amounts of money. Bowing her head, Zhen Bingyan admitted that her friend was probably right. A young man might like someone else, but there was no relationship between them. Moreover, the guy is currently free, and therefore, like every person, he has his own good qualities. A joyful Tongxi stated that she now gets to know her supervisor again. It turned out that this conversation could go on for a very long time. But after a moment, the girls heard a strange noise, and therefore decided to check what happened there. And there it was, all the same as before. Young people were fighting, and each of them wanted to win. Looking down the stairs, the surprised beauties wanted to know why these people were fighting among themselves. After all, when they went up to the second floor, everything was peaceful and good. Even without being a specialist or professional, it was clear that the guys were fighting almost equally. Each of them had their own strengths and weaknesses, and therefore the battle could last for a very long time. Although at some point, Wu Xuan still managed to grab his opponent, Tong Shi, seeing that her young man was losing, immediately shouted at him to close up and be as careful as possible. Li Xiaoyang, in turn, said that his friend is engaged in several martial arts, which was an excellent choice. And then he said that it was just a pity that all this was in vain, because he met a real fighter. And turning over his opponent, he declared that it was all in vain anyway. The bodyguard fell to the floor and lay motionless for a while. A joyous Tong Shi immediately started shouting about how the young man had managed to win a brilliant victory. Our hero carefully looked at the ill-wisher, who continued to stand in his place and just did not know what was waiting for him. Pressing as close as possible to the girl and trying to find protection in her, the man tried to say something, although he could not find the right words. Suddenly, Li Yichuan fell to his knees and begged not to be touched, explaining that he was very scared, so his whole body reacted automatically, but nothing like this would happen again. Zhao Tianlei did not care about these people, so he said that their lives were of no value to him. And he added that he only needs a security guard who showed his best side. A minute later, our hero explained that if the ill-wisher suddenly found a way for the guard to go with him, then he would be released alive and unharmed. Li Yichuan shouted happily that it wasn't a problem, so he reached into his side pocket. Pointing to the contract, the guy shouted that it was the same document that they had recently signed. But from this day on, the young man is dismissed and is no longer a personal bodyguard. And therefore, he does not need to protect anyone, and he can do whatever he wants. Zhao Tianlei talked about how everything turned out exactly as it should, and he didn't even have to ask for too long. As he shook hands with Wu Xuan, our hero told him that there were no bad people in their team, and they were all kind. The guard stared intently at the person in front of him for a while, and then he noted that if the young man does not want to, then no one will force him anyway. But there is a small souvenir for him. And in the next minute, everyone in the audience noticed how the guy pulled out a small box. Wu Xuan couldn't believe his eyes because it was a box full of bullets. Li Xiaoyang was the most surprised of all and asked where his friend got such a thing, if they were together all this time and did not leave each other's side. Our hero managed to get out of it and explained that earlier, when Chen Yao was with them, they met several looters on the road, from whom they took the cartridges and put them in a bag. Inwardly, the young man thought that he had just picked up the item he needed in the exchange system. Then he went back to the guard and said that he knew that he had run out of ammo, and such new ones would be very useful in the fight against zombies. The bodyguard was grateful to these people, and therefore said that he did not owe anyone anything. But despite this, he would still go with the guys. To make it even more convincing, Wu Xuan indicated that he was willing to go with the leader and his team. Zhao Tianlei smiled for the first time in a long time, genuinely happy to have a new good person joining them. And in the next second, the young people started introducing themselves again, saying that they could call each other brothers. And it was very pleasant. Li Yichuan, who came over a minute later, started to talk about how fate had brought them together. So now was the perfect time to discuss when they would be leaving. All this greatly angered the guys, after which they said that the ill-wisher should immediately leave here. The latter, realizing that he could simply be abandoned, began to justify himself again, saying that he did not want anything bad and would like to be accepted into the team, adding that his father was ready to pay for it. Zhao Tianlei explained that his team never accepts people who have no value. So if someone wants to join, they must prove that they can be useful. The frightened young man immediately began to say that he definitely could not fight. Then he immediately offered his girlfriend in return, saying that she could always be useful. It turned out that this beauty was quite popular and she had a lot of fans, although now you can't tell from her appearance, but in fact everything is exactly like that. Hearing this, the girl immediately began to shout that she would never stand next to the poor. Li Yichuan didn't like being threatened by anyone, so he hit the beauty, saying that he had given her a lot in all this time. And she was acting so ugly. In the next second, everyone in the audience turned their attention to the girls who were standing at the top. After going downstairs, Zhen Binyan explained that the boys already had their favorite girls. And then, in front of everyone, she took our hero by the t-shirt. Then she pulled him as close to her as she could and kissed him, oblivious to everything around her. Li Xiaoyang was confused by everything that was going on. But what struck him the most was that he had no idea what the relationship between these people really was. Neither did the leader, who stepped aside and asked the girl why she was doing all this. The beauty said in an icy tone that he had recently said that he would be responsible. She agrees to this, and therefore from now on, she wants him to become her boyfriend. The chairman noted that she is a beautiful girl, and she does not care who the young man loves. But from now on, he has her and only her. At the same time, she added that if she suddenly finds out that he has another girlfriend or someone else is looking at him, then it will be very sorry. The secretary standing next to her immediately praised her friend, noting that you should always behave in this way. A friend recommended that our hero not provoke conflicts, because in the future he himself may suffer from this. After that, Tongxi went up to Li Xiaoyang and started telling him about some girls. But as it turned out, the guy didn't need that kind of information at all. Again, for some reason, the stranger screamed that it didn't matter to her if someone had a girlfriend or not, because she wouldn't look at all these poor people anyway. In order to silence the beauty, the young man decided to change the subject and informed everyone present that he had to tell them one big secret. It turned out that his father is a high-ranking government official who hired bodyguards to accompany him to the airport and help him get to Kyoto, where there is a shelter. When the zombie outbreak began, Beijing took special measures, closed Kyoto, where the strongest defense was built and the densest military grouping was deployed. And officials began to invite very famous people there. So now this is the safest place in the world. And if he is escorted there, he promises everyone that his father will give his word for them, and they will be completely safe. Our hero immediately said that the rich really have privileges and all this sounds as attractive as possible. But after a moment, he added lazily that, unfortunately, it didn't matter to him at all. The guys behind him said that if he decided so, then they completely agree with him. However, the detractor continued to claim that young people themselves do not understand what they are giving up, because only there they can be completely safe, given that the world is invaded by zombies. Zhao Tianlei reiterated that he understood everything. But it should be understood that the destination is thousands of kilometers away. And in the current conditions, trains do not run and planes do not fly. It would take a long time to get there, and they would probably encounter monsters along the way, and even if they managed to get there safely, they wouldn't necessarily be allowed in at all. Otherwise, they will simply become zombie fodder, not to mention that Yuzhou is the nearest base that is located nearby. Wu Xuan decided to check whether this base was really number 6. He immediately explained that while the signal was still there, he had been reading the news on the phone. Even though this base couldn't compare to Kyoto, it had well-developed facilities and an army, and it was really a great place. When Li Yichuan heard this, he was still indignant and continued to insist. However, the girl told the young man that these guys had already decided that they would not go anywhere without him, and therefore there was no point in arguing with them. She added that it is better to go with them to the base they are talking about, because surely there are friends of his father who will contact them, and someone will definitely fly in and pick them up. The young man remarked that he would never have thought that Yan Zhen had a brain and could come up with something really interesting. After a moment, he told her not to think about being angry with him, because soon he would buy new clothes for her. Zhao Tianlei once again stated in a cold tone that the guys were playing their roles perfectly. It was obvious that these words greatly surprised and alarmed the young man, who immediately asked if everyone had heard what was being said. In fact, our hero did not care what these people were, so he noted that they could go with them. He also added that you should not expect any help from him. And if suddenly young people find themselves in trouble, they will have to act on their own. Putting a pot on the table, the guy explained to everyone that he had packed all the food they had, and after lunch they would have to leave immediately. None of the team members thought of contradicting him, knowing that the leader had thought everything out carefully beforehand. Li Xiaoyang didn't think about anything at all. He just ate his portion, trying to make it as fast as possible. However, there were also those who carefully looked at the food, which looked quite appetizing, but had a completely different opinion on this matter. Li Yichuan wasn't going to compliment the food, so he asked what kind of slop they had on their plate. A friend of our acquaintance, hearing that unfamiliar people were dissatisfied with the food, was immediately surprised and asked how they differ from others. Tongxi immediately looked up from her meal and said that no one has the right to talk about food like that now, because it's worth its weight in gold. Many people are starving, and they managed to find something. Only our heroes, with their usual calmness, answered that he had already told the guys that everyone is for themselves, and if someone wants to eat delicacies, they can go and find them on their own. Yanzhen smiled and said that she had seen some frozen dumplings in the cafeteria, so she suggested that we go there and make them. The guy didn't mind, and a minute later the guys were up and leaving the table. Our heroes carefully watched them go, but decided that in this situation words would be superfluous. However, not even a few minutes later, Li Yichuan came running back and shouted that there was a female corpse in the dining hall, most likely a zombie. Zhao Tianlei explained in a calm voice that there was absolutely nothing to worry about. The thing is, they had Xiaohe with them, who was bitten by a zombie and now turned into a monster, so they had to destroy her so that she wouldn't pose a threat anymore. The guy merged in fear and shouted that they should have thrown the corpse away, and instead for some reason it was left in a place where anyone can come. Our heroes were not going to argue about anything and calmly said that everyone had agreed to go on the road after lunch. Given that everyone had already eaten a hearty meal, it was now the perfect time to head to their planned destination without delay. After a while, everyone was already sitting in the truck. Zhao Tianlei was driving again, with his best friend sitting next to him in the passenger seat. Everyone else was in the back of the truck, but at first they sat in silence, not knowing what they could talk about, because everyone was completely different. The silence was broken by Li Yichuan, who asked what Zhen Binyan's name was, and then added that he had heard rumors that the beauty was the chairman of the company, and did not understand why she would work so hard with such an appearance. The supervisor closed her eyes and sat in silence as she didn't want to talk too much. The secretary, who was always responsible for the boss, told the young man to stay away and added that you should not count on anyone's help, because everyone is on their own in the end. After a moment, the guy came as close as possible to Tong Si and noted that although she was not bad, she didn't look as good as the boss. But he liked her playful nature. The only mistake is that the beauty doesn't know much about guys, and those two aren't of any use, but if she changed her mind, he would immediately shut up. In the next second, Zhen Binyan immediately turned to her acquaintance. But instead, it was Wu Xuan who came to the rescue and immediately grabbed his former employer's hand. And he suddenly said that the young man should not behave so arbitrarily. Otherwise, he risks getting a broken arm. Li Yichuan didn't like this treatment, so he asked the guard how he could talk to him like this. The young man noted in a cold voice that the ill-wisher probably forgot that their contract was terminated, and that was the reason why he was now his own boss. He pushed the young man aside and advised him to stay quiet, otherwise it would be bad. Wu Xuan explained that he had endured the man's antics for too long, but now his patience had run out and he wouldn't let up. The guy did not like this treatment, but he understood that he was physically not strong and could not fight, which meant that it was pointless to resist. In the next minute, everyone present felt the truck stop abruptly. A leader appeared in the aisle and explained that the road ahead was damaged, the car would get stuck there, and the next part of the way would have to be walked. The main thing, don't forget to take food. Inwardly, the young man thought that fortunately, he had hidden the rice and noodles in the storage room, and the rest of the food was light enough. Once again, among the dissatisfied people were two unfamiliar people who began to complain that they might meet zombies on the way, and then there would be no point in going anywhere. Our heroes did not want to interfere and just watched their friends who silently unloaded their things. Li Yichuan immediately began to resent the fact that no one present expressed their own opinions, but quietly followed orders. In the next minute, Zhao Tianlei said that he wasn't forcing anyone to go with him, and if someone had other plans, they could implement them on their own. Leaving, the young people wished ill-wishers all the best, but they themselves did not plan to waste time. Yanzhen clung to her boyfriend, asking what they were going to do next. The young man understood that without help and support they would not be able to survive, and shouted that the only way out was to follow these people. While running, the guys shouted to our heroes to take their time and wait for them. After entering the city, people carefully looked at the empty and dirty streets, which looked as unpresentable as possible. Zhao Tianlei knew that danger could be lurking at every turn, so he carefully listened to every sound. In the next minute, he told his colleagues that there were too many zombies in the shops, so they should not draw attention to themselves. They knew this perfectly well, so they continued to move along the street. But they were afraid to even speak to each other. It seemed that for the first time in a long time there was not just silence, but such that it rang in my ears. Zhen Binyan, who was used to being the leader in everything, now walked in the group, even though the secretary hinted that she shouldn't do so. Passing by one of the alleys, the guys noticed several zombies. Yanzhen said in a frightened voice that she had seen monsters and that she really needed to go to the bathroom. Running away, the beauty said that she could no longer restrain herself and she needed to get to the ladies' room as soon as possible, although the guy swore and asked her to shut up. In his haste, Li Yichuan accidentally stepped on a tin can. Our heroes immediately turned around to see what had happened. The guys were not happy, but the difficulty was not in this, but in the fact that the zombies immediately realized that there were people on the street. The crowd immediately huddled together, aware that danger was coming at them at every turn, and therefore an attack could be expected from any direction. Zhao Tianlei immediately told his companions not to move or make a sound, otherwise they would have a chance to escape. But it turned out that the zombies were not so stupid, and therefore they were moving towards the street where our heroes were standing. The next minute, another unpleasant thing happened, which was that Yanzhen couldn't make it to the toilet. The zombies could smell all sorts of smells very well, so they immediately realized that the food in the form of dumplings was very close. The monsters docked and grinned, making it clear that the intruders would definitely not be able to hide from them. Our heroes knew that there were too many predators, so they ordered the guys to immediately run and look for some safe place to escape. And while the young man took out the axe, his friend turned to the girls, telling them that they should immediately run and hide. Time was really short, which was why the student started a duel with several zombies that were closest to him in the next second. He knew that now that he had advanced to a higher class, he had the strength and stamina to fight more than a dozen of these creatures. There was also a significant advantage in the fact that they now had another person with them, who at that very moment was firing a pistol. This was fine, because while one was swinging the axe, the other was aiming to take down the monsters. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tianlei asked his friend if he had a silencer. The young man explained that he had a temporary silencer made of steel pipe, because bodyguards are trained to use improvised means for weapons. The guy, smiling, noted that taking this person into the team was the right decision. It turns out that he can even make weapons. And he also told his friends that now was the time to leave the street immediately and find a safe place. The reason was that the danger was increasing by the minute, because the number of zombies was growing immensely. Startled, Li Xiaoyang nervously noted that the monsters were approaching, and therefore the situation was escalating to the limit. The next minute, our hero said that they should hide in a store located opposite the street, because he believes that there are no zombies there. The guys were glad that they would be able to find a quiet and peaceful place, so they turned to the leader. At this time, Li Yichuan came close to the chairman and began to take the backpack on her back from her. Pushing her away like a handsome man, the young man shouted at her to leave and not interfere with him. In the next second, he turned to his girlfriend and ordered her to immediately run inside the store. Xidong went up to her friend to ask how she was feeling, and heard that she had twisted her leg during a fall. Zhen Binyan was pointing at her own leg, saying that it was bruised, and now the limb was aching. Li Xiaoyang, who had seen what had happened, was angry at the detractors, thinking that it was a bad idea to bring him along. Realizing that the girl is not able to walk, our hero has already picked her up in order to carry her to the shelter. However, when they reached the door, they found it locked and dead. The villain shouted that the guys thought they were the smartest, but now they will go to feed the zombies. And showing the backpack, he noted that he now has food and drinks. And given the fact that they didn't want to take him to Kyoto anyway, they are no longer of any use. Li Yichuan did not speak the most flattering words to the young people and openly laughed at them. And then he added that now everyone can hit him, but they must understand that they will not succeed even if they want to. While raising his sword, Li Xiaoyang said that he wanted the leader to let him be the one to break down this door and face the opponent. However, in the next second, the young man's companion said that it was best to break this door with shots, and therefore asked everyone to step aside. Realizing that something was about to happen, the villains carefully looked at the people who were on the other side of the door. It was obvious that Wu Xuan wasn't planning on joking, so he immediately pulled the trigger. But to the great astonishment of the enemy and the young man, nothing happened, and the door was not even scratched. Realizing that the guys did not succeed, the villain began to laugh, saying that these doors are as tight as possible, and therefore no one can do anything with them. This was also understood by Zhao Tianlei, who asked his friend not to waste any more bullets because the door was bulletproof and had glass in it. In the next instant, our heroes realized that a zombie was approaching them, and therefore they had to make an urgent decision. Zhao Tianlei pointed out angrily that Li Yichuan had better pray that they never met, because if they did, the payback would be cruel and long. In the next second, the boys were running down the street again, although they had no idea where they could hide now. Suddenly, the team saw a building exactly in the direction they were approaching. As they ran inside, they immediately shouted for everyone else who was running after them to close the doors and barricade them so that they could stay completely safe. The kids didn't have to say anything twice, so they immediately started moving heavy cabinets to the doors. At the same time, the young man gently placed Zhen Binyan on the sofa, realizing that even standing up was painful. And while the wounded woman noted that everything was fine with her, the secretary stated that this was not so at all, because the leg was not only red, but also swollen. So it was possible to think that it was even a fracture. After a while, the students approached the chair to see what had happened to her. After a moment, the guy explained that fortunately it was not a fracture, the girl just damaged muscle tissue, and therefore if she takes the medicine, she will recover quickly enough. Hearing that Zhao Tianlei was going to go find a cure, the beauty wisely stopped him, saying that there was no need to risk yourself, especially since there were so many zombies on the street. She didn't think so though, so he tried to explain that if he didn't do something about it now, it could get worse. Zhen Bingyan kindly explained that she shouldn't be underestimated, since she had worn 100 heels and had already trained her ankles, so her feet weren't like ordinary people's. And then she added that she just needs a little rest, after which everything will quickly pass and recover. The young man decided to agree, but said that if it suddenly gets worse, she will have to turn to him for help. For the first time, there was a mutual understanding between the guys, and therefore the beauty agreed with this man. After a few hours, everyone went to bed, however. Tong Shi couldn't sleep, because she could hear the chairman mumbling in her delirium. In the next second, the girl told everyone that Zhen Binyan was not feeling well, and most likely had a fever. Our hero could not sleep, so he immediately got up and went to the patient to personally check what was wrong with her. The student noticed that the leg was even more swollen. Moreover, there was an inflammation, although the beauty herself continued to insist that she would get some sleep and then everything would go away. But the young man knew that the girl was not feeling well, and therefore noted that if she had not stopped him during the day, measures would have already been taken and the situation would not have come to this. Turning to a friend, our hero noted that she should carefully monitor her boss. As for him, there are pharmacies and hospitals in the city, and therefore he will find the right medicine. Tongsi said with anger in her voice that if that bad person hadn't pushed the girl, she would have been fine now. But it didn't seem to matter to the director at all, because she was feeling really bad. The young man knew that it was dangerous outside, and as for the nighttime, the situation was as unpredictable as possible. So he had to be extremely careful. When Zhao Tianlei entered the pharmacy, he was glad that he had found a large amount of medicines, including painkillers and antibiotics. So he decided to take them all with him. Suddenly, the student heard a rustle and immediately turned around. His guess was correct, because there were two zombies right in front of him. With anger in his voice, he noted that their eyes were red, which meant that they were mutants. It seemed that the monsters were not going to stand and wait, and therefore immediately began to growl, showing their clear superiority. In the next second, these entities rushed to the side where the guy was standing. At the same time, Zhen Binyan, whose temperature had risen even higher, was asking for someone to bring her some water. The secretary, who was standing next to her, did not immediately hear what the girl wanted, so she went up to her and asked her again what she needed. Turning to Tongxi, the beauty said that she was very hot and her mouth was dry, and therefore she wanted to drink some water. A happy colleague noted that there are no problems with this, and therefore now she will bring a bottle of liquid. But after opening the bag, the secretary looked in front of her with horror. It seemed that at that moment she remembered something important. And this was true, because all the water that was taken from the dining hall was in the injured girl's bag. It was this bag that Li Yichuan took with him. However, the assistant was not going to give up, which is why she went to the toilet to get water at least from the tap. But after a moment, the girl was angry and indignant at the same time, because there was absolutely no water there. Si Tong screamed because she had no idea where to get water or how to help in this situation. After some thought, the secretary decided that it was necessary to get water somewhere. It was for this reason that the girl asked Li Xiaoyang to come over to her for a moment, if it was not difficult for him to do so. However, the guy immediately noted that he couldn't do it, because their leader ordered him to stand guard at all times and carefully watch the doors. But grabbing the young man by the ear, the secretary angrily shouted for the young man to come to her, because she had something important to tell him. The young man did not like this attitude, but he knew that in this case it was better not to argue, because everyone's nerves are on edge, so he just asked what happened. Tong Sai explained that the water and food were taken away by the villain who barricaded himself in the store. The plumbing also seems to be broken, and Zhen Binlei is very feverish and very thirsty, so he needs to find water. When he heard this, the guy was silent for a second, because he didn't understand where he could look for clean water at night. But the young man did not want to upset the girl, and therefore again stated that he had to guard the doors, because at any second zombies could break in here. The beauty explained that Li Xiaoyang shouldn't always listen to his companion, because everyone should have their own opinion. The guy didn't like this statement, and therefore he wanted to know what she was hinting at. After that, the girl said that of course there is a leader in their team, but this does not mean that everyone should always listen to him. You need to remember that now there are two men in the team who can replace each other, and therefore there is an opportunity to make decisions independently. Pushing the young man out into the street, the secretary insisted that now it is necessary to act as quickly as possible to prove that the person cares about the fate of friends. The young man wanted to say something, but the beauty noted again and again that she knew that the guy was strong. And as for their safety, there was still one more man with them who would definitely be able to protect them. Given that they didn't have an ounce of water right now, Zhao Tianlei would even be grateful to his friend for thinking of everyone. At the same time, our hero successfully coped with the zombies who were too confident. Inwardly, the student thought that after he moved to another class, killing these mutants became much easier. Before their speed seemed incredible to him, but now it's not. After hearing about the two crystals, the young man realized that the system had notified him. The same level of the core can only open a similar level. The owner has already used the white core and cannot use it again. Hearing this, the young man became angry, saying that it turns out that he dealt with the mutants just like that. However, the computer warned that when a more advanced exchange system opens, the player will be able to use cores to buy stats and experience points. Zhao Tianlei liked the idea, so he decided it was time to trade the crystals for it. After a moment, our heroes carefully looked at themselves. It seemed to him that at that moment he somehow felt different, although in the next second the guy decided that most likely the system was deceiving him, because he remained the same. Standing in the middle of the pharmacy, the young man knew that he should immediately test his own strength. Smiling, he also knew where he could do it best. Only a few minutes later, Zhao Tianlei was already standing in front of the shop they had planned to hide in earlier in the day. Inwardly, he thought that there was indeed bulletproof glass, but no one knew if it would be able to withstand a blow from an axe. As he accelerated, the young man immediately hit the glass with his weapon. To his great surprise, it immediately crumbled into small pieces. Li Yichuan, who was crunching his sandwich, started asking a friend what had happened downstairs. In turn, the student reflected that his strength actually increased, which means that the glass can withstand a bullet, but succumbed to an axe. In the next instant, the ill-wisher was horrified to see a guy in front of him, whom he did not expect to meet in the near future. He calmly stated that they would not be able to escape from here now, but it didn't happen at all as the guy planned, because he heard the sound of a car driving away. As Zhao Tianlei ran out into the street, he noticed that the ill-wisher got into a car and drove off in an unknown direction. The villain knew that he could outwit the student again, and therefore rejoiced and declared that no one would ever be able to catch him. Despite all these words, the young man still did not intend to give up, and then continued to run after the car. He didn't know if his plan would succeed or not, but he picked up the axe anyway and threw it in the direction of the car. The guy knew that now his strength is much greater than before, and therefore he was sure that he could hit the vehicle with the weapon. It was partly successful because the axe got stuck in the asphalt right in front of the car. Despite this, the car taxied as fast as possible and went around the obstacle created by the student. Zhao Tianlei, who was out of breath, thought to himself that he had practically caught these villains. At the same time, Li Xiaoyang was wandering through the deserted streets of the city, who had no idea where he should go best. The young man reflected that there was no cafe or supermarket on this street, and therefore it was difficult to find clean drinking water anywhere. In addition, it was necessary to hide and constantly look around every corner so as not to accidentally meet with zombies. Finally, he found a seafood store, thinking that there must be some water in it. After walking inside, Li Xiaoyang immediately noticed the large containers that were located opposite the door. Opening one of them, the guy happily shouted that there is a lot of water. Besides, it is clean. Therefore, he was very lucky. Scooping up some water, the young man immediately tasted it, saying that it was very salty. Inwardly, he decided that he was in a seafood store, so where would the fresh water come from? Li Xiaoyang was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice a stranger appear behind him. The man hit the guy hard, who was sprawled on the floor a moment later. A strange woman who approached him remarked that she thought there was a zombie in front of them. But this is an ordinary person who is best tied up. Another guy said that he likes the sword, and therefore it is worth picking up, as it will definitely come in handy. A short time passed, and Li Xiaoyang, who wasn't feeling very well, was already tied to one of the beams. The crowd looked at the man carefully, though they didn't say anything to him. But a friend of our hero shouted, who immediately asked people who they were, why they decided to hit him, and for what reason they tied him up. Justifying herself, the woman explained that they believed that he was a zombie, and therefore did what they did. But it was only a small misunderstanding. But Li Xiaoyang continued to insist, saying that he still did not understand why he was tied up. The compassionate stranger noted that in this case she would untie the unfortunate guy, although other members of the group were strongly opposed to this decision, believing that the young man could be infected and therefore he would destroy everyone. The woman did not like that her friends believed that some villain was appearing in front of them, who would decide to kill everyone. Moreover, she didn't understand how one of the guys could talk about killing a stranger just like that. But Li Xiaoyang was not afraid of such information. Moreover, looking at the detractor, he noticed that he had a piercing in his ears, which indicates that the teenager is not good. He grabbed a stick and started swinging it, showing that he was much stronger than he might look at first glance. The young man was angry, so he went to his companion and immediately took the sword from him. In the very next second, he resolutely walked towards the direction where Li Xiaoyang was tied up. The young man took a swing, despite the fact that his friends shouted at him not to do anything like that. But then something happened that no one expected, because a friend of our hero pushed the ill-wisher to the support on which he was leaning. The teenager dropped his weapon and immediately fell to the floor. But the most interesting thing was that somehow the blade flew in the direction where the prisoner was. Somehow, the blade had touched the ropes, so they were considerably loosened. Everything else was already a matter of technique, which is why in a few minutes the young man was standing in front of his new acquaintances. Turning to the teenager, the guy asked that if he could not kill him, then there was nothing wrong with that. In turn, the ill-wisher carefully watched the young man, not knowing what to oppose him. So he immediately hid behind his relatives, saying that he hoped that they would be able to protect him. The audience claimed that there were 4 of them, and therefore they would definitely be able to resist the villain. The swinging guy only laughed at these people, realizing that they had no idea who they were meeting. And after a moment, he said with joy in his voice that people should not worry, because he would deal with them as quickly as possible, and he wanted to know who would be the first. Knowing that something irreparable could happen, the woman immediately asked Li Xiaoyang not to touch them, explaining that their children are a little stupid and therefore they do not know what they are saying. The young man didn't say anything, instead asking a counter question about how people ended up in this restaurant. The woman explained that they were planning to celebrate her husband's birthday, but suddenly zombies appeared, started attacking people, and they hid in the store, fleeing from the crowd. The man happily said that since the young man managed to get here, it means that there is no one outside anymore. After a bit of thought, the guy honestly admitted that he didn't count the exact number of monsters, but he estimates that there are more than a dozen of them. The children of an elderly couple said in horror that their parents did not believe this man, because if zombies roam the street, it means that he simply could not stay alive. But Li Xiaoyang once again explained that he had destroyed about 10 zombies along the way. Moreover, his friend was even stronger and had already destroyed about 100 zombies. The strangers listened intently and froze in place because they couldn't quite believe what they were hearing. After a moment, the youngsters started laughing, saying that they were willing to bet that this man had made it up. In fact, he wasn't even close to monsters. Suddenly, the head of the family sharply shouted for the teenagers to be silent. The man honestly admitted that he did not know why, but he believed the young man, He said that he knew Huazhong University, noting that most likely the guys came from there. After that, he began to apologize for his sons, who indiscriminately began to beat Li Xiaoyang. After some time, the elderly man asked for a favor, which was that their guests took the whole family with them. Hearing about this, all the family members started protesting, saying that there were zombies outside so they couldn't get out. Suddenly, the man shouted again and asked a question as to how much longer they could hide in this place. Pointing to the refrigerator chest, the man explained that they had been in this place for a couple of days. All this time, they had been eating frozen fish, but that they would have to eat when the fish was over. Supplies are already running low, which means that right now you need to think about the future, and the only hope to survive is to stay together with the guests. Listening carefully to their father, the teenagers immediately lowered their heads. The frightened wife also said that from now on they will not contradict and will do as the head of the family decided. That is why the woman suddenly turned to Li Xiaoyang, asking him to take her with him, and promised to provide all possible assistance. The young man did not plan to refuse these people, but he asked them to answer a single question. The young man wanted to know if these people knew where to get fresh water. Approaching one of the barrels, the teenager asked if this was what the young man was looking for. At this time, our hero had already returned to the shelter and was giving Zhen Binyan pills. Hearing this, a frightened Tong Si asked if there was any news from her friend, and the guy noted that she sent him to get water herself. And now she is worried and does not give rest to other people. Lowering her head, the secretary fell silent because the young man was absolutely right. The leader noted that the beauty should not worry, because he knows the abilities of this person and is sure that he will defeat any zombie. Tong Si was restless, so she said that she would go to the door and see if Li Xiaoyang was anywhere. The young man wanted to make sure that the chairman would be all right, so he put a plaster on her leg with an anesthetic effect. The student saw that this caused the girl some discomfort, and then immediately apologized to her. After carefully looking at her companion, the beauty wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words. After a moment, our hero admitted that he had said a lot of bad words to her in the evening, and therefore added that it was not necessary to take all this to heart. Zhen Bingyan explained that she wasn't angry. Moreover, she knew that she was being overconfident because she didn't want to appear cool. The guy liked these words. He honestly noted that the girl is actually brave. Suddenly, the boss started talking, asking if guys really didn't like people like her. The young man explained that they are not always interested in such personalities, but each has its own advantages. The beauty wanted to know what kind of character Shen Xinyu had, so she asked directly. Zhao Tianlei smiled and noted that he didn't really know her very well. Moreover, they didn't really communicate. She was just famous and liked by many guys. For a moment, the girl looked at the guy carefully, and he immediately asked why she had such a strange look. The beauty immediately explained that the guy was embarrassed, which meant that he thought she was too good for him. However, the conversation did not continue, as the chairman found sneakers on the floor and asked where they came from. For a while, the young man stared at his friend in silence, thinking about what he might say to her. Realizing that he still wouldn't tell the truth, the student came up with a story that when he came back, he passed by a sports store. He knew perfectly well how uncomfortable it was for a girl to go everywhere in high-heeled shoes, so he decided to take these comfortable sneakers for her. The beauty was flattered by such an act, and therefore embarrassed. Holding the youth's t-shirt, Zhen Bingyan said that she didn't know if he would believe her or not, but there would be a day when she would make him forget about Shen Xinyu and become the only woman in the young man's heart. It was an interesting and piquant topic, but fortunately it ended, because Tong Shi happily announced to everyone that their teammate had returned with eggplants of water. The children carefully watched the young man, who was holding this container with difficulty. In the next instant, both the secretary and our hero's best friend turned away, claiming that they hadn't really seen anything. The embarrassed Zhen Binyan immediately said that there was nothing special, and therefore the young people cannot hide their eyes. Zhao Tianlei walked up to his friend, complimenting him and saying that he was glad that the guy made such a decision. The young man immediately noted that on the way he met a zombie, but he wants to show his friend something else. The student had no idea what was waiting for him, but he didn't want to contradict him. The man standing in the hall immediately said that his name was Li Jianghe. Next to him was his wife Zhang Shufan, and behind him were his sons Hai and Xiao Hai. Li Xiaoyang told them everything about the leader of the group, so they now know that the guy is so cool that he is not afraid of zombies. The woman immediately thanked the commander for accepting them into his team, and added that she had no idea what life would have been like for them if it hadn't been for this man. Li Xiaoyang, hearing this, immediately began to deny it, explaining that he did not promise the family to take them with him, but only said that he would take them out of that building. But Li Zhenghe immediately asked if it was true that the young man alone managed to kill over 100 zombies. Suddenly, Xiao Hai intervened in the conversation, who openly stated that he did not see anything supernatural in our hero, and therefore believed that it was best for him to be the boss of the team. And while the woman was explaining something to one son, the other shouted that he saw a large amount of bread in front of him. Coming up close to him, the young man happily announced that all these days they had been eating raw fish, which had already made them feel bad, and now they had the opportunity to try a bun. But before Hui could even reach for a single piece of bread, he noticed that an axe flew right in front of him. The most interesting thing was that this weapon caught the backpack and rushed into the wall next to the guy. Zhao Tianlei didn't say a word, but his gaze was telling, The terrified teenager, approaching his parents, immediately began to complain that this bad person wanted to kill him. Lee Jianghee started apologizing again for his son and said that he was still a child, so he didn't know what he was saying. At the same time, our hero replied that if these guys were not children, they would have already lost their hands. The young man didn't want to talk for too long, so he asked if it was true that this family wanted to join them, and if so, what they were planning to do. The man heard the question but had no idea what it meant, so he asked again. The young man didn't have time to say anything, but Tong Shi intervened instead, stating that absolutely everyone in their team should benefit. In the next second, she began to talk in detail about all of the guys, adding that they were girls and therefore not able to fight zombies, but they could do other work. After that, I asked my family again what they planned to do for the team. Lee Jianghee immediately admitted that he had worked as a driver for many years and therefore drove flawlessly. As for the woman, she was an excellent cook and did not mind working in the kitchen. The secretary started to say that they had enough of everything, but the bodyguard immediately intervened, saying that the driver would not interfere with them. Moreover, they needed someone they could rely on. The woman immediately began to praise her husband, noting that he is responsible, and therefore you can always rely on such a person in everything. And if this was dealt with, then our hero had no idea what benefits teenagers could bring. Jiang Shufan didn't even consider the fact that her sons might be idle, so she explained that they couldn't fight zombies, but they could do non-urgent tasks. The team leader immediately said that he understood everything, and he added that in his team, all food is divided based on who did what work, and therefore if you want to eat, you should work hard. The teenagers looked at the young man carefully but didn't dare to say anything. After unfolding the map, Zhao Tianlei informed everyone that the most important thing for them now was to understand where to move in the future. The young man explained that there were 2 ways to get to the base, even though they were new here. But he was still sure that there were many busy areas, and the probability of encountering zombies was relatively high. Looking at the same map, Li Xiaoyang said that it was best to choose the first path, because the faster they got to the base, the faster they would be safe. Besides, the team would be able to deal with the zombies with ease. However, Wu Xuan had a different opinion on this matter. He said that out of them, only 3 people could actually fight monsters. If they met a large group of these monsters, they would all die. So it was best to pay attention to the second path. After a little thought, our hero admitted that he also likes the second way more. The reason was that the main road had many branches, which meant that it was possible to hide on one of them. It wasn't long before they decided that as soon as Zhen Binyan's leg was healed, they would be on their way. A few days later, a fancy car pulled up to the main entrance. Outside, an astonished Li Xiaoyang immediately said that now they understand where the young man managed to find such a car. The young man honestly admitted that at night, when he went to get medicine, he returned to the store in order to take revenge on this ill-wisher. Unfortunately, the guy managed to escape. But this limousine was standing in the parking lot. In the next second, Zhao Tianlei tossed the keys to the man, and, looking over his shoulder, he said that since they had a driver, it meant that he would drive the car. A happy Li Jianghee said that he had never driven a car like this before, so he was very worried, but everyone should be sure that he wouldn't cause them any problems. It took only a few minutes, and the man was already comfortable and felt confident enough behind the wheel. The secretary was worried about how the former chairwoman was feeling, but the former chairwoman said she was already fine. At that moment, I was glad that there were so many interesting devices in such cars. However, he was most pleased with the expensive red wine, and therefore he invited everyone present to taste the drink. With anger in his voice, Li Xiaoyang said that most likely the guys think that they will drink wine and listen to music, pretending that they are in a club. But this is a completely different case. The woman did not like the behavior of her own sons, so she asked them to be quiet. Despite the fact that the teenagers did not like it, they still decided not to contradict. Although one brother told the other that he still wanted to drink some wine, Wu Xuan trusted the leader, but still decided to tell the guy that the base was in a completely different direction, and therefore they were going wrong. The young man smiled and replied that he knew about it himself, but before reaching his destination, he wanted to take something. Not much time had passed and the car had already stopped at the first destination. After getting out of the car, everyone was surprised that they had arrived at the police station. And while Li Xiaoyang was asking why they were in this place, the colleague suggested that most likely it was a breech-loading weapon. Zhao Tianlei smiled, noting that his companion was absolutely right. They only needed the police station for one single purpose. Despite this, the guys were still confused about how they could get inside if there were such a huge number of zombies around, although our hero boldly stated that he could easily deal with them. The brothers, who had not believed their leader to be so strong until now, were now asking if he really planned to fight so many monsters. Zhao Tianlei didn't answer the question. He just asked the teenagers if it was possible that they wanted to go with him and help in this battle. Frightened young people immediately shouted that they could not do this, and therefore it would be best if they kept quiet and sat in the car. Friends did not know what the guy was planning, but he said with humor in his voice that until recently someone planned to listen to music in the car. Covering their ears, everyone present started shouting that the young man must have gone mad because he decided to stun them. Suddenly, the student got out of the car and asked the zombies if they had been waiting for him all this time. The monsters who were looking for dinner headed in the direction where the young man who was already ready for something was standing. Suddenly, The young man took off and ran away, taking the entire horde of Inhumans with him. The surprised friends, sitting in the car and watching everything that happened, seemed to completely disbelieve their own eyes. Wu Xuan immediately told everyone present that their comrade had distracted the zombies as planned, so they had no time to lose. One of the brothers shouted to everyone that their leader was just a madman who was putting himself in great danger, but Li Xiaoyang didn't like that comment. So he warned the teenager that if he said anything bad about their commander again, he would soon be fed to the zombies. Xiao Hai, who didn't want to even hear about such a thing, confessed that he wouldn't discuss it anymore. While the men knew what they were doing, the women didn't participate in the development of the plan, so at least they should know how to behave in the future. The young people suggested that if Zhao Tianlei was currently distracting the zombies and the chairman's leg wasn't fully healed yet, then they should consider how to proceed. Suddenly, from his seat, the guy said that he and Wu Xuan would go to the police station, and as for the beauties, they should sit in the car. Wu Xuan didn't like the idea very much, so he added that his brothers would also go with them. The terrified teenagers looked closely at their companions, hoping that they would continue to joke as before. Li Xiaoyang didn't know why they needed to do this, but a friend explained that if they didn't take people from this family, they would immediately leave as soon as they left the car. Moreover, there were 2 women in the car. Zhang Shufan didn't want anything terrible to happen to her sons, so she asked the boys if she could go. The guys strictly said that there were no exceptions to the rules, and there could not be either teenagers go with them or stand on the street and wait for the zombies to notice them. Suddenly, Xiao Hai shouted that he had gathered his courage and would go with his team members because he had already overcome his own fear. It wasn't long before they were moving through the police station, noting that it was incredibly quiet. It was also disconcerting that, despite all the chaos that was happening on the street, this room was not only clean, but also neat, as if someone was watching it. And while our heroes looked around in order to understand what the catch was, the teenagers immediately ran to the vending machines. The guys grabbed their weapons and were happy that they managed to hold something like this in their hands. However, the joy was short-lived, because in the next minute, a stern voice ordered everyone gathered to give up and stop. The fat man in the uniform of a police officer ordered to immediately drop the weapon, otherwise he would shoot live bullets. Terrified, Li Xiaoyang raised his hands and tried to explain that they were survivors and had come here solely for help. Law enforcement officers said that they have no idea whether people are infected or not, and therefore ordered them to put their hands behind their heads. Young people knew that it was best not to resist, but to cooperate with the police. The woman did not like being checked, but the young man who did it said that such a procedure, and therefore he cannot miss it. The check was carried out quite carefully. Most of all attention was paid to the bodyguard, who had a personal pistol. But the men did not care that there were guards in front of them. They said that private individuals do not have the right to have firearms, and therefore they will confiscate them. The boss, hearing that there were no scratches on the intruders, immediately asked how they got inside if there were so many zombies on the street. Li Xiaoyang said that they came from a business university located in a nearby city, and were going to go to a military base in order to find help there. Driving past the police station, it was decided to go inside in order to see if there are any survivors, and if possible take weapons, as well as ammunition. As for the zombies, they are distracted by one of the companions. The boss, after carefully listening to the whole story, asked if it was true that the guy's car was on the street. They honestly admitted that this is the absolute truth. Shaking hands with Li Xiaoyang, the man said that he was the head of the police station. So when strangers appeared here, everyone acted cautiously because they did not know who the strangers were. Suddenly, the young man asked how many people were left in this police station. The fat man explained that initially there were several dozen people here, but most of the police were sent to help people. But unfortunately, many of them died. Xiao Hai, who was standing nearby, asked the police why they didn't fight the monsters because they had weapons. The man looked at the teenager with a cold gaze, but didn't say anything to him. In turn, Zhang Shufan immediately began to scold her son for saying absolutely everything that he thinks. In a stern tone, the chief said that they did not plan to sit still and tried to break out several times. But the prison still has criminals to watch out for, so they stayed here waiting for the rescue team. Li Xiaoyang was flattered that even in such a difficult time, the chief is doing everything possible to prevent criminals from being released. Although in the next instant, the fat man announced that the guys were their saviors, and therefore asked them to borrow some gasoline in order to leave on their own and take the criminals away. And after a short pause, he continued to talk about whether they could all go together with the guys to the military base. The young man happily shouted that this was so, because all experienced policemen, they have a lot of firearms and ammunition, and therefore their leader will surely agree to take these guys with him. The boy had already suggested that they all go on their way, although the older man said that the police station had a lot of necessary documents, and therefore they needed time to collect them all. And he added that, most likely, the guys are very tired from the road, there is water and food in the site, and therefore guests can go to a separate room to relax a little. Hao, hearing such good news, immediately said that he was hungry and therefore would not refuse treats, while Li Xiaoyang carefully looked in front of him, thinking about what decision to make. Unexpectedly, the young man said that they agreed to wait, but still asked the police to hurry up, noticing that the zombies would soon return. The man proudly stated that they will not make young people wait too long, and therefore they will gather as soon as possible. However, just as the boss was about to leave the hall, he heard someone call out to him, It was Wu Xuan who was asking the fat man to return his item to him. The elder looked at the young man in surprise with an uncomprehending look and did not know what to say. After looking at the gun, the man immediately asked if it was true that the bodyguard made this thing with his own hands, and then stated that it could be dangerous. But the guard did not plan to give up and retreat, and therefore, stretching out his hand, told them not to worry, because nothing terrible would happen. The older man looked suspiciously at the young man again. Xiao Hai, who was standing behind him, turned to his colleague and said that he wanted to give the item away because he was good at martial arts. But police officers were police officers, so it was best to listen to them. Li Xiaoyang also said in a friendly tone that the head of the station is just very worried about everyone. However, the bodyguard did not fully trust these people and therefore weighed the possible consequences. Although, realizing that none of the guys were going to contradict him, he eventually agreed with this decision. Not much time had passed, and everyone gathered was already moving down the long corridor. Suddenly, they stopped at an iron fence. Surprised, Hao immediately asked what they were doing in this strange place. After all, they were told that everyone would be resting. Li Xiaoyang was also worried, although he didn't show it. So he asked the boss how long they still had to go. The man sternly explained to everyone that they had already arrived. And in the next instant, something happened that no one expected, because a powerful man immediately threw our heroes behind bars. For the first few seconds, the young men inside had no idea what had happened to them. After that, they immediately started shouting in an indignant tone that they did not understand why they were sent to prison. The man who until recently had seemed benevolent now began to threaten, saying that if the intruders did not stop talking, they would be shot in the head. Zhang Shufan was startled as she asked if the man was confused. Moreover, she wanted to know why they were locked up. However, instead of explaining, the ill-wisher forcefully pushed the elderly lady as far away as possible. Xiao Hai, seeing what was happening, screamed horribly that he wouldn't let anyone touch his mother, so as soon as he was free from this place, he would start taking revenge. Wu Xuan knew that the pseudo-police had guns, so it was pointless to argue with them, which was why he shouted to the teenagers and asked them not to argue. In the next minute, the bodyguard rushed to the young man, and it was just in time because a bullet immediately flew by. The guys watched in horror at the enemy, who had a gun in his hands. Li Xiaoyang said that he did not understand what these people were doing, adding that he would tell their boss about all this. But they just laughed and repeated that it was their boss who ordered the boys to be locked up in this place, and therefore you should not flatter yourself about this. Young people saw these villains in police uniforms leaving, so they asked them to come back immediately and open the doors, but they just laughed at them. At this time, the person sitting in the next cell recommended that our heroes spend less energy on these people, because they will still do as they see fit. And he explained that there was no chief and no police officers. They were all escaped prisoners. He didn't understand how this could be, but he wondered who this person was and how he knew so much. With a sad voice, the stranger announced that his name was Chen Feng, and he was a police officer. At the same time, detractors were carefully watching the car, which was parked next to the police station. The leader happily said that it was a fancy car, and most likely there were also a lot of different supplies inside. However, the men were not only interested in this, but also in the beauty that was inside. The subordinates who returned to the main hall immediately reported that they had locked up the guys, but they didn't understand what use they were at all. The man also said that the police station has a lot of weapons and supplies, but there is practically no food, and therefore you will not be able to sit here for a long time anyway. Unexpectedly, the young people asked if they would go to the military base or stay here for a while. The villain said that there is probably nothing good there, because the government and the army will command and force everyone to obey certain and, for sure, strict rules. And after a minute, he added that we should not forget that they are bad people, and the world where chaos reigns is their natural habitat. Many of the villain's associates were happy that Mr. Ma had changed his mind and came up with such a clever plan, so that they would always have water, food, and among other things, they would also get 2 beauties. Unexpectedly, the chief ordered all the young men to search the car thoroughly and bring the woman here before the zombies returned again. At this moment, Zhao Tianlei was pondering the best course of action for him. The student, looking carefully at the zombies, said that they could run after him with a dead body for so long, which is something amazing. After counting more than 25 monsters, the young man was not upset. Moreover, he decided that this herd is a real mine of experience for him. And he added that since they themselves had come to him with death, he would still show mercy and kill them all. All of a sudden, the zombies started running with great speed in the opposite direction from where the young man was. He, in turn, could not understand what had happened, why they so suddenly began to run away. Moreover, these creatures looked strange enough, but it did not look like they were afraid of an ordinary person. It is for this reason that our hero immediately began to look around in search of a new threat. The young man knew that now you can be ready for absolutely anything, and therefore immediately began to swing his weapon. And this was not in vain, because in the next second, a creature that was difficult to describe in words appeared in front of him. With surprise in his voice, the young man asked what it was and where it came from. The system explained that this is a second evolution licking zombie eater. They are also a special evolution class, and their main advantage is speed. They do not have vision, but they have perfect hearing, and therefore can find the victim even though they do not see it. With strong limbs and claws, they can climb up walls, but their most powerful weapons are their mouth and tongue, which is strong, flexible, and can break through stone. As for the body itself, it quickly recovers, and therefore, if you do not deal a fatal blow, then nothing terrible will happen to this creature. This monster can be compared in strength to 100 ordinary zombies. After that, the system announced that the explanation was over. However, at the request of the owner, she added that the weak point is the head. The young man wanted to know how he could win, but the computer explained that everything depends on the personal strength and personal skills of the person himself. The young man was angry because, as always, the system didn't say anything like that and just went into sleep mode at the most important moment. But I didn't want to waste time on questions, especially since the enemy was already rushing in the direction where the student was standing. Zhao Tianlei immediately understood what he needed to do in this case, but for the first few minutes he just defended and ran away. The difficulty was that this monster actually had an incredible speed, and therefore it was as difficult as possible to follow it. With irritation in his voice, the young man said that this mutant is very strong, and an ordinary person cannot just defeat it. Despite all the difficulties of the situation, the young man knew that he had to do something, because time was not playing on his side. Suddenly, while the guy was alert, it turned out that he was looking somewhere in the distance. But in the next second, the Death Eater rushed at our hero. Although Zhao Tianlei was able to fight back, he was well aware that he needed a clear plan that he could stick to in order to reach the desired result. The young man stopped for a moment because he felt something strange on him. And in the next instant, the guy noticed how his whole body was entwined with a long tongue. He knew that he should reach for the life-saving axe, but unfortunately, it slipped out of his hands because the monster quickly lifted the young man off the ground. Zhao Tianlei, who had never been discouraged and always kept himself in check, now understood that he should come up with something as soon as possible. In the truest sense of the word, the score went for seconds. Because the ill-wisher was already very close, inwardly the young man thought that their weak point was the head. But what could he do if he was hanging in limbo? Suddenly, the student decided that he simply did not have the right to give up and lose, so he forcefully hit the monster on the head with his knee. To the boy's great surprise and delight, this had its effect, because the other party immediately loosened his grip. Our hero was happy that he had long legs, and therefore he was able to perform a similar trick. It was clear that the mutant did not like it all, and he planned to take revenge. This time, however, the young man was prepared to face resistance and already had a rough idea of how best to proceed. But the battle was not destined to take place, because a moment later, the young man saw this predator running in the direction of the police station, knowing that he should immediately get ahead of him. At the same time, Chen Feng revealed that the boss Ma that the guys had just told him about was actually Ma Lipin, the head of a black organization, and his assistants were just ordinary accomplices. During the zombie outbreak, many police officers defended people, but they did not manage to stand up, and therefore only a few people remained, and then they were ordered to escape. But they did not want to leave the criminals, and when they opened the cameras, they all escaped. The young man said sadly that they were not prepared for such a development of events. But it so happened that those villains killed 2 policemen and took all the weapons for themselves. Wu Xuan also admitted that from the very beginning, it all seemed to him as strange as possible, and those people did not talk like the police say. After that, the guy asked the cellmate why those criminals left him alive, because he was still useless. But it turned out that Ma Lipyong is very careful and knows that there are many places in this building where you need a fingerprint or badge check to enter. The young man was ashamed that such bad people put on a police uniform, explaining that all men should work on it. And as he slammed his fist down on the table, he was angry that he hadn't destroyed these villains at that time, or just left them here. Li Xiaoyang decided to calm the man down, so he said that their leader was outside somewhere right now, and he would definitely come after them in order to save them, adding that as soon as they are released from this place, they will immediately be able to take revenge on these bad people. At this time, Hao was asking his mother about how she was feeling after being hit hard. Zhang Shufan explained that her stomach was very sore, so it was quite possible that she was injured. Li Xiaoyang saw that the woman was feeling really bad, so he volunteered to examine her carefully. But the unfortunate woman said that her death was already a foregone conclusion, and then asked to take care of her sons. Hearing this, Xiao Hai immediately shouted that he had no idea what she was talking about. But Zhang Shufan continued to press her point, stating that she couldn't be with them anymore and couldn't take care of them. And then she added that the children must obey their father and not be as wayward as before. In the next minute, the teenagers began to cry, as they never thought about the fact that something terrible had actually happened to their mother. But Wu Xuan, who was standing nearby, didn't seem to show any emotion at all. The same went for his companion, who was sitting next to the injured woman. Moreover, the young man said that there was nothing wrong with Zhang Shufan. She just needed to move as much as possible. And while the guys were discussing among themselves why they needed to be scared so much, our heroes were busy with something completely different. With horror in his voice, Wu Xuan explained that the villains knew perfectly well that their car was right next to the police station. And after all, there were still their colleagues in it who did not know anything about what had happened. It was for this reason that he had to hurry, although the young man did not understand why his friend was taking off his sweater. Li Xiaoyang, in turn, explained that he had seen in films that you should soak clothes and then use an iron rod, twisting it into a tight tourniquet. Suddenly, Xiao Hai, who was standing next to him, told the guy to get dressed immediately because he had something to do. The man didn't like the way the teenager talked to him, but his brother proudly stated that he had to be polite to him, because he was facing someone who could open the doors of this cell. Li Xiaoyang didn't believe that Xiaohai could do something like this, even though he didn't like it. He held out his hand and asked if anyone had a needle or something similar. The guys looked at each other. It seemed that they did not fully understand what this teenager was talking about. But in the next second, Chen Feng passed an object through the bars to the young man. Picking up the jewelry, Xiaohai decided that it was some kind of brooch or something similar to it. But it didn't make any difference to the young man, so he calmly explained to everyone that in this case, he would just improvise. Not much time has passed, and the student has already begun to remake this subject into something completely incomprehensible. The most interesting thing was that Xiaohai immediately stuck this lockpick into the keyhole and started twisting something there. Despite the difficulties that arose, the teenager still believed in himself, and therefore continued to do his job. At this time, his brother was telling everyone that he was a real professional, and one day he snuck into the director's office. In addition to this, there were other interesting cases. Li Xiaoyang, realizing that nothing special was going on, decided to ask the student how he was doing, but he just waved it off and asked that he not be distracted from such an important lesson. After opening the door, Xiaohai proudly stated that even though many people underestimated him, he was still a master of his craft. Happy children immediately began to praise the teenager for the brilliantly done work, realizing that he had become their savior. Chen Feng shouted to the guys that there was no need to waste time on lockpicks. It was best to take the spare key that was in the drawer at the entrance. The guys knew that they should act as quickly as possible, so they quickly went for the bundle. After only a few minutes, the real cop was already standing with the others in the hallway. Li Xiaoyang knew that such a strong person would be useful to them, so he asked him to work together from now on. The young man noted that they will talk about this later. But now he wants to save several survivors who are also sitting in one of the cells. Our heroes were happy to help the simplest people, and therefore noted that now, they will also go all together to save the unfortunate. Chen Feng was pleased to hear that he had met real men, so he smiled slightly. Not wanting to waste time, the entire team immediately rushed to other cells in order to free the unfortunate people. Moreover, in order to speed up, the guys did not walk, but ran along the corridor. Suddenly, Wu Xuan heard someone calling out to him, even though he had no idea who else he might meet in such a strange place. To everyone's surprise, it was Li Yichuan, who was behind bars, shouting that the young people had to save him, because those villains only wanted them to die. The police didn't understand how people knew each other, but Li Xiaoyang immediately explained that the person behind bars had deceived them all. The next minute, the bodyguard was picturing his former employer and wondering how it was that he was now behind bars. The young man explained that their car broke down and they started looking for a safe place. And just at that moment, they met survivors, but fake policemen. The guy complained that they were made into real slaves and forced to do the most difficult work. Grabbing the bars, the ill-wisher shouted that he was glad to see the guys and believed that they would definitely save him. But Li Xiaoyang remembered everything perfectly, so he pointed out once again that these people had locked themselves in a store, stolen a bag of food and water, and were still hoping for help after all that had happened. Li Yichuan, who needed to get out at all costs, started crying and wailing again, promising that he had changed and would always be with the team. But the young people continued to stand their ground, realizing that they were not fools and would not tolerate such a thing again anyway. Unexpectedly, this scoundrel shouted that Wu Xuan was a bodyguard, and therefore his main task was to protect the employer. And therefore, a young man could not leave the unfortunate person just like that. Li Xiaoyang walked right up to the bars and asked in a puzzled tone what kind of professional morals could be involved if the contract was terminated. Bowing his head, Wu Xuan said that it was all right. He was a bodyguard and therefore responsible for the employer. But, as already mentioned, they broke the contract with the young man a long time ago, and therefore he is no longer responsible for his life. And, handing the key to his former employer, he said that he did not owe him anything else. A moment later, the guy casually threw a bunch of keys into the toilet, which was located in the cell. Wu Xin said that time is running out, and therefore it is necessary to move further in order to get out of here. Enraged, Li Yichuan continued to call out to his guard, but the guard didn't respond. When the police officer reached the elevator, he put his finger to the touch panel, but the system declared that the fingerprint was invalid. The young man said with sadness that he could not understand anything, because before it always worked perfectly. He explained that the elevator is the only entrance and exit. It is controlled by a computer. And if the upper elevator is closed, it means that they will not be able to get out. Only the person at the top can open it. Li Xiaoyang didn't like what he was hearing, so he asked what they should do in that case. Xiaohai, who was looked at by the guy, explained that there was no need to look at him so strangely, because this is a technical lock, and it is impossible to break it. Sighing, the policeman pointed out that there was another way to just sit there and wait for someone to come down to them. And he added that if the villains are caught by their friends, they will in any case lead them to this place, and therefore they will be able to attack and get out. And although the guys did not like this scenario, they knew that there was still no other way. At this time, sitting in the car, the girls were worried about the fact that the guys had left for a long time, but so far no one had returned for them. Unexpectedly, Li Jianghe shouted that he had seen the door to the police station open. Ma Liping, who came to the door, immediately asked the girls if it was true that they were Li Xiaoyang's acquaintances. The man explained that they were police officers, and the whole situation was explained to them in detail. and therefore they had come a long way to be safe and invited new acquaintances to go with them. The happy driver immediately shouted that the help they had been hoping for had arrived and was about to open the door. But unexpectedly, Jen Bingyan asked the man not to rush to do what he had planned. It all seemed suspicious to the beauty, so she immediately turned to the policeman. In a calm tone, the boss asked where their friends were and why one of them did not go outside. And without waiting for an answer, she immediately asked someone to pass them on to her friends, so that they would come out for a moment. The fat man continued to assure that the beauty should not worry, because the guys, being in the station, do not need anything, and asked the stranger to hurry up, adding that zombies will soon appear here. Li Jiangyi insisted that police officers are good people, and therefore you need to do what they say. However, a lot of bad things had happened to the former chairman over the past few days, so she had started to understand people a little. The villains gathered behind realized that most likely this girl had guessed something, and therefore decided that they just needed to take the car away. In the next second, angry detractors shouted that it was necessary to break the window in the car as soon as possible. These people didn't hesitate, so they grabbed their weapons and started pounding on the windows. Tangxi couldn't figure out what had happened to these police officers, but her friend explained to her that they were some kind of scammers, but not law enforcement officers. At this moment, one of them was able to grab Jen Binyan, who was well aware that it would be as difficult as possible to break out. The guys who were still sitting in the car didn't know what they could do in this case. But then something happened that the villains did not expect, as the long tongue of the mutated zombie wrapped around one of them. The two men watched closely as their accomplice disappeared, but they stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. They were watching a huge monster that they had never seen before. A fat man standing nearby was asking his acquaintances if anyone knew what kind of zombie it was. However, those who took out their weapons decided that in such a case it is better to shoot and not to understand who is in front of them. The difficulty was that, unlike our hero, these people had no idea that mutants are much stronger than ordinary zombies, and therefore it is almost impossible to injure them. A second later, they saw it for themselves, because the monster began to push forward and roar angrily. Everyone in the audience was watching what was happening carefully, but no one could move. As for the mutant himself, he was standing close to one of the ill-wishers and was about to attack him. The pseudo-police opened fire again in the hope that this time they will succeed. However, instead, the zombie opened its mouth and stuck out an incredibly long tongue. Malapeng, who was closest to the zombies, knew that he was the one most likely to be captured. That's why he quickly grabbed his accomplice and literally pushed him into the monster's clutches. The monster didn't care what to eat, so it was pretty. Although everyone knew it wouldn't last long, the assembled villains wanted to know what they should do best under the circumstances, so they started contacting their leader. However, the difficulty was also that a huge crowd of ordinary zombies had already gathered on the other side of the street. Even though there was a mutant in the lead, this time they didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Malapeng knew that now was the time to save himself, so he ordered his accomplice to run immediately. The zombies carefully watched the mutant and decided that now was the right time to deal with him. By attacking it, they were doing everything they could to gain victory and stop being afraid of this monster. At the same time, another part of the zombies noticed the people in the car and surrounded the vehicle. Li Jiangyi saw what was happening. He was scared, but he didn't know how to act, especially since they didn't have any weapons. The girls in the salon began to cover the broken windows with pillows, in the hope that they could at least briefly delay the zombies. But they were not going to stop and went on the attack again. It turned out that the heroes were trapped, from which they are unlikely to be able to get out. They watched in horror as the mutant rejoiced and exulted as he displayed his strength and power. However, it didn't last long, because in the next second the monster was lying on the ground and Zhao Tianlei was standing next to it. The young man, looking at the fact that his axe was able to plunge into the monster, calmly noted that the monster did not manage to escape and he successfully dealt with it. But there was no time to celebrate, because there were other zombies around. So the young man, raising the machine gun, immediately began to shoot at them. The guy knew that there weren't many zombies left, and he knew that he could deal with them even without a weapon. Picking up the crystal, the hero heard the system's message that he had found a second-class core, which can be exchanged for 20 experience points and 2 attributes, or used in the system. As the girl peeked out of the car, the student quietly told himself that it wasn't easy to get this core, and he would keep it so that he could decide how to use it later. Realizing that the danger was over, Zhang Shufan ran out of the car and called out to the young man. The youth, who didn't know what had happened without him, slowly turned his head. Throwing herself into his arms, the beauty called out his name again and again. The student said that there was no need to worry about him, because he was an ordinary zombie with an unusual appearance. Zhen Bingyan took a deep breath and was silent for a moment. But in the next second, she began to scold the young man for leaving and abandoning everyone. Although the young man reminded her that he had acted according to the general plan. Realizing that now is not the time for proceedings, the guys asked the driver why he does not come to the station. The man shouted that all the zombies left on the street had broken in, despite the fact that their companions were there. The heroes calmly said that now, we need to think sensibly and make informed decisions so that everyone comes out alive. Li Jiangyi cried as he realized that the young man's words were correct. Zhao Tianlei told them to hide in the car, close the doors, and wait for them to return. In the next second, the student walked towards the police station with a firm step. There was a determination in the young man's eyes that he had never seen before, because he knew that the life of the entire team depended on his actions. At this time, the young people were still sitting on the lower floor, waiting for someone to come down. But they didn't have to wait long, because the audience heard a distinctive sound and noticed that the elevator board lit up. Hoping that villains in police uniforms would descend on them, they immediately took improvised tools to be able to fight back with dignity. According to the plan, when the door opened, the men would immediately attack the enemy. The most important thing in this case was the effect of surprise, and therefore it was impossible to be late for a second. As soon as the doors opened, our heroes immediately rushed towards the elevator with exclamations that now they will take revenge on everyone who locked them in cages. But instead of people, zombies came rushing out of the elevator, creatures they hadn't counted on. Everyone in the audience realized that, firstly, they were too few, and secondly, they did not have such weapons with which to fight and win. It was for this reason that the police officer ordered everyone to immediately hide in the cells, where they could not be reached by these creatures. Li Xiaoyang didn't plan on giving up just like that, and at the same time he didn't want to sit back, so he fought as hard as he could. But Wu Xuan pointed out that this was not the best solution, so it was best to hide and wait for help. As they headed toward the cells, the two men told each other that they should lock the door so that the monsters wouldn't be able to break out. The monsters were really strong and tried their best to break down the bars and get at the survivors. They, in turn, watched closely, not knowing what would happen to them in the future. However, in the next second, the brothers remembered that they had forgotten to lock their cell due to the fact that they were focused on the spectacle, and not on their own safety. And while the teenagers were trying to do something about the lock, their mother would wonder what the zombies were doing in the police station, not fully realizing that they were now dominating everything. Xiaohai happily said that now the whole family should go to another cell, but it is necessary to do this quickly. And while one brother was in charge, the mother continued to say that her son should not engage in hacking, but rather find a decent girlfriend. But the young man was angry with these moral teachings, and therefore he began to argue with his mother. Suddenly, a zombie appeared behind Zhang Shufan, who was already planning to grab the unfortunate woman. Xiaohai immediately turned to the woman, wanting to warn her of what was about to happen. However, the old lady did not immediately realize that she was in danger, and therefore continued to stand on the spot. The kids didn't have a lightning-fast reaction time, so they didn't do anything in this case, watching the zombie bite their mother. The two young men were angry at each other, one brother asking the other why he didn't look around. Given that the woman was still in the hallway, they could see Zhang Shufan's hand, but they knew that she was already injured, so there was nothing they could do to help her. The woman only managed to shout to the eldest son to always look after the younger one and never leave him. It was difficult for the young people to accept everything that was happening, and therefore they continued to shout loudly, hoping that the situation would somehow be resolved. Despite the fact that time passed, the teenagers continued to sit on the floor of the cell and remain silent. Wu Xuan could see what was happening to the teenagers, but he was thinking about what he could say to them. As for the children, they cried and wailed, blaming each other for not being able to protect their mother. They wanted to say something, but decided that in this case it would be better to wait a little, knowing that they could help. But everyone was busy with themselves. At this moment, Li Yichuan was thinking that he should have the courage to go to the toilet where the keyring was. The young man knew that he still had no other choice, so he decided and went to the toilet. Covering his nose, he cursed his bodyguard for being so mean to him. However, the most important thing for him was that the keys were in his hands. This meant that salvation was already very close. Turning to his friend, Li Yichuan suggested that she leave with him, saying that this was the best solution. But, staring blankly, the girl continued to sit in silence, as if she hadn't heard anything. Grabbing her arm, the young man said again that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible before the villains returned. Instead, she quickly pulled her hand away and pulled away. The young man was angry because someone decided to disobey him. He asked the girl why she suddenly decided to contradict him, insisting on her own. Although in the next moment he began to insult her, saying that he did not need her like this. He went on to say that when he got to the base and saw his father, he would tell Tom that he had found him another girl, and that the one sitting in front of him wasn't even worthy of being near him. And as he opened the cell door, he shouted for his friend to sit there and wait for her own death. Li Yichuan didn't know anything about what was going on in the corridor, so he went out and ran to the exit. Meanwhile, people who had been rescued earlier were running along the corridor, shouting that zombies had broken through to the lower floor, and therefore you need to save yourself while there is such an opportunity. Hearing about this, the ill-wisher immediately began to ask again if it was all true. However, he didn't need an answer, as in the next minute he noticed the creatures that were ahead of him. Running back to his cell, the young man shouted that he should barricade himself so that these terrible monsters would not break in. The guy didn't realize that time was ticking by minutes, so he grabbed the door and started to close it. But then something happened that he didn't expect, because the girl immediately put her hand between the bars, and no matter how much he tried to pull the door toward him, it still wouldn't budge. Li Yichuan shouted, saying that the zombie was already very close, and therefore the girl should pull out her hand in order for the door to close easily. It was probably the first time the poor woman had ever screamed, explaining that the young man had long ago lost everything human that he could. He had betrayed her, and therefore after all that had happened, she simply did not want to live. The guy tried not to hear her, continuing to stand on his own, while she did not allow to close the bars. Pushing the beauty away, the ill-wisher shouted that if she wants to be eaten by zombies, she can stay here, and he plans to escape and escape. And while the villain dealt with his friend, He did not notice how the zombies were very close. These creatures weren't going to wait for anyone, so they just did their own thing. In the next minute, one of the monsters attacked the young man at the moment when he least expected it. Li Yichuan knew that he didn't have any weapons to deal with these creatures, so he shouted to be released immediately. Of course, the zombies didn't understand any of this, so they kept grinning. But the difficult situation remained. And near the camera, the guys tried to fight off the Walking Dead. The young people knew that it was difficult to do this with just their hands, but they still had no other choice. Teenagers who had experienced the loss of their mother now thought about themselves, saying that zombies are too scary. And in fact, it looked as terrifying as possible because the large number of these creatures made you think about what would happen next. At this time, a police officer shouted to Wu Xuanyu that it was becoming more difficult for him to contain this invasion by the minute. It seemed to them that just a little more, and the monsters will be able to either break the bars or do something with the doors. However, all of a sudden, the entities began to scatter in different directions, as if they sensed some danger. The young men paused for a moment to see what had happened. In the next minute, they saw Zhao Tianlei, who was holding a submachine gun, quickly deal with the zombies. It turned out that at that moment, the comrades in arms were experiencing incomparable joy that they had finally come to save them. After leaving the cells, the friends immediately began to ask how no one was feeling and whether there were any wounded. Realizing that vigilance should not be lost, our heroes immediately distributed weapons to their team members. It was the best thing to do because everyone knew that you couldn't go out without a gun at this time of day. Li Xiaoyang immediately took one of the submachine guns and gave it to the policeman, saying that he rightfully deserved it. The young man was pleased that he was trusted and practically considered a full member of the team. But it was too early to relax, since there were still zombies in the room that needed to be destroyed. The only caveat was that it was much easier to do this with the help of automatic machines. Finally, the leader himself was able to do a little. Despite the fact that the student had seen dozens of different monsters during this time, he realized that it was necessary to be alert all the time, because relaxation can play a cruel joke. So it happened this time, when one of the zombies got as close as possible. The other one was also nearby, but Chen Feng shouted at the youth in time to immediately duck down. The guy did not immediately understand what had happened, and only then realized the complexity of the situation. But there was something positive about it all. The guys quickly coped with the monsters that managed to break through. Although it was impossible to relax, it was necessary to carefully double-check all the zombies so that they would not unexpectedly attack. Our heroes turned their heads and looked ahead in fright. They saw a policeman standing almost directly in front of them. The young man understood that the team leader wanted to thank him, but he noticed that there was no need to thank him. A short time passed, and all the zombies were already lying on the ground, which indicated that the guys managed to cope with them after all. They immediately shouted to everyone that the danger was over, and therefore it was possible to come out of hiding. Zhao Tianlei wasn't going to stay silent, so she shook the policeman's hand and said that he was a good shot and had saved his life because of that. Li Xiaoyang, who immediately approached the guys, started introducing his new acquaintances, realizing that everyone should know each other well. It was obvious that there was no tension between the two young people, and everyone felt relaxed, but unexpectedly, our hero asked about Zhang Shufan's location, since he hadn't seen her anywhere. The brothers, standing not far from the team leader, immediately lowered their heads. The student realized what had happened to her and decided not to focus on it. Instead, he said that teenagers should remember that they still have a father waiting for them outside, so they should go to him. Knowing that the zombies were finished and they shouldn't be outside, all the team members decided to go upstairs. But as soon as the door opened, they saw Malapeng standing with a gun pointed at everyone gathered. While the guys were angry, the villain shouted that they would not allow anyone to move, and if someone decided to do this, they would immediately be shot. The ill-wisher was glad that he still managed to fool everyone and got what he wanted. The man did not hesitate to say that the guys would go to the zombies for food and would never be able to leave the police station again. Holding onto his submachine gun, Chen Feng shouted that he would never forgive this criminal. However, Malapeng was not afraid of this at all, because he showed the whole team the detonator and the remote control, which he firmly held in his hands. At that moment, the audience realized that the situation was really heated to the limit. The man viciously claimed that he had a clear plan, despite the fact that uninvited guests disrupted it. But now everything will be as it should be. As for all the team members, you don't have to worry about what will happen next, because they will still remain in this area. Most of all, the villain was amused by the fact that there were two beautiful girls on the street who, in his opinion, would belong to him. Our hero and Li Xiaoyang glared at the fat man. Despite this, they knew very well that in no case should they act rashly. Everything had to be carefully thought out. But suddenly, Zhao Hai, who was standing right next to the young men, lashed out at the villain and shouted that he would do anything to take revenge on this fat man, since it was because of him that his mother died. None of those present expected this, and despite the fact that the criminal was much larger and taller than the teenagers, he fell to the floor. The young man was angry and told all the team members that he did not want anyone to think he was a coward, because now he would prove that he was worthy of holding another title. But the criminal was not going to give up so easily, and therefore immediately hit the teenager and shouted that he immediately let him go. Xiao Hai was well aware that he was physically weaker, but his agility and resourcefulness were enviable, so he immediately bit his opponent's arm. Zhao Tianlei saw what was going on, and it seemed like he had no idea what the best course of action was. As for the teenager, he shouted to everyone gathered to leave the building immediately while he dealt with this villain. Hao felt that this was not going to end well, so he asked someone to help his brother. But our hero, who probably could have done something, continued to stand in his place. The guy didn't know what was driving him, but he turned to the people and told them to get out of the police station immediately. While the two men on the floor were having a showdown, the team members quickly hurried to the exit. The young men knew better than to delay, and they trusted their leader completely and didn't want to argue with him. And only Hao grabbed the student by the hand and asked him not to run away and save his brother, who was left alone with the criminal. For a moment, he wondered if he should stop or continue evacuating all the people. Zhao Tianlei called out her companions' names and looked at them carefully, intending to say something important. The student shouted for them to keep an eye on the others while he went to help the brothers. Young people knew that it was extremely dangerous inside, and not only because there was a criminal there, but also because everything was booby-trapped. At the same time, the villain, who managed to get on his feet, began to threaten the teenager with a weapon, saying that he would still not succeed. The guy didn't say anything, but instead started laughing as loudly as he could. And in the next instant, he raised his hand, indicating that he now had the remote control, so he could decide whether to blow up everything there or not. The man looked at the teenager carefully, asking when he managed to grab this thing from him. However, Xiaohai didn't plan to explain anything. He just said that he would now take revenge on the ill-wisher for his mother. Opening the door in one movement, our hero shouted to his friend not to think about doing stupid things. However, in the next instant, everyone gathered on the street heard a sharp breaking of glass and saw a bright flame. It was immediately clear to everyone that one of the people inside had pressed the button after all. Li Jiangyi, who had no idea what was going on in the police station, asked what had happened there. The man knew that he could not find his eldest son, and therefore he most likely had to be there. Hao ran up to him, crying, and began to tell him that his mother and brother had died. Zhen Binyan, who had heard that the guys were following her, was trying to figure out what had happened to our hero, because he wasn't on the street. The guys wanted to explain something but couldn't find the right words and then just kept silent. It seemed that at this moment, the beauty understood everything perfectly. It was for this reason that she ran to the police station and started shouting loudly for someone to be punished. The hall looked rather gloomy, and if previously it was a beautiful and large room, now it has turned into a pile of garbage. Not far from the exit lay the dead villain, who most likely tried to escape but could not. Realizing that it was difficult to find anything or anyone in this pile of garbage, the girl immediately began to cry. The next moment, she screamed as loudly as she could, hoping that someone would hear her after all. Shoveling the rubble, the unfortunate woman began to wail, asking the young man about why he came back and helped someone. You should think first of yourself. And while the secretary tried to say something, the girl again continued to note that this guy just couldn't find himself, especially in such a strange way. The guys also did not believe that their leader could not be saved. They knew that he was very strong, and therefore, if he stood next to any column, he definitely escaped. It was for this reason that everyone in the audience started calling out loudly for the young man, thinking that he might respond. And in the next second, the audience heard some kind of crash, followed by a loud cough. Zhao Tianlei took off some kind of stove and tried to get up, covering himself with the teenager's body, but it took him a while to get up. Leaning back, the young man took a deep breath and thought to himself that he had done something incredible, not just for himself but for others as well. The companions, seeing that their leader was fine, immediately rushed over to ask him how he was feeling. Young people saw that everything was fine with the man. He could stand and feel great, and therefore relaxed. After hearing Xiaohai brag that he had calculated everything, our heroes noted that if it wasn't for him, he would have died long ago. At that moment, the young man heard someone call him Cabbage, roll in displeasure, not understanding who it could be. In the next second, the supervisor was in front of him, shouting that she was so scared for the guy that she didn't know what to think. As she hugged the young man, Zhen Bingyan said that the young man should never risk his life for the sake of others again, and she begged him very much. The guy looked at the beauty with tenderness, but decided that in this case it would be best to remain silent. Once outside, all the team members began to exchange compliments, saying that they saved each other's lives and can continue to rely on their comrades. Our hero knew that they had released more than a dozen people from prison, but he explained to the guys that they could not take them with them, because there were not so many seats in the car, although the audience said that they would rather stay in the police station. After that, Li Jianghe also intervened, explaining that he and the guys consulted and also decided not to go. The man noted that they are not afraid, but a lot of bad things have already happened to them. They have lost Zhang Shufan, and therefore they want to stay with the others and wait for rescuers. And he repeated that he hoped for the understanding of others, as security is very important right now. Looking at Mr. Li, the young man explained that he fully respected this decision, and therefore, as soon as they reached the base, he would tell the military to send help here. The next minute, a police officer came out of the building and said that he had chosen a light and convenient weapon left in the arsenal for the guys, and now everyone will be able to defend themselves. The crowd hoped that the officer would stay with them, so it was strange to hear that the officer was planning to leave. Chen Feng explained that he wanted to stay, but he had learned a lot of interesting information to pass on to his superiors. He was also a police officer, so he had to protect civilians. Zhao Tianlei smiled at everyone and said that the brothers had matured a lot in these few days, and they were now reliable. They are brave, and will take responsibility for all the people who will be with them in the station. In the next minute, one of the teenagers called out to our hero, as if he wanted to say something to him. The young man came back to ask what was wrong, but the guy hesitated and said that everything was already fine. The young man smiled, realizing that in fact, these guys had become quite different after going through many trials, and finally became very good people. However, as soon as the car left the police station, Xiao Hai immediately ran after the car. The teenager shouted that his new acquaintances should promise that they will definitely reach their destination alive. Moreover, he will wait for his leader to teach him how to fight the zombies with dignity. Our hero didn't say anything as they were already far enough away. Instead, he pulled out his hand and clenched it into a fist as a sign that they would be fine. And while sitting in the car, the young people decided that they needed to relax a little, so they poured themselves a glass of wine. The students said that they should all celebrate the appearance of new people in the team. And not just people, but those individuals whose combat power is much higher than them. The policeman admitted that despite the fact that their goals are different and he is most likely to join the police, he would still like the guys to remain his friends forever. Zhao Tianlei was pleased to hear these words, so he said that while they were on the road, it would be best if they joined forces. After all, the more people they have, the more zombies they can destroy. And as practice shows, these monsters are becoming more and more every day. In the next second, the young man said that the most important thing now is to work according to a clearly drawn-up action plan in order to understand who and what will be doing in the future. The young man said that from what he had seen, Chen Feng was a good shot and best suited for suppressing fire and covering up. As for Wu Xuan, he is good at accurate shooting because his shooting speed is very fast. Hence, he can be a sniper and work together with others. Our hero is a bad shot, and therefore he plans to be responsible for close combat, if, of course, no one is against it. Chen Feng said that the leader had assigned his duties clearly, but he had forgotten about the girls, who could also be trained in shooting from now on, because if there was any danger, they would always be able to take care of themselves. And while the men thought that the fair sex would be happy, they were surprised, saying that they had never held a gun in their lives. But Chen Feng wasn't at all flustered. Instead, he said that he would tell the girls how to handle these items properly. While everyone was listening intently to the lecture, Li Xiaoyang picked up a machine gun and said with joy that something like this would definitely suit him. However, the lecturer explained that you should not assume that shooting is something simple. It can take a whole month to learn this art, and as for the machine gun, it is the most difficult to shoot from it. And after a moment, he added that there are small and fairly light pistols that are best suited for initial training. The beauties, who until recently were afraid to say the word pistol, now happily held this weapon in their hands, saying that they were looking forward to when they could start practicing. Zhao Tianlei watched his companion and saw his surprise, so he said that the young man should also start with something simple. The young man was looking at this weapon carefully, but the expression on his face said that this option was completely unsuitable for him. Suddenly, the guy handed the gun back to his friend, saying that he would never use this woman's revolver. Our hero knew that the weapon had no affiliation. He also had the awareness that learning something should be gradual, but it seemed that his friend did not understand this. After stopping for the night, Zhao Tianlei called the system and said that he wanted to hear an explanation. The fact is that the computer said that zombies will mutate slowly, but recently it has encountered many mutants and even met a lying kidnapper, and therefore does not know what all this leads to. The system said that the process actually started much faster than planned, but the young person still needs to be sure that a lot depends on him. But the student did not like this answer, and therefore he began to get angry and yell at the computer, believing that it was behaving as selfishly as possible. Zhao Tianlei lazily said that in this case, he refused to be the savior of this world, but the system replied that they were connected, and therefore reminded that if the guy took off the ring, he would die. The young man decided to cheat, and noted that he does not plan to remove the ring, but also does not want to fight with zombies, given that now he is not susceptible to bites. Nothing will happen to him. The computer immediately sent a notification that in this case, it is still ready to give its owner a promotion. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei was overjoyed, knowing that his ruse had succeeded. The system again said that it has a special weapon, but it cannot give it out. Because one core is not enough, you need to level up, after which the young man will be able to control the computer. Taking the crystal in his hand, the guy noted that everything was clear to him, and therefore he plans to behave with dignity. A minute later, the system already invited the hero to try out a new support, which impressed the young man. Swinging, the young man wanted to break another weapon that was offered to him. But the computer immediately explained that this is a high-tech alloy material, and it is impossible to cause any damage to it. Even though it was the first time he'd seen something like this, he knew it was the best thing that could possibly exist. The system noted that this was indeed the case, because the heavenly steel shield and the sword are not the same. Even though this material can't compare to the axe material, the resistance of such weapons is not a problem. Unexpectedly, our hero shouted that such a solution would suit his friend, although the computer immediately stated that all weapons should be used exclusively by the owner. However, the young man ran around the building, telling the system not to be so stingy. At this time, the sounds of gunfire could be heard in the courtyard, indicating that someone was actively training. But despite the number of attempts, the cans continued to stand on the trash can, which indicated that there were big problems with aiming. Li Xiaoyang, looking at his gun, complained that he got the wrong gun, which shoots all the time past. Looking at his companion, the young man asked if it was true that he was in a bad mood. The guy knew who was standing behind him, but he didn't plan to turn around and silently said that everything was fine with him. Our hero was silent for a while, choosing the right words for the conversation. The young man explained that he knew that his friend was upset because he couldn't get a weapon he liked, but you should know that the police don't learn to shoot with a machine gun for a couple of days, and therefore there is no use from these weapons anyway. The novice took a machine gun, hearing that he could injure himself and people nearby. But the guy gave his word of honor to his colleague that he would get a machine gun as soon as he learned to shoot. Li Xiaoyang looked at the team leader carefully, though he didn't say anything. After a minute, he replied that he was just mad at himself. There were 2 pros on their team who were great with guns, and he didn't know how to do anything. It turns out that everyone brings some benefit, and he is practically a ballast, and therefore does not even have a combat position and trains girls all the time. Zhao Tianlei listened carefully to the young man, knowing that he should speak out. In the next instant, the student replied that now he understood everything about what was bothering the guy. And he added that Li Xiaoyang, the first companion and the first colleague, whom he knows best. Moreover, he considers him a friend and his right-hand man. That is why the young man wants to offer something interesting that, in his opinion, you will definitely like. The next minute, the young man was holding the armor issued by the system and explaining that this sword was much stronger and faster than the one he had now. And the police shield could stop even bullets. Of course, they have firearms, but you should remember that they cannot always save, especially when you are surrounded by zombies. Then the only chance of success is close combat. As for the young man, he will be able to accept the battle knowing that he has the best equipment for the occasion. Confused, Li Xiaoyang replied that he was embarrassed for being singled out for such a major and important role, so he didn't know if he could handle it. But our hero proudly declared that the young man should remember that he is his right hand, and therefore will be able to cope with everything. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. He understood that there was a person who completely trusted him. He immediately added that since childhood he was trusted only by his sister, but now he has a good friend. Young people began to embrace each other as a sign that they not only understand each other, but also support each other. Tangxi had been standing around the corner all this time and listening intently to the conversation, but she decided not to interfere in it, even though she was glad to hear it. Moving down the corridor, Li Xiaoyang happily waved his new weapon, happy that he could now distribute more than before. When the young man saw the secretary in front of him, he had already turned to her, although she had no idea why he was doing this. The young man asked the beauty to come closer. He decided that perhaps now it was time for them to get married. With a small smile, the girl honestly noted that now was not the best time for such jokes. But the guy continued to insist, saying that it wasn't funny, and it wasn't a joke. However, the secretary explained that today there was an explosion at the police station, and therefore she is worried that something serious may happen to the young hero. But she does not hide the fact that today she realized that she cannot live without him. It should be remembered that no one knows what will happen tomorrow. Tangxi explained that she had already decided everything for herself and didn't want anyone to be able to separate her from the young man. And then she agreed to be with him. The guy did not explain that even if the girl refuses him, he will still protect her on the way and safely deliver her to the base, as it was decided. Looking at the young man carefully, the girl asked him what he meant by what he had just said. Bowing his head, Li Xiaoyang explained that he was facing a solid young woman who had already achieved a lot in life. And then she wouldn't accept a poor person like him. Most likely, a weak girl just wants to use the young man as a support. But he will always be the one who is in the very center of danger. Looking at her companion carefully, the secretary asked if he thought that would frighten her. She added that if that was the case, she didn't see any point in staying here any longer. Unexpectedly, the guy grabbed Tangxi's arm and said that the street was too dangerous, so she couldn't just leave. But instead of answering, the beauty just kissed the young man. It seemed that the young man was not prepared for something like this and therefore was very embarrassed. The girl, in turn, admitted that she decided for herself that she only needs Li Xiaoyang, regardless of whether he has money or not. Looking away, the beauty asked if the young man believed her. The young man was for the first time in such a situation, and therefore asked a counter-question whether the beauty was joking. There was an awkward moment of silence between the two boys, as the boy stared intently ahead, waiting for an answer. But in the next second, he shouted as loudly as he could, saying that he didn't even think that he would be lucky enough to meet such a beautiful girl and even marry her. Crying, the young man turned to his dead sister, saying that she cannot worry, because now her brother will never be alone. The young man thanked his friend for the fact that she fell in love with a man like him, and said that he would always protect her not only from zombies, but also from all dangers. And from this day on, she would be his goddess. The guys sitting in the hallway were listening intently to what their friend was telling them. They knew that Li Xiaoyang was planning a wedding, but they didn't know if it would be dangerous. And they also had no idea where they could find the rings and outfits. Although in the next minute our hero carefully looked out the window, only a few minutes passed, and the young people in full force were already fearlessly walking down the street, destroying the zombies that met on their way. It seemed that at that moment they felt completely at ease, and knew that they would be able to deal with any danger. And while the guys were busy distracting the zombies, Zhao Tianlei managed to run into a row of shops in order to take everything he needed for the event. Therefore, after a while, The beautiful couple was already standing in front of everyone gathered. When Jen Binyan heard the music, she didn't know where the record player came from. But the guy admitted that he had time, so he ran to the music store as well. The police officer who was supposed to act as a witness was a little worried and said it out loud. But he knew that the zombies might come at any moment, so he decided that it would be best to start the procedure already. Li Xiaoyang listened carefully to the man and repeated everything he said after him. The same went for the happy girl who repeated the same thing after him. At the same time, Wu Xuan, who was standing next to the rings, held them up to the young men. For a moment, everyone in the audience froze, watching this process intently, and didn't dare to say anything. Realizing that this stage was over, the policeman happily said that now the guys can kiss each other. However, it seemed that there was no need to tell them about it, because they were already attracted to each other. Zhao Tianlei was happy for his companion, knowing that he deserved happiness and at least a little peace. The chairman, who was standing next to the guy, was looking at him intently, and it was as if she wanted to tell him something. But in the next minute, everyone turned their attention back to the newlyweds in the center of the hall. Jen Binyan turned to Li Xiaoyang and told him not to offend her former employee and current friend. Wu Xuan, who was standing nearby, noted that people often spend a lot of money at a wedding, but all they needed was a box of bullets. The happy young man sincerely thanked his colleagues for arranging all this for him. At this moment, Tongxi noticed that it took a lot of effort to get the rings and dresses, and therefore it was a pity to use it all only once, and began to hint to our hero and her friend that they should also have a wedding. The boys stared ahead in disbelief at what they had just heard. However, friends began to point out that this is a great idea, so you can do as suggested. The bride immediately began to pull Jen Binyan towards her, even though she denied it, saying that she was not mentally ready for something like this yet. In turn, the young man also turned to our hero, telling him not to be stubborn, especially since there is such a great opportunity. However, all of a sudden, Zhao Tianlei shouted angrily to be released immediately. Immediately, everyone's attention was drawn to a guy who didn't usually act like this. The young man explained that today is the wedding of his friend. Moreover, he does not understand why he should get married. When the young man heard that this was just a joke, he was again indignant and said that such things are not joked with. But the secretary insisted that they were in a relationship and that they would get married sooner or later. And she asked if the leader of the group really wasn't going to propose to the beauty. Zhao Tianlei stared intently in front of him, his eyes filled with longing and sadness. The boy knew who his heart belonged to, so he immediately averted his eyes. As for the former chairman, she was immediately upset, realizing that the silence spoke for itself. In the next instant, the girl ran off somewhere, not wanting everyone to look at her. Tongxi started cursing, claiming that the young man wasn't a man because he didn't want to take responsibility. Li Xiaoyang didn't like it when someone interfered with someone else's personal life, so he asked his beloved to be quiet. Our hero, knowing that he should at least explain himself a little, immediately ran after his friend. At this time, Tongxi once again continued to command the young man, saying that if he suddenly did something like this in the future, she would never forgive him. Jen Binyan ran down the corridor, not knowing what she would do next. But suddenly she felt a hand grab her, and a voice told her not to run. The guy immediately asked his friend to return to everyone, saying that the room was not fully explored. Therefore, there may be zombies in it. The upset girl stated that she was not going anywhere with the young man, and therefore wanted him to leave her alone. Although in the next moment, the girl asked if the young man had ever loved her. The young man, bowing his head, admitted that he had already said and could now repeat that he would be responsible for her. However, Jen Binyan knew very well what these words meant. She explained that she always thought that she would make a guy love her, and even stopped being reserved, and took the initiative, hoping that after going through a lot, the leader of their team would feel the same way. But the bottom line is that he stays with her only out of a sense of duty. In the next second, she thanked Zhao Tianlei for everything he had done for her. The girl admitted that now that her friend has found a good person, she knows that she can be calm for her, and will go her own way so as not to strain anyone. The student knew what this meant, but he didn't understand how a beautiful girl could move alone, given that there were so many zombies around. Turning around, his friend proudly noted that all this is not important at all right now. The young man began to swear, explaining that the boss should not do anything stupid, because now even a man cannot stand alone against all that horde. And in the next moment, in order to somehow influence the beauty, he said that he was interested in her. Those words did the trick, because Jen Binyan froze in her seat. Turning around, she asked the guy what he'd just said. He looked down and realized that he had said that he really liked her, but the chairwoman couldn't calm down, so she wanted to know how much this man liked her. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the young man indicated that it was about that much, although it was hard to tell what that meant. The happy girl immediately began to smile, noting that this is actually very strong. It wasn't long before Jen Binyan relaxed, and she was able to speak calmly about what she was thinking. The beauty said that she always grew up in a traditional family, and feelings for her were always something personal, and therefore she never admitted them to anyone until recently, because there was no suitable person nearby. And then she went on to explain that she always knew that the young man was a good person, although not always verbose. After that, the boss asked Zhao Tianlei to forget everything that had happened before that day, and start everything from scratch, especially since she herself understands that the guy is interested in her. Our hero perhaps wanted to say something, but did not have time to do it. The reason was that a moment later the boys heard footsteps approaching. The young man, who was facing the corridor, saw someone running towards them, though he couldn't immediately tell if it was a human or a monster. Even though there was a person in front of Zhao Tianlei, he looked suspicious. And unexpectedly for the unfortunate woman, he pushed her back with all his strength, shouting to his friend to be careful. The girl fell to the floor, not understanding anything, and immediately began to ask for someone to help her. As he drew nearer, he decided that the voice was familiar, and therefore it seemed that he knew the stranger. The guy knew that she didn't look like a zombie, so he got as close to her as possible. After removing the hair from her face, our hero finally realized that in front of him is Hua, who left with his friend. A few minutes later, the unfortunate woman was already sitting in the hall, and despite the fact that she ate and drank water, she still could not come to her senses. Surprised, Zhao Tianlei wanted to know how she could have ended up in this place after all. The guys left the university and went in search of the base. However, the most interesting thing for him was to know what had happened to Shen Xinyu, where she was now, and how it was that the young people had split up. Zhen Binyan looked at her acquaintance jealously, knowing that he was asking about a girl he was interested in, but Hua didn't really say anything. She just sat there crying, trying to summon up her courage. Unexpectedly, the girl still said that Wu Bin was in trouble and died. Hearing this, the young man shouted, saying that he wanted to know all the details of what happened in order to understand what to do next. Yi Hua immediately explained that after they escaped from the school, they drove towards the base because they heard on the radio that all the survivors were going there. But when they got to the bus stop, they saw Lin Mu there. But the guys continued to drive and moved without stopping for several days, despite the fact that they had neither food nor water. As they drove past the villa, they realized that this was their only escape, as they hoped that there were survivors who would help them. But it was a trap, because the villa belonged to Mr. Xia, who was Lin Mu's brother, and during the zombie invasion, the man was there. But considering that the young people did not have anything, they still agreed to go into the house. Although there was one condition: you had to give all your things. And since there were no things, they gave the car. Of course, the guys made a big mistake, hoping that they would be welcome there, but they only used them there. The reason was that people who were looking for help and support were committed to working for the rich. Men used their power to earn at least a piece of bread, and women were forced to sell their own beauty. Almost everyone in the villa was looking at Shen Xinyu. But in order for her to be left alone, Wu Bing had to work hard for the three of them. At the same time, Lin Mu was just chilling out and felt as if he had come to a resort, and the guys were sure that they were needed by this person. But they were very much mistaken. No one could have imagined how easily this man would betray them. The difficulty was also that people had to eat dry cakes, which they no longer wanted to look at, and only the headman told everyone that they should be grateful that their friend worked so hard to bring them at least this food. Carefully looking at the door, the girl waited for the guy, worrying that he was still not there. At the same time, Shen Xinyu confessed that the young man remembered that her birthday was coming up, and therefore he wanted to earn as much money as possible in order to buy them some meat. With tears in her eyes, Sitong admitted that she herself no longer remembers when her birthday is and whether there is any point in celebrating it. But her friend said that she shouldn't be so sad, insinuating that Wu Bing liked the headman. However, the girl only explained that they are actually best friends, and therefore you should not invent anything superfluous. Hearing footsteps outside the door, the prefect stood up to see who was there. But on the threshold, there were detractors who carefully and scrutinizingly watched the beauties. The proud Sitong said that no one was happy for the villain, and therefore he should immediately leave their room. But the young man, going inside, shouted that it was not necessary to expel him because he wanted to give them all possible help. Turning to Shen Xinyu, the guy explained that he wanted to introduce her to famous rich people. In front of her was Mr. Xia, and behind him was Wen Shai, who was complaining about having to visit the servants' quarters, which were as creepy as possible. Walking closer to our hero's acquaintance, Mr. Xia said that he was flattered by her beauty and grace. However, the brunette knew what that might mean, so she just stared at the man carefully. The man insisted that the girl go with him, saying that he ordered the servants to prepare a delicious dinner for them, as well as serve the best wine. But Shen Xinyu remembered her past experience, so she politely replied that she had already had dinner and wasn't hungry. The ill-wisher did not like this answer, so he told his friend that if a high-ranking person offers dinner, then she does not dare to refuse him. At this moment, Mr. Z himself intervened and asked Lin Mu to be much more polite. Pointing to the stale pies, the man said that this is not food at all, and it is even impossible to look at it. He immediately added that he had no idea how people lived in such shacks, and his villa has many free rooms, so everyone can choose a suitable one. The headman behind her said in a low voice that the man was lying. Everyone would tell about it. As for Shen Xinyu, she explained that she was grateful for the kindness, but decided that she and the guys would stay in this place. When they heard about this, the young people shouted that no one dared to contradict them, and if someone decided to do this, they deserved to be punished. Suddenly, the audience immediately began to wring the brunette's hands behind her back, and her friends asked her not to do this. But the villains did not want to hear anything. Lin Mu, who was in charge, immediately pushed his classmate into the car. The girl cried and asked her classmate why he was behaving so haughtily, because they used to treat each other well. But instead of answering, the young man roughly squeezed the girl's face. The student explained that she was always too arrogant and therefore never paid attention to him, as if he was nothing. Among other things, if he brought her to the villa, he would get a lot of money, and therefore he would be able to live without needing anything for the rest of his life. The girls who remained in the barracks saw everything perfectly, but they knew that they could do nothing against the guards who had weapons. Grabbing the young man's hand, Hua asked him why he was doing such things, since he wasn't a bad person at all. However, instead of answering, he slapped the unfortunate woman in the face and said that she had no right to touch him, and therefore deserved such treatment. Watching the situation, the headman decided to put this guy in his place, so she started cursing at him. But the ill-wisher angrily declared that in this villa he is the main one, and therefore no one dares to look down on him. In that instant, Shitong realized that she probably shouldn't have gotten involved with the villain, especially since their friend hadn't come yet. With each passing minute, the situation became more and more tense, and the beauties realized that they could not change it in any way. Once outside, the men had already begun to decide something among themselves. After that, they grabbed Hua and dragged her into the courtyard. Despite the fact that the girl tried to resist in every possible way, left alone with the headman, the ill-wisher looked at her carefully. She hoped that Wu Bing would come soon, so she said that the villain wouldn't be able to do anything. But he knew that the beauty was probably bluffing, so he didn't plan to stop. It wasn't long before a friend of the girls actually returned and bragged that he had managed to get a large piece of meat. But instead of happy faces, the young man saw an ill-wisher, as well as a crying headman who was lying on the floor. Wu Bing immediately realized what had happened, and his eyes filled with anger. The young man who had posted guards outside the door had no idea how the youths managed to get inside the room. However, they explained to him that they had only left for a short time, and therefore they had not heard who had come. And moreover, they did not think that anyone else lived in these barracks. Wen Xiao shouted angrily that if he ever found out that the bodyguards were resting again, they would at most be fired. And while the ill-wisher was saying something, Wu Bing gripped the knife that was in his hands with all his strength. Turning around, the young man wanted to hit the villain with this weapon, saying that for him there is nothing human. However, the young man's skill wasn't enough to land a lightning strike, and in a moment, the young man was knocked down. The crying girl asked that the guys did not dare to touch and spare him. The ill-wisher broke up in earnest, and therefore, insulting the young man, said that some trash could not say anything to him, and even more so had no right to raise a hand against the master. But Wu Bing didn't care, so he started threatening the villain again, saying that he would get to him sooner or later. Looking at his friend, the young man assured her that she should not be afraid anymore, because he would always protect her. Wen Xiao immediately knew that the boy liked the headman, so he asked him about it, although he asked not to hear the answer, but to make fun of the young man and humiliate him, saying that such a beauty would never pay attention to him. And after a moment, he said that if the young man expects to be forgiven, he should immediately start licking the boss's shoes, otherwise he can't count on anything. Instead, Wu Bing grabbed the leg from the broken stool and was already planning to strike. Closing his eyes, the ill-wisher thought that the opponent would be able to do it, especially since the young man swung, and from the expression on his face, it was clear that he didn't plan to stop. Suddenly, everyone in the audience heard the sound of a gunshot and realized that something was amiss. Sitong, who had been scared half to death before, now realized the complexity of the situation. She could see that her classmate was struggling to stand up, but the problem was that he was injured. In the next second, the young man fell to his knees, hearing the villain shouting at him. The prefect immediately rushed to her friend's side to give him all the help she could. Even though the young man was seriously injured, Wen Xiao wasn't going to stop hitting the unfortunate man again, saying that he dared to dirty his things. Moreover, the villains remembered that our hero's best friend planned to kill him. Finally, the ill-wisher looked menacingly at the guys who were in the barracks. Despite this, he did not say anything more. However, the girl who ran to Wu Bing hugged him and begged him not to leave her alone. At this moment, Wen Xiao ordered his bodyguards to throw out the young man so that the zombies could eat some food. Angry, Zhao Tianlei couldn't believe that such a sad thing had happened to his friend, so he slammed his fist against the wall with all his might. The friends saw the condition of their colleague, but they knew that it was better not to touch him now. And a minute later, our hero said that Wen Xiao, as well as Yajioi, regret what they did to his comrades. Realizing that he needed to know all the details, the guy pulled himself together and listened to the rest of Hua's story, who said that she had heard about Shitong. She was being held somewhere. As for Shen Xinyu, they tried to escape together, but the girl was carried away by the current, and as for her friend, she does not know. The unfortunate woman heard the screams and implied that the brunette had been captured again and was now being locked up somewhere. The young man told the girl not to worry, because he would do everything possible to save her friends. In the next second, all the guys unanimously declared that they would not abandon their leader, and therefore they would go with him. He knew that help was absolutely necessary in such a case, so he simply smiled and thanked his colleagues. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei turned to Hua and asked her to carefully explain where she was and where the barracks were built. Looking at the bags of grain, Tongxi wanted to know why they needed so much, to which the friend explained that the grain was found in one of the stores and would be useful for the guys when they went to rescue their classmates. Turning to the receptionist, Zhen Binyan asked if she still had her makeup bag there, adding that Hua needed to be carefully disguised so that no one would recognize her. However, the girl did not answer the question, but asked if the beauty was really ready to let the young man go so that he would go to save his first love. Jen Bingyan didn't say anything, just bowed her head and muttered to herself. She reminded in the next moment what happened to her in the company, saying that if these young people had not come, no one would have saved them, and therefore she is grateful to her new acquaintances. Then she added that in principle, she is not used to giving up, and therefore, if you have to fight for your love, you will do it to the end. The secretary tried to support her friend, saying that she was the most beautiful girl, and therefore no one else has a chance. However, the former manager forgot that the most important thing in a relationship is the feeling, not the appearance. After a while, all the preparations to change Hwa's appearance were completed, and it was already hard to tell that the girl sitting in front of them was a girl. At this time, our hero gave the last orders for security, telling the girls to carefully close all the doors, just in case they would have weapons. When she heard the young man suggest that Li Xiaoyang should be left behind for protection, she said that there was no need. Moreover, she thought that there were too many men, and therefore an extra person would not hurt. Tongxi, in turn, noted that she will be able to take care of her former boss, and therefore you should not worry about this. While the young man was talking about the danger, the girl switched on and said that she was not jealous at all, and therefore she was sure that in the love contest the victory would be hers. And in the next second, she sincerely wished the guy good luck. Once again, Zhen Bingyan reminded him that she considered it her own, so she wouldn't give it to anyone. Zhao Tianlei didn't want to start the conversation again, so he decided that it was best not to contradict him. The young people who were watching the whole thing looked at each other and asked if the two of them really got close. While leaving, our hero told his friends that they should load all the grain bags into the truck and wait for him on the street. The villa, as Hua said, was actually huge, with gates around the building and guards everywhere, so it was impossible to get through without being noticed. Everything was designed so that no one could go around this place, and therefore it was necessary to be cunning, which the guys planned to do. After arranging everything in advance, they decided they'd better take a limo and a truck. Despite the fact that the guys knew each other well, the atmosphere in the cabin was as tense as possible. Everyone was thinking about something different. Young people were well aware that one wrong move could lead to a serious mistake and fatal consequences for absolutely everyone. Seeing that there were only 2 guards standing at the entrance, Zhao Tianlei asked what it was for, and Hua said that the main goal was to confuse the travelers by showing them that the villa was actually a place for survivors to settle in. The guards who stood guard watched the travelers and showed them what they were doing here. Our heroes followed a clear plan, and therefore told us that they are survivors and want to find shelter from zombies, if possible. The young man said that they saw this place from afar and thought that there were people who managed to escape, and therefore it would be great if they were allowed to enter the base. One of the guards said that fortunately they have a lot of free space. The gentleman who owns all this is a kind person, and therefore will let everyone who needs it. The second employee explained that in order to get to the villa, you need to pay for the passage because probably now everyone understands that food and other resources are expensive. The guy asked how much food was needed and heard that it would take about 10 kilograms. Li Xiaoyang, hearing this, was horrified and told his colleagues that it was not just a lot, but a lot, given the current situation. In turn, the guards continued to note that this fee is only for admission. If people want to live longer, each person must pay for life, protection, and accommodation per month. Of course, no one is holding anyone. Zhao Tianlei gently explained that if the entrance fee was 10 kilograms, then he wouldn't contradict them. Most importantly, they would have the opportunity to survive and hide in a safe place. A minute later, the man said that everyone should get out of the car, because according to the rules, entering their villa, all duties, vehicles, and weapons must be checked. Hua nervously said that these people were not to be trusted. She could see how they could take the lives of travelers if they were no longer able to pay for food or wanted their car back. But the young man insisted that they had no plans to give up the car, and therefore offered even more food to stay where he wanted. The guard had no idea how much money he was talking about, so he said that most likely the young man did not understand how much he would have to pay. But our heroes did not give up, explaining that in their truck there is grain, which is much more expensive than any car. And so that the guards could see for themselves, he went to the truck and opened the doors, showing that everything he said was true. If the guards had been skeptical until then, they now realized that this was actually a real Klondike grocery store. The young man smiled and asked if it would be enough for them to stay here. The happy guard said that this was a great find, and therefore it was necessary to call Mr. Xie to look around. In the next minute, one of the men went to the villa to do what he had planned. Zhao Tianlei smiled slightly as he realized that his plan was starting to work. Not much time had passed, and the guard was already introducing the guys he had mentioned a few minutes ago to the man. Hua, who had been sitting in the car all this time, was now listening in fear to what was happening on the street, believing that the plan would actually succeed. Inwardly, the young man thought that he was facing a bad person who was responsible for the death of his best friend. Xia Jioi immediately introduced himself and said that he was the owner of the villa. Moreover, he wanted to know the young man's name. In the very next minute, our hero heard the man begin to tell us that grain is now more expensive than gold. The young man knew that he might not be believed, and explained that they ate all this grain while moving along the road, and everyone can check it. It is not poisoned and suitable for food. Zhao Tianlei didn't plan to waste any time, so he got down to business and said that if it wasn't for their cars, no one would have survived, so he didn't want to hand over the vehicles. And after a moment, he added that he could guarantee that they would not leave the villa without permission. and he was ready to provide another 100 kilograms of grain as collateral. Moreover, if the young man and his companions break the rules, then the good master can kick them out. But no one will be offended by such a move. The man listened attentively to the young man and, as it turned out, sincerely believed in what he was saying, without even doubting him. The owner said that now there are zombies around, so people should be united. His villa is a place where everyone is safe and he should not think about escaping. However, despite this, there are still some exceptions, but he hopes that the guys are not among them. In the next instant, Mr. Xia ordered the guards to open the gate for the kids to pass through. Even though it could be considered a triumph, it was still too early to be happy. And in order to appear as hospitable as possible, the owner of the villa stretched out his hand and happily said that he was always waiting for new people. Zhao Tianlei immediately planned to say something, so he just smiled as he carefully studied the person in front of him. He knew that he should be polite and not draw too much attention to himself as long as he thanked Xia Jioi. And he said in passing that he was a kind person. But sometimes he can take revenge if you don't make friends with him, which you won't regret. The man was watching the guy closely, but he couldn't figure out what the words were about. In the next instant, our hero was on the territory of the villa and was unspeakably happy. Despite the fact that it was beautiful, the young man was not concerned about this, but about where the security is located and how many people are there. Li Xiaoyang, who was driving the truck, knew that this place was protected as much as possible, so he had no idea how he would be able to do it. The policeman himself said that the security in this place is much more than in their station. Moreover, there is barbed wire on the walls, and therefore the place resembles a prison. Later, our hero asked the owner why he decided to take strangers to his villa. He replied that they don't have many relatives, and therefore they provide people with protection in return for receiving services. Initially, the estate stored food that ran out, and now they have to send people to search. Despite this, the guys were still worried about their safety. The guards that are located in the villa used to be personal bodyguards, some of them mercenaries, but now all serve to scare off zombies. Among other things, the walls are as strong as possible, plus there is barbed wire, and therefore even a fly will not fly without personal permission. The young man continued to play his part, praised the new acquaintance and said that he was really a good and generous person. Looking in the direction of the villa, Xia Jioi explained that there was a separate cottage with a garage next to his house, so he could suggest that the guys stay there. And in the next second, the man ordered the guard to immediately escort the newcomers. He himself was watching the departing cars carefully, hoping that he would get the most out of this deal. When the security guard took the kids to the garage, he said that at the moment only special people are considered guests, and therefore the security guard can appear at any time. Zhao Tianlei told the man that if they needed anything, they would come to him. He, in turn, smiled, noting that he wished the children a good rest, and he would take care of his direct duties. Looking after this man, the guys didn't plan to give anything until he came out. Although in the next minute, our hero looked at his best friend strangely. Surprised, Chen Feng remarked that this was a great place for them to set up some sort of camp. The young man happily said that they were also worthy of being in this place, considering how much food they paid. Moreover, the owner is most likely afraid of losing them. The security guard who was nearby heard that the guys were discussing that they don't have much food right now, but no one knows that there is a warehouse. As for the car, it is only loaded by a tenth. The men who were sitting in the study room were discussing what had happened recently, and the young master couldn't believe that it was all true. Xiao Jiuyu couldn't wait to grab all the grain, so he didn't understand why it was necessary to give more when you could own everything at once. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door, so the two men decided it was best to continue the conversation later. The guard had already whispered in the landlord's ear what he had heard about the warehouse, as well as the large amount of grain that their guests were hiding. Mr. Jia smiled and ordered them to observe the young people, while telling his companion that impulsive decisions should be made as carefully as possible. The boy looked at him in surprise, but didn't say anything, not wanting to look stupid. As for the elder, he explained that the guests might not be as simple as they look, as they still have a lot of different food items outside. Realizing how important this was, Xia Jioi started shouting that it meant that there would be even more grains in the near future, and there would always be food. The man, in turn, bent down and explained that he thought he had caught a large fish, but it turned out that it was a powerful whale. The colleague immediately confirmed that they were really very lucky that such people came to them who did not suspect anything. However, in the next instant, he began to wonder how they would manage to get all the grain, because the guys would not just give it away. Once again, Wen Xiao thought about it, then said that in such a case, haste is not the best advisor. The guys think that they are safe in the villa, so there is no point for them to run somewhere. Now, the most important thing is to provide good conditions, after which you can easily deceive the boys and find out the location of the vault. However, it seemed that the young man didn't understand everything, so he asked if something happened to these people. Then how would they know about the grain and the vault? The owner of the house explained that firstly, nothing can happen to them while they are here. And secondly, they will sooner or later go to the storage facility to get supplies. It finally dawned on Xia Zioi that he just needed to follow the guests to know where the barn was located. At the same time, the bodyguard said that when he held a similar position, he had to be in a variety of houses, including rich mansions. Hana said that such places did not belong to good and honest people, so no one should be completely trusted. The policeman knew that he had to look around carefully to understand where they were. and explained that from this place there was a beautiful view of the entire territory. Interestingly, you can see not only the entire area but also almost all the buildings that are located on the territory. Suddenly, our hero shouted to someone to get out of there before they suffocated. Although the audience did not understand what they were talking about, despite the exclamation, no one showed up. So Zhao Tianlei once again asked who was hiding in the suitcase. Li Xiaoyang, who was standing nearby, calmed his companion down so that he wouldn't worry. A moment later, the suitcases were opened, and out of them appeared familiar girls who were glad that they finally had the opportunity to leave the cramped bags. Our hero immediately exclaimed that he did not expect to see them here at all. The leader knew perfectly well that this was organized by his friend, and therefore he was very angry with the other. Zhen Bingyan immediately chimed in and asked the young man not to scold anyone, because they had come up with this plan themselves. However, the young man didn't care who was behind it. He shouted as hard as he could, declaring that this place was as dangerous as possible. Tong Sai immediately began to defend her friend, explaining that she was very worried about the guy and therefore decided to come here. But the student persisted, explaining over and over again that this was an extremely dangerous place, and therefore he should not have come here. In the next minute, the beauty said that she decided to cheat precisely because it was dangerous here. And she added that she wants the young man to consider her not only a leader who knows how to hide and wait for salvation, but also someone who can live through all the difficulties together with the others. The secretary, listening to her friend, noted that she completely agreed with her. Zhen Bingyan continued to point out that the guys didn't come here to fight zombies, so she might be of some use to them. My colleagues, who had been standing in silence all this time, said that they could use some help. Again, the girl said that there was no point in being angry because they had already arrived, and therefore they should accept it. Zhao Tianlei immediately loudly stated that the girls were strictly forbidden to go outside. They should stay indoors so that no one would guess their presence. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, so the guy ordered the beauty to go upstairs and carefully hide. The security guard standing at the door said that Mr. Xia was inviting the young man to dinner. It would be nice if he brought some friends with him. The young man thought to himself that it seemed that his plan was beginning to produce the first results. That is why in a few hours the whole group in full force already came to the cottage where the owner lived. Our hero immediately greeted the host and said that it was a great honor for them that they were invited to have dinner together on the first day. The man noted that this is just a courtesy and nothing more. Wu Xuan, who was closest to them, confessed that they had been traveling for so long, so they were glad that they were sheltered in the villa. After a few minutes, everyone gathered began to get acquainted in order to make it easier to communicate. The young man had heard his main opponent ask him to call him only by his first name, and noted that he should observe the rules of politeness. Not wanting to waste time on idle conversations, Jia motioned to the table and invited his guests to sit down and eat. While pouring the wine, Wen Xiao boasted that it was a French Bordeaux red wine with a limited edition, which used to be only 8 bottles in the world. A policeman sitting close to our hero warned him to be as careful as possible with this drink. The young man himself was well aware of this, and therefore honestly admitted that they were just ordinary poor students who used to drink only ordinary wine, and therefore got used to this drink. The landlord did not contradict him, and in the next minute one of the servants brought several bottles. Wen Xiao and Xia Jioi looked at the table carefully and were silent. Opening one of the bottles, the young man proudly noted that he wanted to drink to the owners of this hospitable house. Xia Jioi asked her friend in surprise if he was planning on drinking the same thing as everyone else. The man patted him on the shoulder and explained that wine is a great drink for rich people, but beer is just right for survivors. So when he took the bottle, he said that he didn't mind having a drink with the guys if they wanted it that way. Zhao Tianlei was smiling, pleased that the plan was working for him after all. So in the next instant, he picked up his bottle and clinked it to the master of the house's bottle. As for Xia Jioi, he closed his eyes and turned away, showing with his whole appearance that he wouldn't stoop to the level of such a drink. After a while, the owner of the house carefully asked the children what they planned to do in the future. Continue to live in the villa or go further. Our hero honestly admitted that he heard on the news that there is a base. The government created it for survivors. There are a lot of resources and the base is under the protection of the army, and therefore he believes that this is a good choice. Then he added that he wasn't entirely sure, so he would like to get advice from someone who had already seen a lot in his life. Xia Jioi chimed in, saying that it was best for the guys to stay in the villa, and added that most likely, as soon as they arrived there, their car would be confiscated immediately and they might be forced to work hard. Therefore, he is sure that it is much better here. In addition, they will provide young people with all the conditions for living, so that they do not worry about food and safety. Zhao Tianlei, hearing this, replied that this offer actually sounds as tempting as possible. Wen Xiao, not wanting to be intrusive, noted that everyone is an adult, and no one forces anyone. Everyone should decide something for themselves. The only thing he added was that this villa used to be in a deplorable state. However, after the zombie invasion happened, the man began to put this place in order, knowing that there are too many women and children here that he really cares about. Wu Xuan, listening to the owner, asked if it was true that he still needed grain, and he added that they already have 100 kilograms, which is too much. But our hero immediately intervened, noting that Mr. Xi is a good person and cares about everyone who is here, and therefore you cannot blame him for anything. The happy man immediately asked if his guests agreed. However, The young man did not plan to answer the question so quickly, and therefore said that he had drunk too much beer and therefore wants to find a toilet. In the next second, the owner told his security guard to take the guy to the toilet. In the next second, a young man and a bodyguard were walking down the long corridor of a large cottage. The student recalled Hua saying that the last room on the second floor on the left was right next to the toilet, although Shen Xinyu might have been moved to a different location now. Only a few minutes had passed and the guard had already pointed to the right door. The young man noted that if the employee has his own duties, then he can leave because the guy will still be able to find the way back. Zhao Tianlei could see that the man wasn't really planning on interfering with him, so he had already gone up the stairs. Of course, the young man thought through everything in order to carefully look around and try to understand where his friend is. The young man moved quietly through the corridors, knowing that he couldn't be seen. In the next minute, the boy heard the maid who brought Miss Medicines and said that he should drink water anyway, and then she added that everyone knows that she was a star at the university. But despite this, she is as capricious as possible, and therefore no one knows what the owner of the house found in her. Abruptly, the maid turned and strode into the opposite wing. Zhao Tianlei knew that he needed to seize the opportunity immediately, so he walked towards the door he needed. Knocking on the door, the young man quietly asked if it was true that his classmate was there. The frightened girl, sitting on the bed, did not believe that they had come to save her, and then loudly called the name of her friend. The beauty explained that she was fine and asked Zhao Tianlei again if he planned to get her out of here. The young man confirmed this and explained to the girl that he had arrived here thanks to Hua, who had told her everything. Shen Xinyu immediately started asking the guy to get her out of here, noting that Mr. Xia was getting more demanding every day, and she had no idea when his patience would end. After a little hesitation, the young man honestly admitted that he could not save the beauty yet. The main reason is that he needs to find the prefect along with her, but he doesn't know where to look for her yet. Bowing her head, the classmate pondered, realizing that everything was really complicated. The beauty explained that she had no idea where Sitong was, or had heard that she was supposedly locked up in this villa. The young man also wanted to know why the girl was forced to drink medicine, and she admitted that she had twisted her leg, and therefore her leg hurts. After hearing about this, Zhao Tianlei asked his classmate to drink these medicines because it was really important for her health, and added that someone would come right after her. The happy girl said that since this is what he says, then she will save her strength and wait for her savior. Our hero was planning to ask something else, but the next moment he heard someone asking what he was doing here. There was an awkward silence for a moment, and the student knew that he had to do something about it and do it quickly enough. Turning around, the young man decided to use a classic trick. So he said that the villa is so big that when he came out of the toilet, he got a little lost, and it turned out that he got lost. Mr. Zia's eyes were filled with indifference and something else that was hard to understand. After that, he said that he sent his guard for the guest, and he left therefore, he will receive punishment for this. But the young man admitted that it was his fault. Then he decided to change the subject, confessing that he had heard someone's voice in the next room and asked if it was a family member, why he hadn't dined with them. The man indifferently said that his wife is now a little unwell, and therefore she prefers to stay at home. He said sharply that the best thing to do was to go downstairs so as not to keep the others waiting. However, as Zhao Tianlei moved down the corridor, he was already plotting something. Knowing that he couldn't delay, the young man thought to himself that no matter how hard it was for his classmate, he still wouldn't leave her in the lurch. When the men returned to the hall, they heard Xiaojiu's question that there was probably a problem with a famous star. The man sharply noted that they have guests, and therefore the guy should not say anything superfluous. Xiaojiu realized that he didn't understand at all what he was hinting at just now. As our hero took his seat, he kindly remarked that he had no idea that the host's wife was a star, but it was a pity that she couldn't join in for dinner. Wen Shi replied that she wasn't really that famous, just that a few commercials had come out with her. Then he added that Mr. Zia is also a very humble person, which is also commendable. The young man decided to go even further and said that most likely no one can take their eyes off the man and his wife. Xiaojiu answered in his friend's place, saying that he didn't like showing off, so he almost never bragged about his wife. Wen Xiao noted that he was pleased that the conversation had turned into such a channel, and then immediately turned the topic from himself to his friend, asking how his girlfriend was doing. Looking at this person, Zhao Tianlei thought that it might be Shi Tong who was being talked about right now. The young man spread his hands and explained that the beauty was like a mad dog. She was causing too much trouble, so he sent her to Lin Mu. Hearing about this, our hero just went berserk, realizing that the headman is most likely no longer in this villa. Therefore, it is necessary to look further. Wu Xuan, who was sitting next to him, saw what was happening to his companion and knew that he was about to give himself away, which would be a fatal mistake. The owner of the house noticed this expression on his face, so he better asked what had happened to the young man, if he was feeling well. Wu Xuan tapped his friend on the shoulder and asked him if it was true that he had a stomachache. Then he added that the young man was probably constipated. Zhao Tianlei looked at his companion in surprise, but decided that this was actually the best thing to do right now. Twisting, the hero admitted that he had a strong stomachache, most likely because he ate too much delicious and fatty food, and therefore it is best to go to the toilet. Cringing, the young man apologized to Mr. Xia, saying that it was better to continue the conversation at another time. Wen Xiao said with understanding in his voice that there was nothing wrong with this. The most important thing was for the young man to recover. So that no one would understand, Zhao Tianlei continued to walk down the corridor, complaining that it was bad that he had eaten so much. Xiao Jioi said that the stomach problem is actually bad. He immediately ordered a servant to bring an air freshener to the hall immediately. The young man covered his nose, for some unknown reason telling me that there was an unpleasant smell in the hall. Going outside, our hero thanked his friend for saving him, saying that when he heard for his friend, he was very angry. Wuxian didn't remember the whole story, so he asked his friend if it was true that this girl was the head of the group. With a wistful voice, the student admitted that this was indeed the case, and added that this person had now given it to Lin Mu. A friend said that in this case it is better to think carefully about everything. But in any case, do not worry. At this time, Shen Xinyu was in her own room. She was glad that she had already seen her acquaintance. Therefore, she could count on salvation. Suddenly, the beauty heard the doors to her room open. It was Wen Xiao who said that he had heard rumors that his guests hadn't taken their medicine yet, which was bad because he was worried about her health and well-being. After that, in a fairly even tone, he asked the girl to take the pills after all. The beauty bowed her head and closed her eyes because she didn't know what the best thing to say was. The owner of the house looked at her with a piercing gaze, but also did not decide to break the silence. Instead, he just picked up the tray and placed it on the nightstand. The man said that she was beautiful, and he knew that he had given her quite a lot of time. Moreover, he had never been so lenient with women. He loved her. But if the beauty could not accept his love, then Shen Xinyu was not worthy of his love. Wen Xiao is a businessman, and if he pays too much and is not paid in return, he stops doing all sorts of stupid things. He added that he would give his guest two options. Either she should take her medicine and marry him when she feels better, or what he can't get, no one will ever get. The girl remembered the conversation with her classmate and decided that it was best for her to stick to the first option for now. Moreover, she knew that salvation was very close. That was why the beauty said in a low voice that the man had always been kind to her. Therefore, she couldn't refuse him. It was a difficult decision. But the student knew that this was the only way to stay alive and wait for the guys to get her out of captivity. Wen Xiao didn't know the girl's plans, so he said that he was glad that she understood everything perfectly. He added that he would arrange the best possible wedding for her, which she would never be able to forget. The beauty considered these hugs unpleasant, but she only thought to herself that she would still wait for our hero and free herself. At the same time, Lin Mu and his friends were walking down the street, thinking about something, unaware of what was waiting for them in the future. The young men saw that their leader threw something at them and said that they only deserved this kind of reward. He immediately pointed out that everyone should know that Lin Mu, the kindest person, and everyone who follows him should only benefit. The guys waved to their friend and said that very soon they will meet again. However, his detractors muttered to themselves that people who call themselves his associates are not even worth being around him, let alone something more global. Moreover, it was strange to him how such a great person could descend to these small people. Realizing that something should be changed, suddenly he heard someone calling his name, so he immediately turned around. Zhao Tianlei, with an icy look, told his opponent that it had been a long time since they had met. The young man glared at his opponent, not immediately understanding who was standing in front of him. Suddenly, he realized that this was our hero, and therefore was doubly surprised. The ill-wisher repeated again and again how it was possible that the young man was still alive. However, the young man asked a counter-question regarding how he could possibly die if a bad person like Lin Mu was still alive. After all, that would be something unfair. Sitting on the ground, the guy complained and didn't ask what they were planning to do with him, saying that if anything happened to him, then everyone would be finished. If they let him go, then Mr. Zia would let the guys leave freely. Li Xiaoyang tossed a bottle of wine, explained that it was a gift given to them by Wen Xiao, and while they were all having lunch together in his big house, the young man did not believe that such a thing was possible in principle, and therefore shouted that this was nonsense. But the young man replied that he didn't care if anyone believed him or not, but the truth was that Zhao Tianlei had brought them 100 kilograms, so they were now best friends. So there was no need to count on anyone to take revenge on Lin Mu. The ill-wisher decided that it all looks like the truth, and therefore reminded our hero that they are classmates, which means that the guy can let him go. But the student again stated in a cold tone that he was surprised by the impudence of the villain, although in the next instant, the young man said that he wanted to give the opponent a chance. However, one must remember that in return, he must get something equally valuable. Then, getting straight to the point, he explained that his biggest concern was where Sitong was now. Suddenly, Wu Xuan intervened in the conversation, who said that it was best for the ill-wisher not to pretend that he did not understand anything, and added that if they suddenly decided to deceive them, he would become a corpse. The villain knew that this time he would not be able to get out of it, so he confessed that he would tell everything he knew. The young man said that on the way they accidentally met with the headman, there were too many zombies on the street, and he could not get out of the car because the monsters could attack at any moment. Hua, who was standing nearby, shouted at Lin Mu not to talk nonsense, and he immediately got to the point. The girl said that Shitong and Wu Bing were killed, and as for Shen Xinyu, she was given to that rich man from the villa, so she would not forgive the young man for what he did. The ill-wisher did not immediately understand who was next to him, but the next minute he realized that it was the manager, his classmate. After a while, the girls were cursing and saying something to each other as they descended the stairs, noting that they didn't think that their leader would decide to bring the villain to this cottage. Lin Mu, looking at the chairman of a huge corporation, did not believe that she was in this place, so he asked her what she was doing together with this poor man. The beauty, squeezing our hero's hand as hard as possible, explained that she was his girlfriend. The ill-wisher did not believe that this was true, so he laughed as loudly as ever. Lin Mu was talking about how the Almighty must have gone mad. How many times has a beauty been reduced to the level of a poor man? And what's more, trash should always know its place. The young man could not understand why such personalities are so lucky, but he does not manage to get acquainted with any normal girl. Zhao Tianlei endured for a long time, but in the next moment he hit the villain, saying that someone should know their place. Lin Mu remained silent for a while, even though he still had no intention of admitting the truth that lay right in front of him. Our hero replied that he didn't think that God was crazy, but that the reason was that he was a good person, unlike the villain, who everyone wanted to get rid of as soon as possible. He added angrily that he would still deal with Lin Mu, but first he wanted to know what Lin Mu had done to their class leader. The ill-wisher laughed again, and this time he wondered what he would do to him if he suddenly decided to refuse and didn't tell him what he had done to Si Tong. The young man said that now his headman is suffering in a dark place. But this is the maximum that he will say to the young man, even if he starts torturing him. Zhao Tianlei glanced at his former classmate, knowing that if he didn't learn everything he needed from this person, he would most likely never see Si Tong again. But the villain still continued to gloat and say that now the young man looks like a dog that was kicked, but it is not able to bite its owner. In the next instant, Lin Mu started insulting our hero again, wanting to see how easy it could get. But in the next minute, the guy explained that even if the villain didn't tell him anything, he would still get the information from Mr. Xia. Well, as for the former classmate, he would just destroy him and forget about it. The guy didn't think he should hide his own emotions, so he blurted out everything about his unfortunate friend Wu Bing. Zhao Tianlei noted that first his friend was shot, then given to the zombie population, and therefore the ill-wisher should be held responsible for all this. And as he left, he instructed his companions to cut this bad man to pieces, because he didn't deserve anything else anyway. Then he continued, noting that the guy should not die. The most important thing is that after all, he, like Wu Bing, should be given to the zombies to eat. Li Xiaoyang didn't need to ask twice. He immediately ran to the opponent and said that the first step would be to deal with this person. Seeing the knife in front of him, the villain shouted that it was not worth killing him. He would tell everything, and immediately noted that he had sold Si Tong at the local market because he didn't need her. When the young people heard about the market, they immediately repeated it out loud. Hana said that she has heard about this place, and therefore wants everyone to know what is really happening there. The girl said that this was one of the places in the villa, and only people who really did not earn money for food went there to use themselves in exchange for food. A man who enters that place immediately loses his dignity, and women are used as slaves. The secretary, hearing this, also began to feel confused, not understanding how far this could have gone. Hua continued her story, noting that it was dirty and smelled bad. But only there was an opportunity to earn money for food. But the worst thing is that you can only get half a bag of noodles in a day. Before Zhao Tianlei could finish the story, he slapped the man again to make him realize what he had done. The young man was so angry that he grabbed Lin Mu's hair, but he didn't know how else to vent his hatred. The young man shouted that the villains should best pray that the headman was all right, otherwise he would suffer for as long as possible for everything that he had done. Turning to his companions, the young man said that they would go to the market tomorrow morning to not only find Si Tong, but also save her life. As for Li Xiaoyang, his job was to stay in the cottage, keep an eye on the culprit, and protect the girls just in case because anything could happen. When they arrived at the market, the boys immediately saw a young girl who was asking a gentleman to take pity on her. The beauty literally begged to be given some cookies, explaining that she had not eaten for several days. Wu Xuan, observing everything that was going on around him, noted that he always believed that such things are shown only in creepy movies. But in reality, nothing like this can happen. Suddenly, the policeman froze in place, but his friends immediately asked what had happened to him. The young man glanced at the boys and asked if they could be seen by his companions. And then he added that he had seen photos of these people in the archives before the villains were arrested for hooliganism. If this had happened a few weeks ago, he would have arrested the wrong people and put them on trial. But now, he feels completely useless. Zhao Tianlei knew that now was not the best time to beat himself up. So he told his friend that he was to blame for the zombie invasion, and therefore you need to do everything in your power. These wicked people can now be arrogant, do evil. But facing our heroes, their good day is coming to an end, and continued, noting that once they deal with Mr. Xia, they will return here to rescue all the captives. And when the guys were planning to move on, Chen Feng again asked his teammates to stay a little longer. At this moment, the unfortunate woman approached the fat man. It seemed that he should give her bread, but deceived her. The ill-wisher didn't plan to explain anything. He just pushed the girl and told her to get out of his sight immediately. The villain explained that her child did not cry, and therefore spoiled his good mood. The girl held the baby and asked how he was feeling. She understood that he could have hit himself. The policeman knew that this was an unpleasant case. He simply could not avoid it, and therefore he knew what he would do in the next moment. The young man immediately responded to the challenge of the enemy, who immediately froze in place. Then, without explaining anything, he knocked the fat man out with a single punch. The man started shouting and complaining, in the hope that his friends would be able to intervene in this conflict and take revenge. The villains shouted that no one dared to treat their brother like this, and if anyone dared to do such a thing, they would pay for it. However, suddenly a huge axe appeared before the eyes of the ill-wisher, which our hero was holding in his hands. The young man did not plan to stand on ceremony with these hooligans, and therefore immediately asked who and what to cut off first. Another accomplice who just watched what happened knew that he didn't want to argue with these people anymore. The same person that Zhao Tianlei was looking at carefully started to smile and apologize, saying that it was all an accident. The boys didn't plan to argue or explain anything, so the young man simply said that he was angry with such people, and added that they should leave their food and leave this place immediately. The young man noted that for the sake of their own salvation, they do everything that they were ordered to do. The fat man and his friends said that they no longer want to argue with anyone, given that our heroes have weapons. However, before leaving, the ill-wishers pulled out all the noodles they had from their pocket. For several minutes, our heroes also did nothing, carefully watching the villains who left the street. The unhappy woman, realizing that all the food was given to her, began to thank the men, explaining that if not for them, she did not know what would have happened to her, since not only she was starving, but also the child. Answering the girls' questions about how she could help them, Zhao Tianlei said that they did not need anything. But despite this, the young man wants to know something. So he immediately asked if there were any beautiful female students with long hair who had appeared on the market in recent days, well-groomed and noticeable among other people. The young man explained that the friend was a classmate of his. She arrived at the villa a few days earlier than he did, but they missed each other. But he heard rumors that she was seen at the market. The frightened girl explained that female students are extremely rare for her and are most often considered an exception to the general rules. Zhao Tianlei lowered his gaze and said in a sad and restrained voice that everything was clear to him. After that, he thanked the unfortunate mother and said that they should go on and continue their search. However, in the next instant, the stranger screamed and said that she remembered something. She explained that she knew a girl who went to university but wasn't sure if this was the person they were looking for. That girl was kind and always helped not only her but also the baby. It is quite possible that this is exactly the student and she lives in this house. But no sooner had the new acquaintance of our heroes finished the story than everyone gathered noticed that someone pushed the young man and threw him out of the door. Zhao Tianlei immediately thought that there might be Sitong inside. The young man, putting on his glasses, shouted that he didn't care what the girl was shouting, but he would definitely sell it today. The guys immediately looked at this ill-wisher, deciding that he was mocking the student. Because of this, Zhao Tianlei didn't understand what had happened, and immediately started insulting the man. Running up to the stranger, the young man said that he had no right to do this to Sitong, who did not deserve anything like this. However, in the next minute, a woman came out of the house who began to ask in a dissatisfied tone what they were doing with this person. Hugging the man, the girl noted that he is her husband. They just quarreled and went a little too far. But despite this, he does not deserve to be beaten. Not much time passed, and a caring wife was already treating the wounds of her husband, who said that he was in pain. At the same time, in a guilty tone, the girl whom the heroes saved on the street said that this was not the student they were looking for. The medic announced in an exasperated voice that she wasn't a student, she was already a graduate student. The guys realized their mistake, and therefore in one voice began to apologize for not understanding, immediately got into a fight. While the man said that there was nothing wrong, the wife grumbled, saying that the injury was not serious. But now there are no anti-inflammatory drugs, and therefore infection is possible. She then glanced at Zhao Tianlei and asked if he had a problem with his eyesight. The man himself felt sorry for the young man, and he told his wife that there was nothing wrong with this, because the guy decided that his classmate was here, so you cannot be angry. At the same time, he noted that Wang Xuqing, despite her impudent behavior, is actually very caring, and he added that sometimes she swears because of the mess in the house. Although it would be fair to say that the house has turned into a kind of garage. Wu Xuan folded his arms and asked if the guys were doing well. Then why was the man shouting to the whole street that he would sell his wife? Taking a deep breath, the man said that now he would try to explain everything. He introduced himself as Sunday and said that he and his wife came to the villa a month ago. He works as a mechanical engineer, his wife is a medical doctor, and therefore they are here to help people who are in distress. One day, the Xia family sent people asking for help, saying that Wen Xiao's wife had fallen into the water and had a high fever, so a nurse was asked to come and help. The problem was that this man was plotting against the girl, so Wang Xuqing stabbed him in self-defense. The man got angry and sent them to this place. Moreover, he forbade everyone to contact the woman. Fortunately, they had friends who secretly stole grain and brought spare parts for tools so that they could survive. But now food is becoming less and less, and they do not understand how they will take care of themselves further. The man explained that the owner of this villa used to be Wang, but now he seemed to have forgotten how he was helped in the past. He was a rich man, and he almost died during an asthma attack, but it was Wang Xuqing who saved his life, even though it doesn't seem to matter now. Bowing his head, the man again said that this man liked his wife, and therefore a crazy idea was born in his head. The woman looked at him carefully and said that most likely he wanted to leave her in this terrible place so that she would die here, and no one would come to her aid. The owner of the house replied that perhaps the plan was crazy, but only in this way the girl could survive. However, she told Sun Desheng that when they married, they vowed to always be together. But now, for some reason, everything has changed. The man lowered his head because he knew he was wrong, but he didn't know what else to say. That was why, in the next moment, he hugged his wife tightly and said that he would rather die than lose her. The children watched this family drama carefully and smiled a little, glad that everything ended well. However, in the next instant, one of the guys admitted that he did not fully understand everything that was happening. He added that everyone knows that Xia Jioi is a terrible liar, and therefore you should stay away from this person as much as possible. As for the host, he replied that Wen Xiao has always been interested in medicine and is a smart person, so it's possible that this is why he left his wife alive. They thought about it because they knew that it was one thing to have a stupid enemy, and quite another to face a reasonable opponent who could expose them. In the next instant, the main character told the owner that he could buy everything that he offered, and asked if 100 kilograms of grain would be enough for them. The man, hearing this, immediately explained that rusty iron is not even worth 1 kilogram, let alone something more. After that, he added that he could give the family 10 more bottles of water, and with such a supply, they would not worry about food for a long time. As the young man left, he said that they would deal with the Xia family very soon, and then all the residents of the city would be able to live in peace. He also noted that now they have important things to do, but after a while he will order his assistants to bring grain to them. The guests, including the unfortunate girl, started to leave, but in the next moment the hero heard himself suddenly called out. The hostess of the house said that she still knows one place where a classmate of the guy's can be, although she cannot guarantee this. The guy knew that they needed at least some clue to start looking, otherwise they were just wasting their time. It turned out that there was a bar across the street from which Mr. Xia often selected women and children, and therefore the girl he was looking for could appear there. The stranger, who hadn't gone far yet, turned around and confirmed that this was indeed a good idea. In the next moment, the woman said that the guys should remember that she still did not forgive them for beating her husband, and if the classmate is not found, they will not accept the grain. The young man honestly admitted that this information is extremely valuable to him, and they will do everything that depends on them. Despite the chaos in the world, there were places that seemed almost untouched by all this horror. The heroes understood that they needed a clear plan, and therefore tied up the employees of the institution and changed into their clothes. Young people carefully thought through everything, realizing that they may not have a second chance. Unexpectedly, the hero's acquaintance said that he did not understand why they should pretend to be employees if they could play the role of rich guests. The guy explained that it's not the same as the market. Many of the guests are friends of the Xia family, and employees are always much more likely to find out the right information. The teammates did not argue, realizing that the life of their friend's classmate was at stake, and decided to act as they were told. A few minutes later, the young man showed his friends a picture of Wu Bin and Si Tong. The young man warned that if they see someone similar, they should not act independently but must immediately contact him, because now the girl may look completely different. Time passed, and it was necessary to act, so the guy immediately went to one of the rooms located nearby. The student smiled and said politely that he had brought food and drinks. The ill-wisher loudly shouted that he did not understand who allowed the employee to enter the premises without permission. In the next instant, an ashtray was thrown at the door, and already in the corridor, the student could be heard apologizing for his mistake. The young man realized that he was in an extremely strange place. Moreover, he did not know what to do next and where to look for the headman. Lowering his head, he desperately wondered where Si Tong was. All of a sudden, he heard a strange conversation, a conversation about a suspicious visitor coming to see them again. He didn't understand what this meant, but he felt that this conversation might give him an important clue on how to move forward. The girls discussed that this person has strange preferences and no one wants to accept him. In addition, because of the large number of zombies in the world, now it is difficult to change something. As they left, they pointed out that if they didn't want to deal with him themselves, it was best to send him to the room where the girl with the surname C lives. The enraged boy realized that he had learned something extremely important. That was why he took off and immediately ran to the number he had just heard. Knocking down the door, the hero saw a terrible picture. A girl was lying in the corner, and next to her was a strange man who was holding a syringe in his hands. In all the time that zombies roamed the world, the guy saw a lot, but he did not expect to encounter something so terrifying. In the next instant, he shouted because he finally saw Si Tong in front of him. At the same time, the strange man carefully looked at the guy and asked who even allowed him to enter this room. The young man was angry. He understood that this was exactly the person they were talking about in the corridor, and he realized how much grief his friend could go through. Suddenly, he clenched his hand into a fist and hit the ill-wisher, not understanding what he even found in such a place. The guy wasn't going to stop. The anger he felt at that moment seemed stronger than anything he'd felt before. The stranger lying on the floor did not understand what he had done, who this guy was, and why he was being beaten. The hero knew that he shouldn't waste any time, so he immediately ran over to Si Tong and started explaining that he had come to save her, and now she didn't have anything to worry about anymore. Raising her hopeful gaze, the girl suddenly asked if he would like something to eat. The guy was shocked. He understood that something was wrong with his friend, so he called her by name and asked if she remembered him. However, the distraught girl repeated over and over that she wanted to feed him. The young man was scared and hard. He called his name, trying to bring her back to reality, but she did not understand who was next to her. In the next instant, the terrified girl started throwing herself at her rescuer, blaming him for everything, and wishing him dead. Hugging her, the guy tried his best to calm her down, saying that he finally found her, and now no one will hurt her again. However, Zitong continued to cry and repeated that her friend Tianlei would come soon and punish all the bad people. After a moment's hesitation, the guy explained that the beauty should believe him. She should know that the reckoning is waiting for everyone who even in thought decided to hurt her. After some time, the girls from the group asked their colleagues if they had managed to find the headman, and if everything was all right with her. The guy said that she was fine. She was saved, but now it's better to let her rest. He also added that Si Tong's mental state leaves much to be desired, and it is possible that the experience has greatly affected her mind. Boris said he didn't know all the details, but it was clear from her appearance that she had been through a lot, as she was bruised and very exhausted. The young man explained that they went to the doctor who treats her, and the doctor believes that for now it is better to limit her communication with outsiders. At this time, the girl was lying on the bed, she was tied up, and she asked not to mock her, but simply to let her go. A frightened Hua offered to release her classmate, because in such conditions she was as uncomfortable as possible. However, the doctor explained that she had an early infection. And why? But because if it is not treated, then everything will end badly. They do not have tranquilizers, and therefore they have to use improvised means. Sitong kept saying over and over that her friend would come and destroy everyone. At this time, the supervisor in the corridor was asking about how this could have happened in the first place and how to fix the whole situation now. The police, answering the girls' questions about where their leader was, said that as soon as he came, he immediately went to the garage and shouted that he would make ill-wishers pay for everything they did. Sitting with her hands tied, a strange woman asked to be released, explaining that she is a very ordinary worker and therefore does not know why men need to rob her. However, Li Xiaoxiang replied that there was no point in them robbing because they already had a lot of things. The unfortunate woman immediately asked what she was doing in this strange place in this case. The young men didn't answer her question, instead asking why Sitong became like this, and what happened to her, and what exactly broke her so much. The guy was filled with anger, and therefore he did not plan to babysit anyone, and immediately repeated his question again. However, the woman pretended that she did not understand anything, and had no idea who was in the room. Although in the next instant the captive realized that most likely these are acquaintances of these young men. Realizing that the jokes were unnecessary, the woman began to cry and begged not to be touched, saying that it was all the fault of Lin Mu who had brought her to that place. The young man looked at his captive carefully and said that she had heard the girl insult Lord Wen Xiao, which was why Lin Mu had sold her at the city market. After she got to that place, a lot of guests bullied her, so she couldn't stand it and just went crazy. The woman explained that they just work together, and therefore she can't take responsibility for what other people do, so it's not her fault. The young man shouted angrily that it couldn't have been her fault if she had personally locked Shitong in that room when she could have just let her out and let her go. Throwing her to the floor, the young man shouted that this bad woman should end her life, but not as easily as she might think. Immediately, all the team members took a look at the trio they had dragged out of the establishment and led them to the garage. Not much time had passed, and the car was already speeding along an empty and deserted highway in an unknown direction. Zhao Tianlei immediately ordered all the captives to get out of the car. Lin Mu shouted that no one would be able to scare him, much less a young man. After removing the blindfolds, the detractors tried to understand where they were, although it seemed that they did not understand anything at all. Although in the next instant, an evil voice said that it looked like they had been brought to the battlefield of death. The woman asked in horror if they were really in the field where dead people were taken to serve as food for zombies. Unexpectedly, Lin Mu, who realized that all the jokes were over long ago, began to tell our hero that they were studying together, and therefore he asked to forgive him for everything, and forget all misunderstandings. Zhao Tianlei said icily that the ill-wisher had only just remembered that they had studied together. And where was he when he decided to kill Wu Bing in cold blood and also send the group to the market? At this moment, our hero's companions were already opening the heavy and powerful gates. The young man suddenly shouted that he had warned all the villains that he would make them suffer more than his unfortunate friends, and therefore he would not do any favors for anyone. So he suggested that Lin Mu go and apologize to Wu Bin, who was abandoned at that place. In the next instant, the youth started insulting the people who were standing right in front of him. The other two also began to make excuses, saying that they didn't think it would happen like this, and therefore offered food and real estate in order to stay alive. But the guy was adamant. He understood that Sitong is unlikely to ever recover from stress, and therefore the villains in any case must pay for what they did. Then, in an icy tone, he replied that everyone could go to the wasteland, while at the same time he would watch the offenders being eaten by zombies. Vicious monsters were closing in. It seemed impossible to escape or hide from them. The ill-wishers were aware of this, and therefore ran towards the forest as fast as they could. These people knew that there was no one there, and that no one would help them, but they still asked for someone to respond and save them. The villains believed that they could hide in the forest, but did not count on the fact that zombies are those creatures that hide absolutely everywhere. So when they came face to face with them, they immediately started shouting and wondering where else to hide. Lin Mu was always adept at taking advantage of others, so he quickly pushed the woman who was standing right in front of him towards the monster in order to buy himself some time. Despite the fact that the woman was in the hands of zombies, she continued to shout to the men who were next to her, so that they would at least do something and free her. And while the monsters were busy with their prey, the young people had a chance to quickly escape and find shelter for themselves. Despite this, the detractors realized that they did not have much time, and therefore acted as quickly as they could. A man in women's clothing was following Lin Mu, shouting at him not to leave him and help him escape. After some time, the young people were equal, but despite this, everyone was still for themselves. Lin Mu paid attention to the tree, knew that the zombies wouldn't get here, so he started climbing up the trunk at lightning speed. He paused for a moment, knowing that this was a difficult task, but he still had no choice. He was also distracted by the fact that the man who was climbing behind him was constantly asking for help. Grabbing his partner's leg, the young man explained that it was difficult for him to climb a tree, and therefore he needed help. Grinning Villain said that he is always ready to help those who sincerely ask him for it. In the next second, Lin Mu hit his temporary companion with all his strength, shouting that he would be best served by the zombies. The young man was lying on the ground and did not fully understand what he should do best in this situation. He tried to get up, but then he saw the monsters right in front of him, who had already reached this place. As for the other zombies, they immediately noticed another person who was sitting on a tree. However, Lin Mu wasn't afraid of them, stating that they wouldn't be able to climb the tree anyway, so they would have to wait as long as possible. The young man laughed at the creatures, shouting happily that he would not die so easily, and therefore they should not even hope. Suddenly, the villain heard the sound of a gunshot. He felt his leg start to hurt so much that he could not resist and fell to the ground. Zhao Tianlei couldn't allow the ill-wisher to continue holding up in the tree. Moreover, he had climbed there at the expense of others. Clutching his injured leg, Lin Mu immediately began cursing our hero for everything he had done to him, noting that sooner or later he would definitely take revenge on him. At this time, the zombies that were hiding in the distance noticed that there was a person lying on the ground and hurried over. The villain didn't know how to defend himself from the monsters, so he shouted at them not to even come close to him. In the next instant, he saw them looking around in fright and quickly running into the thicket of the forest. Lin Mu was overjoyed, but he didn't understand what had happened, or why these creatures had so abruptly decided to change their plans for him. That was why the young man started laughing, realizing that he was the one who had won this battle. And aloud, the young man said that the universe itself helps him to get out of this place. Our hero, who was standing at a short distance, watched the zombies run in the opposite direction. Zhao Tianlei had no idea what had happened, but he remembered that he had seen something like this before near the police station, so he tensed up a little. The student decided that it was quite possible that a predator had appeared in these places, and therefore he wanted to wait for him to make sure of this. The young man moved through the forest in order to get a closer look at who would appear on the field. The guy decided to load his weapon in case he saw something that he had already encountered before. Hiding behind a tree, our hero heard some strange sounds. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise because what he saw was something that couldn't be explained in any words. It was a strange entity with some kind of metal loops that were located on the monster's chest. The predator's eyes glowed red, and you could tell that it really looked like a mutated zombie in some ways. A minute later, this monster grabbed a man who had already been tormented by other zombies, although the guy did not fully understand what the entity was going to do with him. The young man stood motionless, but what he saw did not fit in his head, as well as where this monster came from, as well as how to defeat it. Zhao Tianlei decided that this monster was probably devouring people, so it was feeding on them. When he called his assistant, the young man heard the computer complaining that it was called again for some reason at night, despite the fact that the system needs rest. The computer asked what the entity in front of them was, but the student said that was exactly what he wanted to ask the system, because he had never seen anything like it. Once again, the system notified that the face of this predator is very ugly, and therefore it cannot immediately identify and characterize it. And while the monster wandered through the forest, the computer explained that it stores all the data about those creatures that have already appeared, but there is no new data, and therefore it cannot say anything about this. In turn, Lin Mu, who was still in the beast's clutches, continued to beg his classmate to save him. However, the young man was hiding behind a tree, knowing that he should never show himself because if the system does not know what kind of entity it is, then it will be as difficult as possible to deal with it. The guy tried to do everything possible so that the monster did not notice him, but the ill-wisher shouted so loudly that he drew attention to him. In the next instant, the mutated zombie turned around and looked in the direction where our hero was hiding. Zhao Tianlei realized that he was the most likely target of the hunt now, so he shouted angrily. Suddenly, the monster rushed in the direction of our young man, who barely managed to jump away from the tree with one movement. The young man had already grabbed his weapon and started shooting at the enemy, realizing that time was playing against him. Despite the fact that the guy shot as accurately as possible, it seemed that the opponent did not react to such attacks in any way. That is why the student said under his breath with horror that this mutant is not affected by bullets in any way, and his body immediately overgrows. The system, which usually sleeps, immediately began to notify that the guy needs to come up with something, otherwise he may die. What struck him most was that this predator was much faster than anyone he had ever encountered before. And that was a big problem. In order to win, you had to move as fast as possible and come up with something unusual. The young man knew that despite all his skills, he could easily lose, but he didn't plan on doing so. The monster was angry, but fortunately he found the machine gun, which he immediately broke, leaving no chance for the young man. A minute later, the system announced that this is a new species produced by a human mutation, whose speed and power is about a third of that of a zombie mutation. The organism has a strong ability to absorb and generate, and can also change its body to absorb a human. The reason is that the ontology when infected with the virus is severely destroyed, disturbing the self-preservation system of the virus, which leads to a change in the overall cellular structure. And such a body is formed due to the fact that it has absorbed many bodies of zombies and people. Zhao Tianlei wanted to find out the weaknesses of this monster, but the system noted that the weak points should be discovered by the person himself. Clutching his axe in his hands, the young man admitted that it would not be easy to do this. Despite this, the student was always used to relying only on himself, and therefore understood that he still had no other choice. A moment later, Lin Mu spoke up again and asked his classmate if he didn't recognize the monster directly opposite him. Our hero was silent and looked blankly in front of him, not knowing what the ill-wisher was hinting at. But the man continued to laugh and tell them that just by looking at this scarred body, they would immediately know that Wu Bing was in front of them. The young man thought that the reason was that the body was simultaneously infected with the virus, was severely damaged, and began to stimulate the self-defense system of the virus. Despite this, the young man did not feel better. He knew that on the one hand in front of him is his best friend, but on the other hand, he became a monster. However, Zhao Tianlei decided not to give up, and so he addressed this monster by name, hoping that he would be able to awaken the memory in this entity. But instead of understanding, the mutant pounced on the young man and pinned him to the ground. The guy saw what was happening to him, but he was not going to give up. He believed that his friend would recognize him and therefore would not harm him in any way. The student kept calling out Wu Bing's name again and again, saying that they had always been good friends, although the system immediately intervened and noted that the monster had no previous memory and therefore did not understand who was in front of him. The computer insisted that the young man cut off the monster's hands, because otherwise it could eat him at any moment. Only Lin Mu rejoiced and gloated, thinking that now his classmate would personally know what it means to be betrayed by his own friend. But Zhao Tianlei did not give up. He shouted that if the ill-wisher who always wanted evil did not interfere in the lives of his friends, then nothing would ever have happened to them. And now, they would all be together. However, the young man shouted that back then in the library, it was he who made everyone go instead of him. And if everyone obeyed and behaved decently, then nothing would have happened. Therefore, you don't have to blame the other person if you started all this vile and unfair game yourself. The guy watched the villain but did not want to communicate with him on this subject, because he had already expressed everything he wanted many times. Most of all, the young man now wanted to apologize to his friend, and therefore he began to ask for forgiveness from him, explaining that he did not have time to come to the aid of his best friends in time. Zhao Tianlei's eyes filled with tears. He was actually sorry that things had turned out this way and that they couldn't do what they wanted. Unexpectedly, something happened that greatly surprised the young man. In the next second, the tentacles began to open, freeing the prisoner. The guy saw how the entity tried to say something but could not do it, because human speech was inaccessible to it. Our hero was smiling. He was glad that the monster, despite the fact that he was not a man, still managed not only to recognize his friend, but also to understand him. In the next instant, the mutated Wu Bing covered his face with his hands, as if regretting how things had turned out. The system explained that this is only a small part of the memories that the zombie has, but it won't last long. Very soon, the zombie will lose control of itself, and therefore the young man should leave. Zhao Tianlei didn't want to believe what was happening, and for a moment, he thought that time could be turned back to make things right. Suddenly, the monster that was standing right next to the young man started growling as loudly as it could. The computer saw that the young man couldn't move, but kept telling him to leave the place immediately, because seconds were running out. In the next instant, the student took off and ran towards the villa, realizing that despite the pain, this was the only right decision. The young man wept, realizing the injustice and hopelessness of this situation, which he could not influence. Lin Mu kept yelling at our hero not to just run away and leave him with that monster. However, the young man no longer heard this, as well as the fact that his friend who had turned into a monster shouted to the whole forest. Reaching the garages, the guy immediately began to beat the tree that was closest. His companions, who were closing the powerful gate, saw that something was wrong with the leader, but they were in no hurry to ask what happened in the forest. Even so, Zhao Tianlei couldn't calm down, even though he had almost no strength left to hold on. Among other things, the young man continued to name the names of ill-wishers, saying that he would definitely pay them off and take revenge for everything that happened to his best friends. Realizing that it was necessary to return to the villa, the guys after a while already stood in the lobby of their temporary home. They carefully looked at the terrified Shitong, who was waving Zhen Binyan away in horror, asking her not to get so close to her and not offend her. The startled headman seemed to recognize her classmate for the first time, and she said his name with tears in her eyes. Rushing into his arms, she began to complain, saying that all these bad people want to hurt her, and he is the only one who can save her and protect her. Zhen Binyan explained that she just made some porridge and wanted the patient to eat, so she didn't know that it would scare Shitong so much. In an icy tone, the young man noted that the day before he had asked everyone not to approach the headman because it angers and scares her. Hearing the former chairman start making excuses, the young man immediately told her not to say anything more about it. Hugging Shitong, our hero calmly noted that she should no longer be afraid of anything, And now they go to her bedroom, where she will be completely safe. The policeman told Jen Binyan not to be angry because their leader was in a bad mood right now, and it was best not to cross him. The girl immediately began to wonder what had happened during their trip to the city. Wu Hian noted with sadness that the cause of all this was the deceased Wu Bing. Sitting in the bedroom, the young man asked the doctor how things were going with the mental state of his friend, and what can be done to make her feel better. Wang Shuqing explained that she still has injuries, is being treated, and will recover after a while. And as for her mental state, she is currently irritated and closed-minded. And in the next moment, she said that she wasn't a psychiatrist, so it was impossible to say exactly what would happen next. But if you treated Shitong gently, she might become the same over time. But now that the conditions are limited, all the guy can do is calm her down so that she always feels safe and not nervous. The young man said that until the girl gets better, he wants the doctor and her husband to stay in this place. The medic explained that she distributed all the food that the young man left. Thanks to this food, many people were able to survive. Zhao Tianlei was glad that he was able to save at least some of the people who were trapped, hoping to be saved. As for Shitong, she grabbed her classmate's hand and said that she was very scared, so she didn't want him to leave her alone. The young man stroked the head of the village chief, calming her down, explaining that he was close and nothing would happen to her, and inwardly thought that he had found a way to save Shen Xinyu, and they would get out of this place very soon. After a while, the companions gathered in the hall asked their leader if he was planning to use zombies to distract the Jia family. After hearing the affirmative answer, the young man confirmed that this place is not only well guarded, but also has many observation points, and to save someone, you need to distract everyone. Xia believed that the villa was impregnable, and they could live there without worrying about safety. But if he used zombies to cause chaos, then he could save his acquaintance. But the doctor said that she did not agree, explaining that there are over 100 people in the villa, and if one gets infected, all the others will be at risk. Chen Feng, who has always been loyal to his new friend, said that everyone understands the guy's desire to save a classmate, but by his decision, he threatens the lives of many people. Li Xiaoyang offered to take all the residents to the base, although his friend immediately asked how they could gather everyone at the same time and get them out of here. In the next instant, the young man explained that he wasn't referring to real zombies, but to those who would pretend to be them. You need to spread a rumor that someone saw zombies running here, disguise people as these creatures and make them run around the villa so that everyone believes in a real threat. If this works, then the owner will send workers to deal with the monsters, so they will be outside the villa and can be saved. Looking at Sunday, our hero honestly admitted that they can't do it alone, and therefore they need someone to help them put on this show. The man immediately said that many people are their friends, and they all suffered from exploitation in the villa. In addition, the grain caused the death of many. But in the next moment, a medic intervened and asked what would happen if the Xia family or the guards decided to shoot the zombies. Zhao Tianlei honestly said that he understood the risk for a person who would pretend to be a zombie, but his friends would save this unfortunate person, and at the same time, he would go after his friend. Immediately, he asked Wang Shuqing if she thought that if the residents didn't leave this place, how much longer would they be able to survive under such conditions? The doctor looked at the boy carefully, knowing that he was right, and that now she needed to act quickly. Instead of his wife, her husband answered, confirming that such a chance may no longer fall out. Clenching his fists in anger, he asked if his wife wasn't tired of living the way they did when they were used as slaves and cattle. And then he added that although it is difficult to fight, the most important thing is to know and see your ultimate goal. It turned out that everyone in the audience was surprised that Sundi was able to express his point of view so boldly. Bowing her head, the medic admitted that she had always considered her husband a quiet person and could not have thought that he would say something like this. A moment later, smiling, the woman said that she agreed with this plan. Our hero was glad that everyone supported one idea and understood that they had a chance to wait for a better future. Standing on the street, the young man told his new friend that he would need help. He explained that the path around the zombie siege is difficult, losing a car is very bad. And since the man is a mechanical engineer, he wants to hear his opinion about the malfunction. Sunday calmly said that he would carefully inspect the vehicle and report what was wrong with it. The guy's new associate knew that he would not hesitate and immediately opened the hood. Looking at the weapon in surprise, the mechanic didn't know what to say, but our hero explained that they needed a machine gun, and they borrowed it from the police station. The man did not believe that the guys decided to take such a bold step, but decided not to say anything more about it. Instead, Sunday explained that he would carefully inspect the car, and if he noticed any problems, he would fix it, and also give it a little surprise. In the next instant, the boys heard a rustle at the door and froze in their seats. As soon as Zhao Tianlei entered the room, he nervously asked what had happened. The young man saw that Xitong, who had started to get comfortable, was standing in the kitchen next to the furniture and was carefully looking at the broken plate on the floor. The prefect was silent, but there were tears on her face. The young man immediately asked what had happened and why the girl looked so scared. Pulling her close, the guy was angry that she was being annoyed again by the residents of the cottage and said that he didn't understand how they were smart enough to bring her to such a dangerous place as the kitchen. The enraged secretary explained that their leader didn't know what had happened and started shouting, even though in reality, her friend had made porridge in the morning. And Xitong smelled the food and went downstairs. Hua, who ran into the room, began to apologize for not following the headman, and as a result, the girl climbed to the hot pot and scalded herself. It wasn't until Zhao Tianlei had listened to the end that he realized that Zhen Binyan had put her hand out to prevent the headman from getting burned. She knew her arm was hurting, but she tried to ignore it. As for the prefect, she also approached her new acquaintance. Taking her hand, Xitong started to say that it was her fault that her companion's arm was now injured. Zhen Bingyan knew that this was nothing compared to what the captive had experienced all this time. However, the most striking thing was that the headman suddenly started talking. Wang Shuqing explained that the patient's condition is improving. If earlier, she only allowed a classmate to approach her, now she has started to open up to others, which is a good signal. The secretary, folding her arms across her chest, noted that even the unfortunate woman understood more than an adult and sane person. He, in turn, said that the other day he was impulsive and should not have snapped at friends, and therefore asked for forgiveness. The young man didn't want to argue. He just said that he was going to get a bag of ice to put on his injured arm. Only a minute had passed, and our hero was already doing what he had just said. Moreover, he asked about his friend, how she was feeling, whether her arm was very sore or there was only a slight discomfort, hinting that she could always go to the doctor. With an exasperated tone, Zhen Bingyan said that she wasn't doing well right now, but if the young man yelled at her, it wouldn't get any better. In the next instant, Li Xiaoyang, who had just woken up, was wondering who was ringing their doorbell. It was still quite early in the morning. Looking through the intercom, the young man literally froze in place. Xia Jioi was standing outside the door, although it was unclear what he had been doing since this morning. Immediately running to the kitchen, the guy with horror told everyone gathered that the doorbell rings an ill-wisher, and therefore you need to do something, because there are many people in the house that he does not know about. Zhao Tianlei calmly replied that there was no need to panic in such a matter, adding that he would deal with the person himself. Turning to his friends, the leader noted that they should stay in the kitchen and in no case make a sound. Sitting in the living room, Xia Zioi asked the guys if they liked the villa, and immediately added that if something went wrong, they could come to him and tell him directly what they were not satisfied with. Our hero wanted to be as polite as possible, and therefore noted that they are actually very comfortable and cozy. The young man honestly said that he had never lived in such a large house before, and therefore was glad that the owners of this estate sheltered him and his friends. To himself, the ill-wisher thought that before the zombie outbreak, renting this villa per week cost about 100,000, and therefore the poor would not even be able to get here. The guy didn't plan to spend too much time on this person, so he immediately asked why he was here. Zhejioi explained that Wen Xiao was getting married soon, so he came to pass on the invitation to the guys. In the next minute, our hero received his invitation card. The young man pretended that he didn't know anything, so he opened the brochure and began to read what was written there. Zhao Tianlei was angry and frustrated, and he hoped that he would have more than 3 days to thoroughly prepare and maybe even practice everything. However, the young man had to be clear about his role, so he said that he was congratulating the owner of the house, and then asked where Mr. Zia's wife had gone, because he had previously said that he was married. The ill-wisher explained that this woman had been ill before, and Wen Xiao had treated her, but now she was finally healthy. So they decided to have a full-fledged wedding. Inwardly, the guy was glad that Shen Xinyu was cured, and most likely her life was no longer in danger, and therefore, she could go on the road. Xia Jioi said that he considered them family members, so he couldn't help but invite them to such an event. In the next moment, one of our hero's companions said that on this occasion he would go for alcohol, realizing that the others would follow him. The ill-wisher himself did not plan to stay in this place for a long time, and therefore got up and walked to the exit. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stopped and looked in surprise at the door that led to the kitchen. The young man didn't say anything. He just peered intently into the small crack. The kids in the kitchen could hear everything, and they knew they had nowhere to hide, and they knew they couldn't run. So if they were seen, the plan would be over. The terrified Shitong was the most worried of all. Despite this, she was supported in every possible way, saying that she was not in any danger. Zhao Tianlei himself knew that the situation was on the edge, so he asked the young man what had happened to him. In the next minute, this guy's hand reached out somewhere to the side. The guy standing behind him knew that only a few meters separated this man from the truth that was hidden behind these saving doors. But then, it didn't happen at all, what the young people already thought, because the villain suddenly took some clothes off the hanger, and it turned out to be no less terrible than the secret that lurked in the kitchen. Our hero began to blame himself for completely forgetting to throw away the clothes Xitong wore in the bar. But in the next minute, the ill-wisher took his clothes off the hanger and said that the young man should have hinted at this in advance. And he added that there are a lot of great girls in his bar, and if the young man directly asked, he would not refuse. Moreover, he would note who you can pay attention to. Confused, Zhao Tianlei started to grumble to himself, but the young man added that there was nothing wrong with that. The villa was big, and there were too many men. As he left, Xia Jiu warned the guy to make sure to come a little early on the wedding day, because the host doesn't like anyone to be late. Xidong trembled and continued to say that this man was a real villain and had caused her a lot of suffering, so she was very much afraid of him. Our hero did not hear anything that was going on in the kitchen. He knew that time was short, and therefore he had to hurry to think everything through carefully. At this time, Shen Xinyu had a wedding dress fitting. However, given that the girl was playing her part, she knew that she should clearly proceed with the plan. The beauty didn't like all this, but there was no other choice. Wen Xiao, who was standing at the door, calmly stated that the girl's outfit and this color is very becoming. The terrified beauty immediately put her hands to her chest and asked who gave the young man permission to enter here. However, he wasn't the type to explain himself, so he immediately ordered the maids to immediately attend to their direct duties. The girl was embarrassed. She understood that she had to stall for time, and therefore spoke about the fact that the man himself said that he respected her, although this act is not at all like this. Wen Xiao, in turn, stroking the face of his captive, said that he really respects her, otherwise he would not have waited so long for her answer. And he added that he had invited a lot of his friends, and therefore the wedding should be interesting and fun. Unexpectedly, the ill-wisher explained that he had also invited Zhao Tianlei, and asked his friend if she remembered this person. Hearing the name of her classmate, the beauty was afraid, and therefore lowered her gaze and said that she did not remember such a young man. But the man went on to explain that he had recently met this guy near her room and heard them talking. Moreover, saw how his guest reacts to the girl. As Shen Xinyu continued to insist that she didn't know any ill-wishers she knew, he asked her if she liked the dress and received an approving response. When Wen Xiao got closer, he said that he was happy about it because he had made an order especially for her. The owner of the house said that since he first saw the beauty on the screen, he decided to marry her. So at that time, he asked one of the most famous European designers to sew a dress for her. And fortunately, the figure did not change. Grabbing the captive by the shoulder, the villain said that he loved her so much and did only the best and most amazing things for her. And then, in a quieter and more threatening voice, he asked her if that was the case, why she had betrayed him so basely. With horror in her voice, Shen Xinyu nervously asked what the man meant, since she didn't understand. The ill-wisher immediately repeated her question, although he was in no hurry to answer it. The very next minute, the owner of the house put a notebook in front of his friend, on which there was a photo, and asked how she could explain this if she claimed that she did not know the student. The beauty watched this photo with horror and realized that all the lies were revealed. And quickly enough, the most interesting thing is that the photo was not only Zhao Tianlei, but also the headman, who was also a prisoner. The man said that he had long thought that this guy was strange, and when he came to her door, everything started to fall into place, because Shen Xinyu was different. Moreover, the other girl from the bar disappeared. And then, in a more severe tone, he explained that, it turns out, the guys are classmates, and therefore first he found one friend, and now he plans to come for another. And, grabbing the hand of his captive, he shouted that it was not surprising that the girl had already become completely different. If earlier she was closed, now she was ready for almost anything. After hearing this, the beauty's eyes filled with tears, but they were not tears of sacrifice, but tears of anger and unwillingness to submit to the evil that reigned in the villa. The beauty immediately snatched her hand out of the hands of the opponent, who was carefully watching everything that was happening. The unfortunate woman screamed that the owner of the house, as well as his friends, are selfish and cruel people. For their own good, using other people's lives at will is something that defies any explanation. The girl said that how could she love such a monster? Because it is simply incomprehensible to the mind. Moreover, now that the ill-wisher has found out about everything, she would rather die than be a hostage who is being used. Wen Xiao didn't like that tone, and he didn't like the unflattering words he used, so he pushed her away. After that, the ill-wisher grabbed the girl by the shoulder, showing that only he decides what will happen to her. The student knew that there was nothing she could do, but she wasn't going to back down anyway. With hatred in his voice, the owner of the house declared that the girl is his wife. And therefore, how can he let her die? Moreover, only her classmate is to blame for everything. Realizing that the young man had no idea that the man knew everything, the beauty immediately asked about what the villain was planning to do. He said indifferently that he wanted the beauty to watch the boy pay for everything he had done, after which Wen Xiao ordered the maids to stay with the hostage at all times and never let her out of their sight. The girl wanted to do something, so she intuitively ran towards the door, even though she was immediately grabbed by the servants. A few days later, all the guests gathered in the Great Hall as planned. Entering the room, our hero said in a soft tone that he was congratulating Mr. Saya on his wedding and brought him a small bag of grain as a modest souvenir. The man politely thanked the guest, noting that it was not necessary to carry something so valuable. Adding that many came empty-handed, Zhao Tianlei said that in such troubled times, to organize such a beautiful wedding and invite many guests, it is something incredible. While the owner of the house was saying that he had spent a lot of effort, Xia Jioi, who was sitting next to him, confirmed that the young man had invested a lot of his strength and resources in this villa in general. Other guests said that the owner of the villa is a real benefactor who does everything for other people, which is considered something very commendable. One of the people said that he heard that zombies were roaming around this estate a couple of days ago, although he did not know if this was true, but still some fear remains in this regard. But the man confirmed that everyone should be sure that the zombies will never break through here, because the guards are perfectly coping with their task, and therefore the monsters will not even come within a few dozen meters. Suddenly, Wen Xiao asked our hero if it was true that he was waiting for someone. He knew better than to give himself away, so he noted that today was an important day for everyone. But Mr. Sia's wife still hadn't come out. He asked her suspiciously if the young man was really in such a hurry to meet her. The guy started making excuses again, talking about that many people said that this beauty was a real star, and therefore he would like to see her in person, after hearing how others confirmed that they also did not see her. Wen Xiao explained that the girl was still changing clothes, but she would be joining everyone after a while. Suddenly, a frightened security guard ran into the hall, who informed everyone present that the zombies had broken into the villa and could now be here. Shijioi didn't believe what was said, so he asked how this could have happened in the first place. The guests were afraid of zombies, so they immediately jumped up from their seats and started shouting that monsters would be here any minute. The owner of the house asked people not to panic, explaining to them that the estate is well guarded and therefore there is no need to be afraid. It is best to stay here. And then he turned to his colleague, saying that now is the time to go and see what is happening there. Our hero, who did not react to this news, smiled slightly, knowing that his plan was successful. There was a real panic in the house because everyone gathered was running in different directions, although they did not know exactly where they were running to. At this time, Zhao Tianlei's disguised acquaintances, who had never left the villa, were shouting and playing monsters as naturally as possible. As for the student, he knew that he had almost no time, and therefore it was necessary to release the prisoner as soon as possible. Running to the right door, the young man knocked on it and called out to Shen Xinyu, hoping that she would come out immediately. But this did not happen, and therefore the guy went inside in order to personally inform the girl that it was time to run. The young man saw the beauty, who was standing with her back to him and was silent, and therefore decided to come closer. Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, the young man said that they needed to leave as quickly as possible. But to Zhao Tianlei's astonishment, the puppet that had nothing to do with a human immediately began to fall apart. In the next instant, the dummy was lying on the floor. The young man looked at all this with horror and did not understand what to do in the future because everything did not go as he saw it. But then something even stranger happened. Our hero noticed the bars around him, but did not realize where they came from. Closing his eyes, the student watched the bright light above him turn on, so he closed his eyes to see what was happening. At that moment, Wen Xiao entered the room and called the student too impatient. I immediately asked him where he was going to take his wife, but the guy did not plan to give up so quickly, saying that he just thought that the girl was in danger, and therefore immediately ran here. The man said indifferently that if this was really true, then he was very grateful to his guest. The next moment, the guard who had brought Shen Xinyu with him walked into the room. The girl screamed in a guilty voice that she was very happy to see her friend, but it just so happened that the villain understood everything, and she could not do anything about it. The young man carefully looked at the classmate, realizing that she was not to blame for anything. Zhao Tianlei said that it looked like the villain had found out and prepared a trap for him. Moreover, he wanted to know when he was suspected. The man admitted that he immediately thought that something was wrong with his new guests. As it turned out, his guesses were confirmed, and after he wandered around the house and communicated with the girl, he finally understood everything. He added that if Wen Xiao was right, these so-called zombies were a plan that the young man had created, and therefore they were not dangerous. The student heard that the man was still saying something, but said out loud that he had underestimated his opponent. In the next instant, the man turned around and said that the guy still won't run away. As for him, he will be able to drive out all the garbage from here thanks to the young man. Zhao Tianlei carefully observed the opponent and remained silent, realizing that words were unnecessary in this case. At this time, the companions of our hero, standing on the street, asked each other if everything was fine with them, rejoicing that the plan was a success. The unhappy mother, whom the children met at the market, said that they had always been bullied before, but now they also had the opportunity to avenge all the humiliations. Chen Binyan was worried about her friend, but she hoped that he was able to carry out his plan, so they would soon leave this terrible place. Suddenly, the guys froze in place, and then they heard shots and realized that they urgently needed to hide. Xiaojioi turned on the floodlights outside and shouted that pretending to be a zombie was probably a lot of fun. But that was the end of the game. The young man shouted that it was better for people to go out and surrender. Otherwise, they would simply be shot. Standing behind the stone, the former manager asked what went wrong, how it happened that detractors found out about the plan. The villain at this time continued to say that if no one is going to go out, then he gives the command to the guards to shoot. In the next instant, a burst of automatic fire rang out, and the people who were hiding, who knew where, realized that the jokes were really over. Although the guys believed that something like this could happen, and therefore they also prepared pistols and even started shooting back. Our hero, sitting in a cage, heard what was happening on the street and understood perfectly well what it all meant. Shen Xinyu was also aware of this, as she asked the master of the house not to touch ordinary people, stating that she promised that if the man released all the prisoners, she would do whatever he wanted. But the ill-wisher said in an indifferent tone that it was too late. He warned the girl about the consequences, and now it turns out that she is simply unworthy of him. And he added that since the beauty dared to betray him, he would make her understand what she had done, saying that since the university star cares about his classmate, he will see him killed on the spot. Zhao Tianlei didn't know what to expect, so he actually tensed up. The villain closed his eyes, his expression showing that he had absolutely nothing to lose. With tears in her eyes, the unfortunate girl shouted that nothing bad should be done to the student. Suddenly, a shot rang out in the room, but the wound was not in our hero, but in the owner of the house, who clutched his bleeding shoulder. The man immediately bent over and began to scream, not fully realizing what had happened to him. The guard, who was standing as close to his master as possible, immediately asked what he could do to help him. As for the young man, he only smiled, realizing that there was a plan, but Not everyone guessed its details. The boy watched carefully what was happening in the room, knowing that now he knew exactly what to do next. This was also known by Chen Feng, who had been hiding on the roof of the opposite building all this time, watching everything with his rifle. Zhao Tianlei was not as stupid as it might seem at first, because he had hidden his new axe under the suit beforehand, which can cut absolutely anything, including metal rods. Grabbing his classmate by the arm, the young man shouted that they had little time, and therefore it was necessary to save themselves. The girl was terrified, but she knew that now she could rely on the young man, who probably knew what he was doing. Suddenly, our hero grabbed Shen Xinyu in his arms and immediately jumped out of the first-floor window, realizing that this way the path was much closer. It was an unpleasant feeling, but it was much more pleasant than sitting in a cage and knowing that they weren't going to let you live. Wen Xiao continued to hold his hand over his shoulder, angry and cursing. He also knew that there was no time to lose, so he ordered the guard to immediately catch up with the fugitives. At this time, the children were already running down the street, and they managed to do it quite quickly. The guy saw his truck, which his colleagues had prepared in advance, and therefore shouted to a friend to get into the car. Time passed literally for seconds, and therefore, once inside the vehicle, the guys immediately began to move. The owner of the house, watching this, was even more angry. He shouted to the guards that they should not just catch up with the fugitives, but also immediately kill the guy. The policeman who had seen what was happening came down from the roof and was already standing in the courtyard, realizing that now his help was needed here. The guard, who saw that they would soon be under fire themselves, immediately shouted to his master to be as careful as possible. Considering that the villain never spared anyone, he decided that this problem could be solved very quickly by shutting down this unfortunate person. Lowering the wounded man to the floor, the villain said aloud that no one had ever run away from him, and the guys would not do it, and therefore they could not even count on such a thing. Another security guard who was standing nearby carefully watched the deceased colleague. It seemed that at that moment he began to realize what kind of person they were working for, but the other bodyguards did not plan to give up, so they shot at the car that had already left. Moreover, they also fired at children hiding in the yard. Children who did not understand how to get out or find a new place of shelter, safer. The secretary, shrinking, told her former boss that they could not do anything, and therefore she was very scared. With horror in his voice, one of the guys shouted that their biggest problem was not the shelter, but the ammunition that was almost gone. Li Xiaoyang encouraged the boys and said that they should definitely hold out. Their friend knows that they are in such a situation and therefore will never leave them. And it was true. Despite the barrage of bullets that flew in the direction of the truck, it turned around and now flew at great speed towards the opponents. Jie Jioi, who was standing closest to the road, was now watching the entire scene in surprise. As for our hero's friend, he claimed that he believed in his brother, knowing that he would never just leave them. The situation was a stalemate, because on one side of the street there were opponents. On the other side there were colleagues hiding, and a huge truck separated them. The ill-wisher happily said that there was nowhere else for the truck to go. Other than that, Zhao Tianlei would not abandon his friends, and therefore, it can be considered that he was driven into a trap. Coming closer, the owner of the house himself said that he was right, that the boy would not be able to leave this place just like that. Getting out of the car, the young man calmly explained that in fact he was not going to run anywhere. Surprised guys did not understand what it all means, why the guy came back, and now he is facing villains. Zhen Bingyan ran over to the youth and asked him if he was okay, after hearing a satisfactory answer. For a moment, everyone was silent, as if no one knew what was going to happen next. Equally surprised was Shen Xinyu, who didn't understand who the girl standing next to her classmate was. Zhen Bingyan looked at their team leader's classmate, but she couldn't say anything to her. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tianlei spoke up and asked the guards why they were selling their lives to the Shi family. And then he said, "Is it really all for the sake of money or status? But everyone knows that there is nothing important in this world except food and health." After that, he explained that this trailer contains over 1,000 kilograms of grain, and he can give it to everyone who needs it, and he will do it absolutely free of charge. The staff looked at the speaker carefully. It seemed that they did not believe that there was a place where so much food was stored. The owner of the house did not understand why the guy was talking about such things, but he was in no hurry to answer something. A moment later, Xia Jioi called our hero a fool, saying that they would destroy the young man and take all this good for themselves. That's fair enough. But the young man calmly explained that if he was gone, the grain would remain only the private property of the guys, and then he added, "Does the ill-wisher really expect that he will get at least something?" A moment later, the man's eyes widened in surprise and incomprehension. The guy was a good speaker, and therefore continued to say that the most important thing is to survive and then live. With this grain, everyone cannot starve, and not risk their lives for the sake of this family. Wen Xiao finally got tired of hearing this, so he said that the student's plan was good. But the boy was wrong. He wasn't just being guarded for food. This villa, this small community is hierarchical and weak. To live comfortably, you need to do something, so all these people are his friends who protect this place for themselves too. The guys are loyal to their master because they trust and respect him, because he can give them security and status. This is an unbreakable relationship, and the young man will not be able to provoke anyone. Zhao Tianlei asked. If this was really the case, then why did he see the bodies of people dressed in security uniforms not far from the villa? How did they happen to die? The man began to explain that those people went in search of food, but were bitten by zombies. The more people in this estate, the less food, and therefore people will starve. Therefore, still need some victims. Shen Xinyu suddenly chimed in, shouting that Mr. C was lying to everyone, even though there wasn't enough food in the mountain area. The situation wasn't at the critical level that everyone had been told. The villain carefully looked at this beauty, realizing that she knew a lot about it. The girl, turning to shout, said that she saw how ill-wishers secretly smuggled food into the villa and hid it in the refrigerators that are in the basements. This is done so that people believe that there is no food. The guards, who had only listened to their master before, now opened their mouths in surprise because they hadn't expected this. Men understood that they were not just not told a lot, they were openly fooled at that time. How much food there was to eat? Wen Xiao knew that the situation was shaky, so he said that this was a lying woman who no one would believe. Suddenly, the guard who was standing behind the owner of the house said in a low voice that he already believed what was said. The ill-wisher's eyes were dark with hatred, and he was sure that no one would dare to contradict him. At that moment, Xiaojioi said to this young man, "How can he trust someone who doesn't know who, after what has been done for him?" But the guard said in a firm voice that he didn't believe what other people said, but what he saw from day to day, and added that Li Wei worked hard to find food for everyone, but was unable to work anymore due to injuries and was thrown out. Guo Tao always believed and trusted Mr. Xia, but he used him to protect himself from bullets. The young man said that they were superior to the other villa guards. They do not pay taxes. They are not oppressed. But in reality, they, like everyone else, are just pawns that can always be thrown out. When Wen Xiao heard about this, he angrily asked who this trash thought he was. And he added that this is his villa, and therefore he is the king on it. It is up to him to decide who will live and who will not. He allows everyone to feel comfortable in this place. But people are still not grateful. And then, looking at the other employees, he ordered them to start shooting immediately. However, the person who recently expressed his opinion stood and carefully watched the opponent, knowing that he would not do this. The same went for the other guards who were standing but didn't even try to raise their weapons. Breaking into a shout, Xiaojioi shouted that the bodyguards had been given an order, so they should immediately do as they were told. At that moment, our hero spoke up, saying that Xia is not a king. No one needs a king who only exploits and does not give people a chance to stay alive. If there are any kings here, it's only the guards, because only they created a safe environment in the villa. They put their lives at risk and protected this place. Therefore, he said that it was best for Wen Xiao to stop resisting and just give up, because his era had come to its logical conclusion. But the man warned the youth not to be arrogant, as these people would definitely not believe what he just said. They needed grain, but nothing more. Suddenly, the man turned to the bodyguard who was standing behind him and took the submachine gun away from him. The villain shouted that if the young man did not have this grain, then no one would listen to him, and therefore once again declared that there was only one king in this place. The man looked carefully at the truck, realizing that he wanted to shoot it so that no one else manipulated the food. Moreover, the ill-wisher said that all the guys should say goodbye to their food. Our hero carefully looked at the opponent, but was not going to argue with him. What happened next was something that no one expected, and something that made Xiaojioi's eyes widen more than ever. It was also interesting that our heroes were also not prepared for such a development of events. Everyone heard the sound of a shot, after which the injured owner of the villa could hardly stand on his feet. At the same time, there was a guard in front of him who decided that it was best to end these villains. From the expression on this young man's face, it was clear that he didn't regret what he had done at all. On the contrary, Xiaojioi didn't fully understand what had happened, so he shouted as loudly as he could. After that, he started blaming the bodyguards for what happened, saying that no one has the right to do this to this great man. The bodyguards, who had lost all fear, said that this person was even more evil and dangerous, and therefore it was also best to get rid of him. And just as the assembled people were about to destroy the second villain as well, they heard a voice asking them to wait a bit. Our hero said with anger in his voice that this guy had done so many bad things that it would be very easy to just kill him. Not much time had passed, and Xiaojioi was already tied to a pole, around which almost everyone who lived in this villa was gathered. Dissatisfied and tired people threw stones at the villain, saying that even this reckoning would be too little for him. It was clear that the prisoners, if they could, would kill with their own hands. The ill-wisher saw that stones were flying at him, but he couldn't do anything about it. He also didn't want to justify himself. After a while, the guards sincerely thanked our heroes for freeing this beautiful place from such bad people. One of the bodyguards said that they had never actually seen these owners do anything useful, but they did not want to be treated aggressively. Li Xiaoyang said that the two of them always did bad things, and it always made everyone feel bad. He saw it because he had lived in this manner for a while. Realizing that this was all over, one of the guys asked the guys what they plan to do in the future. Sunda happily said that the Xi family is now gone, and therefore the villa needs a new leader. And turning to Zhao Tianlei, he noted that he is independent and fair. He can do many good things for this place. But the young man also noted that there are no more villains, and therefore everything will be fine with the villa from now on. And then he added that he had already decided that tomorrow he would go to the military base, as he had planned before. Li Xiaoyang said that his colleague planned to go there to meet with the headman, as well as with Wu Bin. But now the goal has already been achieved. so it is not clear why he should go there now. The guy said that he actually found his friend, but the end of the dark times is not over yet. Moreover, we can say that now is only the beginning. Staying here is calm, safe, but this is not his goal. At the military base is the strongest army of the government against zombies. There are the best weapons and materials. Only by going there, you can change something in a global sense. Wu Xuan agreed with this, saying that sitting in a safe place and doing nothing was somehow not very right for young and strong people. As the police officer also said, Li Xiaoyang, who would like to stay in this place, said that if everyone is going to the base, then he also needs to do it. The guard said that they would not contradict, and if suddenly the guys need a weapon, they can give it to them, because there are a lot of them in this place. Suddenly, Sunday also spoke up and said that he had some interesting gifts for his new friends. The young people didn't have time to ask what it was, but suddenly they saw something amazing in front of them. It was a stunning modern car that everyone could envy. The mechanic explained that he used weapons in the car to transform this vehicle, replace accessories, change the glass to bulletproof. Now this car can withstand a lot of damage. The guys immediately said that this is something amazing. It's something that will help them a lot on the road. Zhao Tianlei told the couple that they were both unique people, so he suggested that they join the team. But the girl said that they are grateful for this opportunity. But there are many patients in the villa that the doctor cannot leave after hearing that the spouse agreed with her. The young man smiled that he was very sorry, but he understands perfectly well that good people are needed everywhere. After that, Wang Shuqing said that she had prepared some common medicines for the youngsters. It was likely that the youngsters would face many dangers along the way, so she believed that it would help. The girl explained that Tong Shi had a serious injury and needed to be bandaged constantly to avoid infection. Her body was generally fine, but she still couldn't overwork. At that moment, Li Xiaoyang asked his friend if he planned to take his classmate with him. The young man didn't answer the question. He just asked what was unusual or strange about it. The friend went to the window and said that the colleague himself should look at what is happening in the room. At this time, the two girls who couldn't share Zhao Tianlei were sitting across from each other. In a calm tone, Zhen Binyan asked our hero's classmate about what she planned to do in the future now that she was completely safe. The girl honestly replied that she would go with her friend, since now she had Hua and the young man left in this world, and therefore she would be with them to the end. But the former leader noted that they are not going to the outskirts of the city, but are going to the base. The way there is long and dangerous, and the former prisoner has not yet recovered from the wound and shock, and therefore it is best for her to stay in this cottage. However, Shen Xinyu admitted that she feels great, and therefore is ready to go wherever you need. The former chairwoman again noted that Zhao Tianlei saved a classmate simply because they were studying together, and therefore it is not clear why she should go with him. At this point, Hua said that the guy's new acquaintances don't understand that the guys didn't just study together, they have feelings for each other. Tongxi didn't want to keep quiet, so she said that their leader had confessed his love for her friend and asked her to get married, so Zhen Binyan would soon be the bride. Jumping up from her seat, the student said that she did not understand why her friend would marry a girl who is older than himself. But she noted that the young man loves her. As for her opponent, all she can do is attract some incomprehensible fans. In the next minute, the girls began to find out who the young man loved in the past, and who he feels something for now. Zhao Tianlei, watching everything that was going on, couldn't understand what was going on between these beauties. Wu Xuan, who was standing nearby, noticed that he felt like it was all like a women's duel. The police officer expressed his point of view that both have their own strengths, so they actually have a confrontation. Our hero understood that he was not going to participate in anything like this, and therefore asked his friends to say that he was not here. He went for a walk somewhere. However, the guy did not have time to take a step, as at that moment, Sitong literally appeared out of nowhere, who loudly called our hero by name. The girl was genuinely happy that she managed to find a young man who was nowhere to be seen. Unexpectedly, the team leader heard his name again. This time, it was the beauties who came to the window, making it clear that they were waiting for an explanation from the guy. After a while, the guys were already racing along the highway, and for this they used two cars again. For the girls, the atmosphere was not the most pleasant because they did not communicate with each other, but only looked at each other scrutinizingly. Wu Xuan was happy that they were finally able to leave the villa, but the other person was talking about Xinyu, saying that she had a relative who held a position in the government, probably at that base right now. Chen Feng suddenly joined in the conversation, suggesting that their comrade had fallen into a love triangle. Fortunately, Zhao Tianlei's car stopped, after which he said that they were already there. A friend who was driving pointed out that the cliff in front of them was very high, but the young man didn't say anything. Instead, he went to another car to open the trunk in it. Lying there was Jia Jioi, who was carefully looking at his opponent but didn't say anything. When the villain was put on his feet, he suddenly began to wonder what this group of incomprehensible students was planning to do to him. Our hero did not answer the question. He asked the counter as to why the guard was not allowed to kill Xia Jioi, despite the fact that he really wanted to do it. And he added that the reason was that he wanted the ill-wisher to realize all that he had done during this time. But the guy said that young people say some nonsense. All that he did was solely for survival. Everyone knows that the strongest survive, and all the garbage is always dragged somewhere behind. Zhao Tianlei explained that survival really came first right now. But the villain wasn't just doing that. He was deceiving people and then killing them. Moreover, the bodies of these people were thrown out or simply burned so that there would be no traces. But it seemed that such words meant absolutely nothing to this person who was standing on the edge of the cliff. Zhao Tianlei understood this, so he immediately went to his opponent, who didn't understand what they were trying to do to him. Coming close, the student said that the ill-wisher should go to hell, where he can answer for all his sins. In the next instant, everyone in the audience noticed how the guy pushed that person down without the slightest hesitation. The young man just stood there for a while and just stared at something in front of him. Our hero's face was dark and gloomy. He understood that this situation could not change anything anyway. Back in the car, Wu Xuan said in a low voice that Xia Jioi had received the punishment he deserved, so it was already over. But the youth said that this bad person died without the slightest regret, and the damage he caused to Shi Tong remained. Other than that, there was also Wu Bing, as well as other people. They would never be able to come back to life again. Therefore, even if you destroy the villain again, and therefore again, nothing will change in the global sense. At that moment, Xia Jioi, who hadn't counted on anything at the time of the flight, fell to the ground. The young man said aloud that due to the fact that he was entangled in some vines, he managed to survive. Trying to untangle himself, the villain said that those fools thought they could get rid of him, although this is not so easy to do. Xia Jioi was counting on him to get out of this place, then start all over again and even be able to take revenge. But in the next instant, the ill-wisher heard a strange growl, which was issued very close. Wu Xuan, who was driving the car, heard a strange cry, or so it seemed to him, so he listened. Suddenly, the young man told his companion that something was wrong with that rock, and indeed, a kind of shadow walked through the forest, breaking and destroying everything in its path. Our hero looked out the window in fright. It seemed that at that moment he understood something for himself. And then he told his colleagues that Wu Bing was wandering around there. But there was no need to say that, because in a moment, this monster that used to be Zhao Tianlei's friend was now chasing after them and wasn't going to give up. In a frightened tone, Li Xiaoyang asked the kids what it was that was running after them. The companion of our hero also did not understand this, but the young man suggested that it had something to do with blood. The thing is, there's probably a little bit of Xia Jioi's blood left in the trunk of the other car. But it's enough. The monster's whole appearance showed that it wasn't planning on stopping. The young people did not understand what they should do in this case, but the leader ordered the driver to pick up speed. The young man told his friend that as soon as they sped up, he would swing the car a little so that the pursuer would lose his way and fall off the road. Wu Xuan knew that it was necessary to act as carefully as possible, so that they themselves would not fly off somewhere. After a while, the truck actually went a little faster, as previously agreed. The monster knew this, so it was angry, knowing that it would not be so easy to catch up with this car. But after some time, the driver informed all the passengers that the pursuer was too fast, and therefore their original plan would not succeed. It was as if some part of the monster that still had something to do with Wu Bin could have anticipated all the guys' attempts to get him off the track. In the very next second, cars that came very close to each other collided with each other. Everyone gathered in the car immediately flew somewhere ahead, realizing that they definitely did not expect this. Moreover, the Jeep even began to drift somewhere to the side, which was very dangerous for passengers. Chen Feng grabbed his weapon and shouted that it was time to get even with this monster. But our hero shouted in horror that the pursuer should not be killed, because it was Wu Bing. The policeman immediately insulted the young man, saying that he was behaving as stupidly as possible. He did not understand that absolutely everyone could die because of this monster. The young man thought about it. He understood that his comrades were saying the right things, but he also connected his emotions. And even when the guy climbed on the trailer, our hero did not want to believe that he would really kill his loyal friend. But Chen Feng had his own vision on this matter, so he wasn't going to delay, and even took out his rifle knowing that he could shoot. In less than a minute, the cop was already firing, seeing the bullets hit the monster, which was a good sign for him. However, the difficulty was that the enemy did not fall and did not lag behind. Moreover, with each passing minute, with each shot, this monster was getting stronger and more resilient. Therefore, the representative of law enforcement thought to himself that bullets do not work on this creature, not understanding what they should do in the future. And while he was thinking, Wu Bing in his monster form shouted as loudly as he could. Unexpectedly, the car became heavier. The reason being that the monster climbed on it, realizing that it was necessary to defend its rights. This predator clearly had plans, because it didn't just hold onto the trailer but also tried to get on it as quickly as possible. In the next instant, the car braked. The driver knew that he could only throw off this monster. The most difficult thing was for the policeman, who was in his place all this time. He froze because he saw this strange entity next to him. The monster wasn't going to wait for anything, so he immediately pushed the young man to the side, hoping that he would fall off the truck bed. And in the next instant, the guy actually fell, not knowing what to expect in the future. The girls in the trailer knew something was wrong, so they cringed in fear. Zhao Tianlei was angry, knowing that the situation was out of control, so he had to do something about it. The young man realized that there was no time to delay. He saw how the monster had already grabbed Chen Feng with its tentacles, who was holding on with all his strength. The cop tried to pull away, but he knew he couldn't move, so he waited for someone to help him. Running up to the monster, the guy shouted for it to stop immediately and stop. Zhao Tianlei didn't know if he would be able to do the same as last time, so he gave his name and told the former Wu Bing to listen to him. However, it seemed that this time was different, because the monster began to growl even louder. The law enforcement officer told his friend that in front of them is a mutated zombie that no longer remembers anyone, and therefore you don't even need to waste time on it. The guy carefully looked at his colleague, knowing that he was right, but it was difficult for him to decide to offend his friend. The young man picked up a submachine gun and closed his eyes, saying out loud that he wanted to apologize to Wu Bing for what he was planning to do. Suddenly, Sitong, who was in the back of the truck, started to recover from the shock and even remembered something. She remembered how they had gone to class together earlier, how they had laughed about something afterward. The girl froze and carefully looked in the direction where the monster was, calling it by name. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the beauty carefully. There was something in his eyes that was difficult to describe in words. A moment later, everyone heard the monster scream, as if he was trapped in a corner from which he could not get out. Zhao Tianlei knew that he couldn't risk other people, so he immediately started shooting. The tearful girl saw all that was happening. She could not bear it, and therefore called her friend by name. But it was useless, because the next minute the beast broke and fell on the road, watching as the car continues to move along the road. The headman was so worried that she was literally going to jump out of the truck, not realizing that it was dangerous. And while the monster growled, the girl continued to tell him to be as careful as possible, because he might get hurt. Chen Feng began to slowly recover, but he was informing his companions that they were being chased by this predator again. The policeman said that it was impossible to stop. It was necessary to shoot at the enemy again, so that he would understand that it was useless to pursue them. Suddenly, our hero was blocked by his classmate. She asked the young man why he was going to do such bad things, because in front of them is their Wu Bin, whom they know well. The young man looked at the girl in surprise. He knew that he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to explain everything that had happened. At that moment, Wu Xuan shouted that there was a dangerous turn ahead. So if they didn't do something right now, they would just skid it. As for the monster, it was starting to pick up pace again, and so the situation was heating up by the minute. Zhao Tianlei knew that he had to take responsibility for the entire team. He had to decide something, but it was as difficult as possible. In a trembling voice, the guy asked his friend to move away, saying that he understood everything. But in this situation, he still had no other choice. Bowing her head, the beauty began to cry, saying that their friend became like this only because of her. Right now, Wu Bing is feeling bad and lonely. He doesn't understand what is happening to him, and there is no support anywhere. Sitong said that if it wasn't for her, none of this would have happened. Perhaps they would all be together now. The young man carefully looked at the headman, who for some reason suddenly began to say goodbye to everyone. Standing on the aisle, the girl told our hero that she was glad that she had met such a good person. And then she added that he should not just live, he should live his life well, so as not to regret anything. And then something happened that no one expected. The unfortunate jumped out of the body, which was open all this time. The girls who were standing nearby tried to stop it, but Sitong's reaction was so fast that no one even had time to react. Despite the fact that it all happened in front of the young man, he couldn't believe that his classmate had done something like this. He remembered the times when the guys were just starting to communicate, when there was a certain awkwardness and shyness between them. Wu Bing was the kind of guy who was always ready to come to the rescue, and especially when it came to girls. He didn't feel sorry for himself. He did what needed to be done, approaching her friend in a different guise. The beauty told him that now it was her turn to thank this man, and therefore she would now do something that would help him free himself. In the next instant, this strange pair fell into that cliff that was very close. As Zhao Tianlei watched, he asked the audience in a nervous voice why his friend had done this. After a moment, he shouted as loudly as he could, making it clear that he didn't think it was fair. Once in the abandoned hotel where the guys stayed for the night, they stood at the door of their leader, asking him to come out to them. A terrified Li Xiaoyang was asking his friend if he was going to come out to them soon. Closing her eyes, Zhen Binyan said that since they were here, the young man had never left his room, adding that the death of his friends had severely affected him. In turn, Shen Xinyu pointed out that it was best not to bother this guy. He should be alone to get through this. The companions knew that this place was huge. They did not have time to explore it, and therefore it was necessary to stick together. As for our hero, he was sitting on the floor of the room, his head bowed and not even wanting to move. At this time, at the very bottom of the gorge, there was a monster that was Wu Bing, and on top of it was Shitong. It was obvious that the girl was injured, but the degree of injury was difficult to determine. The unfortunate Wu Bing began to speak. He turned to the girl and asked her to wake up, asked her to live, saying that he would do everything to protect her. The girl was weak, but even so, she found the strength to push herself up a little. After a while, an unknown group of people in black stood near the place where the guys fell. Some of the participants noted that this mutant looks like a licking devourer. Although in appearance, it can be said that this one is much stronger and more resilient, although there was a woman next to him. The young man said that this monster was badly injured, and therefore, most likely, it will not survive, but immediately asked what they can do with it. The female colleague who was standing nearby was thinking, but she was in no hurry to say anything. Although she took a closer look at this entity, she said that it was necessary to send the monster back. The guys who never got through to their friend understood that they needed to eat. And so in the evening, they all gathered at a large table that was located in the lobby. Shen Xinyu picked up her chopsticks and was in no hurry to start her meal. Instead, she closed her eyes and thought about something. The same applied to the former chairman, who was also in no hurry to say anything. The young people who were eating at lightning speed were confused. They didn't understand why no one was talking, why the atmosphere was tense to the limit. The policeman could see the boys' faces, but he knew for a fact that their leader wasn't in the audience, and these women were feuding with each other, so they weren't going to say anything. The men didn't like it. They knew that this unpleasant war could break out at any moment, and therefore the best solution was to eat as soon as possible and retire to their room. Getting up from their seats, the men began to talk about what they had already eaten. As for the beauties, they eat too slowly, and therefore no one will wait for them. Li Xiaoyang saw the way his wife was looking at him, and she was telling him that he should call Zhen Binyan his fiancé, and nothing else. The young man had no idea what they were talking about. He didn't want to be dragged into these games, so he honestly asked why he should call the girl that. The secretary said that now there are more and more people in the ranks, so it's time to put everything in its place. Everyone knows what the relationship is between Zhao Tianlei and Zhen Binyan, but it seems that not everyone is fully aware of this. Hua calmly replied that Miss Zhen hadn't said anything yet. Moreover, she was nothing against Miss Shen. Tongxi also allowed herself to say that their leader has a fiancé, but only the young man himself did not even hint at this, and therefore it all looks as suspicious as possible. But the girl continued to stand on the same ground, noting that there was no point in lying to anyone. Suddenly, the former chairman spoke up and explained that the guy actually has feelings for her. Moreover, everyone in the audience can confirm this. She replied in a cold tone that if a classmate was in doubt or wanted to know something, she could go directly to Zhao Tianlei. After a moment's hesitation, Zhen Bingyan continued to say that it was possible that the student was simply afraid to face the truth and was delaying the moment. Hua was about to start bickering immediately, but her friend said that they had already finished lunch, so it was time to go to the room. The girls didn't say goodbye to anyone. Instead, they just walked out of the hall and walked away. The secretary said after them that the beauties should not hurry to run away. And when the other girls left, Tongxi happily declared that the young man's classmate was so angry that she couldn't say a word, hearing her friend say that it was easy to deal with them. And then she added that they still did not believe them, and therefore it is necessary to repeat it several times. Perhaps then there will be some result. Standing up from her seat, Tongxi asked the young people if they understood what they would need to do. The guys answered out loud positively, but they thought to themselves that the women's war is really terrible. Sitting in the room, Hua said that she was angry with Shen Xinyu because she had not shown her courage again. So she suggested that she go to the guy and ask him for sure. The girl looked at her friend and said that maybe the guys really love each other, and she just interferes. But the assistant explained that this could not be the case, because the young man is only in love with her. Not to mention how far he went in order to save the beauty. No normal person would have voluntarily gone to that terrible villa, risked their own lives. Looking down, the student noticed that Zhao Tianlei had never spoken to her, and he had never openly admitted his feelings. The friend asked again if it was true that Shen Xinyu had already made up her mind a long time ago, and she said again, didn't the girl say that since she saw the young man in the library, how he protected other classmates from Lin Mu, she immediately fell in love with him. Moreover, our hero also likes a beauty. Just needs some more time. Men are slow to make decisions, but now a lot of things have fallen on the young man, who is difficult to understand what to do next. The student said that Zhao Tianlei had lost his friends, but the assistant suggested that she use this situation to awaken the boy's feelings. Hana said that now is a time when it is generally unknown who will die and when, and therefore it is necessary to act. If the girl does not use this chance now, she will not be able to reunite with him again. Shen Xinyu stared intently in front of her, but she didn't immediately decide what to say. Suddenly, getting out of bed, the beauty said that she would still listen to the girl, and therefore go to the guy's room and tell him everything. In the next moment, Hua said that she had a gift for a friend. These are beautiful heels. As for further actions, the girl herself knows what to do. The beauty immediately drew a picture in her mind, where a young man opens the door and goes out into the corridor. When he is about to leave, he quickly turns around because he hears a strange sound. At that moment, Shen Xinyu stumbles, but she doesn't fall because the young man is there in time to support her. The student looks at the beauty with a gentle gaze and immediately says her name. She, in turn, confused, also looks into the eyes of her hero, but cannot say anything more. As she stepped out into the corridor, she decided that this was actually a great plan, because if Zhao Tianlei had come to the villa to save her, then of course he would support her if she suddenly started to fall. And while the beauty was thinking about how it would all be, to her great joy, she noticed that her classmate came out of his room. The beauty immediately decided to call out to the guy, but in the next second she realized that something was wrong with her. The reason was that the shoes had very high heels, and therefore she simply did not keep her balance and already began to fall somewhere. The young man standing by the door saw his acquaintance sprawled out on the floor, right near where he was standing. Quickly getting to her feet, the confused girl said that she was fine. She was just in a hurry to go to the toilet, and therefore she couldn't resist a little because she was walking too fast. The young man immediately stated in a confused voice that the beauty had confused something because the toilet is located in the opposite wing. At this moment, Zhao Tianlei guessed everything, so he asked his friend if it was true that she had come to see him. The student was ashamed to admit it, and so for a while she stood in silence, unable to even turn around and look her friend in the eye. Realizing that the silence was very long, the beauty tried to say something. Turning around abruptly, Shen Xinyu noticed that she had indeed come to the young man to tell him something, and immediately fell silent again. The girl blushed even more. She didn't know how to say the simple words she wanted to say so badly. Our hero carefully looked at the classmate. Despite this, he also remained silent, realizing that he did not want to interrupt her. Taking a deep breath, the beauty thought sadly to herself that she couldn't say words of love. Not yet. So she said that she knew perfectly well that first Wu Bin was killed, then Si Tong was killed, and that the guy felt crushed. But she asked him to pull himself together anyway and stop wasting time on self-flagellation. All these 2 days, while the young man did not leave the room, all the other guys were upset and very worried about their leader and comrade. As for the dead, they are no longer there. They cannot be returned. All this is in the past. That is why we need to move on, because young people would certainly like to do so. Zhao Tianlei, upon hearing the last sentence, immediately repeated it several times, as if trying to figure out how to live on. After that, the student explained that he once thought that he was the chosen person, could become a support for others. But this was just an illusion. And then he added that he probably used other people as a support. He survived and tried to find friends, but no matter how hard he tried, they still died. The young man again recalled the people with whom he studied and was friends, saying that the people dear to him left him, because it was he who could not save them. The guy was angry again, so he said that he thought he could protect them all, but in fact he couldn't protect anyone. When Shen Xinyu heard about this, she said that the young man was wrong. He saved her, Hua, and the other 2 children. They managed to escape. If it wasn't for Zhao Tianlei, the zombies would have eaten them back then in the library, or Lin Mu would have done something to them. Every day in the villa seemed like hell to the girl, but she was constantly supported by Wu Bing, as well as Si Tong. The guy said that it was a friend who taught him to be strong, and the headman knew that a guy would come for them. Perhaps our hero thinks that he could not save these guys, but only through acquaintance with him, they were able to survive then. However, what will happen if Zhao Tianlei loses faith in himself? What will happen if he just simply gives up? The guy understood where his classmate was going, so he lowered his head and said that everything was clear to him. After a little hesitation, the guy thanked the girl for saying so many necessary words, after which the young man realized that he simply could not let down the fallen comrades. Shen Xinyu said that their fellow students had died. Even so, they would always live on in their hearts. Taking the guy by the hand, the beauty asked her friend to always be strong and never give up, no matter what happens. Standing around the corner, Zhen Binyan was watching everything that was going on, but she was doing her best to avoid being noticed. The girl was watching the guys, but now her face was sad. It seemed that she could see that there were actually strong feelings between the classmates. A few minutes later, sitting in her room, the student said to herself that it was a good thing that she did not admit her feelings to the young man, because now she is not ready for this. Now she is ashamed. Suddenly, the beauty heard someone call out to her, although she didn't understand who it could be. But in the next minute, Zhen Bingyan was standing in the middle of the room, watching the owner of the room carefully. The student didn't understand why the former chairman had come, so she asked directly, throwing the ointment to the girl. The boss said that this is a means for blood circulation. It should be used within 2 days. Looking at this drug, a friend of our hero thanked her opponent, although she did not understand why this ointment was used. Unexpectedly, Shen Xinyu asked how Zhen Binyan knew that she had injured her leg. Had she been watching her all this time? But she heard the girl matter-of-factly state that it wasn't like that, just passing by. The beauty was not clear, even if this is the case. For what purpose to give this product for the leg? Because they are not friends. Without waiting for an answer, the student suddenly decided that this tool has poison, and therefore, if you use it, you can become ugly. But at this time, Zhen Binyan explained that she admits that when she found out that the girl was Zhao Tianlei's first love, she was a little upset. But now the young man is in a bad mood, and she doesn't want to give him any trouble. Besides, Wu Bing and Si Tong were the best friends of the boys, so only a classmate could cheer the guy up in this case. However, her willingness to accept a student does not mean that she loses. It is only because she is confident in herself. The beauty did not understand what these words meant, so she transferred them again. The former chairman explained that such an inexperienced girl couldn't be a match. Moreover, she would prove that even if Shen Xinyu stayed here and followed along with them, she wouldn't pose any threat to Zhen Binyan. And while the beauty wished her opponent a good night, she didn't understand what it meant that she was inexperienced. And when the girl was already in the corridor, she shouted after her that the old woman should not underestimate her. Someday, she would let you know the taste of a blow to the face. Li Xiaoyang, who was passing through the corridor at the time, addressed the woman as his fiancée, but she forbade her to call her that, noting that Zhao Tianlei might think she was up to something. The guy couldn't understand anything anymore. It seemed to him that he looked like some kind of fool. The next morning, once in the dining room, the children saw a large selection of various goodies on the table, which caused them extraordinary surprise. And while some said that it looks very appetizing, others wanted to know who tried so hard and made a real feast. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei walked into the room with a pot in his hands, asking if it was true that his companions had already woken up. Friends couldn't believe that the young man had done all this, but the latter explained that he got up early, and therefore decided to cook some delicious food. And then he added that the comrades could take their time, and he would do some business in the meantime. Worried, Zhen Binyan immediately asked where the guy was going to go, and even alone. Putting on his shirt, the young man said that they had given a lot of grain to the people from the villa, and therefore they would soon run out of food, which is why he wants to go out into the city to see what he can find. After hearing the door close behind our hero, the guys happily reported that it looks like their captain is no longer sad, which is good, because the day before there was such an impression that Zhao Tianlei could never be the same again. Jen Binyan carefully looked at her opponent who was standing in front of her and was also smiling. This city, like all the others, was quiet and empty, except for the monsters. Zombies never left their main task to hunt for someone for a moment, and therefore they could be found on every corner. The young man was thinking, if he was strong enough to subdue Wu Bing, Sitong wouldn't have died. His friend only has a third-level mutation, and therefore he can't do anything to him. But now is the time that mutants of a more serious level may appear. Only by destroying monsters, the guy will be able to become stronger and more resilient. Attacking the monsters, the young man shouted that he needed as many of the same creatures as possible in order to gain points very quickly. It seemed that the zombies had never encountered such a person before. A person who attacks first and is not afraid of it. After a while, Zhao Tianlei started to get angry at the system, shouting that he had already destroyed such a huge number of zombies, but despite that, he was only credited with 30 experience points. The system immediately explained that it is fair and never deceives. If a guy does not believe, he can check the number of corpses on the ground. But the young man understood that in order to increase his class, he needs 500 experience points. And again, the computer explained that experience points correspond to the level of zombies. The higher the level, the more experience points you can get if you fight a mutant. The result will be different. The young man said that mutants are not so easy to meet, and therefore he fights with what is available. Suddenly, the creatures that were standing not far from the guy froze, and their faces were filled with real horror. Our hero, who had just entered the courage, now did not understand why these zombies suddenly decided to run in the other direction. But in the next minute, the student noted quietly that every time there was a high-level mutant nearby, the lower classes would start running away. The guy turned around. He was holding his axe tightly to strike, but there was no one nearby. Instead, he heard gunshots. Zhao Tianlei had no idea who the shooter was, and it didn't matter to him. He thought that he needed experience points, so he would do absolutely anything to get them. At this very moment, not far from the place where our hero was fighting, some guys were shooting from machine guns. The strangers saw that there was a mutant in front of him, against which the bullets were practically powerless. But they continued to shoot because they could not think of anything else. One of the guys who was wearing good equipment ordered the others not to stop firing in any case and aim at this monster's head. It seemed to the young people that this was actually a working scheme because the monster did not like it and it shrank. After a moment, it seemed to the crowd that the mutant was planning to hide because it began to squirm. The assembled strangers understood this, but they still continued to carry out the task at hand. One of the guys, running to the captain, happily told Tom that this monster was afraid of them, and now he would guess. But the older one said in an indifferent tone that there was no point in rejoicing, because the enemy was only hiding. But suddenly something happened that no one expected, because the monster seemed to hide in one place and immediately appeared in another, grabbing a person. The young people immediately began to panic, because they did not expect such a development. The captain immediately turned to Genkai. He wanted to say something to his subordinate, but he couldn't take his eyes off the creature. The other guys who still had ammo continued to shoot at the predator. But their mistake was that they did not shoot at the head, but at the torso. It was for this reason that special damage was difficult to deal, and the mutant only wriggled and twitched, which made the task more difficult for strangers. One of the wounded young men, lying on the ground, said that the battle was not over yet, and therefore he would definitely take revenge. The captain, realizing that they had failed in their plan, rushed forward and began shouting at the monster not to be afraid, but to attack. It seemed that this mutant had a mind, because it immediately froze, but did not take any action. The team leader was standing as close to this monster as possible, with a gun in his hands. But he did not realize then how little this was. The next minute, the young man fired again, but immediately his hand trembled. The mate knew that the captain couldn't do it alone, so he ran to Tom's aid, wanting at least to save this man. But the monster did not stop. All its appearance demonstrated a clear superiority over all the others. Genkayu thought that this monster was not only strong, it was also disgusting. Just as the young man was about to attack this mutating zombie with a knife, the young man suddenly felt someone bump into him and push him in the opposite direction. Despite the fact that several minutes had passed, the guys were still lying on the ground. As for the monster, realizing that there was no one around anyway, it quickly hid under the ground. Zhao Tianlei ordered the men to sit quietly while a subordinate asked his commanding officer how he was feeling and if he had damaged anything. But before leaving, the guy asked the strangers if it was true that they were military, adding that they had very unusual clothes. Suddenly, one of the young men identified himself. He said that they were military personnel from the 6th base. His name is Tong Lei, although many people call Genkaya, and next to him is his captain Chen Fei. They were ordered to go to this area and find survivors. Our hero heard his new acquaintances asking about who he was, but the young man was so happy that he said that this was a big surprise for him. After a moment, the guy introduced himself and explained that there was a hotel a few blocks away, where his teammates were staying, and he would stay here to sort it out. But the commander sternly declared that they were soldiers. Their task was to search for and protect survivors, and therefore did not understand how an ordinary boy could fight with such entities. The man went on to say that this monster had killed so many of his co-workers that he had to get rid of it and would not allow the monster to harm anyone else. Turning to Tonglei, the captain ordered him to go to the inn, adding that he would stay where he was. Passing our hero a grenade, his new acquaintances said that it would be difficult to cope with this monster. Moreover, the young man was probably tired. However, he only noted that it is not necessary to underestimate him. He can do a lot if he wants. He immediately told the young man to take his captain away if he didn't want him to become food for this huge worm. Chen Fei, who was being led away by a subordinate, shouted as loudly as he could, saying that he was not only a senior, but also a superior, and the subordinate dared to disobey his order. Seeing the monster being released once again, Zhao Tianlei said in a calm voice that there was no way he could let these people fight this monster. The reason is that this is the prey that belongs to him, and the prey for which he went hunting.